After examining the dark elf's corpse, Elijah came away with an extra sword and 3 silver Ethereum, which was the most he'd gotten from any individual kill. Fortunately, when he returned to where he'd left his equipment in the central chamber, he found that the blade was just small enough to fit inside his pack. So he added it to his collection before settling down to rest and recuperate. Because of his copious use of iron scales, he'd sustained very little actual damage. However, that same strategy had drained his stamina more thoroughly than anything he'd ever done. It felt like he'd just run 2 marathons back to back while carrying a sack of rocks on his back, and he very much needed a few hours of downtime. It also didn't help that he hadn't really slept since entering the tower, which by his count had been at least 3 days ago, maybe as much as a week. Time felt a little squirrely when he had nothing to mark the passage of each day. He was also hungry and thirsty, so he spent a little time taking care of his biological necessities and eating his last grove berry before heading to one of the most isolated rooms he could find and settling down to take a nap. It was a testament to how tired he was that he was able to fall asleep at all, and for the next few hours, Elijah slept like a contented baby. So when he awoke, he felt ready to defeat the champion and progress to the last level of the dungeon. So he pushed himself upright, ate some mostly tasteless travel rations, and drained one of his jugs of water. If he didn't conquer the tower soon, he would have to start rationing his water. He'd only brought a handful of glass jugs, and there were only a couple left. Pushing that out of his mind, Elijah climbed to his feet and went through a brief calisthenics routine so he could work out the kinks in his stiff muscles. He'd healed all his injuries from the day before, but his body still paid the price. However, it only took a quick cast of healing rain and a little stretching to banish the resulting soreness. Once he'd done that, Elijah set off through the citadel and toward the stairs leading up to the champion's wing. The old prisoner had pointed it out, but Elijah hadn't needed it because the broad stairs were obviously important. At least 40 feet wide at the base, they narrowed to only 10 feet across after 100 or so yards. From what Elijah had seen of the citadel's dimensions from the outside, the distances seemed impossible. But magic was involved, so possible only seemed like a suggestion rather than a rule. In any case, after getting himself into the right frame of mind, Elijah shouldered his 2 staves, one, the enormous ogre's staff, and the other his staff of natural harmony, then shifted his pack before embracing shape of the predator and slipping into the draconid form. Fortunately, the magic took care of the staves in his pack, leaving him free to progress up that long flight of intimidating stairs. Once he reached the top, Elijah let guys of the predator settle across his shoulders before he approached the doors. To his surprise, the massive, gilded doors opened inwardly of their own volition. However, Elijah could see nothing but a black field on the other side, so he took a deep breath, then pushed through. Unlike when he'd progressed from one level to the next, he felt no sense of displacement. Instead, it was like walking through any other doorway. However, as he passed the threshold, his vision cleared and he saw a large expanse of glittering gray sand. More distressingly, Guise of the Unseen was forcefully cancelled, leaving him entirely exposed. Elijah didn't even have a chance to look around before a bellowing voice bounced off the walls to assail his ears. "Little Draconid," it roared. "I have watched you dismantle my would-be challengers, and I approve of your methods. However, if you wish to face me, you will need to prove yourself worthy against more varied opponents. Do you accept the challenge?" Elijah had only dedicated one facet of his mind to listening to the voice's declaration. The other 8 were occupied with cataloging his surroundings. The floor was gray sand that glittered in the firelight of 100 surrounding torches. The walls were tall and featureless, save for a sturdy gate on the other side of the circular room. However, the most surprising aspect was the fact that he could hear the din of hundreds, perhaps even thousands of conversations. "You must answer." Elijah finally found the source of the voice. He was an ogre, and yet he was simultaneously larger and more muscular than any Elijah had seen below. 15 feet tall, with bulging muscles that made him look like a bodybuilder, the ogre wore nothing but a fur loincloth hide boots that came up to mid-calf, and a leather harness crisscrossing his massive chest. Aside from a ragged scar that cut from his hairless scalp, diagonally across his face, and to the opposite jaw, his lumpy visage looked little different than the lesser ogres Elijah had so far encountered. But even from so far away, he radiated power and authority as he stood on a platform atop the wall. 3 elven women, all clad in gossamer robes, sat in elaborate chairs to either side of the massive ogre, and beyond the platform, Elijah saw the source of the din he'd heard before. Hundreds of ogres and elves stood shoulder to shoulder in an enormous, bowl-shaped arena. That gave Elijah some insight into what sort of challenge the ogre offered. And given the point of the task he'd been given, it didn't take much for him to connect the dots. The path before him looked clear. He just didn't like where it would lead him. Elijah preferred to fight unfair battles. That was where he excelled. But with what was coming, he knew that wouldn't be possible. For the first time, he would be forced to fight on even terms. No tricks, no clever plans, just him against whatever opponents the ogre sent his way. He didn't know if he could survive. Still, it wasn't as if he had a choice. The walls were too high to climb, and he couldn't go back the way he'd come. None of his spells could reach the ogre either, so he had no other option but to go along with the scenario. So knowing what was coming, Elijah shifted into his human form. As he did, he was suddenly aware of his own nudity. He hadn't bothered dressing after defeating the ogres, largely because he hadn't seen the point. Now, though, with thousands of ogres and elves looking down on him, he regretted the oversight. Pushing his embarrassment aside, he cast Healing Rain. Then he ensured his enhancements were still active before raising his voice and shouting, "I accept your challenge." The crowd roared, the ogre clapped, and the gate opened. A trio of tall, goblinoid creatures strode forward. "The challenger versus the hobgoblin trio," announced the giant ogre. "Who will win? Place your bets now." The hobgoblins looked like their smaller counterparts, and yet they were much larger. In addition, they had much more muscle and far more refined features. Still, each one wore a savage snarl on his face, and they all carried jagged and rusty swords. Elijah had no intention of letting them get close, so he used snaring roots, aiming just in front of them. Normally, he used the spell on a single opponent. However, it wasn't really that limited. Instead, the vines that it manifested would attack any enemy that came too close. So when the hobgoblins did just that, the thorny vines lashed out, tangling their legs. One tripped and fell on his face. Another was briefly immobilized, and the last attacked the vines with his jagged sword, hacking through the thick roots with savage ferocity. But it was just enough to allow enough time for Elijah to cast Swarm. Hundreds of hornets, each the size of Elijah's thumb, swooped in, stinging the hobgoblins and delivering their afflictions. At the same time, he shifted into the shape of the guardian and raced forward. Using every point of strength at his disposal, Elijah covered the ground in an instant. The immobilized hobgoblin that was his target stood no chance of dodging, and Elijah hit it like an out-of-control locomotive. The impact broke the comparatively slender hobgoblin's bones, and Elijah ended its life only a second later when he grabbed its head like he was palming a basketball and squeezed. It popped like an overfilled water balloon, surprising even Elijah with its fragility. However, he wasn't going to sit there and stare. Instead, he wheeled around, and with a roar, raced toward the hobgoblin who was still trying to cut himself loose. Elijah reached out, grabbed him by the waist, and spun around before tossing him into the crowd. He didn't see where the creature landed, but he felt the influx of kill energy that told him the hobgoblin was dead. That left only one. Elijah turned slowly before locking his eyes on his intended victim. These weren't enemies, they were prey, and Elijah intended to make that abundantly clear. Seeing the approach of a massive lamellar ape, the hobgoblin let out a terrified scream. For his savage side, the sound was music to Elijah's ears. Before the hobgoblin could scramble away, Elijah leaped, and his arcing path ended when he landed upon the hobgoblin. Bones broke, organs ruptured, and ultimately the creature died an ignoble death. Elijah bent down, scooped up the hobgoblin's corpse, and tossed it at the ogre. It didn't quite make it up to the platform, but it came close enough that the elven women flinched. The champion, and that was who it had to be pointedly, did not, though. "Impressive," the ogre bellowed with a hearty laugh. "Very impressive. But how will you do against the next opponent?" Elijah had no chance to answer before the gates opened once again, this time revealing a large reptilian creature. Its torso was humanoid, but the bottom half resembled an enormous snake. Elijah didn't have much chance to study it, though, because the creature opened its mouth wide, then spat a glob of thick mucus in his direction. Elijah darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the projectile before rushing the snake man. It moved as quick as its reptilian appearance would imply, and it managed to avoid Elijah's charge. It lashed out, raking its claws across his shoulder as he barreled past. However, Elijah used iron scales at the last second, and the snake creature's claws clanged harmlessly. Naga are known for their speed and dexterity as well as their potent venom. One nick can kill even the strongest warriors. Can our sturdy challenger compete with that? Place your bets. Elijah paid the ogre's commentary little heed as he dashed in, aiming to end the fight in only a second. However, the creature once again evaded him, though he did manage to activate iron scales before it raked its claws across his ribs. Like that, the fight went on, with neither side capable of gaining an advantage. At least that was the case until Elijah finally had enough and switched to his draconid form in mid-stride. The increased dexterity was all he needed to land a solid blow, and with his claws, he ripped a long gash in the Naga's abdomen. Intestines spilled out, though Elijah was incapable of avoiding a retaliatory swipe that opened up a gash in his hind leg. Fiery agony erupted from the wound, and his leg immediately spasmed. Yet Elijah had endured pain before, and he managed to dash away before the Naga warrior could follow it up. When he turned back to face the snake-like creature, he saw that it was struggling to gather its intestines. So Elijah used that distraction to his advantage when he shifted into his human form, used Touch of Nature to counteract the monster's venom, then aimed Storm's Fury in the Naga's direction. The creature had no chance of dodging, and it took the resulting lightning bolt square in the chest. It flew backwards, landing a few feet later in a coiled and twitching heap. Elijah didn't let up, though. Instead, he hit it with another storm's fury, and another after that. By the fourth, the creature's twitching had become a full-blown seizure, and it died only a few seconds later. "Incredible," yelled the ogre. "Absolutely astounding. But can the challenger stand up to the Forest King himself?" Something huge, green, and monstrous crashed through the gate, knocking the metal doors aside and letting out an immense roar. "Place your bets now." In most cases, a frog alternates between disgusting and cute, depending on who's looking at it. Rarely are they considered horrifying, and yet that was precisely the thought that crossed Elijah's mind as he barely managed to dodge a thick, rubbery tongue. It slapped against the body of one of his previous opponents, a mantis-like creature with organic scythes for hands that he'd narrowly defeated only a few minutes before. The frog's tongue stuck fast to the corpse's chitinous exoskeleton, but Elijah knew it would only be temporary. The tongues of amphibians and the saliva they secreted were a marvel of nature, and on Earth, frogs captured prey by covering them in said saliva, which was capable of transforming from liquid to solid and back, making for some of the stickiest substances in nature. That meant that it wouldn't stay stuck to the mantis's body for long, so Elijah needed to act quickly and decisively. With that in mind, he aimed his staff at the frog, which was the size of a rhinoceros, and let loose with storm's fury. The lightning tore across the arena, disappearing into the frog's gaping mouth. The creature let out a deep, croaking bellow of pain as its body was racked with convulsions. As had been the case for the past 10 fights, the giant ogre on the platform far above commented on Elijah's progress. However, he didn't hear it. Instead, he sprinted forward, hoping to take advantage of the frog's electricity-induced seizure. As he did so, one facet of his mind completed the casting of shape of the predator, and over the space of 3 steps, he shifted into the draconid form. He'd shifted a dozen or more times since the gauntlet had begun, and he suspected his latest transformation wouldn't be the last. Whatever the case, he crashed into the amphibian with snapping jaws and slicing talons that ripped into the creature's rubbery stomach with ease. Yet he didn't get to anything important before the frog recovered and tried to hop away. But Elijah had already seen that tactic, so he latched on with claws meant for climbing trees and went along for a ride. The panicked frog sailed high into the air, its arc taking it on an inevitable collision course with the wall. It smashed into the barrier with a wet squelch, and the impact very nearly jostled Elijah loose. Nearly was not completely, though, and Elijah managed to hang on. More importantly, his tenacity was rewarded with an opportunity to truly dig into the stunned monster's belly. He dug deep, raking his claws across the wet and pliable flesh until, at last, he hit organs. Without skipping a beat, Elijah continued to tear into Frog's abdomen until he had completely submerged in its innards. That was when the real work started. Elijah didn't bother with trying to identify organs. Vaguely, he recognized some of them, but what they were was less important than inflicting as much damage as possible. So he tore his way through the frog's guts, one raking claw at a time. In the back of one facet of his mind, he was aware of how disgusting it was. However, he'd long since moved past acknowledging that, adopting a philosophy of pragmatism. Besides, he'd once been a biologist, so he could handle all sorts of grotesque sights, sounds, and as it turned out, tastes. More importantly than that, though, by that point, Elijah was exhausted enough to not care about anything except killing the monster as quickly as he could. So that was what he did, and eventually he managed to finish it off, though it took far longer than Elijah would have expected. Like many of the other creatures he'd fought since Earth had been touched by the World Tree, the frog was clearly far more durable than any animal should have been. However, he'd long ago accepted that most of the biological knowledge he had accumulated over years of study was now useless. After all, what use was any of that against dinosaurs made of roots, or monstrous killer whales whose insides seemed to defy the laws of physics? Or, as was the case with his latest conquest, a giant frog who, according to everything Elijah knew about biomechanics, was so large that it should not have been able to bear its own weight. In any case, Elijah felt a deep sense of relief when he finally climbed out of the monster's slimy gut. Once he did, he summoned healing rain, as much to wash the remnants of the frog's innards away as to treat any injuries. Even as he basked in the rejuvenating precipitation, he heard the tenor of the crowd suddenly shift. For a moment, he didn't understand what was going on, but then Elijah picked up what they were saying. "Champion, champion," they chanted over and over until the ogre finally bellowed for them to quiet down. "This challenger has accomplished something impressive. For that he has our praise," shouted the ogre. The crowd went wild, but if he is to be called a champion, then he needs to do more than defeat a few hobgoblins. Indeed, he must become a challenger in truth. He must fight me. The enormous ogre then stepped forward and leaped from the platform. He landed in a spray of glittering gray sand only a moment later. By that point, Elijah knew he was in trouble. The ogre was even larger than his first assessment had suggested, a trick of perspective. He was sure, and what's more, he was far more muscular than any of the other ogres Elijah had fought. He looked like a perfect warrior, but the implications were clear. Elijah needed to kill the champion if he wanted to complete the tower. There were no clever tricks to be played, no sneaking, no ambushes, just him and the opponent. If the fight had happened a few weeks before, he would have never had a chance. However, because he'd spent the past few days or weeks, maybe learning to use every facet of his toolkit, Elijah didn't even flinch at the challenge before him. Instead, he remained in place, letting the waters of healing rain wash away the remainder of his fatigue, while he leveraged his quartz mine to increase his ethera regeneration as much as possible. The tiny vortexes at the center of each facet of his mind eagerly drank the ambient ethera, funneling it through his soul and into his dragon core. Across the arena, the ogre beat his muscular chest and roared to the crowd. It was clear that the champion was as much a showman as he was a fighter, especially considering that his bare chest had been oiled and his bald head shined to a dull gleam. Not that that made him any less dangerous, of course. Elijah did find it amusing, though, and he was reminded of a professional wrestler. Perhaps that would change once the fight began. Elijah rolled his shoulders, then checked his enhancements. The ogre looked so muscular that if he landed a single blow, even a glancing one, it would have dire consequences for Elijah, so he replaced Shield of Brambles with Essence of the Monkey. Beyond that, he had Essence of the Wolf, one with Nature, Aura of Renewal, and Essence of the Boar active. With that, he was ready for the fight. He stepped forward, leveled his staff, and summoned Calamity. Thunder rolled and lightning struck as blades of wind swirled, kicking up sparkling gray dust and obscuring the ogre. Elijah couldn't see much, but he definitely noticed when the champion came crashing through the maelstrom, his fists gleaming with purple energy. Elijah hurriedly cast snaring roots, but they did nothing to stop the enormous ogre's vast momentum. He ripped through them, barely even slowing down, and yet even that small delay allowed Elijah enough time to cast Swarm. Hundreds of fist-sized mosquitoes manifested, then flocked onto the champion's oil slickback, where they latched on and started doing the job for which they had been summoned. Yet few of those proboscises managed to penetrate the ogre's thick hide, and their inability mitigated the swarm's effect. Still, a few managed to break through, so the spell wasn't entirely useless. Elijah cast Storm's Fury, sending a bolt of crackling lightning to hit the creature in the chest. That definitely did something, sending the ogre's muscles into involuntary contractions. However, that only slowed the monstrous humanoid down a little more than the roots, so Elijah had no choice but to rapidly shift into his lamellar ape form. He managed to complete the transformation just in time to meet the ogre's charge, and get sent flying through the air to hit the wall hard enough to crack the bricks from which it had been constructed. Fortunately, he used iron scales just before the ogre made contact, but even 10% of that punch was enough to make Elijah see stars. He was still within the effective radius of healing rain, though, so it cleared up quickly. That was just in time for him to see the ogre once again bearing down on him. Elijah used iron scales once again, then leaped at the creature. The two collided with a titanic impact that shook the very ground, but Elijah definitely got the worst of it. Even with the protection afforded by iron scales, he had the breath driven from his chest by a momentous uppercut that took him in the gut. That's when Elijah realized his mistake. He'd gotten so used to fighting like a beast that he'd forgotten the year's worth of lessons he'd learned in the boxing gym. The lamellar ape form wasn't perfectly suited for most of his techniques, but the general principles remained just as valid as they ever were before. So when he regained his composure a second later, he stepped back into the fight with renewed confidence. The ogre came in with a simple jab, but instead of simply taking the hit, Elijah shifted slightly to the side, letting it pass him by. Elijah returned the would-be blow with one of his own, whipping his own fist out to slap against the ogre's hip. With the size difference, that was the best spot he could reach, and though it wasn't ideal, it certainly threw the ogre off balance. Elijah followed it up by tapping into his bestial nature. His jaws snapped out, latching onto the ogre's exposed thigh and ripping a chunk of his quadriceps muscle away. The champion howled in pain and fury, but by the time he brought his own fists to bear, Elijah had danced away, awkwardly by his standards, but it was effective enough to let him avoid the ogre's furious and ill-aimed punch. That further overbalanced the creature, which Elijah used to great advantage when he rushed in with a shoulder tackle that bent the champion's knee the wrong way. Its sudden collapse surprised Elijah, and that shock very nearly got him killed. Even as the ogre fell, it reached out, grabbed Elijah's shoulder, and yanked him off his feet. Before he knew what was happening, the creature had him pinned to the ground and was raining one Herculean blow after another down on him. Elijah used iron scales, but it could only do so much against such a powerful opponent. However, that damage reduction was just enough to keep Elijah from being pummeled into unconsciousness. While one facet of his quartz mind focused on using iron scales at the appropriate time, another took care of keeping him moving just enough to avoid taking too solid of a blow. Still another housed his panic. The rest were wholly occupied with trying to think of a way out of the dire situation. But as far as he could tell, there was only one shot. He just didn't want to take it because, if he was wrong, a bad situation would turn to worse, which would probably mean the end of his struggle, and not in a way that would see him traipsing into the next level of the tower. He didn't have much choice, though. The battle had turned in a hurry, and he had none of his usual tactics available. The creature had escaped his calamity without issue, and the swarm had already dissipated without infecting the ogre with much in the way of afflictions. So he shifted, not because he wanted to take advantage of his draconid form. Rather, he transformed because that form was much, much smaller than the lamellar ape. As such, when the ogre's fist descended, it found only sand where Elijah's head had once been. Meanwhile, the smaller size also gave him just enough wiggle room to escape the ogre's grasp. He slithered out from beneath the creature, then leaped onto the wall. Bounding off that surface, he launched himself at the slightly confused ogre. He landed lightly, then sank his claws into the monster's old back. The creature howled at the sudden pain, and he tried to dislodge the stubborn draconid, but to no effect. Because Elijah had learned something about his opponent, the ogre was strong. Far stronger than anything he'd ever encountered, and that was including the very first encounter with one of the Vox. However, the champion's attributes were lopsided, but not in the way Elijah's guardian form was. Instead of having a detriment of dexterity, it instead lacked constitution. Normally, that wouldn't have been such a debilitating weakness. The monster was still plenty durable, and with its extremely high strength and dexterity, it could probably end most fights before they had a chance to really begin. Yet Elijah was just capable of avoiding that fate, and he'd managed to find the ogre's weakness. And now, on the champion's back, he could finally exploit it to the fullest extent. His claws bit deep, but his teeth went even deeper. He ripped into the monster's back, tearing it to ribbons even as he ripped huge chunks of muscle from its body. Bits of flesh flew through the air, and blood coated the gray sand, but Elijah refused to stop. He couldn't afford to rest. Even the slightest pause would lift the pressure and allow the ogre to regain his equilibrium. Elijah couldn't let that happen, so he ripped and tore, bit and clawed until, at last, he found his way to the ogre's vulnerable organs. He started with the intestines, but those were shredded in seconds. A foul and acrid stench filled Elijah's nostrils as he dug into the chest cavity, piercing lungs and finally, latching onto the ogre's overlarge heart. He ripped it free, then at last bounded away. The ogre fell like a tree, hitting the ground with a massive impact that sent even more sand, blood, and guts into the air. He was dead before he hit the ground. Just like that, Elijah had won the battle and conquered the second floor of the tower. The crowd went silent, as if they were unsure how to react to the fall of the champion. That silence stretched for what felt to Elijah like an eternity before. Suddenly, they let out a collective roar that shook the very foundations of the arena. It wasn't simply deafening. Rather, it was a sound so loud, so visceral, that it was physically painful to endure. However, Elijah felt nothing but elation at his accomplishment. He basked in the crowd's approval, his chest heaving with excitement. Then he noticed a silver box glinting in the distance. It stood before the gate, his reward for another level conquered. The prideful satisfaction he felt was nothing new. He'd felt the same way, though to a lesser extent, upon winning bouts in his boxing days, or when playing other sports as a kid. It was always addictive, and yet it was usually fleeting as well. Not so this time. Elijah knew how uncommon his accomplishments were. His first tower had been a series of misadventures he'd survived through cunning, good fortune, and simple endurance. However, the gauntlet he'd just run was no such thing. He'd fought, not via tricks or subterfuge, but in an even match against impossible odds. And he had come out on top. That he'd proven himself stronger than an entity like the champion, much less the 10 encounters through which he'd fought before facing off against the giant ogre, was a heady realization. Yet Elijah knew he wasn't finished. There was still one more level left in the tower, and if he was going to conquer it and survive, he would need every aspect of his unique abilities. So with that sobering realization coursing through every facet of his mind, he summoned healing rain and set about scrubbing himself clean. The water wouldn't persist longer than the spell's duration, but it still lasted long enough for an impromptu shower. He'd even packed a little of his homemade soap for just such an occasion. He must have made for an odd sight, showering with his summoned raincloud in the middle of an arena that at present housed quite a few dead bodies. But the crowd never stopped cheering, which told Elijah that they weren't even whatever passed for real people within a tower. Instead, they were just background noise, meaningless, soulless, and inconsequential. "I'll still take the cheers, though," he said to himself as he finished washing the soap and all the viscera from his body. The shower also served the purpose of reinvigorating and healing much of the damage he'd taken. However, he still had to use touch of nature to heal a few broken bones he'd sustained. All in all, though, he managed to make it out of the arena with far fewer injuries than he'd have suspected. It was a rarity for him to get through a fight without being beaten, bloody, and on the brink of death, so he chose to enjoy it while he could. After all, he still had the Reaver to defeat, and he wasn't so naive as to think it would be any easier than the gauntlet he'd just endured. And given the fact that it would have only taken a mistake or two to send the previous battle careening in an entirely different direction, Elijah was wary of what he might have to suffer on the next level of the tower. After he finished showering, he dressed in one of the outfits he'd bought back in Ironshore. He still had one that was undamaged, but he chose one that had already been subjected to quite a bit of wear and tear. As usual, he wore no shoes, as much because he didn't have any as because his spells seemed to work better so long as his feet remained unshod. Clean and rejuvenated, he returned to the ogre's corpse and took the creature's money pouch, which he tossed into his pack. Then he retrieved the giant staff he'd lugged up from the other wings, then shouldered it before heading toward his reward. The chest was a lot bigger than the ones he'd received in the past, and as he approached it, he noticed that it looked slightly more elaborate. He leaned down, then unlatched the clasp that held it shut. The lid popped open of its own accord, revealing a leather bracer. The moment he opened the treasure chest, a notification popped up too. Congratulations. You have completed level 2 of Reaver Citadel Grade A. To progress further, go through the gate and reach the third and final level. Elijah pumped his fist in celebration at his grade. He'd only received a B for the previous level, but it seemed that he'd performed far better in his most recent challenge. The question remained as to how that would translate to his reward. The sash of the whirlwind had been invaluable so far, allowing him to move more quickly than ever before. Often he likened it to time dilation, but it was really that his increased speed was accompanied by an adjusted perception of time. That gave him the opportunity to use his speed more efficiently. Still, it wasn't a huge difference, and he suspected that was because of his decidedly average performance in the previous level. Now that he'd gotten a higher grade for the second, he hoped that the reward would be that much more powerful. So, it was with eager hands that he reached down and grabbed the leather bracer. When his fingers brushed against the item, an expected notification flashed before his inner eye: reward for completing level 2 of Reaver Citadel, Silver Bracer of Rage. As usual, it didn't give any indication as to what it would do, so he picked the bracer up and turned it this way and that while inspecting it. As he'd already seen, the item was primarily made of black leather, but the backside, which was intended to protect his forearm, was plated silver. In addition, there were designs etched in silver thread across the whole thing. It reminded him of Celtic knots, but slightly off, as if it was a similar concept, but developed by a different culture. But it was an interesting look, he couldn't deny. The inside of the bracer was lined with soft fur reminiscent of sheepskin, though with a silver sheen, and a leather lace on the bottom held the whole thing together. Elijah unfastened it, then slipped the bracer onto his right arm. Once he tied the laces awkwardly, because he only had one hand to do it, he felt a surge of power. When he opened his status, he saw that his strength had improved by 7 points. Nice, he said to himself. Given that strength was the only attribute that he couldn't directly boost via one of his enhancements, any help in that department was more than welcome. Still, he'd hoped for more. Even the sash of the whirlwind, which was supposed to be worse than the silver bracer of rage, if the grades were meant to indicate anything, had an extra function. In addition to the 3 points it gave him to both strength and dexterity. Sure, the attribute bonuses for the bracer was better by a point, but he'd hoped for an extra function. Whatever the case, he intended to put the extra strength to good use. After renewing his enhancements, he opened his status name. His attributes were really getting up there, especially since he'd gained another level during the previous battle. 1 point per level in each category didn't seem like a lot, but it definitely added up. Getting extra attributes via his equipment was nice as well, especially when it gave him an extra 10 points in strength and 3 in dexterity. Added to all of that were the effects of his enhancements, and when he shifted into his forms, the results were even more impressive. After all, Shape of the Guardian gave him 30 extra points in strength and constitution, which was an absolutely insane amount of power and durability. Similarly, Shape of the Predator gave bonuses to strength and dexterity as well, so when he was in either of his animal forms, he was an absolute terror. And even with all of that, he'd struggled with the Ogre Champion. That was a sobering thought, and it brought him back to the reality of his situation. He'd done well so far, but when he progressed to the next level, he'd be forced to fight the leader of the Citadel, and Elijah knew it wouldn't be an easy battle, so he pushed his self-congratulatory thoughts away and focused on the path ahead. The gate was open, but he couldn't see much beyond the entrance. He stepped forward into the darkness, but he didn't immediately progress to the next level. Instead, he followed a long, low-ceilinged hall for a few hundred feet before it doubled back and sloped upward. He kept going, hitting multiple switchbacks until at last he reached another door. He pushed it open, revealing a featureless black plane of impenetrable darkness. Knowing that it was the way to the next level, Elijah stepped through and felt the familiar displacement that had come with progressing between previous tower levels. It only lasted a moment before his bare foot hit something soft. He looked down to see an elaborate rug. Another second and he saw that he'd stepped into a richly decorated corridor. Lined with doors, the corridor was lit by flickering lamps, and it featured a host of small statues, oil paintings, and tapestries. And that was just what Elijah saw at a glance. Before he could study it further, though, he heard voices coming from nearby. So he shifted into the shape of the predator, then adopted guise of the unseen only a second before two elves came into view. One was a dark elf with onyx skin and white hair, but the other was a light elf, with blonde hair and a fair complexion. Clearly, the enmities of the previous level meant nothing here. Fortunately, the elves were either too distracted to see him or completely incapable of piercing his guise of the unseen, because they never even glanced in Elijah's direction. That allowed him to get a good look at the pair, and he was a bit surprised to see that they were devoid of the armor every other elf he'd seen within the tower wore. Instead, they were both dressed like they'd stepped out of a period drama. The female elf with the blonde hair wore a gown of deep crimson, while the male dark elf was clad in pantaloons, a blue tunic, and actual hose. Both wore copious amounts of jewelry and quite a bit of dark makeup around their eyes. Elijah waited for the pair to pass by, then followed at a discreet distance. He didn't know where he was going, so one direction was as good as any other. He trailed the two elves for a few minutes, listening to them chatter on about nothing as it became clear that they were a couple. Eventually, though, they led him to a pair of elaborately carved double doors, which they unhesitatingly stepped through. From his position a half-dozen yards behind them, Elijah only caught a brief glimpse of the room on the other side of the doors. But the moment he did, he realized that he'd found exactly what he was looking for. Still, he waited for another elf to wander into the room, and he slipped inside before the door could close. After positioning himself in an out-of-the-way corner, Elijah took stock of the situation. And it wasn't good. Around a vast table laden with a feast were seated 24 elves. And at the head was a man not an elf that was clearly the Reaver. If Elijah hadn't known from the man's commanding demeanor, he would have gotten the picture from the notification that popped up the moment he laid eyes on the black-clad man. Task: slay the Reaver without alerting his subjects. If Elijah hadn't been keenly aware of how close he was to the elves, and more importantly, to the Reaver himself, he would have sworn that he was watching a high-budget fantasy movie. The table itself was polished wood, and it was piled high with so much food that Elijah questioned whether or not the elves could consume even a quarter of it. He saw whole roast pigs, tureens of buttery potatoes, and a host of other foods he couldn't identify but looked amazingly appetizing. Suddenly, he was reminded of how long it had been since he'd had a proper meal. During his trek to the tower, he'd eaten nothing but wild game and whatever edibles he could forage. He was used to that sort of diet, so he didn't mind, but it was woefully lacking compared to the feast laid out before him. It was especially pointed because of the sheer delight shown by the elves each time they took a bite. More than once, he considered casting calamity and clearing them out, just so he could take their meal. However, the task set by the tower had specified that he should kill the Reaver without alerting his subjects. He didn't think that failing the second part would result in anything dire, but he was certain that it would at least affect his eventual grade, and he had no intention of taking a lesser reward if he could help it. So he settled into a corner and watched the progression of the feast, and over time, the elves grew progressively drunker. The Reaver, though, abstained from alcohol. His cup, which was a jeweled thing that looked more like a chalice, only held water. He also didn't eat nearly as much as the elves, who were positively gluttonous with their consumption. For his part, Elijah held his own hunger at bay through a sheer expression of willpower. It wasn't until it had been gnawing at one facet of his mind for more than an hour that he realized just how unnatural it was. Elijah had always enjoyed food. Simple or complex, the product of home cooking or a five-star restaurant, it didn't matter. He could always find something to appreciate. Even cooking wild game over an open fire was enough to get his salivary glands working overtime. And yet, he'd never felt an urge to eat, to consume, that was nearly as strong as what he experienced watching those elves gorge themselves. Perhaps it was because of his cultivation, or maybe it was something else entirely, but he knew that the hunger was wrong. That it was alien, that it came from the Reaver. The moment that thought crossed Elijah's mind, he doubled down on his resistance. The challenge of the current level of the tower had already begun, and he'd almost fallen prey to it without even realizing that he was in danger. Now that he knew what to look for, he could feel the tendrils of alien thoughts wrapping themselves around his mind. And once he was aware, it was much easier to resist the hunger that had, only a few minutes before, seemed so potent. He also saw the gluttonous elves for what they were, the slight crinkling around their eyes, the fearful glances toward the Reaver, the tears coating their cheeks. They weren't guests, they were prisoners, one and all, but Elijah wasn't there to free them. Instead, he watched as they continued to gorge themselves. The food gradually disappeared down their respective gullets until at last the first one passed out. Her stomach bulged obscenely, and using one with nature, Elijah knew she was dead. She had literally eaten herself to death, and she wasn't the last. Over the next few hours, the elves dropped, one by one, until only the Reaver remained. Still, he sat at the head of the table like nothing had changed. He sipped at his water with a mild expression that bordered on boredom. Then, finally, he stood. The legs of his chair scraped against the tile floor, loud in the silence the dead had left behind. He looked from one elf to the other, disappointment playing across his face. He ran his hand through his brown hair before letting out a tired sigh. Then the air around him shimmered. So did the ambient ethera, and before Elijah's eyes the Reaver transformed. His arms and legs extended, growing longer and skeletally thin. The same could be said for his hands, and soon enough the fingers had doubled in length. More, they were tipped in jagged black claws. The man's skin took on a gray hue, and his face remolded itself into a visage out of a horror movie. Like a mixture of man and bat, with long incisors extending to at least a few inches long, he looked like someone's twisted interpretation of a vampire. However, when the man fell on the elves' corpses, Elijah found that the Reaver wasn't interested in blood. Or not only blood, Elijah amended. The ghoulish mockery of a man ate everything. It was a grotesque sight, watching that creature gorge itself, but Elijah didn't dare look away. Instead, he watched every last bite. And it was nearly enough to send his stomach into rebellion. He kept himself from vomiting, but it was a close thing. Even so, Elijah's stomach twisted into knots as he watched the creature's macabre feast. The Reaver took special and obvious pleasure in consuming the elves' ruptured stomachs, but he seemed to quite enjoy every other bit of elf he consumed as well, even the bones, which crunched loudly beneath his powerful jaws, or the intestines, which went down with a wet slurp. Eventually, Elijah stopped trying to identify the bits and pieces, but unfortunately, his biology background came back to haunt him. Whatever the case, the only solace was that it couldn't last forever. Eventually, the Reaver completed its feast, leaving only bloody chairs behind. It shifted back into a human form and returned to its chair. A moment later, a pair of ogres stomped into the room. Their body types resembled the jailers, which was to say that they were built like sumo wrestlers, though even more obese. The pair waddled in and without a word started clearing the table. Very little food had survived the elves' forced gluttony, so they were mostly tasked with gathering used dishes. It took a few trips, but gradually they accomplished their task. In the meantime, the Reaver sat at the head of the table, with a bored expression playing across his face as he sipped at his water. Once everything had been cleared away, the Reaver pushed himself back to his feet and without a word left the dining room via a side door. A disgusted Elijah followed, intending to ambush the creature the moment he had a chance. However, even though he had already used Predator Strike as well as Venom Strike in preparation of the attack, he never got the chance. Most of the time, the hall was deserted. Yet, each time Elijah verged on commencing his attack, an elf or ogre would be there. Usually they shuffled past the Reaver quickly. Obviously, they were engaged in their own tasks, but they were frustratingly spaced in such a way as to ensure that Elijah never had a clear opportunity to do what he very much wanted to do. After a few minutes, during which the Reaver traversed the halls at an unhurried pace, he reached a pair of elaborate double doors. At first, Elijah thought he'd stumbled upon some sort of ritual room or something else of importance. However, when the Reaver threw the doors open, he saw another long, straight hall. It was at least 50 yards long, and from what Elijah could see, it was entirely empty. Looking left, then right, Elijah ensured that no one else was around. Then he crept forward, preparing to pounce. He knew precisely how he intended to attack. He only needed to do it. Just before he was going to leap upon the creature's back, heavy footsteps announced a new arrival. Frustrated, Elijah whipped around to see the second largest ogre he'd ever beheld. The creature was tall and broad, and he was clad in a full set of dark iron armor. Elijah could see nothing of the ogre's skin. Instead, he looked like a monstrous automaton. "Remain in the hall," the Reaver said. "I feel something amiss, though I know not what it might be. Be wary." The metal-clad monster grunted in affirmation, the sound confirming that it was, indeed, a living creature. Elijah had enough experience with that armor to recognize the futility in attacking such a creature. He could get through it, perhaps, but not in his draconid form. Even with Predator Strike, he would fail. He knew that as well as he could sense that the creature was much, much higher level than him. Frustrated, Elijah slipped into the hall as he followed the Reaver. The corridor was nothing special, though Elijah felt curious abnormalities in the walls. Or rather, he felt the tiny organisms that lived in the pits and grooves that shouldn't have been present in a solid wall. He remained a few feet behind the Reaver as they traversed the hall until they reached another pair of double doors on the other end. There, the Reaver flung them open to reveal a large and richly furnished apartment. Velvet, thick carpets, and gold ornaments abounded, but the Reaver paid them no heed. Instead, the creature stepped inside, closing the door only an instant after Elijah had slipped in after his prey. Just like that, Elijah had a golden opportunity. He had the Reaver alone. He only needed to finish it off before it reached the end of the hallway and that massive metal-clad guard. Still, he didn't rush. Elijah had always been a patient person, so he waited and watched as the Reaver went further into the apartment. After a few minutes of watching the monster go about its nightly routine, he finally got the opportunity he'd been waiting for. With the additional power of Predator Strike as well as Venom Strike singing through his claws, he pounced, and missed entirely. His claws swiped through the creature's human head, but he hit nothing but air. In the meantime, the Reaver screeched. It was a sound no human had ever uttered, and Elijah likened it to something that should have come from an insect. At the same time, the thing transformed, or perhaps it let the illusion of its human form lapse, showing Elijah his error. He'd been using his eyes when he should have relied on his other senses. As a result, he'd been fooled by a formless illusion. But now that the monster was in its natural form, that would no longer be a problem. So even as the thing panicked, Elijah lashed out with his claws, using every point of strength and dexterity to get in as many attacks as possible before the monster reacted. When he finally bounded away, he left a ruin of bloody ribbons where the monster's emaciated thigh had once been. But Elijah had pushed it a little too long, and he was forced to leap over the creature's retaliatory counterattack. It swung its long, thin arm with wild abandon, clipping Elijah's tail and throwing him off balance. However, even though it sent him sliding across the bedroom, it wasn't enough to injure him. That had never been the point, though. When Elijah recovered, he saw that the Reaver had abandoned the fight altogether and was using its lengthy legs to sprint toward the apartment's exit. Elijah's heart jumped into his throat. If the creature reached the guard, he wouldn't have just failed his task, which would end with him losing a potential reward. Instead, he'd run the risk of losing his life. The guard was dangerous enough on his own, but if the Reaver made it to the end of the hall, more help would be on its way. It wouldn't be long after that Elijah would be buried under the weight of the entirety of the level's defenses. He couldn't let that happen, so he launched himself after the Reaver, moving with every ounce of speed he could muster. His claws dug into the tiles and ripped the rich carpets apart as he tore across the room. But despite its awkward appearance, the Reaver was deceptively fast, and it remained just ahead of Elijah's pursuit. When it reached the door, Elijah knew he had to change tactics. Fortunately, he had just the tool for the job, so he initiated a transformation back into his human form without breaking stride. The Reaver threw the doors open, then started down the hall, but Elijah didn't let it get another step before he embraced snaring roots and cast the spell. Thick, thorny vines exploded from the floor, wrapping around the monster's thin legs. It ripped free, but for every vine it shredded, another took its place. For a brief second, it was immobile. Elijah crashed into it, having initiated yet another transformation this time, taking on the shape of a lamellar ape. The monster raked its claws across his chest, but Elijah had preemptively used iron scales and the attack did nothing. The same couldn't be said for Elijah's own blows, which rained down on the monster's emaciated body with reckless and inevitable abandon. Bones cracked and the monster screamed. Yet, despite the volume, no cavalry came running to the creature's rescue. For a second, Elijah thought he'd won the battle, but then he heard a metallic click, and an instant later, a line of fiery agony erupted in his side. Elijah twisted away from the lacerating pain, trying at the same time to keep a grip on the monster's bony shoulder. But he couldn't do both at the same time, so his hind brain kicked in, forcing him to flee the agony, cutting a long line into his scales. Against that, his iron scales were wholly insufficient, and he let out a roar of pain all his own. It joined the monster's anguished whimpers. No matter how quickly Elijah moved, though, the pain persisted, and soon enough he saw why. A small dart no bigger than his human thumb was embedded in his scales, and when he yanked it free, he found that a series of long, writhing white tendrils came with it. As they left his body, they left behind a stinging pain that felt like the world's most painful jellyfish sting, from the inside. The second the last of the tendrils had left his body to dangle from the dart, Elijah tossed the projectile aside, or at least he tried to. However, the tendrils had left his entire side so numb that the best he could do was a slight shrug as he dropped the thing onto the carpeted floor. The tingling numbness spread quickly, encompassing the entire left side of his torso and all the way down his hip before, at last, slowing to a virtual stop. But the effects didn't stop with simple numbness. Instead, with the sensation having spread to his chest, he soon found that his breathing had shallowed to the point where he knew he wasn't getting enough oxygen. That, in turn, caused him to panic. In only a second, Elijah was panting with anxiety, with his mind whirling for a solution. Meanwhile, the injured Reaver had begun to recover, its shattered bones shifting grotesquely as they reset. As it pushed itself to unsteady feet, it let out a hiss of pain. Then it cocked its arm before following it up with a backhanded blow aimed at Elijah's face. He tried to dodge, but with half his body not working properly, he only managed to shift enough to avoid taking the attack head-on. Pitiful beast, the creature rasped as Elijah crashed to the floor. Then it kicked him. "You attacked me, in my home, how dare you?" It kicked Elijah again. The blows didn't hurt. In fact, he couldn't even feel them, even if he knew they'd left some damage behind. Instead, the pervasive numbness had started spreading again, telling him that he needed to do something to stop it, lest he lose all bodily control. So between kicks, Elijah shifted back to his human form, then cast Touch of Nature, which pushed the numbness back just enough that he could roll out of the way of the next blow. He could do nothing about the follow-up kick that took him in his side and launched his much lighter body into the wall. Once again, via one with nature, he felt the odd grooves in the wall. Suddenly, one facet of his mind arrived at the answer. Traps. There were traps in the walls. How could he have missed that? Why hadn't he paid more attention, if he had? No, he couldn't go down that road. Instead, he used Touch of Nature once again, though a good portion of the spell's power went to healing his ribs. Meanwhile, the Reaver continued to rant about intruders and trespassers, spitting out insults that made him sound like an indignant aristocrat who'd stumbled upon a thief, which wasn't so far from the truth, really. Except that the aristocrat in question was a monstrous creature with skin like a cadaver and arms and legs that were about 2 sizes too long for its skeletally slender body. As that useless thought skittered through one facet of Elijah's quartz mind, he used the others to search for a strategy to escape his dire situation, because even with Touch of Nature, he was only barely able to push the numbness back. So with the monstrous Reaver kicking him, he didn't have much opportunity to change his circumstances. Still, being launched a few feet away had given him just enough time to attempt a gambit, so he shifted his staff just enough to aim it at the Reaver's feet, then cast Storm's Fury. His aim left a lot to be desired, but he still managed to clip the monster's foot with his spell. That sent its leg into brief spasms, which gave Elijah an opening to cast Healing Rain. The nurturing precipitation fell from the sky, soothing Elijah's injuries and working toward pushing the numbness away. It was incapable of doing the job alone, but with another application of Touch of Nature, he gained even more ground. More importantly, when the Reaver recovered a second later, the healing spells gave him the necessary control to avoid the worst part of the next kick, though he did feel a rib shift a bit, even when he only took a glancing blow. It was healed a second later, and he continued with that strategy. With another facet of his mind, though, he started casting another spell. Even as he shifted and rolled around on the floor, trying his best to dodge the Reaver's swinging kicks and stomping feet, a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes manifested and swooped down on the unsuspecting monster. It was a testament to how worked up the thing was that, at first, it didn't even notice the summoned insects, which made for a perfect scenario for the little creatures to do the maximum amount of damage, or at least that was how Elijah comforted himself as the Reaver's uncoordinated barrage of attacks continued. He wasn't just getting the snot kicked out of him, he was distracting and delaying the monster. It was strategy, not incompetence. Of course, he didn't quite believe that, even as one facet of his mind tried to convince him of it. After a handful of seconds, the Reaver finally noticed the mosquitoes sucking its blood. However, by that point, it was too late for it to stop the cascade of afflictions they brought with them. Soon after, it abandoned its quest to kick Elijah into submission, opting instead to try to dislodge the pesky insects. It was mostly unsuccessful in that endeavor, but more importantly, the thing's antics gave Elijah some much-needed breathing room to cast Touch of Nature a couple more times. Soothing healing washed through him, banishing the numbness almost entirely. Tiny white tendrils were ejected from his body with every instance of the spell. If Elijah would have been a little less occupied with his own survival, he certainly would have been disgusted at the things that had been in his body. As it was, though, he was far too focused on the task at hand, because now that the numbness had been overcome, he felt like he finally had the upper hand. So after casting Touch of Nature one last time and healing the damage he had left, he swept his staff out, catching the Reaver mid-kick. With Elijah's still impressive strength working for him, he managed to knock the monster's leg out from under him. The Reaver tipped over, but before it fell, it caught itself with one of its enormously long arms. Then, it skittered backward in a crab walk that took it further down the hall. Elijah tried to cast Snaring Roots again, but he didn't have enough ethera to fuel the spell. In fact, the constant healing had sapped almost the entire contents of his core. He didn't remember spending so much ethera, but he supposed he must have gone into a daze or something. Or maybe the numbing tendrils had had a secondary effect of draining his ethera. In any case, the situation had changed, and he had no choice but to adapt. So he used the one spell he could and once again shifted into the shape of the Guardian. It had always been his least costly spell, and as such, it gave him the best chance to survive the encounter. As he threw himself to his feet, his body transformed, taking on the strange amalgamation of lizard and primate. Then, he raced after the Reaver. The first trap he triggered almost took him by surprise, but he dedicated one facet of his mind to keeping track of the changing conditions, and as a result, he became aware of it just in time to avoid the debilitating dart. It was a close enough call that he shifted another 3 facets of his mind to that task. As he continued his pursuit of the monster, he was forced to react to more trap activations, twisting and turning his immense body as he sought to avoid a repeat of his first encounter with the darts. He managed it, barely, but it slowed him down to the point where he only barely managed to keep pace with the reaver. With the distance between his prey and the end of the long haul steadily shrinking, Elijah knew he needed to change tactics. So he harnessed every point of strength he possessed and flung himself down the hall. However, he didn't go directly at the monster. Instead, he bounded forward, bouncing from one wall to another and keeping just ahead of the traps. With his strength, he could move incredibly quickly, but when he did that, he couldn't really control himself very well. So he removed that part from the equation, just pointing himself in a direction and going. Like that, he stayed just ahead of the triggering traps, though he knew that if he slowed by even a millisecond, he would be peppered with darts. So he didn't slow, and as a result, he crashed into the reaver in barely a couple of seconds. The creature was more than a little surprised at Elijah's rapid pursuit, so it didn't even react before it was bowled over. Elijah knew the danger hadn't ended, though, so he wrapped his hand around the monster's slim waist, then used the monster's body as an impromptu shield against the closest trap. The darts thudded home in the reaver's struggling body. It did not possess Elijah's high constitution. Almost immediately, one of its arms went limp, quickly followed by the rest of its body. In only a few seconds, it was a dead weight, flopping around like a corpse, but it lived. Elijah could sense that much. Without knowing what else to do, Elijah returned the same way he'd come, traversing the hall on his way back to the reaver's quarters. Along the way, he continued to use the monster as a shield, intercepting the darts as they came. With multiple facets of his mind focused on the traps, he could anticipate their activation well enough to facilitate his passage. By the time he reached the apartments, the reaver had taken 9 darts in various parts of its body, and as a result, it was only barely clinging to life. Elijah ended it by banging its head repeatedly against the ground. It took quite a few blows, but eventually he managed to kill the thing. The resultant experience gave him another level, but more importantly, the monster's death completed the final level of the tower. He sighed, letting the creature fall from his claws. His shoulders slumped as he shifted back to his natural form and realized just how close he'd come to losing. He shuddered to think of what would have happened had he succumbed to those darts. A few seconds later, a notification told him that he'd completed the last level. Congratulations. You have completed level 3 of Reaver Citadel Grade A. To complete the tower, progress to the exit. He was a little disappointed he hadn't gotten the highest possible grade, but he was a little too relieved for that to last more than a second or two. He'd conquered the Reaver's Citadel, and though it hadn't been quite as harrowing as the Kellage Tower, it certainly hadn't been easy either. His abilities had been stretched to their limits, and as a result, he'd been forced to learn how to use every tool in his kit. That was the true reward. Of course, there was a more tangible reward waiting for him as well, and it only took a second for him to find the silver box. It was lying next to the huge ogre staff he'd dropped when he'd been forced to transform to his human form after his failed attempt at an ambush. He bent down and opened the lid, resulting in another notification: reward for completing level 3 of Reaver Citadel, Claws of Gluttony. The item inside was a strange one. At first glance, it looked like a disparate pile of black iron. However, when Elijah pulled it from the box, he realized that it was precisely what the name suggested. Composed of a single leather cuff that was connected to 5 distinct and hollow claws via a series of thin black chains, it looked like an awkward thing to wear. That suspicion was confirmed when he tried it on as well. He checked his status, and once again, disappointment blossomed when the item didn't live up to his expectation. This time, he didn't even get any attribute bonuses. Indeed, the item seemed no more than ornamental in nature, so he took it off and threw it into his pack. Hopefully, he would soon find someone who could help him identify the items he'd acquired in the tower, and perhaps buy the ones he didn't need. If not, he would have to go back to Ironshore, where he knew he could get that kind of information. Not that he wanted to do that just yet. He could travel between Ironshore and Norcastle much more quickly now that he knew where the second was located. However, it was still a long trip, and one he didn't want to re-experience just yet. In any case, he scoured the Reaver's quarters, coming away a little disappointed with his haul. There was very little in the apartments that wasn't nailed down, and what he could take probably wasn't worth it. Still, he found some tiny golden statues that looked like they might be valuable, so he figured that it wasn't a total loss. He tossed those into his pack as well, then set about searching for the exit. The search only took him a few minutes, and he found the exit in the bathroom of all places. With a shrug, he stepped through the door and was transported back into the real world. It had been almost 3 weeks since the stranger had come out of nowhere, brought hundreds of people back from the brink of certain death, and then declared he would conquer the tower that had plagued Norcastle for months. In that time, Captain Orville Essex had begun to doubt his initial impression of the man. According to his inspectability, Elijah Smith was an unremarkable level 18 healer. Yet, the way he'd moved, not to mention his feats in the hospital, had come at odds with that label. Essex had chosen to trust his gut that something was amiss, and what's more, he had decided to trust the man. He'd come to regret that in the intervening weeks, when the mayor and the goons he'd put on his council had taken issue with the fact that Essex hadn't let them know about the enigmatic healer. More, they'd called his qualifications into question, casting doubt on his assessment of Elijah. They had even spread rumors about his ineptitude. After all, if he thought a level 18 healer was special aside from his ability to work in the hospital, then why would the citizens of Norcastle trust him with their security? But the captain had held fast in his assessment. Elijah Smith was not normal. In fact, Essex suspected that the healer had some ability or item meant to obfuscate his true class and level. That was the only explanation for his obviously high attributes. He'd subdued one of Essex's guards without skipping a beat, and what's more, he clearly had the ability to traverse the wilderness alone. That, combined with the reportedly ridiculous Ethera pool that allowed him to heal far more than anyone else in the city, was enough to convince Essex that the man was special. Was he special enough to conquer a tower that had, so far, killed more than 24 of Norcastle's strongest warriors? That was the question that had kept him up at night. "I should have insisted on sending some of my people with him," he muttered, staring at his desk. Jess Roy, the other healer who'd brought Elijah to Essex in the first place, sat across from him. As she had done every day since his departure, she'd come by to ask after the man's well-being. And as always, Essex had no answers. The tower had yet to erupt into another surge, so they knew the other healer was still alive. Beyond that, though, his fate was a complete mystery. "You can't just send some people in to help him?" she asked. Essex shook his head. "We've been over this. Even if you don't send the maximum number of people into a tower, which is 6, apparently it locks others out after a few hours. Last week, I sent some people up there to check, and they were blocked from getting in. He's still alive, but we can't help him. As long as it doesn't send another surge out, we know he's still alive, though. You still think he's that guy on the ladder," she said. "I do," the captain responded, leaning back and running a hand through his hair. As he did, he pulled up the appropriate list: Planetary Power Rankings Earth 1. The power rankings kept going after that, but Essex wasn't concerned with any of those names. There were a few people within Norcastle who were knocking on the door of making it into the top 100, but they were still a few levels away. For his part, Essex didn't think any of them would ever reach those lofty heights. Even the best of them were only a little above average in terms of talent, and the gap between them and the best of the best kept growing wider. And the distance between the top 10 and everyone else was a wide gulf that didn't look like it would ever be crossed. Essex himself was only level 24, and he'd had to make a concerted effort to get to that point. The same was true for his guards, and the only ones who'd made it to a higher level had done so by spending every waking moment hunting in the wilderness alongside like-minded people. That sort of attitude came with issues all its own, and most nights saw the captain lying awake wondering what would happen when those people figured out that the only thing keeping them in check was a sense of morality. One day, perhaps soon, someone powerful would decide that they were tired of following rules, and when that day came, Essex could only hope to minimize the casualties. In any case, that was a problem for another day, or hopefully, one that would never manifest. For now, he was focused on the 9th name on that list. Elijah Hart had gained a few levels over the past 3 weeks, and as a result, he jumped into the top 10, an impressive feat by any measure, given how set the general rankings usually were. Sure, the top 10 jostled a place or two pretty frequently, but the names had remained mostly the same since the ladder had been introduced. That supported the captain's theory that Elijah Hart and Elijah Smith were one and the same. After all, what better way to rapidly progress than to challenge a tower meant to be conquered by an entire group of people? Doing so alone was bound to result in some impressive gains, assuming the solitary challenger managed to live through the attempt. He didn't seem like one of the top 10 most powerful people in the world, Jess stated. He was just kind of weird. Essex shook his head, then looked around at his office. The world had changed so much, and he knew he was on the verge of being left behind. He was too old to change the way he thought, too set in his ways to adjust to the new realities of their transformed world. He didn't intend to give up, but he could see the writing on the wall. But for now, he just wanted to protect the people who couldn't protect themselves. The innocents who'd taken refuge in Norcastle deserved a life where they didn't have to worry about plagues or monster attacks, and he'd long since decided to devote his life to that endeavor. However, if someone like Elijah Hart decided the world would be better off if Norcastle was wiped from the map, then Essex didn't think he could do much to stop him. The sort of person who gets onto a list like that is bound to be abnormal by definition, he stated. I just hope he's peaceful. It's nice, Jess said. Weird, but nice. Even when Mark attacked him, he didn't overreact. He just stopped him, because he was never in danger, Essex stated. But what if someone who can actually hurt him does something stupid? What if he decides to get serious with us? It would probably take the whole guard to stop him. He's probably left hundreds of bodies in his wake. He might have just healed his way to his level. Once again, Essex shook his head. I doubt that very much, he responded. It was possible, certainly, but healing didn't work nearly as well for progression as killing. Largely, that was due to the fact that healing the same person over and over gave diminishing returns. There were ways around that, but the system was finicky enough that their experiments had yet to yield concrete results as to what worked and what didn't. It was entirely possible that it wasn't a set of hard and fast rules, but rather a system of guidelines that were applied based on individual and unique situations. But the biggest reason Essex doubted that Elijah had reached his level via healing alone was the fact that he hadn't even hesitated to say that he could conquer the tower. That kind of confidence only came from experience. A terrifying prospect, given the difficulty even his best warriors had encountered with the surges of Vox as well as the people who'd already failed to conquer the tower. Just then, a knock on the open door announced the arrival of one of Essex's guards. When he looked up, the woman said, "Captain, he's back, the healer. And there's trouble." "What?" Some of the mayor's men were at the gate when he arrived, and... "Oh God," Essex said, leaping to his feet. He was running down the hall before the guardswoman had even turned around, and he had good reason for his haste, too. If the mayor's men acted the way they normally did, then there was a good chance that someone was going to end up dead, and he couldn't allow that to happen because once blood was shed, there was little he could do to stop it. So he ran, praying that he wasn't too late to stop the seemingly inevitable clash. Elijah gripped his staff with white-knuckled fingers as he glared at the four men who'd chosen to bar his way. They were all burly, bearded, and armed, though Elijah didn't get the sense that they were terribly dangerous. It was only a vague feeling, but through his experiences, he'd learned to judge that sort of thing with some degree of accuracy. "Look at I am," said one. "Scared out of his mind, he is. About to piss his pants, probably. You scared, little man," the other two just laughed. The first, a balding man who looked like an NFL linebacker, stepped forward and pushed Elijah. Or he tried to, at least. Elijah saw it coming, but instead of lashing out with his staff or worse, shifting into one of his forms and killing all four of the men, he just shifted slightly and avoided the man's hand. That overbalanced the fellow, and he stumbled a little before getting his feet back under him. "You think you're clever, huh? Well, you ain't gettin' in here without payin' the toll. 2 silver coins, or you can walk back wherever you came from. And that big stick looks expensive," said one of the others. Elijah already had a single copper Ethereum gripped in his other hand, so he held it up and said, "Last time I came here, this was the entry fee. Has that changed?" The guard, who Elijah recognized as the same one he'd encountered the first time he had entered Norcastle, shook his head, though the burly bullies didn't see him. "You pay us separate," the leader spat. "Why, what?" "I asked why I should pay you. Cause will beat you if you don't," the man growled. "Then I'm not paying for entry, right? I'd be paying to avoid having to teach you a lesson. Is that right? What? You don't hear so well, do you? Or maybe you're just incapable of understanding. I don't know. The point is that I'm not paying you just so I don't have to go through the trouble of beating you all within an inch of your lives. In fact, I don't think it's any trouble at all. You seem the types who need it, so I'll just consider it a public service." "What? You say that a lot. Huh, variation. Nice. Variety is the spice of life, I'm told. So we doing this thing? I need to meet with Captain Essex, and you're kind of in my way," Elijah stated. "But I'll warn you right now, it's not going to be pleasant for you. I think I can hold back, but you're all kinds of weak, so I'm not making any promises." "What? Jesus, man. You're backsliding now," Elijah said to the clearly confused would-be bully. "Look, just let me past, and it'll save you a beating. And a little advice, just stop. You're going to pick a fight with someone who's perfectly willing to teach you the lessons I'm trying to avoid here." That seemed to do it for the man. Clearly, his brain had short-circuited, because he didn't even repeat his favorite word again before launching himself at Elijah. However, because of his sash of the whirlwind, well-honed battle instincts, and his high attributes to Elijah, the intended attack looked like it was moving in slow motion. So he let the giant staff fall from where it was leaned against his shoulder, and before it even hit the ground, he sidestepped and swung his staff of natural harmony. He didn't use all his strength, but even so, the sound of a breaking bone echoed through the area as Elijah's staff hit the man's knee. It bent the wrong way, and the bully let out a scream of pure anguish as he lurched to the ground. He hit with a small cloud of dust and a pitiful whimper. His lackeys, who'd started forward at the same time, pulled to a stop a few feet away. Elijah raised his finger, saying, "Not another step, or I won't heal him. If you still insist on fighting, things are going to get worse for all of you. A lot worse." That, along with how easily he'd disabled their leader, brought them up short. So, keeping one facet of his quartz mind trained on the trio, Elijah knelt beside the fallen bully. Then he tapped him on the head, saying, "Shut up, it's just a dislocated knee and a broken kneecap. You'll be fine, quit whining." "Yow, you asshole," the man shouted, grabbing at Elijah. It was a weak attempt and one that was easily slapped it aside. "Come on, man, do you want me to heal you or not? If I leave you like this, I can guarantee you're going to walk with a limp the rest of your life. Maybe Jess and the other healers can fix you up, I don't know, but with your attitude, I'm doubting it. So this might be your best chance to avoid spending the rest of your days hobbling around." That got through the man's thick skull, and he shut up after that. Elijah wasn't going to heal him outright, though. For one, he didn't want to waste the ethera. For another, he didn't want to have to break more of the man's bones when he recovered. So he used healing rain instead. Then as the rain started to fall, he said, "Stay in the storm. It'll be a little cold, but it should be enough to heal you." With that, he pushed himself to his feet, grabbed the giant ogre staff from where it had fallen, then stepped forward. When he reached the stunned guardsman, he apologized for the mess, then handed him the copper Ethereum entry fee. After that, he strolled into the town. Just as he reached the first intersection and turned toward the hospital, he saw Captain Essex speeding in his direction. Jess followed a few dozen feet behind. When the older man reached him, Elijah said, "Oh, nice to see you, Captain. I took care of your little tower issue, but you should probably keep sending people in there at regular intervals. It won't be quite as dangerous now that the ether has been drained, but it'll still be a pain, so don't send your rookies in there." Then he stepped past the stunned captain and smiled broadly as Jess finally caught up. He said, "Hey, I've been thinking a lot about you and I've decided to let you court me." "Huh, court? I feel like I'm speaking a different language lately." "Court, as in attempt to date. I know it's a stunning turn of events, but I think you've got a good shot," he said. She burst out laughing. "You haven't changed a bit, have you? You mean I'm still ruggedly handsome and incredibly charismatic?" "Yeah, sure, let's go with that." "I feel like you might be making fun of me." "Oh no, I would never do that." "Good, I don't deal well with teasing. I have very thin skin." A blanket of snow covered the roofs and collected in the shadowy alleys of Norcastle as Elijah was escorted through the town. From most of the eaves hung garlands and flickering lights, and evergreen wreaths festooned most of the doors. Red and green ribbons and streamers abounded, lending the city a festive spirit that felt infectious, even after the encounter with the thugs at the gate. "I didn't realize it was Christmas," Elijah said softly as he took in the festive decorations. Indeed, his sense of time still hadn't recovered after his trips into towers and his long isolation. At one point, he tried to keep up with the passing months, but it had quickly grown impossible. Now he usually only paid attention to the seasons, and that only for practical reasons. The idea of celebrating holidays, especially ones with religious connotations, hadn't even crossed his mind since the world had been transformed. Still, he wasn't immune to the Christmas spirit. Growing up, the holidays had always been a source of warm and comforting memories, and even the end of the world as he'd always known it hadn't changed that fact. The mayor thinks it's important to celebrate the holidays. "He thinks we'd lose sight of our past if we forget the things that used to be important," Essex said. Jess pointed out, "Plus everyone likes Christmas." "That as well," Essex stated. "Neat," was Elijah's response. He immediately regretted the word choice, but it was too late to change it, so he just let himself fall silent. Soon enough, they reached a large square, at the center of which was an enormous spruce tree that was at least 40 feet tall and decorated with twinkling lights as well as red and green ornaments. "Went all out, huh? I love it," Jess said, her bright smile showing off a pair of dimples Elijah hadn't noticed before. "My favorite time of year." After that, they left the square behind and headed in the direction of the guards' headquarters. Now that they'd left the main thoroughfare behind, the decorations became less prominent, but they were still there, just more subdued. Even the building that was their destination bore a festive wreath on the door. They passed inside, then headed to the captain's office. Once the door was shut, Elijah leaned his massive ogre staff against the wall and let out a sigh. "That thing is just too big," he said. "So what's up? Who are those guys out front? And am I going to have to kill them?" "Please don't," Essex said. "I mean, I don't want to, but—" "They're the mayor's men," Jess said, flopping down in one of the chairs. "Do you really think you could? Kill them, I mean." Elijah shrugged. "Probably. If they come at me all at once, I might have to reveal some of my secrets." "Butia," he said. "I think I could do it." "Why, you need some bullies killed?" "What? No," she said. "Of course not. It probably wouldn't be much trouble. I could just nip on over and—" Essex interrupted. "Please do not kill anyone in my city. It's going to be difficult enough explaining what you just did as it is." "I was just kidding." "About murder," Essex pointed out. "Yeah, probably bad taste," Elijah admitted. "Won't happen again, Cap'n. Please don't call me Cap'n." "Aye, aye," Elijah said, giving the man a poorly received salute. However, before Essex could say anything else, Elijah went on, "So I guess you want to hear about the tower, huh? Turns out it was a—" He went on to describe in detail everything he'd seen inside. If Essex was going to send more people in, he needed to know everything. Perhaps that would give his subordinates or possibly even himself the opportunity to survive. For their part, both Jess and Essex listened intently, with the latter even going so far as to take copious notes and asking plenty of questions. Due to his advanced mind cultivation, Elijah had no problems remembering everything, so he gave Essex all the information he could want and more. By the end, more than 3 hours had passed, and Elijah was even more exhausted than after his bout in the tower's arena. The problem was that he'd barely had any social interaction over the past couple of years, so when he did talk to other people, it was an exciting and sometimes frustrating experience where he often went overboard one way or the other. Sometimes that manifested in poorly conceived jokes, but his issues with talking to Jess were another symptom of his psychological trauma. Elijah knew that, and yet, there wasn't much he could do about it except to try to work through those issues as best he could. And that was exhausting, if ultimately necessary. When he'd finally finished, he said, "And that's about it." Went in, killed some ogres and elves, fought a gladiator-style gauntlet, and killed this creepy Slenderman/vampire knockoff. But it wasn't about the enemies I killed. The real reward was the loot I got along the way. "I don't think that's how the saying goes," Jess interjected. Elijah shrugged. "Well, that's how it should go. Anyway, do you need to know anything else about the tower?" "Because I've been roughing it for a while now, and I'd love to get a nice meal and a real shower. Oh, and is there anyone around here who can identify items? Because I got some stuff in there that I'm not sure exactly what it does." "I think that's all I need for now," Essex said. "But can I give you some advice?" "Sure. However it is that you're concealing your identity, you should probably choose a different name. If I made the connection between your assumed identity and the power rankings, then someone else will, too." "Oh," Elijah said. He'd accidentally left his real name on his assumed identity when he'd first arrived in Norcastle, but he'd changed it before he had gotten too far into the city. He hadn't even considered changing his first name, though. "I guess I'm just not really cut out for that kind of thing. You should probably learn to be," Essex said. Elijah sighed. "Probably right," he said, running a hand through his hair. It was greasy and more than a little unkempt, reminding him of just how little good his impromptu shower back in the tower had been. He pulled his hand away, looking at a bit of gore that had stuck to his finger. He shook it, sending the chunk of gray skin to plop against a wall. "Gross. Is there anything else we should know?" "Nope," Elijah said brightly. "Oh, there's also a little, abandoned town a few miles away. Your people should probably avoid it unless you want to die. There's a big, grumpy bear there. He's kind of a friend, actually, or at least he tolerates me. I think that was probably the fish, though, but I like to think my winning personality had something to do with it. In any case, he's probably way more than any of you can handle, and I'd be very upset if someone took that as a challenge, if you know what I mean. I don't. Don't mess with my bear buddy is what I'm saying. I can't stress this enough. We won't, but I can't control everyone," Essex stated. Elijah nodded. "All right, so if there's nothing else," there wasn't, so he grabbed both of his staves and said, "I'm going to get a shower and some rest. When can I visit the branch of the world tree? I'll set it up. Just come back here when you're ready," Essex said. With that, Elijah said goodbye to Jess, then headed back outside. By that point, the sun had begun to set, which made the holiday decorations that much more expressive. The sight brought with it a wave of nostalgia. In Hawaii, he hadn't been especially interested in Christmas. Certainly, he'd celebrated, everyone did, but it didn't carry the same cachet that it had back home. But the holidays he'd shared with his family before his parents had died were some of his best memories. Those memories came with a certain sadness, though. Not only were they a grim reminder of his parents' untimely deaths, but it also brought his separation from his sister and her family into focus. Before the world had transformed, he'd always assumed he'd have plenty of time to reconnect, and there was always technology to fill the gap left by physical distance. After nearly dying to cancer, though, he'd been forced to confront the realities of his choice to move so far away from home. In any case, seeing the Christmas decorations of Norcastle brought with it a mixture of pain, nostalgia, and a little comfort. So when he arrived at the hotel or inn, really Elijah wore a subdued smile. The innkeeper was just as brusque as before, but she remembered him, which made his renting a room a little easier. Soon enough, he found his way upstairs where he took a long shower before going to bed. He slept like a log, and when he awoke, he set about the task of emptying his pack and cataloging his loot. The two most important pieces were the staff and the claws of gluttony, though the sword he'd taken from the warden was probably quite valuable as well. Beyond that, he'd taken a few smaller weapons from the elves he'd set against one another. Finally, he had a large pile of loose copper coins as well as a few silver Ethereum. He still wasn't certain what the sword or staff did, and he felt sure that he was missing something with the claws of gluttony as well. However, as he'd told Essex, he had no way of figuring any of that out, so that was at the top of his list regarding what to do for the rest of the day. After that, he needed to access the branch and deposit his Ethereum as well as try to find out if there were any other towns nearby, because his resolution to find his sister hadn't faded. Sure, he'd been derailed a bit by his recent tower excursion, but now that Norcastle was safe, he was even more dedicated to hunting her down than ever. So after dressing in his cleanest clothes, he headed downstairs and settled in at the bar. The same cook greeted him, and he ordered a breakfast of sausage and oatmeal. While he waited for his food, Elijah glanced around the room and, to his frustration, found that quite a few of the patrons were watching him. Sure, they tried to look like they weren't, but with his multifaceted mind as well as one with nature, Elijah could see through their thin subterfuge. So as he ate, he kept an eye on everyone. Most of the inn's diners were just normal people, but 6 people stood out. Elijah couldn't quite put his finger on what made them different, but he suspected that each one had a few levels under their belt. And it didn't take a genius to figure out why they were there, especially after his actions the day before. It seemed that, despite his efforts to help the city's people, his peaceful stay in Norcastle had come to an end. But Elijah had no interest in going on a rampage, so even though he could tell that none of the watchers had good intentions, he still took the time to enjoy his breakfast before heading back upstairs. The moment he was in his room, he threw open the window, checked to make certain that he hadn't left anything behind, then shifted into his draconid form. Then he embraced guise of the unseen before leaping through the window and landing in the alley beside the building. There, he settled into the shadows to wait. Only 10 minutes later, he heard a ruckus before the heavy tramp of boots announced that someone had entered his room up above. A few seconds after that, he saw one of the men from the inn's common room poke his head out the window and let out a curse. Elijah only had to wait a little longer before the hostile men and women stormed out of the inn and spread out, presumably to look for him. But he knew they wouldn't find him. So, he waited until their search took them down the street before he set off across the city. He didn't intend to stick around Norcastle for much longer, but he still needed some information before he set off back into the wilderness. More, he intended to check on Jess and Essex to make sure they were okay, because if they weren't, bad things were going to happen to whoever had hurt them. The frigid air reminded Elijah of the recently departed tower, though there were enough differences that he didn't start experiencing flashbacks. For one, he increasingly thought that he was immune to post-traumatic stress. Certainly, in the immediate aftermath of some horrible experience, he felt the full weight of his trauma. More than once, those instances had very nearly broken him, at least temporarily. However, the more distance between him and what should have been life-altering trauma, the more he could look at it like from the perspective of an observer. He knew he should feel differently. Everything he'd ever learned about human psychology told him as much. And yet, he didn't, lending weight to his budding theory that the influx of Ethera had come with some sort of inoculation to the psychological impact of life and death struggle. In addition to that seeming inoculation to the psychological consequences of his decisions, the other reason he didn't descend into flashbacks was because of the clear blue sky. It was the sort of morning that only seemed to come in winter, and freezing though it was, there was a certain crisp beauty to it that certainly had never been present in the tower, but the irritation and murderous thoughts were similar. In the tower, he'd aimed those feelings at ogres and elves, but in Norcastle, the target landed squarely on the backs of the mayor's men who'd been sent to harass him, or kill him. Maybe they even thought to kidnap him. Elijah had no idea what their goals were, but he had seen enough to recognize that the realization of those goals would be bad news for him, not that they had any chance at all. They were weak, blundering idiots, and they posed no threat to him. Even in his human form, which was markedly weaker than either of his other shapes, he could tear them apart with ease, and he was sorely tempted to exercise his superiority as well. The only thing holding him back was simple morality. Defending his grove was one thing, so was fighting his way through a tower. But when he had the option of simply leaving, no, he couldn't make himself take lethal steps if he had that option in front of him. Of course, that wouldn't be the case if they'd hurt Essex or Jess, or any of the other healers at the hospital. Elijah was hesitant to kill other human beings, but he wouldn't hold back if they were the first to cross those lines. So he stalked through the town, and despite the city streets being bathed in bright sunlight, none of the other pedestrians could see him. They were completely unaware of the predator in their midst, and that fact excited his draconid instincts like nothing else could. But he pushed those wild impulses aside and focused on the task at hand. At first, he'd followed a few of the thugs who'd meant to ambush him in the inn, but he'd quickly lost interest when they gave up on the chase and returned to the castle in the center of the city. Elijah could have followed, but he thought another tactic was appropriate, which was why he found himself traversing the city on his way to the hospital. Once he reached the building in question, he waited a few minutes for an opportunity to slip inside. When one didn't present itself, he circled the structure until he found an open window on the second floor. Using his sharp claws like he was climbing a tree, he vaulted to the window and slipped inside. From there, it was easy enough to find Jess. She was perfectly fine, which was quite a relief. However, he didn't immediately confront her. Instead, he waited until she was alone until he shifted back to his human form and said, "Don't scream." Of course, she screamed, or tried to. Before more than a peep could escape from between her lips, he had himself pressed against her with his hand over her mouth. "I said not to scream," he repeated. "I'm going to let you go. Please, for the love of my friend Nerthus, don't scream, okay?" She nodded. Elijah let her go and backed away. That moment of closeness had felt nice, though. Way nicer than he would have expected. But he had been alone for quite some time, so maybe he should have known how much a little human contact would mean to him. In any case, he pushed that aside and said, "I saw you have some visitors in the hospital. Want to tell me what's going on?" Jess didn't answer. Instead, she punched him inexpertly in the chest. Then she hit him again. "Don't ever do that again," she hissed. "I thought I was about to die. And where did you even come from? How did you get in here? I swear if you..." Elijah took the first couple of hits, but then he caught her wrists as gently as he could. "I came in through one of the windows, okay? And I couldn't very well use the front door, could I? I saw the goons out there," he said. and the ones inside too. What the hell is going on? Let me go, she said with a calm iciness that brooked no hesitation. Elijah pulled away and held his hands up in surrender. I'm sorry. I just can't afford to let you take all your frustrations out on me. I'm sure those idiots out there are going to notice if you're gone for too long, he said, looking around the storage room. It was large enough to accommodate the two of them, but only just. It's your fault. What is that? They're here, she said. They're the mayor's men. I saw two women. She rolled her big, brown eyes. It's a figure of speech, Jess said. It doesn't literally mean that they're all male. People. You should call them people so you can avoid these kinds of. Fine people, she interrupted, and with some vehemence. You are so frustrating to talk to sometimes. Just take a deep breath, Elijah said, his hands still in the air. He had his staff in one of them, and the butt hovered dangerously close to what looked like a shelf full of cleaning chemicals. Woosa, what does that mean? Thinking it was probably safe, he lowered his hands. Fortunately, Jess didn't react to that. I saw it in a movie once. What does that have to do? You know what? Never mind. You need to get out of the city, she said. The mayor is after you. I don't know exactly what he wants to do, but I can guarantee it won't be good. I could just kill him. What? No, you can't kill him. It's complicated, okay? I mean, he's an asshole, but he's also the reason a lot of people are still alive. Counterpoint, he sent people to probably kill me, and it wouldn't even be that hard, probably. I haven't really killed any humans though, Soy, he said, trailing off when he saw the expression of horror on Jess's face. Not that I want to kill people. I mean, okay, I won't kill anybody unless they deserve it. That's a good policy. And just so we're clear, the mayor and his goons don't deserve it, right? They do not. All right, noted, just maiming and crippling. I can do that. No, I was mostly joking, Elijah lied. I think you'd better leave, Jess said. Ouch, it's not like that. It's just that I mean, with everything going on, it's probably best. Not that we don't appreciate what you did. Sure seems like nobody appreciates it, Elijah said, more than a little annoyed. He'd done nothing but try to help the people of Norcastle, and now he was getting chased off. That wasn't right. We do, I swear we do, she said, stepping forward and gripping his arm. This is for your good as much as it is for anyone else's. I promise you it's not, he said, gently pushing her hand away. All the playful quirkiness was gone from his voice as he continued, but I get it. I'm dangerous, weird, and I scare people, right? Or maybe the mayor heard about what I did either in the tower or the hospital and he wants to use me. Either way, if I stay here, I'm going to have to make it clear why that's a bad idea. So you're right, I probably should leave. I just wish it would have ended differently. She looked down. Me too. Elijah shook his head, then said, don't freak out. So he canceled the transformation, shifting back to his human form. Then he said, okay, so I had this cool thing planned where I was just going to transform into a draconid, then disappear. But that's not possible because apparently you being all freaked out by it counted as me being in combat. Which you know, that hurts, but whatever, I get it. Giant lizard dragon monster, right? Of course you'd be scared. But it does raise an issue, chiefly that I need you to leave the room first so I can use my stealth ability. What kind of a healer are you? I'm technically not one. I'm a druid, totally different thing. Better, in my opinion, but your archetype is totally cool too. Soundless you want to, give me a proper goodbye. Not going to happen, she said, snorting a chuckle. He shrugged and grinned. Didn't really expect it, but you can't blame a guy for trying. But I do need you to tear yourself away from me. I won't get past those thugs without going on a killing spree if I'm unable to use my stealth. Just take care of yourself, okay, and come back. Maybe we can, you knows what happens, she said. Then, before he could respond, she left the room. The moment she did, he whispered to himself, that went really well. Even as he said it, he shifted back into his draconid form and adopted guise of the unseen. A moment later, he was padding through the hospital toward the window he'd used as an entrance. He took a few seconds to watch Jess, who was cut off by one of the goons, but her responses to his questions were acceptable enough that he let her go a moment later. So, seeing that she was fine, Elijah left her and the hospital behind. One facet of his mind paid attention to his surroundings as he traversed the city, but the majority of his thoughts were on the healer. He'd never really expected anything to happen. Maybe if he'd stuck around a little longer, but he knew that, even in the best of times, he was an acquired taste. He'd been a lot smoother before the world changed, but 2 solitary years had a way of affecting a man's personality. He still hadn't returned to what he'd once considered his normal demeanor, and he wasn't certain that he ever would. But that was fine. It might make things a little lonely going forward, but hopefully the more time he spent around people, the easier it would become. In any case, Elijah soon crossed the town, barely noticing the festive decorations along the way, and soon arrived at the guards' quarters. It only took a little patience to wait for an opportunity to enter and make his way to Essex's office. It was empty, but that didn't stop Elijah from heading inside and waiting on the captain. An hour later, the man himself showed up. Upon entering, he shut the door, then plopped down in the chair behind his desk. A second later, he'd opened the drawer to retrieve a bottle of whiskey. Elijah let guys of the unseen and shape of the predator drop at the same time. The captain reacted quickly, yanking a long dagger from his belt, but Elijah slapped it away with one of his staves. The other he balanced on his shoulder as he said, "Calm down, Captain. I'm just here for a little information." "How did you get in here?" "Just waltzed right in. Nobody even tried to stop me," Elijah said. "But never mind that. There are some things I need to know, and I think I'm correct in assuming that I'm not going to get the branch access you promised." He sighed. "I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I did try to." "It doesn't," Elijah said. "In fact, it makes me feel like you took advantage of me. Here I was thinking we had a deal. Shame on me, I suppose. But here's the thing, you still have information I need. Even if I can't access the branch, you can help me out. What do you need to know? Are there any other settlements nearby?" Elijah asked. "Ones with branches, I mean." "No, not that we're close enough to connect with, but there were some refugees that came from the east. They said that the population is denser in that direction, but it's also more dangerous." "I can deal with danger," Elijah said. "Did they say anything about what towns or cities are there? I'm looking for Seattle." Oh, what? I've heard some things about Seattle," Essex stated. "It's in that direction, but I don't know if you really want to go there." "Why not? It's a war zone," Essex stated. 3 different factions. I don't know much beyond that." "Who does?" "Nobody here. The group who came from there died about 4 months ago," the captain explained. "They never integrated with the rest of the population. They didn't trust us. They ended up being some of the first to die from the plague." "Crap," Elijah said. Then he sighed. He'd come in search of a direction and he'd gotten that much. Still, he'd hoped for a little more. "Any luck with item identification?" "Sorry, no. All the crafters are loyal to the mayor, so if I go to them, they'll run to tell his people." "Great. Well," he sighed. "I guess that's it then. I wish I could say I've enjoyed my stay in your town, but the last bit where people were trying to hunt me down and kill or capture me kind of soured me on Norcastle. I'm sure you understand. I'm sorry it happened like this. If I was in charge, I would have done things very differently," the captain responded. Then he looked Elijah in the eyes. "Take care of yourself, Mr. Hart. I have a feeling that things are going to get a lot worse for you before they get better." Elijah shrugged. "Story of my life. I'll survive." "Don't like this one bit," growled Keurig as he knelt next to the tracks. He looked around the pass, seeing a story that had played out months before. There were hundreds of tiny arachnid corpses, all in various states of decay. He recognized the species, which on his home world had been referred to as sovereign spiders. Typically, the creatures were incredibly territorial, and left unchecked, they were capable of approaching sapience. They had no natural predators, largely due to the fact that their flesh was infused with poison that would painfully kill anyone or anything that ingested it. As a result, there was little reason for natural predators to have evolved. But something had killed the budding community, as evidenced by the piles of corpses and half-rotted webs. "We found something, boss," came a shout from up the pass. The dwarf pushed himself to his feet, then knocked the dust from his pants before following the shout to its origin. The pass was narrow, but it was more than large enough to accommodate Keurig and his team of scouts. They had been tasked with finding a way through the mountains, and it appeared that they had discovered just that. However, the spider corpses had brought them all up short. After a few moments, he found his way to a yawning cave. From experience, he knew it would have been a perfect location for a sovereign spider queen to nest, but judging by the smell, something large was rotting inside. Keurig didn't need to lay eyes on the corpse to know what he would find, but he'd always been thorough, which was why he'd been given leadership over the scouts of Ironshore. It was also why he'd survived as long as he had, so he squared his shoulders and headed through the mouth of the cave. Only a moment later, his dwarven eyes adjusted to the lack of light, and he saw the rotting corpse of a full-grown sovereign spider queen. He also saw his subordinate, Rasana, kneeling next to the thing. She was short even for a gnome, and her blue hair stood in stark contrast to the hulking monster's corpse in front of her. She looked back, her eyes shining, and grinned. "It's a real queen, Keurig. Do you know what this means? That something even nastier is out here," he muttered. "No, I mean, yes, of course that's a possibility. But I'm talking about the venom," she went on. "Do you know what we could do with something that strong? Poison something?" "No, well, yes. But I talked to old Biggle, the alchemist, and he said that a potent poison is the only thing he's missing for a body cultivation potion," she said, her words spilling out in a rush. "With the amount I could get from this big of a specimen, I bet he could make 10 or maybe even 15 doses. That's huge, Keurig. Like super huge." Keurig didn't need her to tell him the value of cultivation. Back home, his people would make pilgrimages to the lava pits far below the city and use the dense, ambient ethera as well as the lava itself to spark the evolution into the first stage. Of course, even that had required alchemical assistance for all but the most naturally gifted, so he was well aware of how valuable something like that could be. "A poison-based body cultivation seems less than optimal," he muttered. He and the rest of his clan had been exiled before he'd ever had a chance to start his own cultivation, and he'd all but given up on taking the first steps down that road. However, a newly integrated world offered many opportunities, which was why it was like a magnet for outcasts like him. Like everyone in Ironshore, really. "I think it would be brilliant," she squeaked. Even after more than 2 years living side by side with gnomes, Keurig still wasn't quite used to them. None of them had proper beards, and they were far too excitable. Still, he didn't want to be prejudiced, so he tried his best to be as accepting of the other races as possible. Because of that, he had one of the most evenly integrated squads in the entire city. Imagine what that would do for your poison resistance. I heard it's great for hunters and alchemists. Keurig wasn't so sure if he'd accept a poison-based body cultivation even if it was available. A proper dwarf had a fire constitution after all. Any dwarf with anything else, regardless of how advanced their cultivation, was worthy of mistrust, or at least that had been the case back home. But he wasn't back home anymore. He was on Earth and he needed to adjust his expectations accordingly. What killed her? He asked, wanting to change the subject. Looks like an animal of some sort, the little gnome answered, pushing herself to her feet. But I don't think I want to meet the sort of creature that could do this to a queen sovereign spider. Keurig had some ideas about that, but he didn't give those thoughts voice. The entity who called the mist-wreathed Isle of Slaughter home was not to be mentioned, lest he visit some calamity upon their heads. Still, he'd heard some stories from the goblin Calyx, who was the lone survivor of the expedition sent to that island. Unless she'd been drinking, she never spoke of the slaughter she had seen, but that changed when she was in her cups. So Keurig had made it his business to facilitate that by spending a few nights buying her one drink after another. After all, if there was some murderous monster living only a couple of miles away, he needed to know. He'd rather take his chances in the wilderness than ignore that sort of threat. What he'd learned had very nearly sent him running. But then the human had visited their city, and during that time, he'd acted perfectly reasonable. So Keurig had resolved to stay. However, he had also decided to take no chances at risking that man's ire. Whatever the case, he'd learned enough to match the human's fighting style with the old wounds he saw on the spider's corpse. Certainly, it could have been his fears manifesting to make connections that weren't there, but Keurig had always prided himself on his ability to look at things objectively. More than that, he trusted the instincts that told him that he was looking at the aftermath of that man's passage. He was just about to order Rysana to organize the processing of the monster's corpse when another member of his team raced into the cave. Pavi was a goblin, but unlike his more urbane brethren, he'd taken a liking to the outdoors. That had translated into his joining Keurig's scouting team. Pavi bent down, catching his breath as he said, "Boss, there's tracks up ahead. You need to come see." "What kind?" "I'm not sure, but they're a lot," the goblin panted. "I think I know I'm not the most experienced, but—" "Spit it out." "Hundreds, maybe thousands, boss. I don't know what made the tracks, but there were a lot of them." "Show me." After that, Pavi led him outside and up the trail through the pass. After a few minutes, they came upon the tracks Pavi had mentioned, and Keurig saw precisely why the young goblin was so alarmed. There weren't just hundreds of tracks. There were thousands leading to a rough path that ran perpendicular to the main trail. A few felled trees lay nearby, telling Keurig yet another story. But most troubling of all was that he recognized the tracks. Not wanting to believe his own first impressions, he knelt at the edge of the trail and examined an isolated footprint. That confirmed his fears. "Orcs," he said. "Orcs," Pavi echoed. "Here, where'd they come from?" "I don't know," Keurig admitted, pushing himself back to his feet. He ran his hand through his vibrant red hair, then let out a sigh. "Gather the other scouts." "Now, Pavi, we might already be too late." "For what? Do you know anything about orcs?" Keurig asked. The goblin admitted that he didn't, so Keurig went on. "They have a very distinct cycle of social development. When they first appear, they're little more than intelligent beasts, like the crag apes back home. But if a pack grows past a certain point, they start working together. Their society starts to evolve, becoming a primitive tribe. For a while, that's how they stay. But if they're left alone for too long, they go to the next phase. What's that? Conquest. Throughout the universe, on every planet connected to the world tree, orcs are considered a menace that must be eradicated the moment they're found. Otherwise, they will rapidly grow into a force that will sweep across a planet, conquering everything in their path. Eventually, they will develop sapience. Do they not teach the story of the Dreadlock Empire on your world? Nobody taught us anything where I'm from, Pavi stated. Well, they should. This many orc tracks means only one thing, Keurig said before pausing for a moment. When he continued, his voice was grim. Ironshore is in grave danger. After that, the young goblin sped off to gather the others. Meanwhile, Keurig waited, his mind churning with a host of possibilities. Each one was worse than the last, so by the time his 10 underlings joined him, he was on the verge of panic. Still, he kept his wits about him as he gave out his instructions. 2 of his scouts he sent back to Ironshore. 6 were tasked with following the tracks to their origin. Meanwhile, he and Pavi, who happened to be the stealthiest of all the scouts, save for Keurig himself, would follow the tracks until they found the orcs who'd used the pass. With any luck, they would have missed Ironshore altogether, but even as that thought crossed his mind, Keurig knew that it was a long shot. Once everyone had their orders, they set off into the wilderness. For his part, Keurig led Pavi along the alternate path for almost a mile until they reached another trail that led down the mountain. It showed plenty of signs of having been used, but not recently. That was somewhat comforting, but Keurig knew enough about orcs to know that it wouldn't last. If they'd sent a war party out, there was assuredly a village in the other direction. Still, he didn't want to make any assumptions, so he continued to follow the tracks, using camouflage to mask his passage. Havi did the same, though his ability wasn't as advanced as Curex. For the rest of the day, they descended the mountain on the crooked and winding path used by the orcs, and just before nightfall, they found their quarry. The orcs were big, with jutting brows, sloped foreheads, and jutting tusks. More distressingly, they were all wearing primitive clothing and carried stone-bladed weapons. That suggested that they'd reached a reasonably advanced stage of development. As he knelt in the bushes a few dozen yards away, Curek could only take solace in the group's size. There were only 20 orcs there, which was far more than he could fight alone. But even with the bulk of Ironshore's defenders having been slain by the man on the island, they had enough capable warriors to fend off such a group. Still, after Curek had seen everything there was to see, he and Pavi circled around the group of orcs and continued down the narrow pass. Unfortunately, it quickly became clear that the group they'd encountered was only one among many. Over the next day, they found many more like it until at last they reached the base of the mountain. There they encountered the bulk of the orcs' forces. 100 or more fires burned among a forest of tents, but more distressing was the sheer number of orcs present. If there were less than 5,000, Curek would have been incredibly surprised, and he suspected that the true number was probably twice that. After he'd observed enough, Curek grabbed the young goblin scout's arm and guided him away. He didn't relax until they were miles into the wilderness, and even then only slightly. He said, "Pavi, I want you to promise me something." "What is it, boss? What's about to happen to Ironshore is going to be horrific. I intend to fight until the very end, but if it comes down to it, I want you to promise me that you'll gather as many people as you can and flee." "But boss, those orcs there are more than we could have handled before we lost the mercenaries," he said. "We have almost no chance of winning now. You owe it to yourself to escape what's coming." "What about you?" He fingered the axe at his waist. "Orcs are good for leveling, I'm told. I intend to see for myself." The smell of pine needles hung in the air, and regret danced in Elijah's mind as he padded through the forest. He'd left Norcastle without making the mayor's guards pay for their transgressions, and he sorely wished he'd taken a different tactic. However, as vicious as his need for justice was, they had done nothing more than inconvenience him. And by all accounts, the mayor was a big part of the reason the city's residents had survived. Elijah had no problem with killing. He'd done it enough to get past any compunctions he might have had in that arena. However, he drew the line at senseless violence, which was how he would have categorized killing or maiming the mayor and the people sent to harass him. So as much as it galled his pride to let them off without punishment, he pushed those thoughts away and focused on his surroundings. Fortunately, his draconid form wasn't cold-blooded, so he could easily endure the frigid temperatures. Yet, just because the weather wasn't harmful, it didn't mean it was particularly pleasant. At least he was used to it after spending most of the past 2 years outdoors. Still, as he traversed the forest, he was more than a little cranky, which was why he decided to go a little out of his way to revisit the guardian bear and the amanita that had facilitated his mind cultivation. Perhaps he could spend a few days to see if it could do the same for the other parts of his cultivation. As powerful as his quartz mind was, Elijah couldn't help but believe that progressing to the next stage of body would be even more impactful. And if he could do the same for his dragon core, that would be a game changer for him. With those thoughts occupying a few facets of his mind, Elijah quickly covered the familiar ground between Norcastle and the small town he'd visited on the way to the tower. Soon enough, he reached the stream where he'd caught so many fish, but in the middle of winter, it had mostly frozen over, a testament to the region's frigid climate. Leaving the frozen stream behind, Elijah kept going until he caught sight of the small town. It had snowed the night before, so the slice of long-lost Americana was covered in a white blanket. Yet, it only took Elijah a few seconds to recognize that something was out of place. He couldn't quite put his finger on precisely what was wrong, but still, he couldn't escape the notion that something terrible had happened. So, after embracing guise of the unseen, he slipped down the slope and entered the city at a light trot. Along the way, he noticed a host of unfamiliar smells animals who'd come through the area. He was certain, but there were two other easily identifiable scents present. The first was the acrid stench of decay that seemed to pervade everything in the area, but the second was the all-too-familiar smell of humans. Elijah's stomach tied itself into knots as he came to the most likely conclusion, and yet he refused to acknowledge it. Instead, he explored the whole town, taking extra time in every building in a subconscious effort to avoid the inevitable. However, he could only delay so long before he found the old appliance store, or what was left of it. The collection of washing machines, dishwashers, ovens, and microwaves had spilled into the street as if they'd been carried out on a tidal wave. Most bore some degree of damage, and a few had been completely ripped apart. Their innards had been scattered across the road and partially buried beneath the snow. Elijah knew what he would find, but he needed confirmation. His heart pounded in his chest as he crept forward, nimbly leaping from one fallen hunk of machinery to another. Meanwhile, the stomach-churning odor of oily decay clung to everything, growing more powerful with every step he took into the appliance store. And then he saw what remained of the bear with which he'd briefly coexisted. It was just a pile of offal and bone. The once mighty creature had been skinned, and half its body had been butchered. Whoever had killed it clearly hadn't had the ability to take everything, though so quite a bit of the corpse remained intact. Though without the bear's glorious pelt, it made for a pitiful sight. Elijah stared at it for a long while, and with every passing moment his pulse quickened. Rationally, he knew that the bear's death was no great tragedy. It was entirely possible that it had attacked someone who'd stumbled upon its lair. Maybe the killers had been acting in self-defense. And yet, Elijah's anger continued to mount. Perhaps it was because, somewhere in the back of one facet of his mind, he recognized the signs that someone had deliberately hunted the bear. Or maybe, after his period of peaceful coexistence with the beast, he simply couldn't look at its death objectively. Whatever the case, his anger reached a crescendo when he saw what had happened to the amanita. It had been hacked to pieces. What remained had rotted, so the pile of decaying fungus was barely recognizable. In addition, the aura that had surrounded it was almost completely gone, leaving behind only a tiny surge in the density of the ambient ethera. As he stared at the aftermath, Elijah seethed, especially when he saw the remnants of broken spears and arrows lying around. He turned away from the scene, letting his anger envelope him. It wasn't that they'd killed the bear. Elijah had killed plenty of animals himself, so he didn't begrudge someone for hunting. However, what truly set him off was the waste. They'd barely harvested a quarter of the animal, suggesting that the purpose of the kill hadn't been for food or resources. Rather, it had been an attempt to gain levels, or maybe even for the challenge itself. Worse yet, there was a possibility that they had killed the bear just because they could, because they enjoyed the act of killing. Perhaps they liked watching the bear suffer, then took joy in hacking the amanita to pieces. Elijah had no idea which camp the killers fell into, but in his anger, he had difficulty imagining that they were justified. In any case, he didn't waste much more time before setting off, but he didn't head in the direction of the next town. Instead, he looked for the killer's trail. Soon enough, he found precisely what he was looking for and proceeded to follow it out of town. Fortunately, the trail was still fresh enough that, through his heightened senses and the increased concentration afforded by his quartz mind, he had no difficulty following the tracks. Still, he didn't catch up to them until well past sunset. When he did, he approached under the concealment of guise of the unseen and watched the murderers who had killed the creature who, in Elijah's anger, he'd begun to remember far more fondly than was probably warranted. Rooker sat on the overturned log, staring at the flickering flames as a bit of bear roasted on a spit. The fat and juices trickled down the juicy hunk of meat, and when they hit the fire, they sizzled. It looked delicious, and it smelled even better. However, even if it was more nourishing than most meat, a couple of meals had never been the goal. Instead, he and his boys had been contracted by an elven alchemist named Breeze to harvest the giant mushroom that had very nearly killed all four of them. If they hadn't had the benefit of the poison resistance potion, they'd have dropped dead before they even got close to the horrible thing. But they'd persisted, and they'd filled the specially prepared sacks with bits of mushroom flesh. They'd even had to leave a little behind because they didn't have enough room. So their job was done, and in only a few weeks, they'd get the body cultivation potions they had been promised. Killing the bear had just been a well-deserved bonus. The dumb beast had put up quite a fight, too, and their healer, Richard, still hadn't recovered enough ethera to completely mend their wounds. Rooker was the only one who'd managed to make it through entirely intact, but that was only because of his high constitution as well as his jerkin of resilience that he'd gotten as the reward for conquering the tower back home. He'd been the only survivor of that one, and yet he'd come out on top, like always. That was the key benefit of his Vanguard class, after all. A clatter yanked his attention away from the roasting meat to see the pair of damage dealers Tommy and Vic fooling around with the bear's pelt. Tommy, the spellcaster of the group, had the thing draped over his shoulders with its head functioning as a gruesome hood. "Knock it off, you two," he growled. He was the highest level among them, so he had taken his position as their leader. And given that he was only a couple of levels from making it onto the ladder, the others respected him in a way they wouldn't have with anyone else. Still, all three were young and immature, so he often felt like he was babysitting his sister's kids. Of course, Michelle hadn't made it through the apocalypse. Neither had his nieces or nephews, but he didn't like to think about that. No, the world had changed, and if he wanted to survive more than a few more years, he needed to keep his eyes facing forward. That was why he'd taken the job offered by the alchemist. Normally, he wouldn't have even spoken to one of the elves. They mostly kept to themselves, but they'd also refused to help when so many humans were reeling from the world's transformation. That was hard to forget, not for Rooker though. He was a pragmatist through and through, and he'd have done the same thing in the elves' places. In fact, he had done exactly that when he'd chosen to withhold his own assistance when it might have saved some of his neighbors. They couldn't survive on their own, then they didn't deserve his help. More, he couldn't afford to offer it not if he wanted to ensure his own survival. the moment the apocalypse had hit or the world tree had touched Earth, as he'd learned it had become an every man for himself sort of situation. That was especially true after he'd lost his family. But Rooker didn't like to think about that, so he pushed the thought out of his mind. It was at that moment that he heard a rustle in the nearby bushes. Knowing precisely how dangerous the wilderness could be, he whipped around, yanking his axe from the loop on his belt. "Who's there?" he demanded. At the same time, the two knuckleheads left their fooling around behind and leveled their own weapons in the direction Rooker was facing. For his part, Richard quickly retreated behind Rooker. As a healer, the once pudgy man was barely capable of defending himself, much less fighting anything more dangerous than a bunny, so he was almost entirely reliant on the others. For Rooker's part, he didn't care about the man at all, but he liked the idea of having a healer in his pocket in case things got dicey. "I come in peace," came a man's voice. It was a little rough, but clear as a bell. Then, the owner of that voice stepped out of the wilderness. He held a staff that looked like twined roots, and his clothes were oddly cut but unremarkable, save that the pants ended just above the man's ankles. He was handsome, though a little rough around the edges, with curly blonde hair and a beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in some time. However, there were two true oddities about him that made Rooker look twice. First, his feet were bare. What would drive someone to walk around the forest in the dead of night without any shoes? Rooker had no idea, but the characteristic was strange enough to make him do a double take. Second, the hand gripping the staff was scarred, and to Rooker it looked as if he'd been seriously burned. The scarring went past his wrist and disappeared beneath his sleeve. "Stop right there," Rooker growled, gesturing with his axe. "The man didn't mean to sneak up on you." "I just saw your fire and figured I'd drop in and say hello," he stated. Then he gave a half-hearted wave and said, "So hello, I guess." "What do you want?" Rooker asked. I just told you." Rooker blinked. "What are you doing out here? It's not safe." The scarred man gave a shrug. "Kind of my thing. I'm looking for my sister. You wouldn't know where Seattle ended up, would you? I think there's a city called Tomstown 100 miles or so south of here. I was thinking of heading there first, then seeing if I can find any more information on Seattle." "East," Richard said from his position behind Rooker. He'd relaxed a little, and for good reason. It was just one man after all. Of course, there could be others nearby, but Rooker didn't think so. If that was the case, they'd have just attacked without bothering with a ruse. "I heard Seattle ended up east of her, not even next to the ocean anymore." "You're a healer?" asked Vic. He was the only one in the group with the ability to identify people, though it only told him a person's archetype. How that related to his stalker class, Rooker had no idea, but it was a useful enough ability to have. "Oh yeah, why you need healing?" the man asked. "You have spare ethera?" asked Richard. The stranger shrugged. "Depends on a few things. Like what's that on the spit right there?" he asked. "Bear," grunted Rooker. "Killed this high-level jerk a couple days ago. This is the last of the meat we could take. Shame too, he was big. Only reason we were able to kill him at all is because of this sleep poison we got from an alchemist. It was a pain getting in close enough to get it in him, but once we did, it knocked him right out." "Oh, so were you just hunting then?" "No," blurted Richard. "We were hired to harvest this." Rooker cut the healer off with a glare. "We were on a job," he said slowly. "That's it. Details aren't important." The man shrugged again. "Mind if I lower my arms? My strength is a bit lacking, so my shoulders are screaming at me right now." Rooker nodded, and the man dropped his arms, then rolled his shoulders. "You want some?" he asked the man, gesturing to the hunk of bare meat roasting over the fire. "Plenty to go around. And Richard could use a little help with the healing. The boys over there are." Just then the man pointed his staff at Richard, who'd moved out from behind Rooker. The ethera in the area shuddered before a thick bolt of lightning erupted from the stranger's staff, then hit Richard directly in the chest. He was flung backwards with enough violence that when he struck a nearby tree, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the campsite. For a brief moment, everyone was stunned by what had happened, and then, suddenly, everyone erupted into motion. Vic yanked his dagger from the sheath at his waist. The idiot's bow wasn't even strung, then launched himself at the man. Meanwhile, Tommy raised his hands high into the air as he began casting a spell. He never got the chance. The vanguard was already moving to intercept him, but he was far too slow. Rooker watched as the man transformed, taking on the form of some sort of scaled nightmare that looked as if someone had crossed a panther with a crocodile, but far sleeker than either of those descriptors would normally indicate. The man or creature hit Tommy like he was shot out of a cannon. With claws and teeth, the monster ripped through the spellcaster like he was made of paper. Blood and other viscera misted into the air, but the monster didn't stop. Instead, it disappeared into the darkness on the other side. What the hell was that? Vic pleaded, sliding to a stop. He jerked around, looking this way and that, but he clearly didn't see anything. The creature's scales were dark, so it was perfectly suited to hide in the shadows. "I don't know," Rooker said, already using spells and abilities to accentuate his already stout defenses. Some of them were intended to protect comparatively more vulnerable teammates, and they had diminishing returns when he used them on himself. However, he almost never blessed anyone else with his defensive abilities. It was every man for himself, after all. He didn't care if his teammates survived so long as he walked away. In fact, he preferred it that way because if he was the only one left, he wouldn't have to split any rewards. Is Richard still alive? Damn, if I know, man, Vic shouted. I don't know. Pull yourself together. You pull yourself together, asshole. It just went through Tommy like it was. He slapped his hand against his neck, then tapered off. He was trying to look everywhere at once, but Rooker had already written the man off, so he backed himself against a tree and set his feet. By that point, he'd layered 4 defensive abilities, one atop the other to create a veritable cocoon of protection, so he was ready for whatever that monster was. Meanwhile, Vic continued to panic, muttering to himself the whole while. Every now and again, he'd slap his hand against any bit of exposed skin, but Rooker wasn't certain if that was a nervous tick or if a swarm of mosquitoes had descended upon them. Whatever the case, he wasn't concerned with a few insects. Or at least, that was the case until Vic fell to his knees and vomited. In the firelight, it was difficult to tell, but Rooker thought he saw blood in the resultant puddle. Shouted for Vic, but the man pitched forward onto his face, collapsing into convulsions. He went still a second later. Suddenly, Rooker felt very alone, so very alone and tired. He wanted nothing more than to go back in time and hold his daughter again or his wife. They'd had their problems. He'd been a terrible husband back then, but if he could just go back, he would change. No more drinking, no more cheating. He would never lay a hand on her again. He just wanted a second chance. Came a deep, rumbling voice. Rooker looked up to see a monstrosity looming in the shadows. It was enormous, with hints of scales and a face like a spiny lizard, but it was shaped more like an ape, with long arms and squat legs. Show yourself, monster. Rooker bellowed with all the false bravado he could muster. I'm not hiding, the creature growled, stepping into the firelight. It was just as awful and intimidating as Rooker's first impression had suggested. Tell me why you killed the bear. The mushroom I understand, but the bear was innocent. Once it was unconscious, you could have left it. Leave it. Why? Rooker asked, confused. It was a monster. Monsters give experience. That's the world we live in. And you, will you give experience when I kill you? What? The Vanguard asked, his confident facade breaking. I was going to let you live, the monster stated, its gravelly voice rattling Rooker's bones. You just wanted the mushroom, and the bear was in the way. But you killed it when you didn't have to. I won't let that pass. With that, the monster erupted into motion. Rooker used his final ability, manifesting an ethereal shield a foot in front of him. The monster didn't even slow down as it shattered the plane of magical force, then crashed into its owner. Rooker's defenses were useless against the powerful monster, and it ripped through him with ease. Still, he managed to get a couple of blows in of his own, though they clanged off the creature's skin with the sound of metal on metal. And then the creature grabbed his head with one of its massive claws. That's when it started squeezing. At first, Rooker's constitution was up to the task, but the power the monster could bring to bear was absolutely overbearing, and soon enough, the integrity of his skull collapsed, and he knew no more. With mixed feelings dancing in her heart, Carmen watched her son as he trained with the practice spear she had made for him. A few years before, she'd have never condoned such a thing. Back then, even combat sports like boxing or mixed martial arts had been off the table, and she had actively forbidden him from playing football. There was too much chance of permanent injury, especially to Miguel's all-important brain, for her to sign off on those sorts of things. But now the world had irrevocably changed, and she knew better than most that if they didn't change with it, they would become fodder for those who had adapted more fully, or for some sort of monster, of which there were plenty. The reality was that, if she wanted to prepare Miguel to thrive, she needed to ensure that he had the tools to do so. That meant training him with weapons, as well as ensuring that his normal education continued apace. In addition, she'd begun to teach him the rudiments of crafting at least as much as she had learned, and bought plenty of guides, so he would know as much about the system as possible. Still, it felt so odd, worrying about his combat ability. That was a remnant of the old world, though, and Carmen had to remind herself to push it away so that it didn't infect her perception of reality. The moment the world tree had touched Earth, the entire paradigm had shifted, and the world had become a place where nothing was assured. A pang of regret sliced through her heart. She'd learned that lesson the hard way. Alyssa had been the best person she'd ever known, and yet she died anyway. Not for the first time, she wondered what had really happened in that tower. Roman's story made sense. It was a dangerous place, and if anyone would have sacrificed herself so others would live, it was Alyssa. However, there was a degree of doubt she couldn't quite push aside. Roman had had every reason to get rid of Alyssa. His grip on Easton was stronger now than it had ever been while Alyssa was alive. Besides, Carmen had seen Roman's face during Alyssa's memorial service. That kind of grief was difficult to fake, especially for a man like Roman. Even so, she'd once warned Alyssa to remain wary of the man, and for good reason. So she was of two minds on the subject of whether or not to trust Roman's version of events. Not that it mattered. She needed to move on, both for her sake and for her son's good. He hadn't taken Alyssa's death well, and if Carmen started wallowing in her own depression, which was the inevitable path that would take, it would only push Miguel to do the same. So, as much as she wanted to dwell on the death of her wife, being a responsible mother came first. With that in mind, Carmen watched Miguel sparring with one of the warriors who'd been sent to protect the mine. The small town they'd built around the mine had grown to include 3 main buildings, as well as a handful of houses for the workers. And with what they'd found so far, there was every reason to expect that growth to continue. Carmen suspected that, one day, it might become a full-blown city to rival Easton itself, but that hinged on the continued exploration of the mine. Almost as soon as that thought crossed Carmen's mind, she heard someone approach. "What is it now?" she asked, glancing back to see Colt drawing closer. "I'm busy." "I know," he said, removing his hat and wiping his forearm across his sweaty forehead. His other hand rested on the hilt of the katana at his hip. She knew from experience that he could have that blade out in the blink of an eye, and he was quite adept at using it. The man characterized himself as a samurai, even claiming to follow the Bushido code, which was a bit odd, considering that he looked every inch the cowboy, with his wide-brimmed hat and leather duster. But oddities had become the norm, and all Carmen really cared about was his competence. In that arena, she couldn't have asked for a better second in command. "Just one day," she said, sighing as she pushed herself to her feet. She'd been sitting on an old tree stump near the training grounds she'd established. There, the warriors, as well as any children who'd come along, could practice their martial skills. She stretched her back with a groan. "Just one day was all I wanted. Can't even give me that, can you?" "Sorry, ma'am, but the miners ran into some problems," he said with his characteristic drawl. "Big problems or little problems. I don't come to you with the little ones, ma'am." She sighed in annoyance. "Stop calling me ma'am. You're making me feel like I'm some old crone." "You're older than I am, for God's sake," she said. "Yes, ma'am." Carmen just shook her head. That was the thing about Colt. He wouldn't change for anyone, which was probably why she appreciated him so much. It was also why he'd been sent to the Silverswift mine. Why it had been named that, Carmen had no idea, but she discovered some documentation in an abandoned office near the entrance that labeled it such. Odd, considering that it had been an iron mine, but Carmen had no interest in thinking of a name herself, so she kept the old name, as ill-fitting as it was. The budding settlement had taken a similarly silly but much more understandable name when someone had started referring to it as Silverado. "I hate that our village is named after a stupid pickup truck," she muttered to herself. "I don't think that's where the name came from, ma'am." "I know that, Colt," she said. "All right, show me this problem." "Yes, ma'am," he drawled. Then, after Carmen waved at Miguel, he was fine in the training ground, given that there were a few warriors with decent levels around the pair set off for the mine's entrance. It was less than a quarter-mile away, so they covered the distance quickly enough, passing through the burgeoning settlement along the way. Carmen was pleased to see that everyone was busy either processing the little ore they'd managed to mine or working on the town's infrastructure. If they'd been slacking off, she might have had a few choice words for her people. Soon enough, they reached the mine's entrance. When they'd first arrived, it was only a few feet wide, and it had experienced a cave-in sometime in the recent past. However, through arduous labor, most of which had required Carmen's personal participation, they had managed to clear the debris and widen the entrance by a considerable amount. But that wasn't what Carmen was focused on. Instead, her attention lay solely on the group of fighters and miners who were congregated at the entrance. A few of them showed clear signs of having recently engaged in combat, and one of the expedition's 2 healers sat nearby, clearly exhausted. "What happened?" she asked as they approached. "Some critters attacked us, ma'am," Colt answered. "Don't rightly know what they were, but they were small and vicious. Big, sharp teeth, too, like gremlins or goblins." "No, critters," he reiterated, like the movie from the 80s. "Never saw it," she stated. "Well, before my time. Freaked me out as a kid," Colt said. "Maybe that's why I thought of him when the miners described what they saw. Probably. Unless 80s movie monsters are real now," she joked half-heartedly. "If we encounter Freddy Krueger in there, I'm done. We don't need the ore that badly." "I think everyone would agree with that one, ma'am." They reached the group a few moments later, and Carmen asked what had happened. The first to answer was a raw-boned woman with high cheekbones that, if she wasn't covered in dirt and blood, would have made her look like a runway model. Or that would have been the case if she wasn't so clearly used to hard labor, which was made evident by her well-defined muscles and calloused hands. She said, "We were expanding one of the new tunnels, following a thick strain of that cold iron. That's when they hit us hard and fast. We killed a couple, but there were way too many. We had to retreat." "Laney Wright?" asked Carmen. If she remembered correctly, the woman was in charge of the 3rd shift of miners, but she'd not learned much else about her, or anyone else really. She could put a few names to faces, but she had spent much of the trip from Easton to Silverado in the grip of depression. It wasn't until they'd started work on the budding town that she had begun to come out of it. "That's right," she said. "Miner extraordinaire. Actually, I'm a scholar. Haven't gotten my class yet, though, so I ended up having to volunteer for labor to stay useful. You know how it goes." A few others among the miners nodded along. Carmen knew just how common that story was. It didn't make sense, Scholars were ill-suited to manual work, and yet they formed the bulk of Easton's labor force. Like Laney, most of them hadn't had much of a choice. If they wanted to remain in Easton, let alone earn their keep, they needed to do whatever it was the city needed them to do. And given Roman's prejudice against scholars, that usually meant that those with that archetype were relegated to all the worst job. It was a damned waste, but Carmen was in no position to do anything about that sort of ridiculous thinking. More, she didn't think she'd be very successful in changing anyone's mind, given that the city owed its continued prosperity to Roman and his policies. The existence of the critters wasn't a surprise. Ever since they'd first begun exploration of the mine, they'd known that something had expanded the system of tunnels that had existed since before the touch of the World Tree had changed the world. So having to clear the creatures out had always been an inevitability, though one she'd hoped would wait until her people were a little better prepared. "All right, here's what we're going to do," she said. "I want a group of 3 warriors to come with me into the tunnels. We'll hunt down as many of these critters as we can, but our real objective is to find wherever they're nested and put them down. Sound good?" There was a murmur of agreement from the miners, but Carmen was only really interested in Colt's response. He said, "It needs to be done, so we'll do it. Gather 2 more. Best we've got for close quarters," Carmen said. "I'm going to get my armor." She wasn't like the people with combat classes. Certainly, she could hang with them well enough, but only if she had proper equipment. Without her armor, she really only had her strength to set her apart. The rest of her attributes were, at best, mediocre, and none of her skills translated to combat. Still, she could hold her own, but she knew that the gap would continue to widen as humanity progressed. Eventually, she wouldn't even be in the same realm as people with actual combat skills. For now, though, she could handle herself well enough, so she headed back to her office/home and donned her armor. Despite having been through quite a bit of fighting on the way to the mine, it didn't show any wear and tear. Once Carmen was wearing her armor, she glanced at her massive hammer. However, she chose to leave it behind because, in the tunnels, she wouldn't have any room to swing it. Instead, she would rely on summoned tool and use a blacksmith's hammer. It wouldn't pack quite the punch of her simple grade weapon, but it would still do the trick. Thus armed and armored, Carmen headed back to the entrance of the mine to await Colt and the 2 other combatants that would accompany them on their critter hunt. As it turned out, he chose a pair of warrior archetypes. One had a brawler class and specialized in hand-to-hand fighting, while the other was a vigilante who favored a longsword. He also had an ability that allowed him to identify creatures, which Colt reasoned would come in handy. "Tiffany," Colt said, nodding toward the brawler. Then he indicated the vigilante as he continued, "And Brett have been with us for more than a year. I trust them." "Well, then I do too," Carmen said. "Let's do this thing." The morning air held a distinct chill as Elijah leaped over a burbling stream. When he reached the other side, he slowed to a stop before shifting into his human form. With a sigh, he unshouldered his pack, setting his 2 staves aside as he squatted next to the stream. After dipping his hands into the water, he splashed his face. How long had it been since he'd killed the group of hunters? 2 days, 3. It might have even been a week. After he'd slaughtered the leader, who'd been a little more durable than Elijah had expected, he'd taken the time to loot the corpses, coming away with nothing worthwhile besides a few extra etherium that he added to the pile at the bottom of his pack. Other than that, he'd also taken the sack of mushroom flesh. Everything else he'd left behind, as much because he didn't want to strip the bodies as due to his limited carrying capacity. However, one thing he did carry with him was the guilt. Despite the justifications that kept playing through his mind, the fact was that he'd unhesitatingly murdered 4 people. Certainly, he'd killed before, and far more than he ever could have imagined possible in the years preceding the world's transformation. But they'd all been gnomes and goblins and elves, or they had been the pseudo-real people populating the towers. But these last 4 were humans, just like him. And he wasn't so far removed from the civilized existence that had once characterized his life that he didn't find it at least somewhat repulsive. At the end of the day, he was a murderer. Sure, he had his reasons, and for the most part he accepted them as just. But most was not all, and Elijah was still trying to deal with the psychological ramifications of his actions. The worst part was that, given the same set of factors, he would make the same choice every single time. Those men had flippantly killed the bear for no more reason than that they could, and that was something he refused to accept. What that said about him and his place in the new world, Elijah wasn't certain, but he knew his heart well enough to recognize that he would continue along that path, even if it one day made him a monster. Perhaps that was why he'd become a druid in the first place, because he had the capacity to look at the world from that perspective. And because he had the wherewithal to act, even if it meant going places most people would not. In any case, Elijah felt the stain of guilt faint, though it was that would require some time to wash away. In the meantime, though, he felt a more immediate need to wash himself of the inevitable filth of more than a week living and hunting in the wilderness. So without further ado, he quickly undressed, then retrieved the much-diminished bar of homemade soap from his pack before stepping into the frigid stream and taking an impromptu bath. He even cast healing rain to assist in the process. Even as dirt, mud, and congealed blood were washed from his body, so too were fatigue as well as the worst of the guilt clinging to his psyche. It didn't magically disappear, but the symbolic nature of his wilderness shower gave him both the context as well as the time to come to terms with his actions. And unsurprisingly, he was fine with what he'd done. In a vacuum, murder was wrong. He knew that, but he couldn't bring himself to regret killing the hunters. From what he'd seen, the world was a better place without them. So by the time he had finished, he was clean in body, mind, and spirit. In the aftermath, he propped himself against a boulder and let himself relax for the first time since the night he'd rid the world of the hunter's stain. With the sun warming him, it was only a matter of time before he dozed off. He didn't dream, but when he awoke, a sense of contentment enveloped his mind. He also couldn't help but notice that he'd attracted a small audience. A squirrel the size of a beaver sat on the limb of a nearby oak tree, chittering down at him with mingled annoyance, curiosity, and fear. Elijah sighed, then pushed himself to his feet. As he dusted himself off, the squirrel's chittering grew more urgent. Finally, Elijah said, "Fine, fine. I'm getting out of your territory, you little tyrant." That didn't placate the creature, and it didn't cease its tirade until Elijah retrieved his staves and pack, then took on his draconid form. The moment he did, the squirrel went silent before fleeing through the forest's canopy. Elijah just shook his scaly head before taking off in the opposite direction. As the days wore on, the forest thinned and more evidence of a fallen civilization presented itself. The remnants of old roads bore dozens of abandoned automobiles. Some seemed mostly intact, but others had clearly been ripped apart by powerful beasts. Still others showed signs of salvage, having been dismantled for parts. That was an encouraging sign, even if Elijah didn't see any evidence of current occupation in the area. As he kept an easterly heading, he started seeing more and more proof of human habitation. However, he couldn't ignore one simple fact: the actual signs he saw were not in English. By virtue of the system's translation feature, he could still read them, but he still recognized that they were written in a language he shouldn't have been capable of understanding. He did know enough to recognize that it was Greek, though, which made no sense, considering that his island was in the American Pacific Northwest. But then again, the world had been transformed, and its geography had been rearranged. So, with that framing his expectations, it should not have been surprising to suddenly stumble upon a region that had once been located on the other side of the world. In any case, Elijah couldn't complain with the steadily rising temperatures he'd experienced since descending from the more mountainous region around Norcastle. It wasn't warm per se, but it was much more temperate. Along the way, he ran into Vox from time to time, but none of them were particularly strong. So even though he killed each one that he found, they only provided a trickle of experience. He shook his head at that. Hanging out with actual human beings had resulted in him changing some of his terminology. Instead of referring to the influx of ethera he received upon killing an enemy as kill energy, he had begun to think of it using a gaming term that was popular in Norcastle: experience. It seemed fitting enough. In any case, the result was that he hadn't gained a single level since leaving the tower, and as a result, he found that he was a little irritable at the lack of progress. That was odd, too. Gone weeks between levels back on his island, and that hadn't bothered him. Perhaps he was growing addicted to progression, or more probably it was an issue of mindset. Back home, he didn't feel the need to constantly progress because, well, it was home. But in the wilderness, things were different. Regardless, he didn't intend to go out of his way to hunt powerful monsters just to gain a few levels here and there. If he did, he would be no better than the hunters he'd found so disgusting. But killing Vox, even the weak versions he kept stumbling upon, was always a nice distraction. He hoped it would prove profitable, too. He knew that each kill was recorded by the system, so he likely had quite a sizable reward waiting for him to visit a branch. Not that he had much to spend it on, of course. There were a few things he wouldn't mind buying back in Ironshore, and he'd foregone purchasing quite a few guides that looked useful because they were incredibly expensive, so there was always something he'd need to buy. More than anything, though, he wanted to find anyone to identify the loot he'd taken from the tower. He was still carrying the giant ogre staff, and he had a small arsenal of swords and daggers in his pack. Finally, there was the curious reward he'd gotten upon defeating the Reaver and conquering the tower. The claws of gluttony didn't have an overt purpose, but he was certain that they would be somehow useful. He just needed someone to help him discover what form that usefulness might take. Those thoughts occupied one facet of Elijah's mind, while the others were free to focus on his environment. His diligence bore fruit as he hunted his way across the region, and eventually he came upon a road that led into a moderate-sized Greek town. From a distance, Elijah could see people going to and fro, but none of them strayed outside the city's stone wall without a couple of armed warriors to protect them. As Elijah drew closer under the guise of the unseen, he couldn't ignore the fact that the surrounding fields had been left untended. Moreover, there were a handful of empty paddocks that had clearly been used for livestock. And finally, he saw the locals' furtive glances and hurried gaits. Clearly, they were afraid of something, though Elijah couldn't figure out what it was, because other than the humans in and around the city, the immediate region was almost entirely deserted. There were birds and a few squirrels chittering and chattering in the trees, but on the ground there was nothing. No hares, no deer. Elijah picked up the scent of a few vox, but after following those trails, he found that the monsters had long since been killed. As he explored, Elijah saw a couple of signs that declared the town to be Argus, which sounded vaguely familiar. In any case, he quickly exhausted the possibilities of the surrounding wilderness and fields, so he prepared himself to enter the city proper. Though once he made that decision, he came upon a difficult choice. Did he want to enter the town as a human and risk something like what had happened back in Norcastle, or would he prefer to slip in under the guise of the unseen, access the branch if there was one, then slip back out without any of the residents, aside from whoever manned the branch itself, being the wiser? In the end, though, Elijah's decision came down to two factors. First, he had no intention of slinking around like a thief for the rest of his life. His draconid form was powerful, and he would use it accordingly. However, letting himself fall into the habit of always being unseen was not healthy, and it held little appeal for him. He wanted to talk to actual people. He wanted to socialize. He wanted to drink and eat and do all the things he'd missed during his solitary confinement on his island. Second, Elijah didn't think he could accomplish his goals while flying entirely under the radar. The branch's attendant or envoy of the cult of the World Tree, he'd learned back in Ironshore, would doubtless know of his presence the moment he came into range of the branch. But more, he wanted to identify his items and maybe even sell some of them, resupply, get some information, and perhaps most importantly of all, sleep in a real bed. He couldn't do any of those things while in his draconid form. So without any further hesitation, Elijah retreated out of sight of the guards manning the gate, then let his draconid form slide away. After that, he took a deep breath, tried to smooth down his unkempt hair, then set off on a path that would take him to the city's entrance. Soon enough, the guards caught sight of him, but they didn't react with the hostility he might have expected. Instead, they simply watched his approach with grim resignation. "What are you doing out so late?" the grizzled guard barked. He had an olive complexion and a great, bushy and black beard. It was almost as if he'd grown such magnificent facial hair in order to make up for the lack of hair on his head. Otherwise, he was short and stocky, wearing a leather breastplate and carrying a shield and spear. "Do you have a death wish, boy? At your level, you're lucky you didn't meet the beast." "The beast?" Elijah asked, adjusting the giant ogre staff he had propped over one shoulder. His other staff he used as a walking stick. What kind of beast? Indeed, he hadn't sensed any other creatures in the area, so the notion that there was some sort of beast around was something of a surprise. However, on second thought, it was entirely possible that some great predator had killed or scared off any other animals. "The manhwaedit," the other guard said in a quiet voice. She was taller than her partner, with similarly dark hair and a nearly identical complexion. However, she was wearing a helmet, so Elijah couldn't get a good look at her face. "Now, in with you. You don't want to be out after dark. That's when it's most active." Elijah asked, "Do I need to pay or—" "What? No, of course not," said the bearded guard. "In with you now. We're about to lock up." Elijah knew better than to argue, so he thanked the pair, then stepped through the gate. As soon as he did, a horn sounded, loud enough to echo for miles, and behind him the gate creaked closed. He did notice that there was a smaller door set into the gate, but it was barred shut as well. Soon, the entire city would be locked down, likely as a defense against the manhwaedit the guards had mentioned. Pushing those thoughts to their own facet of his mind, Elijah looked around as he strode into Argus. The architecture was what he would have expected from a Mediterranean city, with red-tiled roofs and stucco walls. Yet there were only a few remaining bits of evidence that it had once been a modern town. The streets were populated by pedestrians and handcarts, without a car in sight. However, there were still electrical lights, and Elijah even heard a few stereos playing music. The people themselves wore an odd collection of old and new. There were plenty of old sports jerseys, blue jeans, and t-shirts, but there were also oddly cut trousers, shirts, skirts, and dresses as well. Elijah even saw a few robes that looked like they would have been at home in a movie about fantastical wizards. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one carrying a staff. In fact, the vast majority of the pedestrians were armed with at least a dagger. Quite a few had swords, axes, and spears. There were also plenty of guards present, and though they eyed everyone with stoic purpose, Elijah saw no evidence of overt corruption. It was a nice reminder that sometimes people could be good and effective at keeping order. He hoped that would turn out to be the rule, rather than the exception he'd seen in Norcastle. Yet for all that, Elijah saw anxiety etched on every face. Every furtive glance told him that the population was uneasy. Elijah strolled through the city, the butt of his staff of natural harmony thudding against the flagged streets along the way. The architecture of the city was impressive in its diversity. From what he had seen from afar, he had expected a picturesque Mediterranean town, and there was certainly some of that present. However, there were plenty of modern, soulless buildings that would have been at home in any Midwestern strip mall as well. The curse of modernity, he reasoned. Any case, Elijah spent the next few hours just wandering around. It was nice, just being around people for once. He got a taste of it back in Norcastle, but he jumped from one crisis to another without stepping back and letting himself enjoy the benefits of civilization. There was just something comforting about being surrounded by other human beings. Most people took that for granted. Even those who preferred to stay away from crowds took solace in the knowledge that they weren't really alone. As isolated as they were, they knew that if they so chose, they could have a conversation with their neighbors. They could meet up with friends. They could go see family. Many chose to eschew those benefits of living in a connected society, but the fact that the option was there was more important than exercising it. The highlight was a large statue that, according to an engraving on the plinth, was meant to depict Heracles. Further, it was supposed to be an exact copy of the famous Farnese Heracles statue. That it had survived the transformation of the world filled Elijah with a sense of gratitude. Even though it was a copy, its endurance felt like an assurance that Earth's culture and mythology wouldn't be completely lost. Of course, billions of people had likely perished in the transition, and thousands more probably died each day, so there would be an undeniable effect going forward. Hopefully, humans would maintain some connection with the world they'd lost. Eventually, Elijah's wandering took him to what looked like an armory. The sign out front declared it to be Atticus Arsenal, which was perfect for ticking off one item on his to-do list. He still needed help identifying the items he'd looted, and he expected that a weapons shop would be perfectly suited to such an endeavor. So, it was with some anticipation that he stepped through the front door of the shop. Inside, he found a dozen racks filled with weapons of every sort. Some were clearly low quality, which meant that they were bad examples of even unranked items, but others were just as obviously higher grade, and there was one sword on display that drew Elijah's eye like no other. It was situated in a glass cabinet, but even with that barrier blocking his senses, Elijah could feel the ethera dancing around it. "You've got a good eye, friend," came a male voice. Elijah glanced over to see a man leaning against a doorframe. He was tall and well-muscled, with the build of an athlete. On his head was a mop of curly, black hair, and he had the same olive complexion that seemed so common amongst the town's residents. One thing that set him apart was a large, hawkish nose that gave his face an aggressive cast that it would have otherwise lacked. Other than that, Elijah noted that he was clean-shaven, with a strong jaw and a slightly pointed chin. The man wiped his hands with a rag he then stuffed into his pocket, and continued, "That's my baby. Came from an actual tower. It's the blade of a true hero like Heracles himself." "You conquered a tower?" Elijah asked, surprised and awed. He'd beaten two himself, but he'd half expected that he was unique. It only took a moment's thought to realize how silly it was. The world didn't revolve around him, and while he was strong, there were probably plenty of people out there who could accomplish similar. Fact, the last time he'd looked at the ladder, he'd seen that there were at least 8 other people who were higher leveled than him, so the idea that his experiences were unique was ridiculous. The man laughed jovially, then said, "No, I'm just a humble merchant. The man who looted it died a few weeks after conquering the tower." He sobered, then shook his head. "Great man, a great loss. How did he die? You're not from around here, are you?" Elijah shook his head. "What gave it away?" he asked. "What didn't?" "Don't have many blondes in Argus. A few, but it's a small town, so I know most of them. Plus, I'd have noticed a man walking around in the middle of winter without shoes." "Oh, that. So where'd you come from?" "Most recently, Norcastle," Elijah said. He saw no reason to lie, or maybe he just didn't like the idea of it. Either way, he wouldn't shy away from hiding his identity when necessary, but the notion of lying about every facet of his existence was so unappealing that he'd rather deal with the consequences of having his every secret known than try to keep up with a web of lies that would inevitably unravel at all the wrong times. "But before that, I was living just outside a town called Ironshore." "Norcastle. Heard that name once or twice. Never been, but well, travel isn't as easy as it used to be, is it?" The man remarked, "Wish it was different, though. Staying cooped up in a little town like this is not the life I'd have envisioned. But enough about that. What can I do for you? No offense, but you don't look much like a sword swinger, if you know what I mean. The healer tag doesn't help, I'll grant, but I suppose it takes all kinds. For all I know, you're going for a paladin class or something." "Oh, right." Elijah had completely forgotten about his ring of anonymity. However, at least he hadn't made the same mistake he'd made when he'd first entered Norcastle. Back then, he'd forgot to change his surname, which had led Essex to guess his identity. Now he was comfortably ensconced in the false identity of Elijah Smith, the level 19 healer. "Yeah, blades really aren't my thing. I just thought it felt powerful. Getting a similar vibe from those 2 staves you're carrying. The big one's a bit weaker than the twisty one, but both are strong. High crude, at least. Maybe even low simple," the man said. "I'd have to examine them properly to tell for sure, though." He stepped forward, offering his hand. "Sorry, name's Atticus, just like on the sign out front. Atticus Aridi." Elijah took the man's hand and gave it a firm squeeze. Elijah Smith, sure you are, huh? Don't know how you're doing it, but I'll eat my socks if you're only level 19. And if that's false, I'm willing to bet that the rest is too. But it's fine, Elijah. I'll respect your privacy. Any merchant worth his salt would do the same, Atticus said. Elijah's first instinct was to dispute the man's claim. However, he'd just finished acknowledging how much he hated dishonesty, so he said, "How did you know? About my level, I mean. Two things. Most people don't go waltzing through the wilderness without a few friends to watch their backs. Most don't go far from the city at all. So that was the first clue. Second was that you're glowing with powerful items. Even your pants are crude grade, and that's not considering the hot spots. Like those staves, the 2 rings on your fingers, that pack, the bracer there. Can't hide that kind of thing from somebody like me. Like you, oh, that's my class, which is," the man gave him a crooked grin. "We just met, friend. Not going to show you all my secrets, am I? So let's get to why you wandered into my shop. You don't need weapons, so." "Fair enough," Elijah said. "I need some items identified. I'm also looking to sell a few pieces. You in a position to help me with that? Friend, you came to the right place. Let me show you to my office," Atticus said. If Elijah wasn't completely certain that he could take the man out if necessary, he would have been a bit more cautious. So he followed the arms merchant through the doorway at the back of the building and into a large storage area. There were crates lining every wall, and in the center was a long, wooden table, upon which were a few curios and a giant ledger. Atticus planted himself on the other side of the table, then slammed the enormous book shut. Despite the surprising sound, Elijah didn't even flinch. "Nerves of steel on you, huh? Something like that," Elijah admitted. "Well, let's see what you've got," Atticus said with a sweeping motion that indicated Elijah should place whatever wares he possessed onto the table. Though he started with the giant ogre staff, it wouldn't completely fit, so a foot or so of its length hung off the ends of the table in both directions. Atticus leaned forward and squinted before announcing, "Staff of twin forms, low simple grade, enhances fire and ice spells by 18%. Nice find, no bond necessary." "Bond, yes, you get the benefit without the necessity of bonding it. That makes it more valuable because the owner can just resell it once he outgrows it. Or she, I suppose." "Equal opportunity and all that," Atticus explained. "Ooh, how do you bond items?" For a moment, Atticus stared at him like he'd asked the dumbest question imaginable. Then he laughed. "Oh, don't tell me you've just been walking around with unbound items," he exclaimed, having figured Elijah out. "No, that other staff is definitely bound. So are the rings, I can see that much. But the other items you're wearing go, this isn't great, friend, not great at all. Didn't you wonder why you weren't getting the full effects?" "Just tell me how to bond them, please. I'll be happy to," the arms dealer said. "I'm always ready to help my customers. You are a customer, aren't you? I'd hate to give you all this vital information and have you leave without doing any business." Elijah sighed. "I'm definitely selling the staff. No question about that," he stated. "All I ask is that you give me a fair deal." Atticus responded, leaning closer to the staff once again. "I can give you 2 silver. It would be more, but the thing is too big for most people. I'm sure if you bonded it, it would size to fit, but then you'd lose the main selling point. In fact, I'm not sure I even want it. Probably only useful to some of the crafters, and even then only as scrap, or as an example. Yes, I'm certain. It's going to be taken apart for sure. Still, I offered already, Soys. I can do 2 silver. Friend prices, of course." Elijah knew he was being taken advantage of, but he wasn't really attached to the staff in the first place. It was a nice curio, but ultimately it wasn't something he could use. So he said, "Fine, 2 silver Ethereum. You have a folio. Not sure what that is, friend, but we can settle up at the town branch once we're done here," Atticus said, already putting the staff away. "Now, as promised, because we're such good friends and you're now a loyal customer, I'll let you in on the closely guarded secret of bonding an item. Just drip a bit of blood on item in question, then run some ethera through it. Really, that's it, friend. Now I'm going to assume that none of the items you're actively wearing are for sale. That belt looks very interesting, though. Very interesting indeed. No, but I do have these," Elijah said, unshouldering his pack. He reached inside, noting that the merchant was very interested in the pack itself, then retrieved the weapons he'd looted from the elves. He set them on the table, then ended with the sword he'd taken from the warden. "All for sale." Atticus' eyes widened at the treasure trove of weaponry. Each one of them was higher quality than most of his wares, so he stood to increase the value of his stock by quite a bit. "Where did you get these?" the merchant asked, leaning close to one of the daggers, "Here and there." "You have your secrets, and I have mine. Anything notable about them?" "They're all high crude," he said, "on the edge of being simple grade. Just called crude steel daggers and swords, but they're all extremely durable, better than most of what we have here in town. I'll give you 1 silver Ethereum each, plus 2 copper for each." "All right, but that doesn't include the sword here," Elijah said, pointing to the weapon he'd taken from the warden. "It's better than the rest." "Yes, right, it's simple grade, called the Punisher," Atticus explained. "When bonded, it provides an extra 2 points to dexterity. It also has a secondary effect called Pain Spike. I'm not certain what it does, but it sounds pretty self-explanatory to me. I can give you 10 silver, but that's my hard cap on a single item. It's not quite as good as challengers call out there, but that's probably a good thing. Elijah nodded. All right, we'll add that to the tally. That's all I'm selling, though, he said. But I do need you to identify a couple of things. Atticus agreed, though he said he would charge a nominal fee for each service. It only turned out to be a few coppers, so Elijah wasn't worried about that. The first item he had the merchant identify was the Claws of Gluttony, which garnered quite a reaction. Simple grade again. Medium, though. This is the best weapon I've ever seen, Atticus said, his voice filled with awe. It has a passive ability attached to it, only activates when bonded. What? I'm sorry, friend, but unless you're a bare-knuckle brawler, you're out of luck. And I can't afford to buy something like this unless you're willing to sell it for a fraction of its worth, Atticus stated. What's the effect? It increases all unarmed damage by 9%, he said. But it also has an effect called anticoagulant. I'm thinking it causes extra bleeding as a damage over time or weakening effect. Elijah nodded. Seems powerful, he said. For the right person, most certainly, Atticus said. Not many people fighting with their hands, though. Almost everyone picks up a blade or at least a club. Our guards favor the spear on account of our heritage, but the hero doesn't need a weapon, I'm told. Hero goes by Atlas, mightiest warrior in the village. He's hunting the manhwaedit right now. Sad because he's surely going to die. What? Why? Because everyone else has, Atticus said. But enough of that. Do you have anything else you need identified before we head to the branch and settle up? Elijah did. First came the Silver Bracer of Rage, which turned out to have an additional effect that was unsurprisingly called Rage. Elijah didn't know what it did, but Atticus had some insight into that sort of thing. It's probably a berserking ability, he said. Increased attributes or damage at the cost of control. There are a few abilities like that. The final item Elijah had Atticus identify was the Sash of the Whirlwind. Had no extra effects, but Elijah did learn that the time dilation was called Haste. However, it was limited to only 2% when unbonded. Once Elijah bonded the item, it would increase to 5%. The attribute bonuses would remain the same. Interesting, Elijah said, retying the sash around his waist. I believe you might be the best equipped person I've ever seen, and you're not even wearing any proper armor, Atticus said with a shake of his head. I'm sure there's a story behind all of that. Elijah shrugged. I got stranded in the middle of nowhere when the world changed, so I had to fend for myself. I guess there are benefits to that, he said, if you manage to survive. Atticus laughed, then clapped Elijah on the shoulder. You're not wrong, friend. The survival is the tricky part, I'm sure. Now come on, let's get you paid. Atticus slapped Elijah on the back and proclaimed, You aren't so bad of a guy, friend, and best of all, you're rich, so you can buy dinner. You whole right? Elijah said, depositing a few crystalline leaves into his sack. They were guides that he'd bought that would hopefully shed some light on a few topics that were still a mystery to him. Those same guides had been available back in Ironshore, but they had been much more expensive. Vaguely, he remembered Ramek mentioning that Ironshore's branch had been imported, so perhaps that had something to do with the increased cost. Whatever the case, with the prices of those guides, he felt like he was stealing. Unfortunately, there was almost nothing available on the market, and there was only one town listed on the map, and it was at the very edge of the range. Still, it would give Elijah a good starting point for his continued search for his sister. He had also added quite a few coins to his tally, especially after Atticus had paid him. He checked his folio, copper, silver, gold, platinum 114, 422, 17-0. Even after buying the guides, Elijah was a lot richer than when he'd left Ironshore. He supposed that conquering a tower alone was a good way to earn money, though he was still unsure of how he was intended to spend his wealth. He had everything he needed so far, and he had a feeling that acquiring new equipment and supplies would only grow easier as he progressed in levels. What do you suggest? He asked. I don't know anything about Greek food. Oh, you're in for a treat, friend, said the jovial Atticus. Despite shelling out quite a few coins, he was in a great mood. That probably meant that he'd gotten the better of Elijah in their dealings, but that wasn't so concerning. He had plenty of money, after all, and he was more concerned with getting the items off his hands, especially the giant ogre staff, than he was about getting the absolute most money he could out of selling them. Still, he intended to make an attempt at contextualizing prices going forward. That way, he could avoid getting ripped off by less reputable merchants. I know the best restaurant in Argo, the finest moussaka you'll ever taste. You'll see, friend, you will see. Elijah just nodded, saying, sounds good. I've never had moussaka. Then you're in for a treat. After that, Atticus dragged him from the building containing the branch. It was located in a central location, but the structure itself was little different from the rest of the city. By the time they stepped out into the street, night had begun to fall, and as they strode along, Elijah noticed the prevalence of elderly women sitting on the building's balconies. As they passed, they would lean into one another, clearly gossiping about him. A few even pointed, making him feel incredibly self-conscious. Atticus assured him that it was nothing to worry about. Instead, it was just a characteristic common among older Greek women. Even if he'd been absolutely normal, which he decidedly was not, considering his blonde hair and odd attire, he would have become a source of gossip. Eventually, Atticus led him to a restaurant. In front of the building, there were a half-dozen tables, at which various diners dug into their meals. Elijah didn't recognize many of the dishes served, but he was no expert on Greek cuisine, so that was unsurprising. Atticus obviously knew the owner, because he greeted the portly, heavily bearded man with a jovial hug. He introduced Elijah as a good friend. The owner, who was named Nicholas, escorted them to a private table in the back. There, Atticus and Elijah took seats on opposite sides. "It's nice, yeah?" Atticus asked. "Better than any place I've eaten lately," Elijah answered honestly. The last time he'd eaten a meal at a proper restaurant had been back in Norcastle, and even that had been the inn where he'd stayed. Before that, he'd had pizza with Jess the night before he'd left for the tower. That's the spirit. "So what's your story?" asked Atticus, leaning in eagerly. "Who says I have a story? Everyone has a story, friend. You're more powerful than you have any right to be. You have special treasures I've never seen before, and you're walking around out in the wilderness alone. If anyone has a story, it's you," he stated. Elijah sighed. "The long and short of it is that I was stranded alone when the World Tree incorporated Earth. So I ended up having to spend the next 2 years. I think time got a bit funny trying to survive. A couple of towers later, and I'm here." "A couple of towers. Where's your team?" "No team," Elijah said. "Just me." "Seems like there's a story there, too." "Not an interesting one," Elijah lied. "So what about you? How'd you end up here, born and raised in Argus?" "I moved to Athens a few years back, but I was back home visiting my mother when everything changed," he said. Then his face fell. "She didn't make it, giant rat creature. They were bad there for a while, but then they just stopped. Most people think they went elsewhere, but I don't know. I think something killed them. Same with the cats. The cats, Argus used to be lousy with them. It was an issue in the first 6 months or so, but then they started disappearing until there weren't any left. Dogs went next. Now anything smaller than a mule disappears after a few days. Nobody knows what's happening." "Interesting," Elijah said. "Just life in the apocalypse, right? I'm sure you've seen stranger things," Atticus said. Just then, Nicholas arrived bearing 2 plates of what looked like lasagna. However, the smells were all wrong. It was obviously the moussaka Atticus had mentioned, so once the owner left them alone, he wasted no time in digging in. And it was glorious. "What is this, and why have I never had it? It's amazing." "It's moussaka, friend. Eggplant lasagna with lamb, the national dish of Greece." "Is it really?" asked Elijah around a mouthful of the delicious dish. Atticus laughed. "I don't know, but it should be. Now eat, friend, eat and be merry." After that invitation, Elijah had no compunctions about doing precisely that. Before he knew it, his plate was clean. However, it didn't take long before Nicholas returned with another serving. In all, Elijah ate 3 helpings as well as a dessert of baklava. Through it all, Atticus proved an amiable companion, though he did continuously ask for details about Elijah's exploits. For his part, Elijah revealed a few more bits about what he'd been through, including his misadventures in Norcastle. "That's your problem, friend," announced Atticus with a laugh. He gestured with a fork as he continued. "You should have bowed to them. People like that, they expect subservience. When they don't get it, they react with violence." "Can't really argue with that," Elijah acknowledged. "So where are you going after this? Do you seek another tower, or are you here to hunt the Mainator?" Elijah shook his head. "No more towers. The Mainator then. Everyone keeps mentioning that." "What is it?" Atticus leaned in and in a stage whisper said, "There are 2 schools of thought on that, friend. Some people believe it's just some evolved beast, no different from any other. We had issues with wolves a few months back, for instance. But me, I think different." Elijah raised an eyebrow. "What do you think it is? Have you ever heard of the Nemean lion? One of the 12 labors of Hercules, right?" guessed Elijah, intrigued. "Indeed, friend. Impenetrable hide, claws sharper than any mortal sword, sprung from the moon goddess Selene." "And you think this creature is here?" asked Elijah. "We have history with the Nemean lion around here. Just north of here was the town of Cleone, where the hero received his quest," Atticus explained. "This system made monsters real. The hero Atlas slew a minotaur not 3 months past. Who says the system is not a tool of Olympus, eh? The gods are angry for moving on without them, and they sent their monsters to punish us." "You believe that?" asked Elijah, his dubiousness apparent. Atticus shrugged, then grinned. "I've no idea, friend, but it's as good an explanation as any, eh? Besides, something is killing people out there. That's indisputable. So the question remains, are you here to hunt our monster?" "I fear Atlas is already gone, and with him out of the picture." Elijah didn't know how to respond. On the one hand, he had no issues hunting a monster. In fact, that seemed right up his alley. However, from his perspective, it was far more likely that the monster in question was just a guardian beast who was protecting its territory. In that case, there was no way Elijah would hunt it, even if it was killing people. But there was another possibility for handling the situation, wasn't there? What if he befriended the creature, then used Ancestral Circle to take it back to the grove? It would be difficult, but he'd done it before with Sarah the dragon. Besides, the creature would probably be much happier in his grove, right? It was certainly something to think about, and before Elijah even knew it, he had already decided to check it out. He was self-aware enough to know that part of that was due to what had happened to the bear. If he'd done the same for that guardian beast, it would still be alive. I can look into it, he said, but I can't really guarantee anything. Chances are I won't even find anything out there. You will, I'm sure of it. What makes you so certain? A good feeling. Now let's drink, he said, raising his mug of beer. Elijah tried to beg off, but in the end, the boisterous merchant insisted. Fortunately, Elijah's constitution and regeneration were high enough that beer really couldn't inebriate him unless he went seriously overboard. Just to be sure, though, he continuously healed himself via touch of nature. He wanted to trust Atticus, but getting drunk with a stranger seemed far too reckless, even for Elijah. So he drank with the merchant, and as he did, he felt much of the tension he'd carried melt away. It wasn't the alcohol per se. Rather, it was just being around people who weren't looking to exploit or kill him. In fact, there were moments when he felt like he was back home with his friends and coworkers, just hanging out and having a good time. But before long, the night came to an end, and he helped a very unsteady Atticus back to his shop. Apparently, he lived on the floor above, so Elijah had no qualms about leaving the merchant to find his own way to bed. Meanwhile, he quickly found an inn where he rented a room from an annoyed innkeeper. "Sorry about how late it is," he said, sliding an extra couple of copper coins to the frowning woman. "I got caught up with a friend," she snorted. "Lose your shoes, too." "I don't have any shoes. That's quite an oversight." Elijah looked down at his bare feet. "Yeah, you're probably right." Then he took the key from the crotchety old woman and headed up the nearby stairs to the room he'd rented. To his surprise, there were no villains there to ambush him. No sudden issues. Nothing but a bed, a nightstand, and a pitcher of water. Over the next few minutes, he undressed, then used the pitcher of water to wash himself as best he could. He knew it was inadequate, but the small inn was the only place that was open so late. So he figured that beggars couldn't be choosers, and he made do with what he had. Once he was done, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep before more than a minute had passed. Elijah missed his own bed, and the treehouse, the grove too, even Nerthus. When he'd first washed ashore on that island, he'd have never expected to think of it as home, and yet from the moment he departed, he had begun to miss all the things that had grown so familiar. Certainly, he didn't miss the monster attacks or the starvation that had plagued his first few weeks, but his grove had come a long way since then. It was easily as comfortable as his apartment back in Hawaii. When he did, he was gratified to sense that it was much the same as always. His domain had continued to grow, and it had even encompassed the tower. However, the rate of growth had begun to slow, and he suspected that it would peter out within 100 yards of the island's shores. Even that was an incredible amount of territory, though, and what's more, he could sense the tower's excess ethera draining into the grove itself. That was just as Nerthus had predicted, and he expected that it would keep the tower from overflowing in a surge of vox. "That's a relief and a half," he said to himself as he stared up at the ceiling, his hands behind his head. For a long time, he just enjoyed the safety and security of civilization while keeping his mind focused on his locus. It was oddly comforting, knowing everything that was happening back home. If Elijah was honest, he'd half expected to have already been called home for one reason or another, but the people of Ironshore had remained on their side of the strait, seemingly content to live separately. A good thing, too, because as much as he craved the comforts of home, he still had a goal ahead of him. Finding his sister remained at the top of his list. Fortunately, Carmen's name was still on the power rankings, and he took some solace in the implication that his sister, as well as Miguel, was still out there and safe. After all, there was no way that Carmen would let anything happen to Alyssa, not so long as she was alive, which she clearly was because she'd actually gained a couple of levels in the past few weeks. That was enough to put at least some of his anxiety to rest. With that thought, Elijah pushed himself out of bed and looked around the room. The night before, he'd barely noticed his surroundings, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that the room was extremely clean, if a little sparse. As he'd noted before going to sleep, there was no bathroom attached to the room, so he quickly went down the hall to take advantage of the communal toilet. Fortunately, he was an early riser, and so he didn't have to wait his turn. Once he was finished, he went back to his room and took another bird bath with the provided pitcher of water, then headed downstairs. As was the case with the last hotel where he'd stayed, the bottom floor functioned as a restaurant, but to his disdain, the surly innkeeper wasn't cooking to order. Instead, a few minutes after he sat down, she stopped in to serve him some flatbread that had been topped with tomatoes and drizzled in olive oil. "What is this?" he asked, trying his best not to sound disappointed. He wanted bacon and eggs, or at least something a little heartier than a bit of bread. Ladinia, the woman, answered. "Good, eat." Without further explanation, she left him to his meal. "At least there's coffee," he said, reaching out to grab the cup she'd left behind. When he took a sip of the hot beverage, he was taken back to the world before everything had changed. It had been so long since he'd enjoyed a real cup of coffee that he'd almost forgotten how much he loved the bitter brew. Even without sugar, it was amazing, and he almost forgot about the Ladinia. But then his stomach started rumbling, and he gave it a shot. "Oh my God," he muttered around his first bite. First of all, there was a lot more going on than simple bread and tomatoes. There were onions and herbs on the fluffy flatbread, too. And of course, the olive oil set it all off. It was divine, and Elijah quickly forgot about his previous objections as he tore through the entire meal in what felt like seconds. As he swallowed the last bite, he signaled the innkeeper and asked for seconds. Strangely, his obvious enjoyment of the food cut through her surly demeanor, and she actually favored him with a smile. "I have something else for you." "Wait." Before she left, she refilled his coffee cup and patted him on the head like he was a child. But given her advanced age, she was probably old enough to have been his grandmother, so he didn't take offense. Especially if she kept bringing him delicious food and coffee. If she did that, he would take whatever she wanted to dish out. Soon after, she returned and set a plate in front of him. He looked at the round, pancake-like dish in front of him and asked, "What is this?" It certainly didn't smell like a pancake, and it had nuts sprinkled on top. There was also honey drizzled across the whole thing. "It's called esfakianapita," she said, beaming. She waved her hand, adding, "Eat. It's good." By that point, Elijah trusted the older woman's judgment, so he dug in, and predictably, it was amazing. It was soft and crispy and flaky all at once, and the cheese and honey and nuts all played perfectly together. "I think you're my new favorite person in the world," he said, grinning at the woman as he continued to chew. Meanwhile, he was trying to think of a way to coax the woman back to his island. He was top 10 on the power ladder, wasn't he? That meant he was famous and powerful. Surely he deserved a personal cook. For her part, the woman just smiled knowingly. There was no trace of the curmudgeonly innkeeper he'd met the night before. Instead, she'd been replaced by a kindly, old grandmother. Elijah knew which one he preferred. Regrettably, by the time he finished the small pancake-like pie, he was absolutely stuffed. Still, before he left on the day's mission, he still hadn't forgotten about the supposed Mainator. Stalking the countryside, the innkeeper thrust a basket into his hands, telling him, "Egg muffins, for later." And he meant it too. Of course, he could count on one hand the number of times he'd eaten anything but leftover fish stew, crab, or a few berries, so that probably wasn't the compliment it seemed. Still, he was as satisfied with the meal as he'd ever been. After that, Elijah grabbed his staff from where he'd leaned it against the table and set off. As he started through the city, he once again noticed the prevalence of older women sitting on balconies and presumably gossiping about everything they saw. He gave one group a wave and a smile, which set them off into excited whispers. His contented grin widened at that, and he kept on going until he reached the gate. When he passed the guards, they reminded him to be back inside before nightfall. Otherwise, he would risk the ire of the Mainator. Elijah assured them that he would do just that, then strode off toward the tree line in the distance. As he did, he saw an olive grove on the other side of town. That explained where all the olive oil had come from, at least. Once Elijah reached the concealment of the trees, he took a few minutes to find a secluded glen where he settled down on a fallen log. There, he started emptying his pack. After all, he now knew that, because he hadn't bonded his items, he wasn't getting their full use. So he quickly got down to the business of doing just that, pricking his fingers and thrusting his ethera into his magical equipment. It was a bit embarrassing that he hadn't figured it out on his own, but it only took a moment for him to realize that it was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, it would have taken quite an intuitive leap, or some odd coincidence for him, to figure the process out. "I mean, who goes and smears blood on their fancy new sash, right?" he asked the forest. "Nobody, that's who." In any case, he quickly did just that, then shoved some ethera into the sash. A moment later, when he tied it around his waist, he felt the difference. It wasn't a huge difference, but the haste effect was still more potent than it had been before. Next, he bonded the claws of gluttony before slipping the awkward thing onto his hands. While he wasn't going to run around punching things in his human form, he fought unarmed in his other shapes. So he expected that the effect would work just fine, and Elijah certainly wouldn't refuse a straight 9% increase to his damage, let alone the anticoagulant effect. Finally, he bound his bracer. When he did, he became immediately aware of the rage effect. With a thought, he could activate it. However, he intuitively knew that once he did, the ability would go on cooldown for 6 hours. So he needed to be careful about using it. With all that done, he embraced shape of the predator, and once he'd assumed his draconid form, he looked down at his claws. The right set, the ones that corresponded with the claws of gluttony, had taken on a distinctly metallic sheen. That seemed to confirm that, if he wanted to take advantage of the weapon, he'd need to attack with that claw. Not ideal, but still better than nothing. He suspected it would be more effective in his lamellar ape form, largely because he was more dependent on his claws or hands, really in that shape. Still, he wasn't going to refuse any extra source of damage. Now that his items had been bound and he was fighting at peak strength, Elijah decided to finally get started on the task at hand. So he took on the guise of the unseen and set off through the woods. During his conversation with Atticus, he discovered that the last recorded Mainator attacks had been in the olive groves, so that was the direction Elijah headed. As he did, he kept an entire facet of his quartz mind dedicated to parsing the data he received from One with Nature. The effective radius still wasn't more than a dozen feet or so, but he'd found the extrasensory perception to be invaluable nonetheless. Yet, even with that on his side, he found nothing until he reached the groves. There he encountered plenty of twitchy and anxious workers. However, there was no sign of the Maynator. So Elijah kept going, slowly making his way through the olive groves until he reached the edge. That was where the hero Atlas had gone hunting the monster, so Elijah had always figured that was where he would end up. Soon enough, he'd left the olive groves behind, though even miles from the city, he still hadn't found any evidence of the monster. In fact, other than birds and a few tree-dwelling creatures, there were no animals at all. The day wore on, and as his search continued, he encountered more of the same. Until at last he smelled blood. One whiff, and he knew that it had originated with a human as well. He expected that he'd finally found Atlas' trail, and judging by the spatter of blood, it seemed that the hero was injured. So Elijah followed the smell, pausing every now and again to make certain that he wasn't walking into a trap. However, he didn't sense anything amiss, so he continued to track the injured hero until finally he caught sight of him. And he was nothing like what Elijah had expected. When he'd heard the name Atlas, he'd envisioned a huge, strapping man with bulging muscles capable of bearing the weight of the world on his shoulders. However, the person huddled against a boulder and sitting in a pool of his own blood looked little bigger than a child. Even to Elijah, who was below average size, the boy looked slim to the point of malnutrition. He wore round spectacles and had a mop of curly black hair that made him look like a member of a boy band. He was clutching a long, thin stick, and his eyes flicked around as if he was expecting to be attacked at any moment. That was probably smart, because his bloody clothing and multitude of wounds suggested that he'd already gotten the worst of some enemy. And judging by how twitchy he was, whatever had mauled him was still out there. For a moment, Elijah considered waiting to see if the enemy, probably the Maynator, would show itself, but the idea of using a dying teenager as bait just didn't sit right with him. So he let Shape of the Predator fall away, and he said, "Aren't you a little young to be out here all by yourself? No, you idiot, run away, it's going to." Before Elijah could even cast Healing Rain or approach the young man, something slammed into his back, sending him pitching forward into the loamy forest turf. Pain erupted in Elijah's back as his attacker brought incredibly sharp claws to bear. Due to his high constitution, he wasn't ripped to shreds, but the claws still scraped against his ribs. As the creature, whatever it was, tore his flesh to ribbons, one facet of Elijah's mind focused on casting Form of the Guardian. The second he finished the spell, his body started to morph. First, he grew scales, then his arms extended, his hands becoming vicious claws. His legs didn't grow any shorter, but the effect was the same due to the lengthening of his torso and the sheer amount of muscle that came with the form of the lamellar ape. The moment the transformation was complete, Elijah used iron scales. It didn't do anything for the ruin that had already been wrought on his back, but it would hopefully prevent more damage in the immediate future, but only for a few seconds. Then he would have to cast it again, which was not a viable strategy. Using the ability in quick succession would drain his stamina very rapidly, and if he employed that approach, he would quickly wear himself out. As a result, he was on the clock. With that timer occupying one facet of his mind, Elijah used the second of solace granted by his ability to shove himself to his feet. With his long arms, he tried to dislodge the creature on his back, but it was both too small and too awkwardly positioned. So even with his extended reach, he couldn't get a hold of the thing, so after spying the nearest tree, he launched himself backwards. Just before he crashed into the massive trunk, the little monster on his back leaped free. That was when Elijah got his first look at the thing. "Is that a house cat?" he murmured, his transformed voice coming out as more of a growl. Indeed, the supposed monster was clearly a house cat, though Elijah wasn't certain of the breed. With an extraordinarily fluffy coat of tawny fur, it would have looked like a stuffed animal if it wasn't for the blood splattered across its chest. The animal was also more than twice the size of any house cat Elijah had ever seen, which meant that its stature was similar to a mountain lion. "Don't hurt her," screamed the boy, his voice cracking. Then he added, "No, Artemis, bad girl, leave the manor monster alone." The cat, which Elijah belatedly recognized as a Maine Coon, briefly shifted its focus to the boy. That gave Elijah an opening he wasn't going to squander, so he launched himself forward, intending to end the fight with a single blow. With the increased haste effect from Sash of the Whirlwind, Elijah moved with incredible alacrity, and he managed to take the distracted cat by surprise. His claws glinted metallically as they swept out, but when he made contact with the little monster's tawny fur, he got the surprise of a lifetime. The sound of metal scratching against metal filled the air, and though the momentum of the blow sent the cat sailing through the air, the attack did not bear the results Elijah had anticipated. The little creature twisted, hitting a tree feet first, then launched itself back at Elijah. He barely had time to once again use iron scales before it hit him like a launched missile. Despite its comparatively small size after all, even a bobcat was tiny compared to his lamellar ape form. The impact of its attack sent him staggering backwards. Then it savaged his chest with its sharp claws, though most of the damage was mitigated by the still ongoing iron scales. But it was set to end soon. To avoid having his chest shredded as thoroughly as his back, Elijah clambered for a grip on the little creature, and to his surprise, he managed to grab a hold of its great, bushy tail. However, when he did, he felt something that once again filled him with surprise. Instead of fluffy fur, the cat was covered in something more akin to the bristles of a steel brush. When his claws closed around the tail, he felt those bristles painfully digging into his palm. Yet he wasn't going to let such a perfect opportunity go to waste, so despite the annoying pain, his grip tightened. And when he had a good hold of the tail, he ripped the creature away from his chest and slammed it against the ground. Once, twice, 3 times, channeling his inner Hulk. The little monster yowled in agony, but Elijah wasn't rewarded with the sound of breaking bones. Instead of being crippled by being slammed into the ground multiple times, the cat had gone wild, clawing anything that came into range. That meant that, as soon as iron scales wore off, the creature tore into his wrist and forearm. Elijah's constitution was high, so those claws didn't sever tendons, but even if it wasn't permanently damaging, it was more than enough to frustrate him. However, just before he took his anger out on the cat via another slamming attack, something hit Elijah in his already wounded back. The smell of sizzling meat assailed his nose before the blistering agony reached his mind, and when it did, he reacted reflexively, loosening his grip just enough that the cat was able to wriggle free. "Leave her alone," screamed the boy. Elijah stumbled to his knees as the flesh of his back smoldered. Then another attack landed and the molten pain shot through the roof. He collapsed onto his chest as another fireball sailed overhead, hitting a nearby tree and setting it alight. Elijah tried to rise, but with the muscles in his back having been destroyed, he couldn't move more than a few inches. His options were limited. Touch of nature was powerful, but the healing it offered was far from instantaneous. Given that he could scarcely move, and he had 2 enemies bearing down on him, that just wouldn't work. So without any other choices he could see, Elijah used Guardian's Renewal. Guardian's Renewal. Instantly and completely regenerate. Cooldown affected by regeneration attribute. Current once per 6.7 days. The ability was instant and his body immediately recovered. Muscles mended, flesh reformed, and his scales were quickly restored. Yet a lingering pain persisted, almost as if he had a pulled muscle. As far as Elijah knew, that shouldn't have been possible. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to hinder him, but in one facet of his mind, he was definitely concerned. More distressing was what he finally allowed himself to notice. The pervasive, sickly sweet scent of rot filled the air, and beneath the cat's fur was a series of familiar black tendrils. Now that he saw it, albeit only barely, Elijah knew the source. He'd seen such a thing before, and the encounter had been significant and terrifying enough that he would never forget it. Clearly, the cat had run afoul of a dimensional rift, which had infected it with the madness Elijah had seen from the bare back on his island. Back then, he'd managed to close the rift before it had spread too much, but from the looks of it, wherever the cat had been infected had probably been there for quite some time. What, how? Breathed the boy. Elijah rose to his feet, completely restored. That prompted another attack from the young man, who summoned a ball of blue-white fire and tossed it in Elijah's direction. Now that he could see it coming, he had no issues dodging it, and when he did, Elijah darted forward to wrap his massive claw around the young man's waist. At the same time, the cat managed to push itself to its feet and flee into the surrounding forest. It used some sort of ability, because it even disappeared from one with nature far before it had time to leave the area of effect. So with only one enemy left, Elijah turned his full attention to the young man. He squeezed, then growled, "Why did you attack me? Please, just 6 notches, not bad. Don't hurt her." The fury of the lamellar ape threatened to overwhelm Elijah, but he shoved it aside in favor of human calm. Still, he was prepared to rip the young man in two if the situation called for it. In fact, he craved that outcome in ways he didn't want to think about. "Explain," he growled. She's my only friend. Please don't hurt her anymore." "I won't," Elijah snarled. He fully realized that the statement was entirely contrary to his tone, but he didn't dare switch back to his much more vulnerable human form. That fire would have eaten a hole through him in a second if he hadn't been in his guardian shape. He unsuccessfully tried to soften his voice as he once again prompted, "Explain. Now." "Oh, okay. Just don't hurt her." Then the young man launched into what sounded to Elijah like an unlikely tale. According to Atlas, which Elijah surmised was the boy's name, the animal was his cat, Artemis. Just after Earth had experienced the touch of the world tree, the cat had started to level via hunting various pests in Argus. It had also become the young man's protector, keeping him safe until he was old enough to take an archetype. He'd chosen the sorcerer archetype, though he didn't specify his class. Elijah got the feeling that most people kept that information to themselves, at least in Argus. Then Artemis started hunting other cats, even dogs, Atlas explained. She kept getting stronger, too. So did I, and when we found out about the tower, I was one of the people asked to go. I was the only one who made it back. When I did, Artemis was gone. and all the animals in the city had been killed. I don't know if that was before or after she got infected. Elijah sighed, which came out more like a growl. Then he finally let the young man fall from his grip and made a choice that in a vacuum was probably stupid. However, the alternative was something he didn't want to consider. He shifted back to his human form, which caused Atlas to scramble backwards in fear. Holding up a hand, Elijah said, "Calm down. I'm going to heal you, okay? And then you're going to show me where the rift is. Once I close it, we'll find your cat and I'll try to remove the infection." "What? How? You're not a healer, you're not wrong. But I'm close enough," Elijah responded, already casting healing rain. As the soothing precipitation started to fall, he added, "See, healing rain. Feels good, right? I'm here to help." Elijah was well aware that his bedside manner left a little to be desired, but he hoped that his calm tone, human visage, and healing would bridge the gap and allow the young man to trust him at least enough that he wouldn't start tossing more of those blue-white fireballs at him. Aye. He didn't get anything else out before Elijah took a step forward and laid his hand on the young man's shoulder. He wasn't going to push his luck by insisting on a proper examination, so he settled for the untargeted form of touch of nature. That was usually fine for self-healing, but when he was trying to mend someone else's injuries, it was decidedly less effective. Still, he made do, suffusing the young man's body with rejuvenating energy. Atlas gasped and flinched before he was beset by a series of tremors as his body mended. In the end, it took 6 casts of touch of nature to heal the boy, which was a testament to Atlas's level of power. "That most people have trouble healing me," he muttered, looking down at his blood-stained clothes, "because of my class." Elijah could tell that the young man didn't want to talk about that, so he asked, "What's your real name? And don't tell me it's really Atlas. I know that's bullshit." "Oh, it's Isaac. The Atlas thing wasn't my idea." "Well, Isaac," Elijah said, holding out his hand, "I'm Elijah." When the young man grasped his hand, he pulled Isaac to his feet and added, "Nice to meet you. Now, let's go find that rift. With any luck, we'll have your cat healed by the end of the day." The forest was silent, but Elijah felt the corruption of the nearby dimensional rift. It was clearly higher grade than the one he'd entered back on his island, which didn't bode well for the difficulties ahead. Even as he focused on that with one facet of his mind, the other partitions in his opal mind monitored his surroundings. One facet was trained on Isaac, who walked beside him, but the rest were entirely focused on the environment. He didn't want to get ambushed again, and one with nature seemed incapable of detecting the corrupted cat. "So why did Artemis attack you?" he asked, following the strengthening trail of corruption. Now that he was looking for it, it was easier to track, and he knew it was closer than expected. "She was a good girl at first," he said. "She even protected me. But once she disappeared, and I figured out what was happening, I knew I needed to help her, or stop her." Elijah stopped, then turned to put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He was taller than Elijah, but he held himself with a stoop. "Listen, you need to accept that this might not turn out like you want it to," he said, trying to be as compassionate as possible. The cat wasn't just the boy's pet, that was his friend, his guardian. Better than most, Elijah could understand how important that could be. "I'm going to try to heal her, and I think I have a good shot. But I've never done this, and there's every chance that I won't be able to, if that's the case." "I know," the boy said, his eyes adopting a steely glint that flashed behind his round spectacles. In that moment, Elijah could see the determination that had allowed Isaac to survive the tower. "I'm prepared to do what's necessary." "Good." After that, Isaac explained how the cat had spent the past week toying with him. It wasn't simple cruelty either, though that was part of Artemis's motivation. In addition, it had been using Isaac as bait, wounding him and waiting on other monsters or animals to investigate the smell of what they thought was a wounded animal. When they came around, Artemis pounced. It was a viable hunting method, though one that Elijah found disturbing for a number of reasons he didn't want to contemplate. However, he did find himself wondering if it was an expression of the cat's natural cruelty, or if the corruption had twisted it into something it never should have been. Whatever the case, he listened to Isaac's explanation with equanimity as they approached the rip in the dimensional membrane that connected their world with the void. One of the guides he'd bought back in Argus had elaborated on the nature of the universe, which he'd added to the explanation he'd gotten from Nerthus. He already knew that the world tree connected multiple universes 9, in fact, but the space between those universes was referred to as the void. It was uncharted territory ruled by an entity called the Ravena. There wasn't much information on that creature or god, as it seemed, but the guide wasn't shy about calling it the enemy. The space on the other side of the dimensional rift was, like the towers, a result of the system's intervention. So instead of directly connecting the normal universes with the void, it acted as both a barrier and a bridge between dimensions. In many ways, it was exactly the same as the towers, but on a much smaller scale. Even so, Elijah had also learned that they could be much more dangerous than towers, and for a variety of reasons. Mostly, though, it was due to the fact that people often underestimated those dangers, but also because the level of the creatures inside were completely independent of the challenger. That was a departure from the nature of the towers, the levels of which scaled according to the level of the people trying to conquer. Of course, that didn't mean that a level 20 could jump into a tower and defeat nothing but creatures of that level. Instead, the guide described the tower denizens as appropriately leveled to provide a difficult challenge to an entire group of would-be conquerors. That was further muddled by the grades of towers, but that seemed to be less based on levels than on real power. It was all a little confusing to Elijah, but the gist of it was that most towers were theoretically surmountable by a well-tuned group. However, challenging and defeating the higher-grade towers was much more difficult and only appropriate for the best of the best. Every time he dug deeper into the universe or multiverse, he amended the more he saw how little he understood. There were so many layers that it would take a lifetime to explore them all, but that shouldn't have been surprising. Even before the touch of the world tree, Earth had been complex enough to take a lifetime to understand, and that was with the knowledge of all of human civilization to build upon. It only stood to reason that a multiverse that was composed of not just multiple planets, but multiple universes, would be infinitely more complex. So, he'd resolved to take things one step at a time and work with whatever snippets of information he could acquire. Anything else would be too overwhelming to contemplate. With that in mind, he and Isaac continued to follow the trail until, at last, they discovered the tear in the dimensional fabric. It manifested as a large, ragged rip hanging in the air. Through it, Elijah could see nothing but darkness, though he knew what to expect on the other side. Spreading out from that rip were black tendrils of corruption that looked like glistening vines. They reached about 30 feet in every direction, and the moment Elijah stepped within that circle, he felt the corruption skyrocket. Isaac let out a gasp. "I don't like this," he mumbled. "I don't like it one bit." "You get used to it," Elijah lied. "Just try to ignore it." He turned to the young man and continued, "You don't have to do this. I can go in alone." "No, I need to help." Elijah admired the boy's courage. "Fine. You remember what I told you, right? We're going into a space between worlds where we'll have to fight something, just like in the tower, but on a smaller scale." "I understand." "Okay, you're a mage, right? Like you sling fireballs." "Soulfire." "What? It's soulfire. It eats away at a person's ethera while doing a lot of damage. I've never seen anything survive after I hit it." "I survived." "I know," the boy said with a visible tremor. "I can also increase ethera regeneration, and I have an ability called Soulfire Explosion. If I use it, everything dies and I'm out of commission for the rest of the fight. Last time I had to spend a week in recovery. Do you have anything else noteworthy?" "I have a couple of self-buffs," he said. "One called Arcane Shield that can block a few attacks. One called Shackle that kind of roots a bad guy in place. There are a couple more like Fireball and Ice Explosion that I don't use that much. I normally just use Soulfire Dart, like the one I hit you with." "All right. So I'm going to try something then," Elijah said. Then he cast Essence of the Boar, Essence of the Wolf, and Aura of Regeneration on the young man. The enhancement stuck, but when he tried to use Essence of the Monkey on Isaac, it wouldn't take hold. Still, that was enough to elicit a gasp of surprise from Isaac. "What was that?" "I feel better. Like a lot better. One increases your constitution, another your movement speed, and the last is called Aura of Regeneration. It increases your regeneration quite a bit," Elijah explained. Then he cast the enhancements on himself, though he added Essence of the Monkey to his own list. He still couldn't use everything all at once, but he hoped that when he got a few more levels, that would change. Of course, he also kept one with nature active as well, but that was always the case. Isaac responded by casting an enhancement of his own, and when Elijah looked at his status, he saw that his regeneration had increased by another 15 points. That was incredible, considering that Isaac probably hadn't advanced his cultivation like Elijah had, and if he had, he certainly didn't have the benefit of the powerful dragon core, so the base spell was definitely powerful. With that, the pair were ready for the challenge of the dimensional rift. So without further hesitation, they stepped inside. For a brief instant, Elijah felt like he was being ripped into a million pieces. He'd experienced much the same in his first trip into a dimensional rift, so he had expected it. However, Isaac clearly hadn't, and his response was predictable. He let out a long, piercing scream before falling to one knee and sobbing. Elijah left him there for a few seconds before kneeling beside the boy. He put his hand on Isaac's back and said, "It's okay. It's over, now eyes up. This isn't like the last time I was in one of these." The setting was similar. Populated by jagged rocks that looked distressingly like obsidian, the ground was otherwise barren. In the distance, he could see huge peaks of gray stone, and just as before, there were a multitude of purple rivers of energy. A few dozen feet away, Elijah saw what looked like purple anemones waving in the motionless air. More importantly, he saw his opponent. The Voxian monster was small. Maybe 3 feet tall, but built of solid muscle and coated in dark green scales. It cocked its head to the side, gazing at Elijah with obvious curiosity. "On your feet, Isaac." The moment he uttered those words, the little creature let out a screech, then charged Elijah. For his part, he immediately shifted into his lamellar ape form and leaped forward into battle. he met the monster's charge with a Herculean punch that sent it skidding across the rocky ground. It shattered the jagged shards of obsidian with its passage, only coming to a stop 30 feet away when its momentum was met by a larger black edifice. But it wasn't dead, not yet at least. Isak had recovered from the pain of passing through the dimensional rift, and he'd already tossed a soulfire dart at the prone creature. The little ball of blue and white fire moved extremely slowly, but the fallen Vox was too stunned to take advantage of that weakness. The soulfire dart hit it in the shoulder, then quickly enveloped the creature. It screeched again, but the sound quickly died away, replaced by the sizzle of broiling flesh. Only a few moments later it was dead, leaving behind only a charred and unrecognizable husk. "Is that it?" the young man asked, panting with excitement and fear. Elijah looked back to see Isak pushing his spectacles back into place. "I expected it to be harder. No, we didn't get a notification." Just then the ground rumbled, and via one with nature, Elijah felt two distinct presences flare into existence. A moment later, two creatures erupted from the rocky ground. Both of them screeched, then launched themselves into a charge that mirrored the previous monster's attack. However, these two Vox were slightly different than the one that had come before. Not only were they noticeably larger and more muscular, but they featured sharper-looking claws. "Upgrades," Elijah muttered before leaping forward. However, the creatures were smart enough not to meet his charge head-on. Instead, the second he moved in their direction, they split. One went for Isak, while the other intended to confront Elijah. Knowing that the young man wasn't built to take hits, Elijah pivoted, springing sideways and tackling the other monster. However, the first quickly adjusted and darted toward Isak. Even as Elijah grabbed hold of the monster and started pummeling it into submission, the other reached Isak. But to his surprise, the young man's shield held through the monster's first blow, and he responded by hitting it with another soulfire dart. Just like that, the monster ended up like the first, charred and crispy. Elijah's opponent died a few moments later, but almost as soon as it went down, he felt the next wave of monsters. 3 more burst from the ground a second later, confirming the nature of the rift's challenge. "It's a gauntlet," he shouted. "Conserve your ethera as best you can. I think we're going to be here for a while." 3 Voxian monsters clambered across Elijah's broad back, biting and clawing for purchase. He just used iron scales, so they stood no chance of actually harming him. However, the same couldn't be said for Isak, who was running in circles as he tried to avoid yet another creature. He was not doing a good job of it either, because the thing kept catching up and biting him. The only reason he hadn't already fallen was the ethereal shield that protected his body. Elijah couldn't worry about the boy, though. He had to trust that Isak could take care of himself, because he was already starting to feel the strain of using iron scales too many times in quick succession. If something didn't change and soon, he would fall from sheer exhaustion. So with that in mind, he reached back with one long arm and snatched at the much smaller Vox. It dodged nimbly and continued its gnashing attack, so he tipped over and slammed himself into the ground back first. 2 of the monsters scattered, leaping from his back just in time to avoid being flattened. However, the third wasn't so lucky. Bones crunched as the full weight of Elijah's guardian shape squashed the creature. It didn't die, but it certainly wasn't recovering from that anytime soon. More importantly, Elijah had a brief moment to enact the next part of his hastily conceived plan. Without hesitation, he shifted back into his human form and cast 2 spells. The first was Healing Rain, which he hoped would be enough to keep both himself and Isak healed for the time being. The next was Snaring Roots, which he aimed at the boy's pursuer. Thick, thorny, and purple vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around the small creature and locking it into place. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Vox reversed course and made a beeline toward the suddenly vulnerable Elijah. He met the first one with a baseball swing of his staff that sent it skidding to the side, but that opened him for the other's attack. Elijah raised his arm just in time to keep it from tearing into his torso, but when it crunched down on his forearm, he let out a cry of anger and agony. Without aiming, he used Storm's Fury, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It hit the creature clinging to his arm, sending it into convulsions, and he used that brief opening to fling it away. The second it flew free, Elijah canceled Essence of the Monkey and used Shield of Brambles. After that, he shifted back into his lamellar ape form, the transformation completed just before the 2 creatures returned to the fight. But this time, Elijah was ready for them. He didn't even bother keeping them off him. Instead, he was perfectly willing to endure their attacks. With iron scales active, they did almost no damage, and every time they bit or clawed, which was quite a lot, considering their favored form of frenzied attacks, they got a sharp thorn for their troubles. In seconds, they were coated in a dozen rivulets of blood. At the same time, Elijah stomped on the injured Vox that was still struggling to rise despite its plethora of broken bones. He ended its life with a generous application of force directed at its vulnerable skull. It couldn't avoid the blow, so it died after only a few more seconds. Mostly, it still took a glancing blow, which for any other spell might have been an issue. With Soulfare, though, it was more than enough. The monster howled in agony as in the space of a second its arm melted entirely. However, the remainder of the ball of soulfire hit the roots, burning them to a crisp and freeing the creature. It stumbled as it tore loose from the remaining tendrils of vegetation. For his part, Elijah couldn't afford to watch the unfolding battle between young man and Vox. He was far too busy with his own opponents. Thankfully, the multitude of wounds, small though they were, had begun to take their toll, and the two Voxian creatures had slowed considerably. That allowed Elijah to reach back and grab one of them by the loose skin on the back of its neck. His claws dug into its hide as it attempted to wriggle free, but he wasn't having that. Despite its efforts at escape, Elijah's grip held, and he proceeded to slam the creature into the rocky ground. The first instance broke bones, but the second shattered them. The third ruptured organs, and the fourth took its life. He let out a roar as he tossed it away, turning his attention to his remaining attacker. It wasn't long before it went the way of its partner, broken and dead. At that moment, Isaac finally finished his target off as well, using a whip of pure sulfur to slice through the creature. It fell into two disgusting halves that squelched when they hit the ground. "What was that?" "It's called Soul Whip," he said. "I'm not good with aiming it, so I can't use it unless they're close." "You didn't mention that before," Elijah accused, his lamellar ape voice low and growly. The young man shrugged. "I wasn't sure if I might need it against you," he admitted self-consciously. "That makes a lot of sense. You're not mad at me?" Isaac asked. Elijah shrugged his massive shoulders, saying, "Can't blame you. You don't know me, I don't know you. But I'll tell you this right now, you use that thing on me and we're going to have a big problem." Isaac swallowed hard. I wouldn't." "Look alive, next wave is coming soon." Just then, a massive rumble shook the ground, and Elijah felt dozens of presences swimming through the earth toward the surface. He knew exactly how to deal with that, so before they could complete their ascent, he shifted back to his human form and cast Calamity. Even as the wind began to blow, he shifted back to his guardian shape and readied himself for the coming struggle. As it turned out, he needn't have worried. The second the creatures in there were more than 10 surfaced, Calamity descended upon them in all its disastrous fury. The wind howled as it cut them to pieces, and the earth buckled beneath them. And all the while, Elijah stood back, using his massive form to shield the young man. In the end, all but 3 of the Voxian monsters perished in the calamity, and the trio of survivors were in no shape to fight back when Elijah went in to finish them off. They were much smaller than the previous wave, maybe 3 feet tall, at most, but they still looked extremely dangerous, with their sharp claws and biting teeth. Elijah pummeled them to death without hesitation. When he returned to his position in front of Isaac, the curly-haired young man was in awe. "You just thou did ya, what level are you?" "Don't worry about that," Elijah responded. "Besides, levels aren't everything." Before he could elaborate, a deep, resounding roar cut across the landscape, bouncing off the jagged obsidian rocks to make it seem like it was coming from everywhere all at once. But Elijah didn't need to rely on his aural senses to recognize the source. He could see it coming right for him. It was big, bigger even than the monster that had nearly killed the panther back on his island. It also only had 1 set of arms, which somehow made it look even more fearsome. Elijah had just enough time to notice a huge sail-like set of spines on its back before it crashed into him. He met its charge with one of his own, though the impact with the 12-foot-tall monster sent him flying backwards like he'd been hit by an 18-wheeler. Isaac lashed out with his soul whip, though to much lesser effect than against the other monsters. The tendril of blue-white fire wrapped around the Voxian monster's leg, setting it to sizzling, yet that was where the damage ended. Still, it must have been quite painful, because the monster let out a shuddering scream of pure agony before it backhanded Isaac. Blood arced, and the young man went flying away. Elijah's mind went white with fury, and he sprang to his feet and launched himself at the monster. He hit with the force of a charging bull, knocking the Voxian monster into a stumble. However, it recovered quickly, raking its claws across Elijah's back. Even with a hastily activated iron scales, Elijah felt his hide part beneath its sharp talons, but he wasn't without claws of his own. He snapped out his fists, ripping and tearing with all the fury he could muster. With the additional potency from his claws of gluttony, he managed to do quite a bit of damage before the monster lashed out with its foot, kicking him across the landscape. He tumbled, flipping over 3 times before hitting an escarpment of jagged, black rock. It shattered, and a few bits lodged between his scales as his momentum took him a few feet further. Fortunately, he was durable enough that the damage was minor, and he recovered his feet only a second later. As he did, he saw the huge monster's unhurried approach. It almost looked like it was enjoying it. Or perhaps Elijah was simply anthropomorphizing the macabre smile playing across its semi-reptilian face. Whatever the case, he wasn't going to waste the opportunity represented by the distance between them. So without even pushing himself to his feet, Elijah once again shifted to his natural form and cast Swarm. Then, knowing that he needed all the damage he could get, he cast Essence of the Monkey, willing it to replace Shield of Brambles before he cast Shape of the Predator. Assuming his draconid form took a lot more mana than taking on the shape of the lamellar ape, but he knew he couldn't win if he fought on the huge monster's terms. He needed to change the paradigm, and the shape of the predator offered the best chance to do that. The giant Voxian monster reached him just as the transformation completed, and he narrowly bounded out of the way of what would have been a devastating slash. Yet because of haste and his increased control, he easily dodged it before springing off a nearby shard of jagged stone and leaping onto the monster's back. There, he dug his foreclaws into its shoulders and raked with his back claws. Elijah only managed a few good gouges before he saw another attack coming his way, so he leaped free and sprinted away. Meanwhile, as the monster followed with its lumbering steps, a swarm of tiny glowing bugs descended on it, delivering a payload of afflictions as it loped after Elijah. He had no trouble keeping ahead of the creature, but when he got too far away, the scaly monster lost interest and started toward the still prone Isaac. So he darted back in, raking his claws across the Voxian monster's legs, as much to get the thing's attention as it was to do damage. It worked, and he slowly led the creature away from the hopefully recovering Isaac. Healing Rain was still going, so if he hadn't already succumbed to his injuries, there was a good chance that he would live, so long as Elijah dealt with the monster. So he continued like that for a few minutes, darting in every so often to keep the creature's attention as well as to do whatever damage he could muster. Meanwhile, every time he attacked the monster, he stacked instances of contagion as well as anticoagulant from the claws of gluttony. In addition, the afflictions from the swarm were busy working on the monster as well. Gradually, Elijah whittled the monster down. It was slow, though, very, very slow, and he got into trouble more than a few times when he underestimated the monster's speed. It was so easy to forget that massive strength which the monster clearly possessed translated into explosive, if often short-lived and barely controlled bursts of speed. So on more than one occasion, Elijah found himself on the wrong end of that equation. Still, each time, he managed to escape with only a few scrapes. Until almost 20 minutes later, it caught him with a backhand that crushed his ribs and sent him tumbling across the landscape. As it happened, he ended up near where the battle had begun, but to his shock, Isaac was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't give that much thought, though, because the moment the monster had sensed even a hint of weakness, it had become rejuvenated. The sluggishness of its many injuries briefly forgotten, it charged Elijah with renewed fury. Elijah forced himself to his feet, but one of his legs was broken, and Healing Rain had long since run its course. With his mobility cut to almost nothing, he had no choice but to initiate a shift into his lamellar ape form and hope he could endure whatever punishment the creature dished out. So he did, noting that his ethera had gotten extremely low due to his constant shifting back and forth as well as the copious use of his spells. He would need to be more cognizant of that going forward, but for now, he had other things on his mind, like the monster bearing down on him. His transformation completed just in time for him to once again meet the charge. However, in this instance, he was at an even more distinct disadvantage due to his broken leg. Even so, Elijah took the hit as well as possible, rolling with the blow to dissipate the impact. The injured Vox was still stronger than him, though, and he definitely got the worst of the clash. He landed flat on his back, his head hitting with enough impact to make everything fuzzy. When he recovered his wits, he saw the massive monster looming over him. It once again wore the disgusting grin upon its face. It laughed, a sound like clinking glass. Elijah tried to pick himself up, but the creature stomped down on his chest with its entire weight. Elijah felt his ribs creak as he struggled to breathe. It cocked its arm back, clearly intending to level a fatal blow. Elijah struggled, his claws raking against the monster's ankle as he tried to free himself. It was useless. Every facet of Elijah's mind whirled with potential solutions. He considered shifting again. He could probably wiggle out from under the monster's foot if he took on his human form. Yet, with it so close, there was almost no chance he'd win free. And without the increased constitution that came with his guardian form, there was no way he could endure the monster's attacks. For similar reasons, he couldn't shift into his predator form either. Those thoughts and 100 others like it writhed in Elijah's mind, but he could think of nothing. No clever plans, no new powers. He was going to die. Then a flash of white and blue light announced his salvation before a ball of sulfur hit the monster in the back. It sizzled, filling the air with the smell of charred meat, and for the briefest of moments it let up the pressure on Elijah's chest. He used that opening slim, though it was to roll free. Then with only one leg he pushed off and threw himself at the off-balance monster. He hit it with a shoulder tackle that drove it backwards. It tripped over the nearby escarpment, then tumbled to its back. Elijah latched onto its chest, riding it to the ground, and when it hit, he pummeled it with every point of strength he could muster. Between blows, Isaac ragged and, looking as if he was barely hanging onto life, tossed another ball of soulfire at the monster's head. It hit the struggling creature and melted its scales. Elijah kept going, and Isaac refused to let up either, though one facet of his mind recognized that Isaac had fallen. Elijah feared the worst, though he couldn't spare the attention to worry about the young man's fate. When Elijah saw that his blows weren't doing enough damage, he activated the rage ability of his silver bracer of rage. His mind was flooded with fury as his attributes skyrocketed. He didn't have the presence of mind to check his strength, but blows that had once felt completely ineffective were suddenly dislodging scales and breaking bones. The Voxian monster struggled, yet just as had been the case with Elijah only a few moments before, it couldn't escape. He roared in berserk fury as he continued to smash his fists into the monster, not stopping even after it had finally succumbed. In fact, Elijah didn't let up until, finally, the effect of rage dissipated, leaving him feeling even more drained than if he'd used iron scales a dozen times. His shoulders sagged as he looked up to see that Isaac's form had gone unnaturally still. That cut through the last vestiges of his enraged state, and with that clarity, he forced himself back into his human form. Dragging his broken leg, he stumbled toward the fallen young man, hoping that he wasn't too late to save him. "He was dead, help him," Carmen shouted, whipping her head around, but the healer she had brought into the mines was busy performing triage on another warrior. Meanwhile, Colt and Tiffany stood at the head of the tunnel, defending them against a tide of critters. There were hundreds of them, each the size of a basketball and with teeth like razors. Alone, they weren't that dangerous to anyone with a few levels under their belt. But in the numbers they'd found within the mine's tunnels, they were like terrestrial piranha that could strip the meat from their prey's bones in a matter of minutes. At first, the expedition to exterminate the pests had been safe enough. For the first few days, the group, which consisted of Carmen, Colt, Tiffany, and Brett, had been more than enough to deal with the scattered creatures. However, after a week of constant exploration of the tunnels, which included constant backtracking and frequent trips back to the surface in order to rest, they had finally discovered the nest. And it was both awful and awe-inspiring. The cavern had contained thousands of the little monsters, each of which were capable of downing a level 15 warrior. None of her group were that low of a level, but to Carmen, the second she'd laid eyes on the colony of little terrors, she'd known they weren't up to the task. So like any good commander, she called for a retreat. That had gone well enough, and in the following days she'd begun to assemble an assault team. More, she'd sent a runner back to Easton begging for more healers. She had yet to hear back from Roman, which wasn't that surprising. It was an arduous journey made even worse by the onset of winter, so it made perfect sense that no one had returned. Yet Carmen's hand had been forced when groups of the critters they were actually called terrestrial Molochs, according to Brett, whose vigilante class gave him an ability to identify enemies started to surface. The first time they had, the critters had killed one of the guards and maimed a couple who'd been on a walk through the town. That had necessitated a response. So Carmen had commandeered the services of one of the town's 2 healers, gathered a handful of warriors, and set off to exterminate the pests. It had not gone well. The mistake was forging ahead and having their elementalists set fire to the nest. Before they'd done that, Carmen and the others had rigged the surrounding tunnels to collapse, so they thought they could trap the creatures inside and burn them to death. And at first it had worked well enough, with hundreds of the little monsters perishing in Logan's summoned flames. That was one thing that had changed with the apocalypse. Conventional combustion was far less effective than it once had been, which was why gas cars and guns didn't really work as they once had. However, magical flames picked up the slack, and once set, they could use the ambient ethera as fuel. So Logan's fires burned hot and fast, enveloping the entire cavern in seconds. The group was busy patting themselves on the back when a trio of much larger Molochs came crashing through the debris blocking the tunnels and giving the rest of the critters an escape route. More distressingly, it gave them a free shot at the people who'd attempted to engineer their deaths. Her people had fought valiantly, and yet there had been far too many Molochs. So Carmen had organized a fighting retreat, eventually taking shelter in a small cavern with a single narrow and easily defensible entrance. Since then they'd fought a steady stream of the critters, taking a plethora of wounds along the way. The healer Keith had done everything he could, but it was obvious that it would only be a matter of time before he ran low on ethera. In the meantime, the wounded continued to pile up, overwhelming even his magic. Carmen checked the young man's pulse and found nothing. Still, she hoped that Keith could do something. So she reached down and grabbed the body around the waist before throwing him over her armored shoulder. He didn't react at all. As she ran across the small cavern, Carmen tried to convince herself that her burden was simply unconscious. Keith would save him, she just knew it. So when she reached the healer, who already had 3 patients, she gently laid the body down and begged, please tell me you can help him." Keith took one look at the young man, his eyes flicking down to the gaping wound in his chest, then shook his head. "I'm sorry," he croaked. "He's already gone. Even if he wasn't, I don't have the ethera, so I can't do anything about that kind of injury." He hung his head. Whether it was exhaustion or shame, Carmen had no idea, but for her part she felt both. Everyone had put their faith in her, and she'd rewarded that trust by getting people killed. 3 were already dead, and she had no idea if the critters had made it outside, if they had. No, she refused to go down that road. She'd done everything she could, and at every turn she'd made the choices she thought appropriate. She couldn't let herself drown in self-pity or guilt. That didn't help anyone. So she reached out and gripped Keith's bony shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. He really was a thin man, largely because he'd been a member of one of the groups of refugees that had initially been denied entry into Easton. It was only recently that his people had been allowed in, and his condition reflected that. He wasn't precisely unhealthy, but he clearly hadn't been flourishing either. Carmen had hoped to provide him a fresh start. Now, he was watching the people who depended on his miraculous healing ability die. That was going to take a toll. "You're doing everything you can," she said. "Keep it up." Then she ran a hand through her hair. She had no idea where her helmet had gone, and when she pulled her hand away, she saw that it was bloody. It didn't matter. She was still on her feet, and she wouldn't trouble the healer for a mere scratch. Before Keith could notice, she stepped away and returned to the entrance. There she saw Colt hard at work. Most of the time, he simply sliced the little monsters to ribbons with precise, perfectly controlled attacks. However, from time to time, he would use one of his techniques, and one of the larger critters would simply fall to chunks. He called it Blade Storm, and the way he described it, it manifested 13 razor-sharp blades of Aethera that cut his target to pieces. It was expensive to use, but it was as sure of a kill as any ability could guarantee. By comparison, the rawbone Tiffany's knuckles were bloody, and from her knuckles grew a series of ethereal claws. When she punched, they ripped jagged wounds in the creature's coarse-furred hides. She had a few other abilities that she rarely used, which was common for the combatants. Most of them didn't have enough experience to use anything but their go-to skills, spells, and abilities, which was often enough to deal with the typical threats they saw during routine patrols. This was different, though, and it highlighted a huge issue with how they were training the potential fighters, but that was a concern for another day. For now, Carmen stepped up and shouldered the exhausted Tiffany aside. As she did, she growled, "My turn." Then she manifested her blacksmithing hammer with summoned tool and planted herself beside Colt. It wasn't long before she was forced to use the crafting tool for its adapted purpose when she crushed a critter's spine. The little round creatures had odd anatomy, but she'd fought them enough by that point that she knew precisely where to hit them to do the most damage possible. She employed that knowledge to great effect as she stoically stood vigil, shoulder to shoulder with Colt. At some point, one of the other warriors replaced Colt, but Carmen barely noticed. Instead, she focused entirely on the task at hand, which meant using her immense strength to pummel the monsters to death. Because she was used to long hours at the forge, she barely grew fatigued, and she didn't have any combat skills or abilities, so she never ran low on Aethera. As a result, Carmen felt like she could keep going indefinitely. Of course, that wasn't true. Eventually, she would grow tired, but that point was a long way off. In addition, she took almost no damage due to the high quality of her armor. If the rest of her people had been wearing something similar, perhaps they could have avoided casualties altogether, but she'd been too caught up in wanting to be properly compensated for her work. All the best crafters were, largely because they all thought the danger had passed. Clearly, they were wrong, and they needed to get back to the basics of collective survival. When Easton had first been founded, everyone had contributed without thought for how it would personally benefit each one, and that was fine in a vacuum. People deserved to earn a living. Yet the world was still changing, and everyone's lives were still balanced on the edge of a knife. Carmen and the other crafters needed to do what they could to keep people from falling over that edge. Those thoughts flitted through Carmen's mind as she monotonously slaughtered one critter after another. It wasn't until she realized that she stood alone against the tide that she began to realize how dire their situation was. She'd been fighting for hours, and so had everyone else. They'd picked up one wound after another until, one by one, they'd fallen. She couldn't look back to check if they were dead or simply wounded, but she feared the worst. That thought crashed into her mind, and in that moment something broke. She didn't grow any stronger. Her fatigue, thin though it was, didn't wash away. Instead, it was like she experienced a rush of adrenaline that later she would liken to what a parent might feel when she saw her child being threatened. In those sorts of situations, people had been known to lift cars, and Carmen's physical abilities skyrocketed along those same lines. Suddenly, every fall of her hammer sent a critter splattering against the ground. At the same time, her fury or frustration perhaps climbed to unprecedented levels. She took that out on the monsters before her, and for a while it was enough to convince her that she was going to win. But reality came crashing down on her when that surge of adrenaline faded and her arms started to feel like they were encased in lead. She slowed and her blows lost their lethality. Still, she pushed on, trying to force the strength back into her muscles. It didn't work. A critter latched onto her arm. Then, as she was trying to dislodge it, another crunched down on her leg. She kicked it away, but another soon replaced it. Then another after that. She kept swinging, screaming all the while. From somewhere behind her, she heard a scream, and she felt the weak activation of skills. Yet she couldn't even turn to see what was going on, much less help the people who'd chosen to put their faith in her. Just as she felt a monster latch onto her neck, sending a gout of blood gushing into its greedy mouth, she spared a thought for Alyssa. She wasn't sure if she believed in an afterlife, but in a world of magic and monsters, the idea didn't seem as silly as it once might have. And while she didn't want to leave Miguel, she couldn't deny that there was a part of her that welcomed death and the possibility of being reunited with the woman she loved. The moment that thought crossed her mind, she felt a surge of rotten guilt envelope her. She was better than that. She needed to be. Miguel needed her to be stronger. With a roar, she grabbed the critter and tossed it aside before ramming into the nearby wall and squashing the trio of monsters clinging to that side of her body. Then she did the same to the other side. Over and over, she let the critters latch onto her, then she used her own body as a hammer and the wall as an anvil. Like that, dozens died, but she certainly didn't escape unscathed. Her armor had limits, after all, and it couldn't cover everything. Her growing fatigue hadn't disappeared either. No, that brief surge had given her a few moments more, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. Still, Carmen fought on until she felt the effects of blood loss and exhaustion drive her to her knees. The first time it happened, she forced herself back to her feet with a swell of forced energy, but it didn't last long. It couldn't. Soon enough, she fell and couldn't regain her feet. Even so, she never stopped swinging her hammer. Even when her blows lost all strength, she refused to give in. Finally, she fell and couldn't force herself to rise. Briefly, Carmen felt sharp teeth on the back of her head, but then there was something different. Blistering heat washed over her. Because of resist fire, which was no doubt intended to help her endure the heat associated with magical forges, she was unharmed. The same couldn't be said for the critters, and the smell of burning fur filled Carmen's nostrils. Once the confusion passed, she looked up to see a hellish scene. Monsters burned, some of them so hotly that they actually melted. Amidst that stood a man, tall and thin and wearing a red and white robe. Carmen recognized him from somewhere, but in her exhausted state she couldn't quite place him. However, she certainly remembered the person beside him, or rather the morning star at the woman's waist. Varen, she muttered. It was the healer who'd been with Alyssa when she died. That probably meant something, but now that the threat was ended, even that mystery couldn't keep Carmen from slipping into unconsciousness. Purple lightning flashed in the sky as the smell of death filled Elijah's nostrils. He stumbled toward the fallen Isaac, dread and despair mingling in his heart as he let his guardian form fall away. With each staggering step, pain lanced up his broken leg, but he forced himself to ignore it, and as soon as his transformation completed, he summoned healing rain. A storm of soothing precipitation gathered, dumping its rejuvenating payload on Elijah and Isaac alike. But the young man wasn't moving, and when Elijah finally reached him, he found that Isaac's breathing had stalled. No. He reached out, and as soon as he laid his hand on the boy's chest, he used touch of nature. It pulsed, and Isaac's body seized at the injection of healing ethera. Yet Elijah could tell that it hadn't worked. Forcing life into a corpse wouldn't do anything. Dead was, after all, dead, yet Elijah refused to accept it, so he channeled it again, and again after that. Each time, the boy's body jerked like he'd just been subjected to the electrical current of a defibrillator. However, the moment the flow of ethera ceased, he went limp. Elijah gritted his teeth and continued his efforts. Over and over, he kept going until there were only wisps of ethera left in his core. He pulled on more, flexing his mind and soul for all they were worth, but it wasn't enough. Tears traced lines through the dirt and dried blood on Elijah's cheeks as he tilted his head back and screamed. That didn't do any good either. It just wasn't fair. Nothing was. The world had become a cruel place where a young man like Isaac had been tasked with becoming a hero. He was just a boy, and yet he'd marched into danger and answered the call of heroism. And then he died unceremoniously, and for no other reason than that Elijah was incapable of saving him, of protecting him. Ever since he'd killed those hunters, Elijah had felt that something was wrong, that everything was skewed. He'd avenged the bear, killing people that in his head he'd pegged as villains. But were they? Elijah really had no idea. The reality was that he'd reacted based on frustration, and he could admit to himself, a false sense of companionship. For so long, he'd been alone, and in retrospect, it was easy for him to anthropomorphize the creature. Yet the bear would probably have tried to kill him if he hadn't continuously brought it food. The same was true of the panther he remembered far more fondly than reality suggested. More than once, Elijah had thought himself immune to the stress that came from his traumatic existence. But he wasn't, not any more than anyone else at least. He just processed it differently, and that flawed method had led him down a road that eventually pushed him into killing a group of hunters that may or may not have deserved what he'd done to them. Did he feel guilty about it? No, he did not truly. Yet he knew that in the future he needed to think things through, rather than react based on his ultimately flawed feelings. He also needed to be cognizant of his tendency to lose context. Animals were animals and people were people, and in the changed world he couldn't blame humanity or the various other sapient races for killing. That was probably the only way anyone was going to survive. What the hunters had done still didn't sit well with him, though. He didn't like it, and he suspected he never would. However, that didn't mean they had deserved to die. Thoughts like that flitted through Elijah's mind as he struggled to absorb enough ethera to fuel more attempts at healing the fallen Isaac. He knew it was useless, but just like with the bear, he had latched onto the young man in a way that probably wasn't warranted by the situation. They barely knew one another, after all. But in Elijah's mind, the boy had taken on the role of a little brother. Or a nephew, hopefully. If Miguel was in a similar situation, someone would try just as hard to help him. So Elijah kept going well past the point when he should have stopped. Then, after some interminable time, Isaac's eyes shot open. His hand shot out, and Elijah only recognized the danger at the last second. He dove to the side just in time to avoid taking a ball of sulfur to the face. He didn't care, though. "You're alive." "What?" panted Isaac. "How?" "Of course I'm alive." "What?" "It submits an ability, a spell. It kind of keeps me alive. It's called Stored Soul. Think of it like a second life. So long as I cast it before a fight, I can survive fatal damage. I go into coma for a while, Butia. It saved my life 3 times so far. It goes on cooldown after activation, though. It'll be a month before I can use it again," Isaac said, the words spilling out all at once. "You probably shouldn't tell strangers that," Elijah pointed out. "You're not a stranger, though." "You saved me," Elijah shrugged. "We're even then. You saved me too." "I did, didn't I?" the young man said, grinning. He tried to get up but winced. "Oh, I guess I'm not completely healed, huh? How long have been here?" "It usually takes a week for me to wake up from the coma. It's been about an hour. Maybe 2 since the monster died," Elijah said. It made sense. Likely the influx of healing had shortened the duration of the coma. He picked himself up, saying, "Don't move. I want to finish healing you." "I think we should probably get out of here." "Why? There aren't any more monsters." Isaac pointed at the sky. Elijah followed the gesture to see that it had broken into a million jagged pieces, revealing an abyssal blackness that did not look good. It was as if they were inside a broken snow globe, except that it was intended to keep something out rather than in. "Yeah, you're probably right." With that, Elijah reached down and helped Isaac to his feet. Then they hobbled back to the entrance, where a pair of white crystals floated in the air. Elijah touched one and Isaac touched the other. That prompted a notification to appear before Elijah's mind's eye. "Congratulations. By closing a minor dimensional rift, you have done a great service to your world. Thus, you have earned a reward. Lesser rejuvenation potion awarded." "Whoa," exclaimed Isaac, looking at the vial in his hand. "This isthys is amazing." Elijah was less enthused. "Yippee," he muttered to himself. He could already heal himself, so he didn't see a whole lot of use for a potion that would do the same thing. Others clearly didn't have that option, so it must have been very valuable. However, he would have much preferred an attribute potion like he'd gotten the last time he'd closed a minor dimensional rift. He sighed, pocketing the potion as he said, "Beggars can't be choosers, I guess." After that, the pair left the rift behind, and when they stepped back into the world, the rip in reality dissipated, and the black tendrils of corruption dissolved. Elijah was less concerned about that than the giant cat barreling toward him. He pushed Isaac aside and took the furious feline's leaping charge right in the chest. It only managed to rake its claws across his unprotected skin a few times before Elijah managed to reposition his hands and shove the thing away. The cat was big, but Elijah's strength attribute was well past the peak of humanity. As such, dislodging an 80-pound cat wasn't nearly as difficult as it would have been before the world had changed. The creature went flying away, bounced off the trunk of a tree, then came rocketing back at Elijah. He met it with an overhand swing of his staff that ended with the cat hitting the ground with enough force to leave it stunned. That's when Elijah dropped his staff and pounced on the cat, wrapping his arms around its torso. He could feel the corruption pulsing through it. "Don't kill her, I'm not," Elijah growled, struggling to hold the struggling cat still. He hadn't escaped its initial pounce unscathed, and he was bleeding pretty profusely. Even so, he had the animal at his mercy. "I'm going to heal it. Her. I'm going to try to heal her. Just be prepared for if it doesn't work." With that, Elijah cast Healing Rain. It barely cost any ethera, especially considering the sheer volume of healing it could offer. It was especially efficient, considering that the spell was healing him, the cat, and Isaac all at the same time. But for now, he was mostly concerned with banishing the corruption from Artemis the cat. He focused as hard as he could, channeling touch of nature into the overgrown feline. It went wild, bucking and hissing and raking its claws across his arms. With Elijah holding it off the ground, it couldn't get any leverage, though. He cast the spell again, trying his best to guide it toward the corruption. But the moment the two clashed, he knew it wouldn't do any good. The corruption wasn't a disease or a virus. Indeed, it didn't feel like anything else Elijah had ever experienced. Even calling it corruption felt wrong. It was so fundamentally different from anything else he'd ever experienced. As a result, Elijah struggled to even contextualize it. Alien was the best he came up with, but even that implied that it was of their universe. It wasn't. It was from somewhere else, whatever was on the other side of that rift. Not the place where they'd fought the Voxian monsters. No, that was just a bridge. Instead, the corruption was from wherever that bridge led. Still, he kept trying to heal, but to no effect. The The cat wasn't diseased, it wasn't unhealthy, it was just different. Desperate to find something that worked, Elijah shouted, Isaac, take the potion from my right pocket. I need you to pour that down Artemis' throat. Can you do that without getting cut to ribbons? He nodded, saying something about his ethereal shield. Then he followed Elijah's directions, finding the vial and uncorking it. The moment he did so, Elijah felt the power emitting from it. Then Isaac reached in and awkwardly dragged the cat's mouth open. It hissed and spit and tried to claw him, but each time it did, it was met with a shimmering blue shield. Eventually, Isaac managed to pour the concoction down Artemis's throat. Instantly, he felt the difference. The potion was more than simple healing. It exceeded what Elijah could do by a fair amount, adding some other characteristic that he simply couldn't identify. However, what he could tell was that the moment the potion went down Artemis's throat, the corruption had started to retreat, but it wasn't enough. Elijah felt the darkness rally as the effect of the potion started to dissipate. So he spat the other one, and finally it worked. Slowly. The cat continued to struggle, but soon its yowls weakened and its wriggling lost vigor. Elijah continued to pour Ethra into his healing spells, and miraculously the corruption retreated, then began to dissipate. Just as he was about to run out of energy, the last of the otherworldly taint dissolved, leaving only a healthy cat behind. But it was absolutely exhausted, and the creature immediately went limp, passing out. Elijah felt like doing the same, but instead he gave Isaac a tired smile as he said, "She's going to be okay. I hope so. Do you have any idea what those potions were?" Isaac asked, grinning like a giddy idiot. "Our rejuvenation potions is what the notification said." "Why, what's so special about them? They're kind of like a cure-all. I think I remember someone who had an identification skill saying that the description claimed that no affliction can endure a rejuvenation potion." "Those things are priceless," Isaac stated. Elijah shrugged and scratched behind the cat's ear. Even out cold, it let out a contented purr. "Worth it," he said, and he could tell that Isaac completely agreed. "Are you sure?" asked Isaac, looking around the darkening forest. "It's fine. I sleep outside all the time," Elijah said, sitting beside the small fire he'd built. Artemis was draped over his lap, sound asleep. Because she was so much larger than any house cat had a right to be, she didn't quite fit in his lap, but that clearly didn't bother her very much. And if Elijah was honest, he didn't mind either. "I spent an entire winter sleeping outside once. Don't recommend it one little bit. Of course, I've got a pretty awesome treehouse now. You live in a treehouse. I think I'm selling it short here. Not a house in a tree, a house made out of a tree. That's a very important distinction, I'm pretty sure," Elijah pointed out. As he spoke, he idly scratched behind the cat's ear. "What are you?" asked Isaac. "You a human being." "Well, as much of a human as any of us are anymore," Elijah answered. He tilted his head to the side and scratched his chin. "Though with cultivation in the mix, I'm not really sure how true that is. I mean, I feel human, but body of wood doesn't really sound like a very human thing to have. More tree territory if I'm honest, or Pinocchio. Pre-real boy shenanigans, of course. I was talking about your class," Isaac clarified. "Oh, I'm a druid. Well, technically that's my archetype, but that's good enough. Does that mean you're a protector of nature?" asked the young man. "Or is it more like the Celtic druids?" "The first," Elijah answered, reaching into his bag. He still had some travel rations in there, down near the bottom. So he reached in almost up to his shoulder and grabbed the jerky wrapped in wax paper. When he pulled it out, he offered some to Isaac. "Jerky. I'm not sure what kind of animal it's from, but it's not bad. A bit peppery for my taste, but it's better than eating crab every day." "Crab, yeah, used to love it. But fun fact about crab, when you eat it every single day for more than a year, it kind of loses its luster, if you know what I mean. Maybe if I'd had proper spices, but those are hard to come by out in the wilderness. Best I could do was some salt from boiling seawater, wild garlic, and a few odds and ends I gathered," Elijah babbled. "It was edible, but only just. Didn't really help that I've never been much of a cook. My dad used to tell me I could burn water, and he wasn't that far off." As Elijah spoke, Isaac tore a chunk of the jerky away and scooted a bit closer to the fire. It was still on the tail end of winter, and though the temperatures had begun to rise, nights remained quite chilly. "I don't know anybody else who can do what you do. Are you on the power ranking list?" asked Isaac. Elijah considered lying, and his good sense told him to do just that. However, he'd never been much for dishonesty, especially with someone who had saved his life earlier that day. Besides, the notion of constantly lying about who he was just left a bad taste in his mouth. So he said, "Yeah, top 10 actually. What about you?" He hadn't even checked, but given the boy's obvious power, it seemed likely. "I was in the 90s for a little while after the tower," he stated, "but I haven't hunted that much lately. The young man trailed off, and Elijah understood precisely why. It didn't take a psychiatrist to recognize the inevitable consequences of the trauma the boy had been through. "It's okay, you don't have to talk about it," Elijah said. For a long moment, Isaac just stared into the crackling fire. Then in a low voice he said, "I was the only survivor. I shouldn't have made it either. I was the first to go down. Too slow. My shield didn't hold. The monster, I think it was a werewolf or something, it was too fast and it targeted me first. Stored soul saved me, and when I woke up everyone was already dead. But the monster, it was wounded, barely alive. I killed it and I got the rewards. He laughed harshly. A stupid sword I couldn't even use. I saw it. Ridiculous thing, right? Isak said, shaking his head. After that, everyone started calling me a hero. Someone said I was like Atlas, standing with the world on his shoulders, and it stuck. Me, a titan, even stupider than the sword. Before the world changed, I was a nobody, worse than nobody. I spent all my time playing online games and avoiding everything, but now I'm supposed to be a hero or something. I don't know how to do that. Me neither, Elijah admitted. What? You saved me. You saved Artemis. You are a hero, Isak insisted, leaning forward, his eyes glistening. Elijah just shook his head. I'm definitely not what you think I am, kid, he said. Then he stood, careful not to wake the cat cradled in his arms. He stepped toward Isak and deposited Artemis beside him. The cat woke up and yowled in his direction, but he ignored it. I'm going for a walk. I'll make sure nothing messes with you. What did I say? Elijah ignored the rest of the boy's question, instead slipping into the trees and shifting into his predator form. He had guise of the unseen wrapped around him within a couple of steps, but he didn't go anywhere. Instead, he just turned around and watched over Isak, who looked incredibly small and young, sitting there beside the fire. The boy was also naive. The fact that he thought of Elijah as a hero was laughable, especially considering that not that long ago, he'd killed 4 people for no more of a crime than hunting a bear and picking a mushroom. There was more to it than that, he knew, far more. On top of his trauma and his tendency to anthropomorphize animals, he suspected that his attitude was being affected by something far greater than himself. Was that the effect of his archetype, or was it something more ephemeral? Had he truly gone wild? Or was he simply making excuses for indulging in his most violent tendencies? The truth was that he didn't know, and that scared him. Because for better or worse, Elijah knew he had the power to become something incredibly scary. Without rules or restraint, he would be a monster not unlike the Vox, just pure destruction in human form. After leaving Norcastle, he'd been patting himself on the back for taking Jess's advice and refusing to rise to the mayor's unspoken challenge. But in retrospect, it was easy to leave the town behind because he just didn't care enough to react. Pride wasn't Elijah's sin, after all, but his frustration had left him primed to react poorly when he'd come upon the bear's corpse and he'd given in to the anger. The rest was history, and not the sort any sane person would look upon favorably. As Elijah considered his actions and how to avoid falling into that trap again, he watched the young man fall asleep. Artemis pretended like she was asleep as well, but in his draconid form, Elijah could tell that she was awake and alert, likely to guard Isak from any potential predators. It made him think of the panther who died what felt like a lifetime ago, which brought his thoughts back to the bear. Neither had deserved to die, but in retrospect, he could understand the motivation to hunt them. The world was a dangerous place, and unless humanity grabbed at whatever power it could, people would die. If not to the dangerous wildlife, then to the non-human settlements like Ironshore. Some of those people were assuredly aggressive. Even so, Elijah couldn't stomach the idea of hunting something for no more reason than to gain experience. Doing so for food was acceptable, for defense too, even for dominance, but just for experience. It just left him feeling queasy, and for reasons he couldn't quite articulate, he only knew he didn't like it. To distract himself from that, Elijah focused on something he'd not let himself acknowledge while with Isak. Since leaving Norcastle, he'd gained 3 more levels. The first was when he'd killed the 4 hunters, and the other 2 had come in the dimensional rift. Normally, 3 levels wouldn't have excited him after all. It wasn't as if he needed to allocate his attribute points anymore, but in this case, he'd finally hit the level 45 threshold, and that meant that he'd gotten a new spell. Essence of the Lion. Channel the Might of the Lion, increasing strength attribute by 10 points, usable on allies. It was a familiar format, largely because he had similar enhancements meant to augment his other attributes. The lone holdout was Ethera, and he wasn't certain if he'd ever get something like that. However, he could already think of tons of situations where having the extra strength that came with Essence of the Lion would come in handy. The only drawback was that he couldn't use all of his enhancements at once. Yet, if he ever found himself fighting as a member of a group, he could pick and choose the enhancements he bestowed upon other people, tailoring the augmentations to the person's archetype, class, or role. And who knew, perhaps at level 50 he would gain another slot. Once he finished examining the new spell, which didn't take long, considering how similar it was to the others in the Essence line, Elijah decided to take a look at his full status for the first time in quite a while. Name: Elijah Hart. Level 45. Archetype: Druid. Class: Animist. Specialization: Len A. Alignment: Len A. Strength 67-57. Dexterity 79-49. Constitution 57-47. Ethera 55. Regeneration 69-49. Attunement. Nature. Cultivation stage, cultivator. Body. Cord. Mind. Soul. Wood. Hatchling. Quartz. Neophyte. His attributes had continued to grow by 1 point for every level, and combined with his equipment and enhancement spells, he felt like he was in a good place. And in his Draconid form, it was even more dramatic, but he had to wonder about the other people on the ladder. Were their attributes just as impressive? He knew his archetype was rare, and he believed his class was as well. On top of that, with his dragon core, his enhancement spells were that much more effective. So he felt confident that he could stand toe-to-toe with any of them, even the ones ahead of them on the list. Yet it stood to reason that they'd all experienced their own lucky encounters as well. Perhaps their cultivation was just as advanced as his, or maybe more so. The reality was that he had no idea, and so far he'd yet to find an opportunity to answer the questions strangling his thoughts. And perhaps he never would. The world was a big place, after all. What were the odds that he'd actually run into another high ranker? Slim, Elijah knew. But still, he expected that it would eventually happen. Power drew power and strength challenged strength. It was naive in the extreme to suspect that there wouldn't be friction between those high-ranking people. Competitive natures dictated as much, and that was discounting the possibility that someone might see their fellow people as a means of progression. No, he knew he would run into them at some point. He just needed to be ready for when the inevitable came to pass. Until then, though he had other things on his mind, he still needed to find Alyssa, and despite having spent the past months exploring and fighting his way across hundreds of miles, he still didn't feel any closer to accomplishing that goal. But he would. He believed that because he didn't want to contemplate any other possibility. With that at the forefront of his mind, Elijah switched back to his human form and returned to the campsite. There, he settled down to watch over the now sleeping young man and his cat. Morning sunlight filtered through the forest's canopy as a dewy chill carpeted the forest floor. Somewhere up above, a bird chirped, and in the distance, a squirrel chittered, painting the morning with a cold yet idyllic brush. Elijah sat with his back to the trunk of a tree, his head tilted upward as he enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere for what it represented. He looked across the campsite to see Artemis staring back at him from her position cuddled next to Isak. She was a dangerous creature. He knew that down to his very core. Even without the corruption of the dimensional rift infecting her, Artemis was a peerless predator. Due to that undeniable fact, Elijah was hesitant to leave her behind. The chances that she would end up killing someone were high enough that taking her back to his island was probably the most responsible path he could take, and yet he couldn't bring himself to make that decision. For one, he didn't have the heart to separate Artemis from her owner. Or perhaps she was the owner in this situation. Regardless, it seemed that neither would accept being parted from the other's company. So if Elijah took one, he'd need to take the other, and he had no interest in doing that. Not only would having another person underfoot, trampling his grove, be far more trouble than it was worth, but the prudence of that course of action was extremely questionable. Elijah knew he wasn't great company, and sentencing someone else to the sort of solitude he'd endured was a cruelty he refused to contemplate. No, that wasn't a path he intended to explore. Perhaps Artemis would hurt someone, but maybe not. Elijah couldn't be responsible for the whole world after all. It wasn't his problem to solve. He'd already done enough by saving her and Isak, and if he was honest, he was eager to get back on the proverbial road and hunt down his sister, Carmen and Miguel. Because if nothing else, the bond between Isak and Artemis had proven the value of having trustworthy people around, even if those people happened to be overgrown and deadly house cats. More than anything, he wanted to just unload his problems onto someone, but he didn't think many therapists had survived the touch of the world tree. Not many of anything had, as far as he could tell, but as a substitute, his sister would do just fine. Certainly, she'd played that role before, and he'd done the same for her. But that was back before he'd run away to Hawaii. Of course, he'd never characterized it like that. On the surface, taking that job had made perfect sense. It was in his field, and it was paradise, after all. But in reality, Elijah could admit that he just wanted to get as far away from all the trappings of familiarity that reminded him of the parents he'd lost far too soon. It was a mistake, and one he'd acknowledged on more than one occasion. Being diagnosed with terminal cancer tended to prompt introspection, and as he was dying, he'd most regretted losing touch with his sister. Finally, about an hour after dawn, Isak's eyes fluttered open and he pushed himself upright. "I can't believe I slept all night," he muttered, stretching. He ran his hand through his curly black hair, smacking his lips as he yawned. "Didn't you need to rest? I could have stood watch." "It's fine," Elijah answered. "Not the first all-nighter I've ever pulled. At least I have the attributes to soften the blow now." He reached into his pack and retrieved one of his glass jugs, which he handed to Isak. The boy took it gratefully, and after taking a long swig, wiped his arm across his mouth. "We should head back to the city. My sister is probably worried sick. Sister asked Elijah. You never mentioned a sister. He shrugged. Must have slipped my mind, the young man said. She didn't want me to come out here looking for Artemis. She's kind of protective like that. This is an older sister, right? Please don't. Don't what? What makes you think? That look, I've seen it enough to know exactly what it means. Delilah was always popular. Was that because of her looks, or? Isaac just shook his head. Elijah tried to babble an excuse his social graces might have been a bit rusty, but he was still aware that he'd crossed a line, but he ended up going off on a tangent about how big his grove was. It was not an effective conversational path, and by the time they started back to the city, Isaac was visibly annoyed. Artemis just followed along, but Elijah got the feeling she was judging him too. But that might have just been the fact that she was still a cat, if an overgrown one, and he'd saved a couple of lives, which now that it was done didn't seem quite as important as all the rest. I hate how much you're smiling, Isaac muttered as they drew within sight of the gate. Elijah pointedly ignored him. The same two guards were working the gate, and to Elijah's surprise, they recognized him straight away. They were far more excited about Isaac's return, which meant quite a lot of backslapping and jovial declarations as to the hero's valor. Artemis hadn't even stopped. Instead, she disappeared through the gate to wander the city. Hopefully she wouldn't kill anyone, or at least nobody that didn't deserve it. Once they made it past the two enthusiastic guards, Elijah and Isaac made their way through the city. As they went, the same old ladies sat on their balconies exchanging gossip. Meanwhile, Isaac received the celebrity treatment, which he endured with as much grace as could be expected. Still, Elijah could recognize the tightness of frustration in the young man's shoulders. One good thing was that, apparently, Greek people liked to show their appreciation with food, which meant that by the time they reached Isaac's home, they'd been loaded down with various fruits and a couple of hearty meat pies. Smell alone was enough to set Elijah's mouth to watering, so when Isaac invited him inside, he was more than happy to take advantage of the young man's hospitality. It had nothing at all to do with the possibility of meeting the boy's goddess of a sister. Unfortunately, by the time he finished his meat pie, no such sister had presented herself. So without any reason to hang around, he said his goodbyes and headed back into town. For a couple of hours, he just wandered around enjoying the atmosphere. He enjoyed the wilderness, and he was a bit solitary by nature, but Elijah could appreciate civilization as much as the next guy, especially when everyone was so friendly. It was such a departure from what he'd experienced back in Norcastle that he couldn't help but make the comparison. Where one town had responded to the world's transformation with petty cronyism and corruption, another had pulled together in solidarity. The existence of somewhere like Argus was enough to color Elijah's expectations with a fair amount of optimism. Eventually, he made his way to Atticus's shop, where he found the eponymous owner closing a deal with a man in a heavy, purple robe. Elijah recognized the ogre staff the man was in the process of buying, so he gave Atticus a quick thumbs up. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he definitely overheard the final price the two agreed upon, and it was quite a bit higher than what Atticus had paid. So once the purple-robed would-be wizard departed the shop, he asked, "Was everything you told me about that staff a lie?" "Welcome back, my friend." "Oh, don't my friend me. You paid me 2 silvers for that stick, and you just charged him 14. He overpaid, friend, or you underpaid." "I would never," he said, clutching his chest as if stabbed. Elijah rolled his eyes and said, "Whatever. What's a few silvers between friends, right? But maybe you can help me with identifying a couple of other items. More treasure already. Did you go to the tower then?" "No," Elijah answered. "Just some things I didn't know what to do with before. Still don't, honestly. But figuring out what they are is probably the first step." With that, the two men headed into the back room. There, Elijah rummaged in his pack until he found the 2 items that were his goal. The first was the bear's pelt, which he set onto the table. "Dire bear pelt," Atticus stated with a note of surprise. "Simple grade. Where did you get this?" "Oh, out and about." "What about this?" he asked, setting the pack containing the amanita flesh onto the table. "It's an enchanted sack, but inside is what's left of a natural treasure. I wouldn't open it if I were you, though. It'll almost certainly make you sick." "Can't identify it, then." "The pack is crude grade, though, called a preservation sack. You might have more luck with an alchemist, but we don't have any living in the city limits." "Does that imply there's one outside the city?" Atticus nodded. "There's one that lives in a commune about 40 miles to the south on the edge of the swamp. I've never met him, but I've heard weird stories," he said. "What kind?" "The cult. Why kind? I don't know anything else, but people certainly don't hold him in high esteem, friend. Name is Konstantinos. Don't know any more, and I'll be honest, I don't want to know." "Fair enough," Elijah said. "Oh, took care of the manator, by the way. Turns out you had a dimensional rift. It's closed now." After that statement, Atticus begged Elijah to tell him more, and for his part, Elijah parlayed that into a meal, which the two took at a local tavern. By the time he was done telling the story in as self-deprecating way as possible, the pair had already finished their meals and were deep into a night of drinking. Which was why Elijah didn't even notice the newcomer until she tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around a little too quickly and almost stumbled directly into a woman's chest. He caught himself just in time, then pulsed touch of nature to rid himself of the effect of the alcohol. Then he realized where he was staring, so he looked up and into the eyes of the goddess he'd envisioned earlier. She looked a little like Isak, though far more mature and infinitely more feminine. However, she was far from some dainty maid. Instead, she was a striking Amazon with thick shoulders and a warrior's physique. "You're smaller than I expected," she said with a smirk. "Cute too." Isak didn't mention that. Delilah, oh, so he mentioned me. Good. Then without further explanation, she wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tight. His bones creaked under her high strength, but with the orientation of his face, which was positioned in the center of her chest, he couldn't really complain. When she finally released him, Atticus cleared his throat and slurred, "I think I deserve a hug too. Whatever he did, I did it twice as much." Delilah ignored him, which didn't seem to bother the weapons dealer at all. Or that was the impression Elijah got when Atticus turned his attention back to the mug of beer in front of him. Meanwhile, he got a good look at Delilah. She wore a boiled leather cuirass and a skirt composed of leather strips. From the knees down, she wore brass greaves, which left her thighs on display, and from Elijah's still slightly drunken perspective, they were great thighs. In fact, everything about her was great, even if she was almost a foot taller than him. She probably weighed more too, but that didn't dissuade him at all. Instead, he found it quite interesting. But in his defense, outside of Jess, who'd never really considered giving him the time of day, he'd not had much of an opportunity to mingle with the opposite sex in more than 2 years. So of course he put his foot in his mouth. "Yeah, I can see why you're popular." "What?" she asked, narrowing her eyes in confusion. "What do you mean by popular?" "Oh, it's something your brother said. You were talking about me with my brother, of course. I think he meant to fix us up." I tried to talk him out of it, but he insisted. Said we'd make a great couple. Did he now? More or less. I'm thinking it was less more than more, she stated. "I'm far too drunk to make sense of what you just said, so I don't have a room yet, but there's an inn around here where the owner loves me," he went on, "I'm sure." "You think you can handle me?" she asked, her eyes twinkling. "Definitely," Elijah said with a grin of his own. Then, without hesitation, she dipped down, wrapped her arms around his waist, and threw him over her shoulder. With his sash of the whirlwind, Elijah probably could have avoided it, but in his human form, his strength and dexterity weren't quite high enough to make use of the item's haste. Besides, he wasn't all that displeased with the sudden shift because it at least gave him a nice view of her backside. Still, he made a show of resistance, claiming I was just joking. I wasn't. Then she was marching outside into the house where he'd left Isak earlier that day. Nobody in the streets batted an eyelash at the clear abduction, which Elijah would later learn was due to Delilah's well-known proclivities. She was a straightforward woman, and apparently not averse to taking what she wanted. And at that moment, she wanted Elijah. Yet, despite the lack of dignity in its beginning, Elijah couldn't think of any reason to object to what he hoped would prove to be a very eventful night and a much-needed release. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the dancing dust motes in the air. For a moment, Carmen had no idea where she was, and she reached for a partner that wasn't there. Then everything came crashing down on her like a tidal wave, and she suddenly felt very alone. That lasted right up until she saw Miguel curled up in a chair, his mother's old spear leaning against the wall next to him. That brought all sorts of mixed feelings, but the most prevalent was that she couldn't afford to lose herself in the still poignant grief that came every time she thought of Alyssa. She had a responsibility to the living, including Miguel and all the people of Silverado who'd entrusted her with their safety as well as their potential prosperity. She shifted, and her muscles screamed at her for the mistake. Groaning, she persisted, propping herself up on the pillow. That noise woke Miguel, whose eyes fluttered open sleepily. Just like his mother, he took a moment to remember where he was, but when his eyes found Carmen, they widened in surprise. "Mom, you're awake," he shouted, launching himself from the chair. In less than a second, he crashed into her, burying his face in her shoulder as he hugged her as tightly as his little arms could allow. He'd put on a bit of muscle since he'd started training, but he still wasn't strong enough to really affect Carmen. Physically, at least. Emotionally, he had all the power in the world. Even though it caused some degree of pain, Carmen wrapped her arms around her son and returned his hug with one of her own. She didn't even realize she was crying until her tears started to drip onto his mop of black hair. She sniffed loudly, then said, "I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm so sorry." "For what?" he asked, pulling away. Carmen didn't want to release him, but she also didn't want to smother him. When they locked eyes, she saw the evident confusion implied by his question. "I made a dumb decision. I shouldn't have gone into that mine," she said. "But I know my limits now. I won't leave you ever again." Then she hugged him again. "But Mom, you saved all those people," he said, his voice muffled by its close proximity to her chest. "Everybody says you're a hero." Hero. People had called Alyssa that too, but that had gotten her killed. Carmen didn't care what people thought of her. In fact, a sudden epiphany told her that, in the grand scheme of things, she didn't care about anything nearly as much as providing Miguel with an opportunity to grow up in a safe environment. That meant that she couldn't just throw herself into dangerous situations, regardless of what she saw as her responsibility. Not only did that put her in unnecessary danger, which in turn increased the odds of turning Miguel into an orphan, but it was also a waste of her talents. She was strong and she could hold her own in battle. Yet, if she had been focusing on the things she did best, then the people who'd followed her into that mine would have been far better equipped to meet the dangers therein. As a result, as Carmen had fought what she thought was a fruitless battle, she'd made the choice that, if she managed to survive, she would devote herself to giving her people the tools they needed to do the jobs for which they were suited. They were the warriors, she was the crafter. And as much as she wanted to do her part as a fighter, she needed to remember that she'd chosen her path long ago, and now she needed to walk it. All of that flitted through her mind as she held Miguel, and in that moment, she had to admit that her own selfish desire to protect her son played a part in that resolution as well. Before she could respond to her son's remarks, the door to the room which Carmen belatedly recognized as the town's infirmary to admit a familiar face. Varen looked much the same as she had when she'd fetched Carmen so Roman could deliver the news of Alyssa's death, which meant that she was an older, matronly woman with a thick gray braid and a stout figure. She was unarmored, and the morning star she normally wore at her waist was nowhere to be seen. The woman gave Carmen a tight smile that didn't touch her eyes as she asked, "How are you feeling?" "Like I was in an 18-car pileup," Carmen admitted. "I'm sore all over. That's normal. Is everyone else okay?" Carmen asked rather than talk about her own condition. She was alive, which meant that she would recover. In any case, she was far more worried about whether or not everyone had made it out alive. Varen shook her head. "We saved as many as we could, but—" "Who? Brett Thomas," she said. "He fought until the very end, but by the time we arrived, he was already dead." Carmen's heart jumped into her throat. Over the course of the battle, the vigilante had proven himself a dozen times over. He was a talented fighter, and Carmen had thought he would be the last to succumb. Perhaps he wouldn't have died if he'd had proper armor. "Anyone else?" she asked. "Nora Lassiter and Misha Addison." "I remember Nora, but the other?" "She came with me," Varen said. "We were in such a hurry that some of my people were caught off guard by the number of monsters. Misha was our knight, and she's the only reason we arrived in time to save everyone else." "Oh, I'm sorry," Carmen said, shaking her head. To Miguel, she said, "Sweetie, why don't you go get me something to drink?" "But Mom." Carmen knew he wanted to stay and listen in, but she didn't think it was appropriate for a boy his age to hear a casualty report. So she gave him her best mom look, cutting off any further objections. He did move extra slowly on his way out, though, just to make sure everyone knew he wasn't happy about being excluded. Once Miguel was out of the room, Carmen got the full report of the injured. A few people had lost limbs, but aside from Brett, Nora, and Misha, everyone else had survived. Varen credited Keith, the other healer, for that, and Carmen herself, of course. The story of how she'd single-handedly held the entrance had already begun to make the rounds. It was made even more plausible by the tales of how, despite only being a crafter, she'd fought side by side with the combatants on the trip from Easton to Silverado. That had done wonders for her reputation, and her status as a hero had been cemented by her exploits in the mine, and Carmen hated it. To move on, she asked Varen for the whole story of how she had come to arrive in the mines, and to her surprise, it was only partially as she expected. Apparently, the messenger she'd sent back to Easton had never actually made it to the city. Instead, he had been intercepted by Varen's patrol, and the older woman had taken it upon herself to respond. After that, they'd come as quickly as possible, and when they had arrived, they had found a town in disarray and a few warriors holding off a tide of critters who were trying to spill out into Silverado. "Then we fought our way through until we found you. We would have gotten there sooner, but Devin had to stop a few times to recover his ethera," Varen explained. "So Roman doesn't know what happened here." Varen shook her head. "I think it's best he doesn't know you and I met," she said, looking away. "Why?" "I can't talk about it here, but if I asked, would you meet me and some other people back in Easton? In a month or two, I mean. There are some things you need to know," Varen said. "What kinds of things?" Carmen asked. "The kinds of things that will explain why Alyssa had to die." At first, Carmen didn't react, but then she threw herself from the bed with all the strength she could muster. It was considerable, and as a result, she moved so quickly that Varen couldn't react before Carmen rammed into her, clamping her hand around the older woman's throat. Carmen didn't stop until she'd slammed Varen against the wall hard enough to shake the building. Leaning in, she growled, "What did you just say?" The sound of a glass hitting the floor jerked Carmen's attention towards the door, where she saw Miguel staring at her, wide-eyed and in shock. "Mom," he breathed. "Miguel, go get Colt. Now." "But Mom, why?" "Don't ask questions, just go." Now, Miguel clearly wanted to disobey, but when he saw his mother's face, he thought better of it. The moment he raced from the room, Carmen turned her attention back to Varen, who'd started to turn blue from lack of oxygen. "I'm not letting you go until Colt's here to back me up," she hissed. "But if you know what's good for you, you'd better think long and hard about telling me absolutely everything. You don't know me, so I'll explain it to you in the clearest way possible. I am usually an easygoing person. I don't get angry very quickly, but one thing's sure to set me off is my family. So if you know anything about how my wife died that you haven't told me, then I suggest you tell me the moment I let you go." "Got it," Varen tried to nod, but Carmen's vice-like grip prevented her head from moving more than an inch or two. Just then, Colt arrived, wearing a hospital gown, his hat, and with his sheathed sword in one hand. Miguel followed after him, out of breath. Colt took less than a moment to take stock of the situation before saying, "Miggy, I'm going to need you to do me a huge favor. You good with that, boss?" Miguel nodded, saying, "Yes, sir." "Close that door and guard it with your life," he said. "Anybody tries to come in here, I want you to scream bloody murder." "Got that?" Miguel said that he understood, then hastened to obey the samurai's orders. When the door slammed shut, Carmen said, "Colt, if she tries anything, I want you to use Blade Storm and cut her into 100 pieces." He unsheathed his sword, saying, "Yes, ma'am." Carmen released Varen, and the older woman fell to the ground, gasping for air. Clearly, she hadn't worked on her constitution very much. A mistake, but an understandable one for someone who could heal herself from any injury. In any case, Carmen wasn't concerned with the woman's deficiencies. Instead, she'd latched onto her words. Ever since the world had been transformed, Carmen had mistrusted Roman. She'd tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but the combination of his questionable policies as well as the way he'd treated his wife had always left a bad taste in Carmen's mouth. Then he'd taken a hardline stance against scholars, which, while better in the short run, was a surefire way to create a regressive society that would never meet its potential. But with monsters knocking on the door and issues like starvation becoming a real threat, standing up for people who couldn't really pull their weight wasn't on anyone's mind. It wasn't until Easton had moved past the immediate survival stage that she'd begun to advocate for the scholars. It had been met with little success, and that only because of Alyssa. It wasn't the only thing the two had disagreed on, but Alyssa had always trusted Roman. After all, they'd been friends and coworkers for years before the apocalypse had reared its ugly head, so while they were prone to animated disagreements, the two still trusted one another. Carmen had seen Roman in a different light, though, and she had even warned Alyssa of the dangers of going into the tower. Yet, when Roman had brought news of Alyssa's death, she'd simply accepted the story due to shock and a desperate need to believe that her wife had died for a purpose. In the back of her mind, though, she'd never quite abandoned the notion that Roman had engineered it somehow, that he had betrayed Alyssa. So when Varen had uttered those words, why Alyssa had to die, something inside of Carmen had snapped into place. Suddenly, Roman's story didn't seem so believable. "Tell me everything," she spat, glaring down at the woman who she'd already found guilty by association. And Varen did as she'd been ordered, spilling the story with a mix of eagerness and shame that Carmen found repulsive. Or maybe that was due to what she had to say. Varen explained how Roman had approached her just before the trip into the tower, promising that her people would be given a place in Easton if she went along with what he had planned. At the time, Varen didn't have any choice but to do it. She had more than 100 people, some of whom were friends and family, depending on her. So she went in, knowing that something bad would happen. "I didn't think he was going to kill her," she mumbled. "I swear I just thought I don't know." It was either a lie or naivete. "Go on, tell me how he did it." Varen continued, explaining in brutal detail how Trace had stabbed Alyssa in the back. "He had this dagger that we'd looted from the other level," she said, "but that just made it easier. He already had another plan to make it happen. That dagger made her vulnerable, and then Roman did it." "How?" "Yao, you don't want to know." "Tell me," Carmen roared, kicking Varen in the side. She didn't hold back either. In her state, she couldn't have, even if she wanted to, and she did not want to. Varen coughed, spitting up blood, but she didn't dare embrace any skills, not with Colt standing there ready to cut her to pieces. He would, too. Everyone knew how much he'd idolized Alyssa, and he had transferred much of that devotion to Carmen in her stead. He beheaded her," she said. Then she looked up with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't know he was going to. I thought I could maybe let him do it, then heal her, but Shesh was gone and—" "Kill her, ma'am, kill her, Colt. Do it, or I'm going to beat her to death with my bare hands. I don't want Miguel to see me like that. With all due respect, ma'am, I don't think that's a good idea." "Fine," Carmen said. "If you can't stomach it, I can." And then she embarked on a quest to do just that. She only got one good kick in before Colt wrapped his arms around her and pulled her away. Carmen was incredibly strong, but he had all the leverage. Still, she could have broken free, and she would have if she hadn't been interrupted by a garbled cry coming from the broken woman at her feet. "I know how to get revenge on him." Carmen tore free, but that sentence had torn a hole in her resolve. So she growled how. She knew good and well that Roman's position was nearly unassailable. Not only was he one of the highest levels in Easton, he wasn't quite on the power ladder, but he was close, but he also had the weight of the entire government on his side. That meant that to get to him, one needed to either be prepared for a suicide run, or— "There's a resistance," Varen said, "mostly people who were loyal to your wife, but there are people who lost friends and loved ones to his policies. I can put you in touch with them. I can help you. I'm sorry, I just wanted to save." Carmen had heard enough, or perhaps she'd finally lost whatever thread of civility she had left. Whatever the case, she suddenly had her summoned blacksmithing hammer in her hand. Even as it descended, Colt tried to stop her. He wasn't quick enough, though. Just before the blow landed, Carmen caught sight of Varen's surprised face. Had she really expected to be forgiven? Had she truly thought Carmen could ignore that confession? If so, then she didn't know who she was dealing with. The hammer crushed the healer's skull with a sickening crunch that sent splatters of brain and fragments of bone against the wall. Then, Carmen hit her again. Roaring in inarticulate rage, she continued to pummel the woman's skull until it was little more than a slurry of blood, bone, and brain matter. By the time she'd finished, she was hoarse. Pushing a bloody lock of hair out of her face, she turned to a stunned Colt and said, "I need you to find out who these rebels are. I'd very much like to meet them." Colt swallowed hard, then said, "Yes, ma'am." And Colt, "Ma'am, don't let Miggy in here, okay? He doesn't need to see this." "Why, yes, ma'am." It was a good morning. That was the most prevalent thought in every facet of Elijah's mind as he lay on his side, his head propped on one hand as he beheld the goddess he'd met the night before. As she dressed, this time in normal clothes as opposed to the Wonder Woman get-up she'd worn when she had accosted him, she gave him a small smirk. "What?" she asked. "Do you think there's a prostitute class?" he asked. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "Come again." "What?" he said. Then it hit him what he'd just suggested. "No, I didn't mean you. It's just that I was thinking about it last night, and you think I'm a whore, I'll have you know that I'm a well-respected member of this community, and I do not have a prostitute class," she shouted. Her eyes went to the spear propped against the wall. Before she could take a step toward it, Elijah leaped to his feet just in case he needed to defend himself. He didn't think getting stabbed would kill him, but he didn't want to experience it regardless. He held his hands out in surrender. "Wait, that's not what I meant." She stopped, put her hands on her hips, and demanded, "Then explain it. If I don't like your explanation, there's always the spear. And believe me, I've got a good measure of your attributes, so I'm fairly sure you're not getting away if I don't want you to. Do men run away from you often?" He couldn't stop himself from asking, not successfully. Elijah could believe it, too. While he had no idea what level Delilah was, she'd certainly proven that her physical attributes were up to just about any task. He'd only spent one night with her, and it was definitely a pleasurable one, but he was sore in places he didn't even know existed. To call her strong would have been an understatement. If he was in a bit less desperate of a situation, he might have wondered why she wasn't on the power ladder, but as it was, he was far too concerned with explaining himself. It was just an idle thought. "Okay, I'm weird. We've established that. I sometimes lose track of things," he said. "Do better," she said, taking a step toward the spear. Okay, he said. "I spent a long time alone. Like a long time, longer than you can imagine. So I sort of lost some of new social graces. I'm trying to get them back, but it's a work in progress. What I meant when I asked about that other class was that there seem to be classes for all sorts of other professions, and that's supposed to be the oldest one, right? I'm sure that wherever the system came from had lonely people who would pay for companionship, right? It seems like there'd be just as much call for someone with that kind of class as there is for, say, a carpenter, or an archivist, or whatever other non-combat classes are out there. Just idle curiosity, then. That's your final answer, huh? I should warn you that I am a powerful warrior, and I will defend myself if necessary," he said. That's when he realized that he was probably 20 pounds lighter than her, a couple of inches shorter, and as they'd established the night before, lacking more than a few points in strength. He was also still naked, which he only realized when Delilah's eyes flicked down to his most private bits, but he stubbornly refused to cover up. She'd seen all there was to see anyway. It wasn't as if he had anything to hide after the night they'd spent together. "You really believe that, huh?" she asked, cocking her head to the side. "Scrawny thing like you." "I spent 2 years with barely enough food to survive," he said. "I think I'm in pretty good shape, all things considered. And let's not even talk about when I got digested by a whale, or whale monster, I guess. I was down to skin and bones after that. A whale monster. Where in the world did you encounter a whale monster? In the Sea of Sorrows, or something like that? I forget the name, if I'm honest," he said, hopping off the bed. "My point is that you shouldn't make light of someone who's been through what I've been through, bad form and all that." She narrowed her eyes again, and he added, "My other point is that in no way, shape, or form did I mean to impugn your reputation. If I did, I apologize wholeheartedly and throw myself upon your generous mercy." He ended with as dramatic a bow as he could muster. "You're not getting laid again." "What? You heard me. It was fun. I had a great time," she said. "But this was always going to be a one-time thing." I feel used. Because you were," she pointed out. "Look, do you have any idea how few men my age are still around in Argus? Not many. Do you know why?" Elijah shook his head, though he did take a moment to find his underpants, which were hanging from a standing lamp. "Classy. Who do you think the first ones called to defend the city were? The young, healthy men. And who do you think were the first ones to die when the Vox started surging? Yeah. You guessed it," she said, her expression suddenly hard. "It was almost overnight that the average age in Argus rose by 15 years. So when somebody new comes in and saves my little brother, well, a girl has needs." Elijah guessed, but a girl doesn't want commitment. "Just so. I've got plans," she said. "Me and Isaac are going to travel once we both get a few more levels under our belts. We want to see the world." Elijah understood wanderlust better than most. He had no intention of sitting still, even after he found his family. Yet he also didn't want to be responsible for two strangers, even if they were reasonably capable. Isaac had proven himself, and he suspected that Delilah was nearly as strong in her own way, but Elijah was on a different level, and he didn't want to saddle himself with that kind of responsibility. "It's not you," Delilah said. "It's me. I don't want to have to carry anyone." Elijah almost laughed at that, but he remembered his manners well enough to keep that to himself. Instead, he just gave her a feigned sad smile and said, "I understand. I hope you both find exactly what you're looking for." After that, Delilah finished dressing. When Elijah hesitated to do the same aside from his hastily donned underwear, Delilah cleared her throat pointedly. That's when he remembered that they were in her room. Clearly, she had no intention of leaving him behind, so he quickly apologized and dressed, gathering his things without much fanfare. Once that was done, they shared an awkward goodbye. Then Delilah led him downstairs and past Isaac, who was pointedly ignoring everything as he sat at the table eating a piece of fruit. Elijah had no intention of extending that awkwardness, so he just gave a half-hearted wave before Delilah practically pushed him from the house. A couple of old women sitting on the neighboring front porch sniggered at his treatment, so he just gave them a shrug before heading on his way. It wasn't long before his path took him to the branch, where he deposited his coins and spent a few minutes perusing the knowledge base as well as the map. He bought a couple of extra guides, one on crafting, and the other called guidelines for entering a newly touched world, which he surmised was intended for people traveling from other worlds to ones that had been recently touched by the world tree. He hoped that would give him some insight in case he encountered more off-worlders. On the map, he found his next target, which was called Kalejma. That didn't sound Greek, so he suspected that it had come from a completely different part of the world, which was both exciting and daunting. Elijah hadn't experienced a lot of different cultures in his short life, but he knew just how easy it was to say or do the wrong thing when you didn't know the societal rules. Still, if it was half as friendly as Argus had been, then he expected he would enjoy the new town. Once he'd copied a rough facsimile of the map into a notebook he'd bought back in Ironshore, Elijah thanked the envoy and went on his way. Before he decided what to do, Elijah stopped by a cafe where he enjoyed a cup of coffee. As he sat there, he became keenly aware that someone was watching him. So he focused on one with nature, and he found a familiar presence in the nearby alley. He didn't immediately go check it out, though. Instead, he continued to enjoy his coffee, chuckling softly when his visitor started pacing impatiently. However, Elijah didn't want to push things too far, especially because he knew what his friend was capable of, so instead of ordering another cup, he paid his bill, leaving an extra copper Ethereum as a tip, then headed into the alley. What? Predictably, his stalker didn't answer, but that was more due to the fact that cats typically couldn't speak, rather than any intention of rudeness. Artemis just stared at him flatly, then approached. "I'm not taking you with me," he said, kneeling down to pet the cat. When he did, he was reminded that her fur on her back felt like metal bristles, which sort of took the fun out of the whole thing. Still, he was careful to show her the positive attention she obviously craved as he said, "You need to stay with Isaac. Protect him. He's strong, but he's vulnerable. If you..." "Are you giving my cat an explanation like she can actually understand you?" came Isaac's voice. "Huh?" Elijah asked, forcing himself to calmly look back. "No, you must have been hearing things. I wouldn't you know what? Sure. I was explaining to Artemis that she can't come with me. Pretty sure she doesn't want to go with you," Isaac said, stepping forward. He seemed a lot more confident than he had in the woods, but that was probably because he was more comfortable in the city where everyone saw him as a hero. Or maybe it was because Argus was only home to one monster, and now that Artemis had been cured of the corruption, she wasn't going to start attacking people. Probably. Cats being cats, one could never be sure, but Elijah felt reasonably confident that Artemis wouldn't just haul off and start hunting people, especially so long as Isaac was around. In any case, Artemis raised her head primly and sashayed past Elijah to leap into Isaac's arms. Considering her size, that was quite a feat, but Isaac didn't seem to have much difficulty holding the cat. What was obvious was that Artemis didn't have any intention of leaving her friend, which just highlighted how silly Elijah felt. "Just one of those days," he sighed. "What's up then? Need me to save you from something else?" Elijah nodded, but he really didn't know how to respond to that. "Also, please stay away from my sister." "What? Why? I mean, she came for me." Please, just no. "I didn't do anything wrong." Isaac just shook his head. Then he cleared his throat before asking, "Where are you going to go?" Elijah was more than happy to move the conversational topic to something else, and he said, "There's a town a few hundred miles from here. It's called Kalejma. That's the next stop. I thought you wanted to go to Seattle." "I do," he said. "And how do you know that?" Indeed, he'd never revealed his plans to Isaac. Suddenly, he was suspicious. "Delilah told me." "She said you told her about it last night." "We didn't do much talking last night." "Gross. Where did you really hear it?" Elijah asked. "Fine, it was from Atticus. When we got back into town, someone told me that you two had gotten kind of friendly, so I went over there today and asked about you, Isak said. He told me about Seattle. What else did he tell you? Nothing, Isak said, taking a step back. Easy, kid, I'm not going to attack you. Jesus, people are so paranoid. Like I'd just murder a kid in the middle of town, he muttered. Just don't tell anybody else, okay? I'm not exactly hiding here, but I don't need my business all over town. You might have made friends with the wrong person then. Everybody knows Atticus is the town gossip, Isak revealed. Of course he is, Elijah said, running his hand down his face in exasperation. In reality, it wasn't really that surprising. In retrospect, it wasn't even that frustrating. Atticus was just a friendly guy who was probably on good terms with everyone in town. Of course he'd talk. Elijah could just hope that he hadn't revealed all of his secrets. It's fine. I'm leaving anyway, and I don't know if I'll ever come this way again. Don't you want to know where Seattle is? It's to the southeast. Close to 500 miles, though. At least according to the last peddler that came through here, Isak explained. He seemed pretty sure about it, though, and from what I understand, it's not a good situation down there. But that was more than a year ago, so I'm sure things have changed. Do you know anything else about it? Isak shook his head, and that's second-hand information. For all I know, the peddler was lying, but he seemed sure that Seattle was in that direction, and I don't see why he would lie about that part. Me neither. After that, the conversation went on for a few more minutes, but it was clear that Isak didn't have any more information. So Elijah said goodbye, patted the cat on its bristly head, then set off to the southeast. Hopefully, before too long, he would reach Seattle and find his sister. So it was with some degree of optimism that he left Argus behind and set off into the wilderness. Keurig dove aside, rolling away just in time to avoid the orc's descending axe. The stone blade thudded into the loamy turf, sending an explosion of black soil and dead leaves into the air. The monster roared in frustration as it yanked the massive blade out of the ground, but it had dug into the roots of a nearby oak tree, so the motion wasn't quite as smooth as it should have been. That was the only opening Keurig needed. The dwarf dashed in, drawing his one-handed axe from the loop at his belt. He swung, and with a sickening thunk, the blade bit deep into the off-balance orc's knee. It was like hacking at an ancient tree, but Keurig ripped it away, keeping his momentum going as the orc finally retrieved his massive weapon from where it had become embedded in the ground. Keurig skidded to a stop, twisting back to face his opponent. The orc was almost twice as tall as him, and broader across the shoulders as well. The heavily muscled creature wore nothing but a loincloth and the hide of some animal across its shoulders, and its weapon was about as primitive as any Keurig had ever seen. Stone-bladed and with a haft made from the femur of a monstrous animal, it looked too large even for the huge orc, and it was often overbalancing the monster, though that didn't mean it wasn't deadly. If he found himself on the wrong end of that blade, he knew he'd end up bisected. No, he had to fight smart. Fortunately, he was well prepared for such a battle. Through his long years, he'd fought so many oversized opponents that he'd lost count. That was the life of a dwarf, after all, or any of the shorter-statured races. He made up for it with sheer durability and some would say stubbornness. The real advantage was upstairs, though. So, with that in mind, Keurig slowly retreated, holding his axe in an easy grip he'd learned from his long-dead father. Then he crooked his finger at the hulking monster and said, "Come on, you big idjit. I'm right here waitin' for ya." The orc didn't need any further invitation, and with an echoing roar that Keurig hoped none of the other orcs in the area had heard, it threw himself forward. So Keurig did the only sensible thing. He turned on his heel and ran, leaping over a fallen and rotted tree, then sliding down the dew-slick slope on the other side. The monster barreled through the tree, sending decomposing splinters flying before realizing its mistake and tumbling down the slope after Keurig. That gave the dwarf a few extra seconds to stretch his lead, though he didn't dare glance back. That would only slow him down, and he knew that the huge creature was possessed of enough strength to throw itself forward with incredible quickness. Certainly, it couldn't control that speed, but that wouldn't do much to help Keurig on a straightaway. So he continued to sprint, nimbly avoiding the worst of the area's thick underbrush. It was like a tropical jungle, it was so dense. But Keurig was an experienced scout, and he knew how to move in all sorts of terrain. He was at home in the forest, so he didn't have any trouble keeping ahead of the orc. The chase continued for about 30 more seconds before he saw a small mark on one of the trees as he darted past. Grinning, leaped over a barely noticeable depression, then skidded to a stop. The orc came only a few seconds later, roaring in bestial fury as it caromed off of trees and ripped its way through the dense foliage. Then it hit the depression and disappeared. Less than an instant later, a pained yowl filled the air, but Keurig didn't immediately approach. Instead, he waited for a few more seconds to see if the creature was going to climb out of the trap. It didn't, but not for lack of trying. Agonized screams, frustrated growls, and the sound of digging greeted Keurig's ears, but the monster seemed to have been confined to the pit. In most cases, Keurig would have waited a little longer. Many animals were more than capable of pretending they'd been caught so that they could turn the situation around on a careless hunter. He'd seen it happen, and more than once. but orcs were too stupid or perhaps single-minded for that kind of thing. At their current stage of development, they could barely even use tools, much less think strategically. Yet they were dangerous monsters, and what's worse, Keurig knew that Ironshore wasn't prepared to meet such a threat, not with most of their security forces having been killed in an ill-fated attempt to snatch some natural treasure out from under a powerful guardian. Keurig had seen the man for himself, and though he didn't think much of what he'd seen, he knew well enough to respect his deeds. A full 50 people had gone to that island, and only one had returned. Keurig knew better than to tempt those odds. Of course, he wouldn't have gone hunting on that island anyway. Just wasn't worth it as far as he was concerned. There were other ways to advance that didn't involve fighting a guardian on his own turf. Less deadly ways. Keurig wasn't a coward. He'd fight when necessary, and if he thought the odds were in his favor. But trying to take more than a dwarf's share was what had gotten his clan banished in the first place. It was why he'd spent his formative years without a father, and ultimately, it was why he'd ended up in Ironshore looking for a fresh start. He crept forward, keeping on his toes as he approached the pit, and when he looked down, he saw precisely what he'd expected. The pit itself was almost 10 feet deep and lined with sharpened sticks, but it was more than just a hole in the ground. It was augmented by two of his abilities. The first was Conceal Trap, which was why the orc had never detected it. Conceal Trap. Create an illusion to hide a trap. Lasts 30 minutes. Potency of the illusion is based on dexterity. Keurig's dexterity was fairly high for his level, which meant that when he used the technique, his traps were almost entirely undetectable for someone near his level. The orc had him by 3 levels, but it clearly hadn't the wits to see through Conceal Trap. The second ability was the one that really gave the trap some punch, though Venom Trap Augment. Augment an existing trap with potent venom. Choose type, paralysis. Neurotoxin. Necrotic currents. The ability was an incredible boon for any hunter. Normally, he used the paralysis type of venom after all. He didn't want to ruin the meat of his prey. However, now that he was hunting orcs, he knew he needed to use the most powerful venom available to him. When he'd originally received the ability, it had been nearly useless. But over time, he discovered that he could add potential types to the ability. The only caveat was that he had to experience it himself. The necrotic venom had come from a scorpion native to his home world called a lava dredger. Normally, they were fairly peaceful creatures, but when agitated, they would strike. But it only took one hit, and their victims were goners. To endure it, Keurig had been forced to commission an expensive healing potion, but in the years since, it had proven invaluable. Hurts, don't it? I still remember that sting, he said, looking down at the orc. Already, the venom had infected it, and because it had been stabbed by the stakes in multiple places, the venomous skill had worked extremely quickly. The thing would be dead in less than a minute, unless it possessed some sort of healing ability, which it almost certainly didn't. Keurig had killed enough orcs over the past few weeks to be as sure about that as he was about anything else in his new world. Ever since he'd reported the orc invasion to the mayor as well as Ironshore's ruling council, he'd been tasked with keeping an eye on the horde while killing as many as he could. The rest of his scouting team was doing the same, and to date, they'd slaughtered almost 100 of the monsters. Yet there were still plenty left. Their primary purpose wasn't fighting a war, though. Instead, they were meant to watch for signs that the orcs had detected Ironshore. The boundary field they'd set up upon arrival kept the worst of the monster population away, but it could only do so much against semi-sentient creatures like orcs. The moment the orcs got a whiff of such a juicy target, even if it was rendered faint by the boundary field, they'd come running, and in full force. And that eventuality, which they'd hoped they could avoid, had clearly come. The orcish horde had shifted and begun their march toward Ironshore. By Keurig's estimation, they were no more than 2 or 3 weeks away, which meant that he needed to hightail it back to the city and warn them. But what that would accomplish, he didn't know. They couldn't stand up to the oncoming horde, not even if the security forces were still intact. He knew that the city's leaders had pooled all their Ethereum in order to hire more, but they could scarcely afford the teleportation fee for any force that would make a difference, much less enough to actually get them to come. No, Ironshore was doomed. Keurig knew it, and if he was a smart dwarf, he would have already fled into the wilderness. Yet he hadn't because, if he was honest, he was tired of running away. That was what he'd done when his people were exiled. And he'd done it again when the opportunity to come to a new world had crossed his path. That wasn't how he wanted to spend the rest of his life. So Keurig waited until the orc had succumbed to the venom of his trap, then headed back towards Ironshore. Along the way, he met up with his squad. Most of them had greatly benefited from the ongoing hunt, so had Keurig, which in normal circumstances would have been cause for celebration. But now, none of them were thinking of anything but the coming fight. As a result, it was a somber group that headed back to Ironshore. Ramek glanced up at the gray sky and watched the roiling clouds that heralded a coming storm. He let out a sigh, then glanced at his closest friend and said, "Storm's coming." Carissa let out a snort. Storms are always common, she said in her characteristic brogue. Be a lot more interesting if you said it wasn't about to rain. The goblin shook his head, then removed his glasses. With a handkerchief he took from his pocket, he wiped the priceless lenses. They weren't intended to correct his vision, he'd had that fixed long ago, but rather, to give him some insight into the flow of ambient ethera. For instance, when he looked across the strait at the Guardian's Island, he could see just how special of a place it really was. Through the lenses, the island practically glowed with potential. It was nearly enough to awaken the avarice in his heart, but he only had to remember Eason Cabot's fate to recognize just how bad of an idea it was to pursue that line of thought. It was meant to be a metaphor, he explained, but I suppose it was a terrible one. What do you want to do? She asked. Do we have any choice? Was his responding question, the Guardian said. He said he might help, not that he would, but might is better than we've gotten from anyone else, Ramek stated. There are 10,000 bloodthirsty orcs coming this way, Karasa. Do you know what an orc horde can do? I've read the same stories as you. Then no, I've seen it on my home world. I was only a child, but I remember it so keenly. They swept across the countryside, conquering and devouring everything they could find. Some people say they are descended from the great Ravena himself. He shook his head, continuing, but they're just monsters, Karasa. Deadly, dreadful monsters that only know aggression, he explained. We stopped them. Barely. But a lot of good goblins lost their lives in that fight. Indeed, his own family, once prominent members of a successful merchant guild, had been devastated. From there, they'd experienced a precipitous fall from grace, ending with Ramek leading what was left of his family into the new world. They weren't even part of the guild anymore. Ramek had vowed to return the Lendari family back to prominence if it was the last thing he did. The Green Mountain Mining Guild had given them the opportunity to do just that, and though they weren't members, that could change soon enough. He just had to defend the town from an orcish invasion. A tall task, especially given that his entire security force had been killed. Certainly, everyone in town had at least some ability in combat. Nobody came to a new world without that. However, those meager abilities wouldn't count for much against a ravening horde of orcs. The reality was that Ironshore was operating on a razor-thin budget as it was, and because they'd yet to find anything truly valuable, it was probably easier for the Green Mountain Mining Guild to cut ties and leave them to their own devices. If they managed to survive, then that was great. But if not, then they wouldn't have sunk any more Ethereum into the venture. It was just good business. Terrible from a compassion standpoint, of course, but that was normal. Guilds weren't charities after all. You think he can stop him? Ramek shrugged his shoulders, then replaced his glasses. I don't know, he's strong, I felt it. He also killed Cabot and his folks. Cabot was an idiot who was convinced he was far more powerful than he actually was, Ramek spat. When I saw who he was, I thought that we had lucked out. And Eason, here. Yet I quickly discovered why he'd ended up on a frontier world with all the rest of us desperate people. I ain't desperate. I just felt the call of adventure, Karasa insisted. That was blatantly untrue. Cabot had seen her file. She was a competent enough miner and engineer, but the dwarven woman was anything but reliable. She left a string of misdeeds in her past, the same as almost everyone in Ironshore, the same as anyone who chose to come to a newly touched world. They were wild, lawless places that catered to the desperate and depraved, and more often than not the dangers outweighed the potential rewards. But still, like Ramek, they came because they had no other options. For him, it was either take his chances on Earth or spend the rest of his life wallowing in mediocrity. And that latter was the best-case scenario if he'd stayed on his home world. I think we have to try, he said, still gazing across the strait at the island. He may not help us, but our backs are against the wall, Karasa. We need him. All right, she said. I'll fetch us a boat and we'll go for a little visit. Let's just hope he don't kill us on sight. He wouldn't. You sure about that? She asked, raising one bushy eyebrow. I'm not, he admitted. But then he straightened his coat, pushed his shoulders back and said, but we can't let that dissuade us. All right, she said again. Sounds good to me. He didn't kill us last time, so here's hoppin'. He'll keep to that. Elijah knelt atop the hill, looking out across the valley. It was an idyllic scene, with lush vegetation and a gentle stream cutting through the center of the dell. Despite the drizzling rain that had pervaded the region since he'd left Argus a couple of days before, sunlight still bathed the hollow, giving it a surreal yet comfortable atmosphere. The only thing marring the landscape was the crumbling skyscraper standing in an asphalt clearing on the eastern side of the valley. Ignoring the obvious damage, it would have been at home as part of any major city's skyline, though Elijah didn't recognize it. Still, it was so incongruous that it sparked his curiosity to the point that he felt obligated to check it out. Running his hand through his hair, he let out a low sigh. Every time he decided to investigate one oddity or another, he ended up getting sidetracked from his primary quest. It had happened in Norcastle with healing the plague-stricken townspeople and the tower, then again in Argus. He knew that if he kept giving into his wanderlust, he'd never find his sister, and now that he knew where to find Seattle, he was more eager for a reunion than ever. After all, Easton had been just outside of the city, so hopefully finding Seattle would mean finding that small town as well. Even if the two locations had been separated by Earth's sudden transformation, it would at least give him some degree of verifiable progress. Because so far, he'd felt like he was just wandering randomly and hoping for a clue to point him in the right direction, which was precisely what he'd gotten. Now, he just needed to not ignore it. Still, the mystery of the skyscraper called to him, and in the end, he decided that a quick look wouldn't hurt. So Elijah shifted into his draconid form, then set off down the hill and into the valley. With Essence of the Wolf working in conjunction with his high attributes, he covered the ground incredibly quickly. He didn't have much context for his actual speed, but if he traveled any slower than a 30-mile-an-hour jog, he would have been surprised. He could go much faster if he fully exerted himself, though that was always a little disconcerting. It would also quickly exhaust him. In any case, he slowed down as he descended into the valley, if for no other reason than because it was a pleasant setting. So often, it was easy to forget just how miraculous nature could be. Once, it had been common for people to lock themselves in their homes and stare at one screen or another without ever enjoying what the earth had to offer. Likely, people in cities were still unwilling to venture out into the wilderness, albeit for a different reason. Now it was due to the dangers inherent in the wilds rather than laziness, depression, or the habits of a screen-addicted society. Those thoughts flitted through one facet of Elijah's mind as he beheld the wonders of the idyllic valley. Birds chirped and small animals chittered. Meanwhile, he could feel everything all around him. Even the trees felt more alive and aware than normal, which was both welcome and a little disconcerting. Eventually, he reached the stream, where he stopped to drink and wash. As he did so, he cast his mind back to the events of the past few weeks. It had begun with his flight from Norcastle, and it had ended with his night with Delilah. Somewhere in the middle of it all, his awareness of his place in the world had begun to coalesce. In hindsight, he wished he hadn't killed those hunters, not because he didn't think they deserved it. He fully believed that they had. Yet, he also knew that his perspective was skewed by his compromised mental state. He let that drive him to do something that he now regretted. From a philosophical perspective, Elijah knew he needed to accept that people would hunt the wildlife in order to advance. Progression was as necessary a part of survival as food or water, and without it, people would stagnate and eventually die when they encountered some hostile situation they couldn't handle. That was the world now. And as much as it pained him to see something like the bear killed, it was a fact of life he would have to accept going forward. That didn't mean he had to do those sorts of things himself, but he could at least look the other way while others did. The same was true of natural treasures, though given what he'd experienced so far, the idea of consuming something for a one-time benefit when you could instead bathe in the ethera it emitted indefinitely was the height of stupidity. Yet Elijah knew he couldn't do anything about that. He could govern his own actions, but he would not run around some eco-police hell bent on punishing people for their crimes against nature. Down that road lay disaster, both for his own mental health as well as the likelihood he would be tolerated by the rest of the population. But one thing Elijah did know was that he enjoyed helping people. That had begun with the Ulthrax in the first level of his island's tower, and it had only grown more prevalent when he'd helped heal the people in Norcastle. The same could be said when he'd fought his way through the Reaver's citadel and then saved Isaac and Artemis. In a world where so much had been destroyed and so many lives had been lost, he liked the idea that he could effect positive change. He could save people. He could rescue and heal them. With the power he'd earned, he could do miraculous things, and he refused to let that go to waste. Did that make him naive? Perhaps, and maybe it would one day come back to bite him. But he wouldn't want to live with himself if he ever became the sort of person who could see a chance to save someone and simply turn away. It would take a truly damaged person to end up like that. He liked to think that his parents had raised him better than to let that sort of attitude take hold. Those thoughts and more occupied Elijah's mind as he idled near the stream. Eventually, he caught a couple of fish, made camp, and had a peaceful meal. All thoughts of the nearby skyscraper briefly forgot. As night began to take hold, he decided to tackle the skyscraper in the morning. For now, though, he was content, which was why it took him a few moments to recognize the warning in his mind. The source wasn't his immediate surroundings. Rather, someone had landed on his island. Through his locus, he could feel the familiar figures of Ramek and Carissa planting a white flag on his beach. Elijah's initial reaction was one of annoyance. He told them to stay away from his island, and yet there they were. However, that only lasted for a moment before he came to terms with the fact that his irritation was more about the fact that his foray into the wider world had been interrupted. Clearly, the people of Ironshore needed help, and they were willing to ask him to intervene in whatever problem they'd found. Through his domain, he watched the pair standing on the shore and waiting. They didn't stray from the beach where they'd landed, which further reinforced Elijah's surety that they'd come in peace. So he had an option to either ignore them and hope they simply went away, or he could use Ancestral Circle and teleport back to his grove so he could see what they wanted. But even before he'd posed the question to himself, Elijah knew what he was going to do. so it was with some residual irritation that he gathered his things, making sure that he smothered the fire before embracing Ancestral Circle and teleporting back to his grove. When he reappeared, he stumbled to his knees at the influx of dense ethera. It took him a few seconds of deep breathing to reacclimate, had it grown thicker. Or had he simply grown accustomed to the thinner ambient ethera in other parts of the world? He resolved to ask Nerthus after seeing what Ramek and Carissa wanted. However, he did take a second to snatch a berry from one of the grove's bushes and popped it into his mouth. It was sweeter than ever, and he experienced a slight jolt of energy and vitality the moment he swallowed. "Oh, it's good to be home," he said. Despite his annoyance at having been called back, he couldn't deny that much. Even though his bed and the shower called to him, Elijah knew he needed to take care of business first. So he shifted into his draconid form and took off across the island at close to full speed. Anywhere else, he couldn't have traveled through such dense forest at top speed, but with the knowledge of the terrain he received from his locus, he could have gone even faster. The result was that he arrived at the beach, or rather, the tree line nearby, only a few minutes later. Predictably, Ramek and Carissa remained near their boat, nervously looking around. "You think he's common?" asked the dwarven woman. The goblin shook his head, then straightened his coat. "My answer is the same as the last 10 times you have asked, Carissa," he said in his prim voice. "I have no idea. If he hasn't responded in the next hour, we will have to return to Ironshore and prepare to either flee or fight back. If we fight, we die," Carissa stated. "We have no fighters, other than that squad of scouts. And they ain't much for a straight fight. Again, I am aware. Hope he shows up soon. I'm hungry," Carissa said, leaning against the rowboat they'd used to reach the island. That statement prompted Elijah to wonder if he should return to his grove and gather some more berries, but ultimately he decided against it. The moment either of them tasted his berries, they know just how special the island was. As far as he was concerned, they didn't need any more incentive to visit, so he chose to simply shift into his human form and step out from the tree line, his staff of natural harmony in hand. As he did, he asked, "What do you want?" Skip the pleasantries. "I was busy. What do you want?" "Very well," Ramek said, adjusting his glasses. "As you area howare, our security force Waswell, we no longer have a security force. We have attempted to hire more, but the teleportation fees to a newly touched world are exorbitant. The only reason any of us are here was because of the settlement incentive, which covered the fees for anyone who met the requirements. Otherwise, we can't hire nobody else," Carissa interrupted. "We got a few people who can fight, but not enough to do what needs doing." Ramek cut his eyes at the muscular dwarf. "Right, that is what I was saying," he went on. Then he looked back at Elijah and continued, "We have been training people, but it's not enough." "Enough for what?" "Orcs," Ramek answered. "A horde have invaded and are coming for Ironshore." Immediately, Elijah thought back to the tribe of orc-like creatures he'd seen on the other side of the mountain range. They had settled in an abandoned Walmart, but it didn't take an intuitive leap to come to the conclusion that those monsters were one and the same with the ones described by Ramek. The goblin went on to explain the nature of an orc horde and how it posed a unique threat to not just Ironshore, but to all surrounding areas. That included Elijah's island, which meant that he really didn't have much of a choice but to help. Not that he would have refused anyway. Certainly, the Mohawk gnome and his warriors had come from Ironshore, but the rest of the population had made it clear that he'd been a rogue element. On top of that, they'd been kind to him likely because they were terrified, but still, that mattered. And of course, his previous resolution to help where he could loomed large in his mind. So he asked how long until they reach Ironshore. "A couple of weeks, perhaps 3, Ramek said. "It could be as few as 5 days before we see their scouts." Elijah nodded. "All right, I'll help," he said. "Just like that?" asked a surprised Ramek. "I told you he'd help," Carissa said. Elijah shrugged. "Feels like we're in this together for now," he said, wanting to maintain an air of mystery and danger. "But I expect cooperation and some degree of compensation. We'll discuss that later." Ramek nodded, and after a few more awkward exchanges, the pair boarded their boat and rowed out into the strait. When Elijah lost sight of them, he let himself relax. A whole horde of orcs. He had his work cut out for him. But for now, he just wanted to go back to his grove, talk to Nerthus, and then sleep in his own bed. Tomorrow, he would worry about fighting what sounded like a war. "Are you sure?" asked Carmen, looking around Easton. It had been months since the last time she had visited, and in that time the city had once again transformed. It was difficult to believe that only a few years before it had been nothing more than a sleepy suburb. Now, it was a walled city that had to house at least 100,000 people. Probably a lot more, because if you're wrong. Colt nodded. "Sure as I can be," he responded, his hand on the hilt of his katana. The duster he always wore had been pushed back to allow for easy access to the sword. Underneath, he wore a set of chainmail Carmen had made herself. It wasn't her best work. She still wasn't great with the delicate process of making that type of armor, but as a low, simple grade item, it was head and shoulders above average. Didn't have a ton of information to go on. It would have been easy to take that statement as a reprimand for her actions regarding Varen, and in fact, she'd admonished herself enough as it was. Colt knew that better than most, and Carmen was well aware that he didn't mean the statement as anything but informative. Not that Carmen regretted her actions, per se. Varen had deserved to die. So did Roman. However, the timing could have been better. As it happened, her rash reaction to learning what had really happened in that tower had robbed her of the opportunity to learn more about the so-called rebels. So, after interrogating Varen's squad, and to no avail, she'd been forced to send Colt to search things out. Fortunately, he had a background as a bounty hunter, which he was quick to point out was not as exciting as it sounded, so he was a natural choice as an investigator. Still, she'd spent the following weeks on pins and needles as he'd gone back to Easton to investigate. When he'd returned with the identities of the rebels, Carmen had been relieved. However, when he'd revealed that he'd already set up a meeting, she couldn't help but be a little suspicious. That had followed her all the way back to Easton and to the tavern door in front of her. It was located in what had once been the least developed part of the city, and in a lot of ways, it still was. But as much as she had grown to hate Roman, she couldn't deny that his policies were effective. Exclusionary and oppressive, but effective nonetheless. Because as far as she had seen, the city was incredibly clean, the people looked well-fed, and most of all, they were safe. Of course, there were guards on every street corner, each one wearing blue and white uniforms and sporting decent levels, and someone had decided to get the propaganda machine going. Even in the small portion of the city Carmen had seen, she'd passed 4 statues in various stages of construction. Each one depicted Roman in some sort of heroic pose. More than that, she'd seen a host of banners and flags that reminded her of Soviet-era propaganda. And finally, she'd noticed more than one poorly disguised member of a secret police. If she'd seen that many, then she could extrapolate that there were far more scattered throughout the population. Easton had become a fascist police state in every way that mattered, but with that had come safety, which was likely the only reason anyone tolerated it, at least at first. But after years, the pervasive propaganda had assuredly done its work. Carmen hesitated to call the population brainwashed, but they had certainly been manipulated. Even without that, though, the world was such a dangerous place that giving up freedom in favor of security was a valid option. So long as you weren't one of the undesirables, there were plenty of those, too, people who'd only done the bare minimum, the ones who'd chosen a less than optimal class or archetype, the untalented, the lazy, the apathetic, the disabled. The list went on and on. For anyone who didn't fit Roman's narrow definition of usefulness, Easton was hell, but at least they were protected from the monsters on the other side of the walls. That was the first problem. The second was that anyone who was strong enough to be useful was well treated, and as a result, had few reasons to buck Roman's authority. Sure, there were likely a few people here and there who would object based on empathy, but from everything she'd ever seen of human nature, Carmen knew those would be the exception rather than the rule. That meant that any potential rebellion would already start from well behind, making its viability that much less likely. Carmen knew these things, and yet she didn't care. Roman needed to die. She was committed to that endeavor to such a degree that she was willing to ignore everything else if it gave her a chance to see it through. "I wish I was wearing my armor," she muttered. Indeed, it wasn't uncommon for people to walk around Easton wearing armor or carrying weapons, but it did tend to get the attention of the guards. As she was trying to avoid such notice, Carmen had left her armor and hammer back in Silverado. She sighed. "You first, I'll follow." Colt nodded, then opened the door. A cacophony of noise swept out of the building and overwhelmed Carmen. The tall samurai stepped inside and Carmen followed. Fortunately, the tavern, which was called the Flailing Fortune, was busy enough that 2 new entrants weren't enough to garner any undue attention. The pair went straight to the bar, where they ordered a pair of drinks. Then once the bartender served them, Colt said, "I'm looking for something special. Brothels down the street, not what I was talking about. I hear there's a special meeting downstairs. Real special, you hear. Be mighty obliged if you'd let him know that Carmen Rodriguez is here and she wants in." The bartender, who Carmen noted was young enough that his poor excuse for a mustache hadn't really filled in yet, swallowed hard, then took a step back. A second later, he glanced at Carmen and recognition dawned in his expression. His face went pale. "I don't know what you're talking about." Carmen rolled her eyes and leaned forward. "Listen. What's your name?" "Pete." "Look, Pete, I'm pretty sure I already know where this little get-together is," she stated. Her eyes flicked toward a door in the back that looked like it led downstairs. The bartender's eyes followed that small gesture and he went even paler. "So here's the thing. I've come to help, so run along down there and let them know I'm here. That way we can avoid them scattering across the city. I don't want to have to chase anyone down." She gave him a smile that she was sure didn't touch her eyes and said, "Short legs, you know, not built for running people down." A moment of indecision passed, followed by a pregnant silence. Then finally, he let out a deep breath before saying, "Fine, all right, I'll go let them know. That's all we ask," drawled Colt. Then Pete took yet another steadying breath before heading toward the door. Colt said, "You see the bouncer?" "Yep," Carmen said, taking a drink of her beer. It was not the highest quality stuff, but it was more than they had back in Silverado. Is he coming this way? Not yet. Think they'll rabbit, Carmen shrugged. Dunno, maybe. I was on the council. As far as the public was concerned, she and Roman were thick as thieves. Of course, they had no idea that he was responsible for the murder of her wife, which was an important bit of context. Means you're valuable. If you wanted him gone, you wouldn't have come yourself. You'd send those secret police. You saw them too. Couldn't miss him, lost him before we came, though. Sure of that much, he said. As he did, his eyes flicked towards the door and he said, "Here we go." Carmen tensed. She didn't have a bunch of combat abilities or spells like real fighters, but she made up for it with her high level. That gap would close soon, she was sure, but for now she could hold her own. As such, she was ready to use summon tool the moment she felt threatened. Pete came back to the bar, looking slightly more relaxed. When he reached them, he said, "You can go down. They said that you do better not be trying anything. 'Cause they got some powerful fighters down there, real heavy hitters." Noted, Carmen said. "Colt." "Yes, ma'am," he said, sweeping his coat back and swaggering toward the door. To Carmen, he looked like a gunfighter from an old western, which should have been a little silly. Yet he made it work, radiating an aura of pure danger that told anyone looking for trouble that he was ready for just that. By comparison, Carmen felt clunky and clumsy, or like a little girl play-acting as a dangerous fighter. Perhaps he felt like a little boy playing cowboys, but she doubted it. Colt was a lot of things, but unconfident was definitely not one of them. Either way, she followed him to the door, where they both descended a set of stairs that terminated in another door. Carmen could hear muffled conversation on the other side, but she couldn't make out any actual words. Colt led the way, pushing through the door, but the second he stepped through, he whipped his katana out and to the side. "Easy there, fella," he said, circling so that Carmen could get through. Just then someone moved across the doorway, but Carmen had expected it, so she barreled into him or her, she supposed, slamming them against the wall. Her hand found their throat, like my friend said, easy. "We're not here to fight," she said, finally taking in the attacker. He was average height, but with heavy shoulders. Out of the corner of her eye, Carmen saw that Colt had his blade against another, much taller would-be attacker's throat. Behind her were 3 other people. Presumably they were who she'd come to see. So she said, "Now I'm going to let this guy go. If he tries to attack again, we're not holding back." "Got it. We're just here to talk." "Very well," came a strong voice. Carmen stepped back, releasing the attacker. He fell to the ground, gasping for air. Already his neck had begun to purple. Meanwhile, Colt stepped away from his target as well, sheathing his sword so quickly that Carmen had trouble tracking the movement. Trusting that he would watch her back, she turned to face the 3 people. There was 1 man and 2 women, though she didn't recognize any of them. "Are you here to kill us as you did Varen?" asked one of the women. She had close-cut gray hair and wore decidedly shabby clothing. "Do I have a reason to want you dead?" she asked. Apparently word of Carmen's clash with the healer had somehow gotten back to the city. Hopefully, it had yet to reach Roman's ears. Perhaps the older woman stated, leaning forward. There was a table separating them from Carmen, but with her strength, that wouldn't be much of a barrier. The room was lit by a series of candles on the table, casting the entire area in deep, flickering shadows. "You are one of his lackeys, are you not? One of the founders of this city, in fact." "I am. A founder, I mean." "Makes it all the more difficult to see what it's become," Carmen stated evenly. "I'll just come out and say what I'm here to say. I'm not one to dance around the facts. So here it is. I know you're planning some sort of rebellion or resistance. I want in. If you know who I am, then you know what I can offer." "Why?" asked the lone male across the table. He was tall, with an acerbic appearance. More, he was missing an arm, suggesting some tragic story that Carmen didn't care about. "Do I need a reason other than the obvious?" "Yes," said the woman. "The city isn't much different than when you were assigned to the mining colony. Worse, perhaps, but not much. What changed to set you on this path? And why did you kill Varen, if not to punish her for fomenting rebellion?" "Because she helped kill the woman I loved," Carmen answered simply. "Roman, too, and a guy named Trace. I don't care all that much about your rebellion, if I'm honest. Sure, it's sad and it all sucks. But I can't deny that Roman has given people safety when there wasn't much of that available. I disagreed with some of his policies, and I argued against them when I was on the council. I was overruled, so I left it behind." She leaned forward, her hands on the table. The 2 fighters tensed behind her. "All I care about is killing Roman. And that little weasel Trace, too. You give me that, and I'll make sure you have the best-equipped rebellion in the world. So long as I get a chance to stand over him as he's bleeding out on the ground, I'll give you the means to accomplish your goals. That's what I offer, and that's what I want in return. So are we on the same page?" The woman glanced at her companions, then back at Carmen. As she did, she said, "I think we can work with that." For a few minutes, Elijah stood on the beach watching the crashing waves as the storm rolled in, bathing him in a deluge of precipitation. Spring had already taken hold, but the rain still felt like frigid needles against his skin. However, some of that discomfort was mitigated by the blanket of dense ethera that covered the island. The difference between what he'd felt in the valley he'd recently left behind and the power emanating from his grove was so stark that he wondered how he could have felt comfortable in the former. But it didn't take him long to figure it out. The drop had been so gradual that he'd barely noticed it in real time. It was like the old wives' tale of the boiling frog, and it really put his unique situation into perspective. Certainly, he could have simply left the grove behind and made his way through the world, but it was his home, and what's more, it was special in a way that he had yet to truly appreciate. So even if he was willing to let the people or Ironshore fend for themselves, and likely fail, he couldn't stomach the thought of ceding his grove to the impending tide of vicious orcs. He remained in place for a while, letting the cold rain soak him through. Then he sighed and turned back to the tree line. Before he'd taken 2 steps, Elijah had shifted back into his draconid form, after which he raced across the island and to his grove. When he reached the circle of trees, he noticed that the ancestral tree at its center had continued its transformation. With stark blue leaves and bark of purest white, it looked both alien and familiar. However, it also felt like home in a way he couldn't quite explain, so he stepped into the grove with gratitude in his heart. As he did, he couldn't help but notice the state of his garden, which had grown far more than he ever would have expected, especially because it had done so in winter. He could suspect that it was feeding more off of the ambient ether wafting from the ancestral tree than via normal biological processes. What that meant for the plants themselves, he had no idea. He plucked another berry, popping it into his mouth and savoring the tartly sweet taste as he pulsed nature's bounty. Didn't even come close to covering the entire garden of bushes and other plants, but it still felt like a return to normality, so he took solace in that as he strode toward the tree. When he reached it, he called out, "Nerthus, you in there, bud? I told you before that I can leave the tree more frequently now," came the tree spirit's familiar voice from behind. As Elijah turned, he couldn't help but notice that it had grown slightly deeper. The reason for that became apparent a moment later when he saw that the tiny tree spirit had nearly doubled in size, topping out at a little taller than Elijah's waist. "I cannot come and go as I please, but I have far more freedom now that the ancestral tree has reached early maturity." "Early maturity?" asked Elijah. Then he said, "Good to see you, by the way. I hope you're doing well. So this tree will grow more powerful?" Elijah asked. "Indeed. Its progress will be much slower now, but it has finally borne a seed," Nerthus said excitedly. "There were seeds before, remember. Those were mundane," Nerthus stated, unranked. "This seed is much different, more powerful. It is difficult to tell, but it is at least complex grade, perhaps even sophisticated. With a natural treasure such as the seed of an ancestral tree that has absorbed a shard of the world tree, the grading system lacks nuance." "I see," Elijah lied. As far as he knew, the grading system for items, towers, and natural treasures was well established. "You do not. The seed is connected to its progenitor. They are separate, but they are also a single entity," Nerthus explained, "and that entity is connected to the world tree in ways the heavenly system is not meant to fully understand." "What does that mean from a practical perspective, though?" "If you plant the seed, it will eventually connect to its progenitor through the world tree, extending the boundaries of your domain." "Oh, I like that," was Elijah's lacking response. "I suppose it'll raise the ethereal density in that area too, huh?" "It will, though not to the degree of the original grove," Nerthus said. Elijah sat down and leaned his back against the tree. "So," he said, "theoretically I could take that seed, plant it elsewhere, and eventually get similar benefits to what I have here." "Yes." "And what would happen if some disaster struck here?" Nerthus gasped. "Why do you ask that?" Elijah sighed, then explained the situation with the orcs, or at least what he knew of it. When he'd finished, he said, "I was just thinking that if things start looking really bad, I could grab the seed and run." "You cannot do that." "Why?" he asked. "I mean, I don't want to. Just to be clear, I intend to fight. But there's a good chance we're going to lose, and I want a backup plan just in case." "That is understandable, but it is neither possible nor advisable," Nerthus stated. "If this tree dies, then its progeny will lose the majority of its power. You will be incapable of creating another grove after that." "But—" For the first time ever, Nerthus interrupted Elijah, saying the reason it is inadvisable has nothing to do with that, however. Instead, it concerns the nature of orcs. They are spawned from the system, usually using some local beast as a template. They evolve quickly, becoming intelligent enough to create a rudimentary society. From the very beginning, though, they have one goal to conquer. Some say they are a test created by the system. Others claim that they are tainted by the void. Regardless of their true origin, they are a plague that must be eradicated before it is too late. "Too late for what?" "The survival of your planet," Nerthus answered. "They will conquer and consume until there is nothing left. Then once they've grown strong enough, they will set off into the wider universe to do the same. By that point, only the truly powerful will be capable of dealing with them, and even then, it is no sure thing. You mustn't ignore this threat, or you could very well lose this planet before it is even fully developed." Elijah sighed. "And I assume that nobody can help us, huh? Like the dragon lady who gave me my core, maybe. The system's restrictions cannot be overcome. Sending even one person here after the initial rush would cost many fortunes. Perhaps some powerful faction will respond to the threat when Earth is fully integrated, but by that point, the orcs will have already won," Nerthus answered. Back in Argus, Elijah had bought a guide explaining in broad terms what happened when the world tree touched a new planet. For a short time, low-level people were permitted to travel to what the system called the frontier, and for a negligible cost. However, after that, the cost of doing so became exorbitant to the point that very few could afford it. On top of that, only people under level 25 could come at all, and those over a certain level were too powerful to exist on a planet like Earth without destroying it with their mere presence. That wouldn't last, though. After the planet's ethereal density stabilized, a countdown would begin until it was opened up to the rest of the universes. Sometimes that took 100 years, but it wasn't uncommon to take much longer. Elijah had no idea how long it would be for Earth, no one did, but he knew it wouldn't be anytime soon. That was both comforting and distressing. The former, because it meant that some powerful despot couldn't descend on Earth and enslave everyone. The latter, because benevolent factions couldn't help with problems like the orcs. It was a double-edged system, and one Elijah in which couldn't decide whether he liked it or not. But the facts were clear, he had no real choice but to fight. "I have two other things you might be able to help me with," he said. Then he explained what had happened with the hunters. He did so as neutrally as he could, ending with his acquisition of the bear's pelt and the mushroom flesh. "The mushroom is useless for us," Nerthus said, shaking his head sadly. "An alchemist may be able to make use of it, though. The pelt is a different case. May I see it?" Elijah nodded, then reached into his pack. The pelt was all the way at the bottom, so it took him a couple of minutes to remove everything. When he finally retrieved the item in question, he laid it out before Nerthus. It was a powerful creature, the tree spirit said. "What do you intend to do with it? I was going to ask you about that. I almost just buried it," Elijah admitted, kind of a memorial. "You mustn't do that," Nerthus shook his head. "The death of such a creature is a sad thing. However, nothing we can do will change that. There is no dishonor or shame in using its body or eating its flesh. Though if a weakling were to consume the meat from such a powerful beast, they would almost assuredly be negatively affected. Perhaps they would even perish due to the influx of potent ethera. That can happen. It can." Elijah shook his head. "So if I'm not going to bury it, maybe I should make a cloak out of it," he said. "I see. If you choose that route, may I suggest that you leave it here for a few weeks?" Nerthus asked. "Then, once it is saturated in potent ethera, treat the hide as you did your staff. In that way, any item created from it will be much more powerful and tailored to your needs." "Interesting," Elijah said. "Would that work with other items?" Nerthus shook his head. "Only resources," he answered. "And then only if those resources were once living. Despite the restrictions, it still seemed like it could be a significant boon. However, like the creation of his staff of natural harmony, preparing the hide would take time. It would also require materials that he didn't have. Fortunately, the hunters had done one thing right by already fleshing the hide, which meant that Elijah could get by with storing it in his treehouse for now. So after only a little more conversation with Nerthus, Elijah made his way to his home, climbed the stairs, and unpacked. After that, he gratefully took a shower before, at last, heading to bed. Yet, as tired as he was, he couldn't sleep. Instead, he just lay in bed and stared at the lightly glowing flowers as he contemplated the coming fight. 100 ideas on how to deal with the orcs flitted through each facet of his quartz mind, but the fact was that he had too little information to create a proper strategy. Hopefully, he would address that lack tomorrow when he headed back to Ironshore. Eventually, the comfortable bed did its job, and he finally let himself relax. Once he did, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Elijah's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment, he forgot the weight of responsibility resting on his shoulders. In those brief few seconds, he raised one hand, letting the warm blanket of dense ethera envelop him as he let the first rays of the morning sun dance across his fingers. But it couldn't last. He knew he was on the clock in terms of preparation for the coming orc invasion, and as such, he didn't have time to lie abed. So with some degree of frustration, he pushed himself out of bed and dressed for the day. He chose his least dirty outfit, which still wasn't precisely clean, and vowed to find some easy way to do laundry in Ironshore. Once that was done, he gathered his things before heading downstairs and to his grove, where he enjoyed a breakfast of berries while walking through the garden and flaring nature's bounty. It wasn't necessary. The bushes had already reached the point where they were self-sufficient, which meant that his efforts only had a limited effect on their growth. Yet it calmed him, bringing back memories of days he'd spent trying to coax the bushes and other plants to fruition. He took a few minutes to converse with Nerthus as well, though he didn't broach any important subjects. Instead, he simply wanted to make the tree spirit feel better about their partnership because, during his travels, he'd come to the conclusion that he treated Nerthus more as a means to an end than an actual friend. He aimed to change that going forward. Soon enough, when the sun had pushed fully above the horizon, Elijah gathered a bunch of berries in his pack, then bade Nerthus goodbye before heading to the beach where he'd stored his collection of rowboats. Despite his neglect, the small vessels still looked in good repair, so he pushed one into the surf and began the journey across the strait. As he did so, he sensed a couple of large fish, one that was much larger than the boat, swim by beneath him. Yet none of them paid Elijah's passage any heed. They were too focused on their own lives, which presumably included hunting for prey large enough to sustain them. Like that, Elijah covered the distance to Ironshore's dock, where he was greeted by more than a few hostile stares. The city itself hadn't changed all that much, save that it had developed a little more, with some of the buildings having grown, both in terms of size as well as architectural complexity. Indeed, it looked like a proper city now instead of something that would have been at home in the Wild West. But while there were plenty of fearful glances still directed his way, there was plenty of anger there as well. Fortunately, one of the dock guards recognized him after all. How could they mistake him for anyone else? And asked him to remain at the dock while she fetched Ramek. What followed was an awkward few minutes where Elijah tried not to notice all the aggressive glares. To him, it looked like the dockworkers as well as the few sailors present were only a few inches from tossing rotten produce at him and running him out of town. Soon, Ramek arrived, though, and when the distinguished-looking goblin did, the people reluctantly went back to their business. "What's going on with them?" Elijah asked. "They blame you," the goblin answered with a shake of his head, "if you hadn't killed the mercenaries." "What was I supposed to do? Just let them kill me?" he asked. The question was a little misleading. For all he knew, Cabot hadn't come to the island with murder on his mind. The presence of his private army seemed to counter that presumption, but Elijah had every reason to suspect that if he'd simply run away, Cabot would have let him. Still, there was no way he would have let the greedy gnome destroy his grove and use it for his own progression. So the point was moot. No, of course not. "But the public, they don't know all the facts," Ramek stated. "Even though we've spread the story, some disbelieve. Others give credence to rumors. The point is that the people are woefully misinformed as well as frightened. They want to blame someone, and you are the easiest target." That made sense to Elijah, at least. Everything he'd experienced, both before and after Earth experienced the touch of the World Tree, suggested that people were rarely great judges of where to place blame. Especially when there was someone as different as Elijah around. "Is it going to be a problem?" "No," Ramek said firmly. "We have enough guards to keep order." "All right, I have a few errands I want to run," he said. "Then I want to check out the horde myself. Once we do that, maybe we can develop a strategy." "Oh," I thought. "That I'd just snap my fingers and make the problem disappear?" asked Elijah. "No, of course not. Eno, you are right. Expecting you to deal with them alone was wrong," he said. "I apologize. We will do our part." In any case, he quickly found his way to Mari's tailoring shop. When he entered, the matronly dwarf looked up from where she was arranging some of her wares, gave him a short look, and said, "Still haven't gotten any shoes, have you? Barbaric." Elijah shrugged. "I thought about buying some in another town, but it just felt weird," he admitted. "I don't think I'm meant for footwear." "If you say so. What do you want? Perhaps some cleaning powder for your clothing?" "All the gods know you need it," she stated. "Is that just soap? Because I have plenty of that, and—" "No, it's an alchemical solution. Sprinkle some on your clothes and it'll clean them," she stated. "Not as good as a proper self-cleaning enchantment, but better than doing it the old-fashioned way. I suggest you go visit that crazy old coot of an alchemist if you're really interested in buying some. I have a few pouches in the back, but my prices won't be kind." "Oh, okay. But no, I was coming here to ask if you know anything about tanning hides," he said. "I've done it without Ethera before, but I'm wondering if there's something else I should be doing." She shrugged. "Tanning solution is something Biggle can provide," she said. "I was more thinking of using natural methods." "Ah, then you're going to want some brains," she said, "preferably of a sentient creature. More Ethera, you see." Elijah was well aware of the brain tanning method, and on top of that, he knew he was about to have to kill a lot of orcs, all of which satisfied the sentience requirement. It was a gruesome thought, especially considering that orcs so closely resembled people. Yet Elijah couldn't allow himself to fall into the trap of looking at them like that. Instead, he intended to treat them much the same way he'd treated the ogres and dark elves in his most recent tower run, which was to say that he was going to try to see them as enemies, rather than people. It had worked for armies going back throughout all of human history, so Elijah hoped it would work for him as well. Otherwise, there was every chance he was going to add quite a lot of trauma to his already significant psychological burden during the coming conflict. "Is there anything else I should know?" he asked. "What do you plan to do with this hide you're currying? I assume it's special, or you wouldn't bother." He shrugged. "A cloak, maybe. I don't know," he admitted. "Maybe some bearskin pants or something." "No, a cloak is good," Mari said, tapping her finger against her chin. "Yes, lots of possibilities there. I could even tailor it to your specific needs, provided we have the proper materials. Those wouldn't be difficult for someone like you to acquire, I'm certain." "You want to make a cloak for me?" he asked. "Of course, I could even tan it if you like." "No, I need to do that myself," Elijah stated. "But no offense, why would you do that? I got the feeling that you didn't much care for me." "Don't be silly. You're to be our great protector, are you not?" "What sort of citizen would I be if I didn't offer my services? Not for free, of course. Obviously, but I will make you a great deal," she said. "Is there anything else you need? Some new clothes, perhaps?" Of course. I'm sure you'll be victorious." Elijah definitely didn't like the dwarven woman's sudden change of tone. When he'd visited before, her attitude was best described as terse. Still, she had a tailor class, which meant that she could probably do things with that bare hide that he could only dream of. He could stitch things together, but that was the extent of his talent in sewing, so he already knew he would take advantage of Mari's offer. After only a little more conversation, he exited Mari's shop, promising to return with the hide when he'd finished preparing it. His next stop was on the other side of town, so he, along with his guards, quickly set off. Along the way, Elijah couldn't ignore how unpopular he was. It also didn't help that he stuck out like a sore thumb, considering he was the only human in town. Fortunately, he reached his destination only 15 minutes later, though it was not what he'd expected. Set at least 100 yards away from the next closest building, the alchemist's shop, or was it a home, perhaps, sat atop a low hill. A winding path led to a small fence, on the other side of which was an overgrown garden teeming with ethera. Elijah marched up the winding path, and when he reached the low gate that he could have stepped over if he so desired, he called out, "Biggle, can I come in?" There was a small, muffled explosion, followed by a shouted expletive, after which a squeaky voice spat, "Drat, I almost had it." Then Elijah heard the sound of clinking glassware and the thud of something extremely heavy before the door to the little cottage banged open, revealing a tiny gnome. He was maybe 2 feet tall and built like a toddler, yet he had a great white beard, thick eyebrows that looked like pale caterpillars, and a bulbous nose. There wasn't a bit of hair on his head, and the tips of his beard smoldered as if they'd just been on fire. He stomped out, demanding, "What do you want? I swear by all the gods that..." That's when he caught sight of Elijah. Recognition dawned, and the gnome went pale. What are you? Please don't kill me. I got nothing against nature. All my ingredients are sourced from cruelty-free. "I need your help," Elijah said. "I don't care about any of that. I just need some cleaning powder. I also have something that might interest you." "What? You're a druid, aren't you? How did you know that?" "It's obvious to anybody who's paying attention," Biggle answered. "Are you really not here to avenge the death of your floral friends?" Elijah rolled his eyes. "I'm not. I just told you why I'm here." Biggle narrowed his twinkling blue eyes. A reasonable druid. Never thought I'd see the day. "But it's a new world and a new attitude, I say," he said. "Well, come on in. Don't mind the tentacula. It's just playful." Elijah looked back at his guards, both of which took a step back and shook their heads. "We'll stay out here," the female dwarf said. "Right, Marv, policy," he grunted. Elijah nodded, saying, "Sure, policy, I understand." Then he opened the gate and marched through. As he did, he focused on one with nature and discovered that most of the plants were mobile. He suspected that they were carnivorous as well, judging by the unique smell of predation. Still, none of them attacked him, which he counted as a lucky break. It unnerved Biggle too, who said, "Wish they'd stop biting me like that." In any case, Elijah quickly followed the gnome inside the cottage, which was absolutely strewn with what looked like chemistry equipment and cooking supplies. There were pots and pans, cauldrons, beakers, vials, and what looked like Bunsen burners. In addition, bundles of herbs hung from the beams on the ceiling, and there were huge barrels lining the walls. On the shelves were all sorts of jars bearing labels like "newt eyes and giant's toes," and it smelled like a wet foot. Sorry about the mess and the smell. "I've been doing some experiments, hoping to make a breakthrough, and they have not been going well," the little gnome said. "You know how it is. One drop of basilisk saliva too many, and the whole thing goes up in smoke." As he spoke, he climbed atop a stool so he could more or less look Elijah in the eye, and he asked, "So what can I do for you? You wanted cleaning powder, yeah. Can't blame you on that one. No offense, but you smell worse than a 3-day-old bobtic." "Right, you wouldn't know what that is, would you?" "A bobtic is a swamp monster with a curious life cycle where it starts to decay almost as soon as it hatches," Biggle explained. "By the 3rd day, they have the most pungent aroma. But that's when you have to harvest them, or you'll miss peak efficiency. So you also said you had something for me. I'm not interested in any more kelp. I have plenty." It took Elijah a moment to catch up, but when he did, he unshouldered his pack and said, "I have this mushroom." "Well, most of it at least. It's contained in a specially made satchel right now. I'm always interested in mushrooms. Was quite a mycologist back in the day, you know. World-renowned, some might say. Not this world, though. Another world, you wouldn't know it." Ignoring the gnome's babbling, Elijah reached into his pack and retrieved the sack containing the mushroom flesh. He set it before the alchemist, saying that satchel is keeping its aura contained. Otherwise, it would have probably killed a few people on the way here. Biggle's eyebrows twitched. "And where did you get this sack?" he asked innocently. "I killed the 4 hunters who had harvested the mushroom," Elijah answered honestly. "I don't know where they got it." "Oh yeah, right. So let's see what you've got here," the alchemist said. Then he unbuckled the strap and flipped the top open. Immediately, the entire room was bathed in dense ethera. It wasn't quite as strong as it had been when the mushroom was still whole, but it was still enough to elicit a slight feeling of nausea. After using that same ethera to fuel his cultivation, Elijah was used to it, though. However, he did notice that with every passing instant, it felt noticeably weaker. Biggle slammed the bag shut. "Is that something you can use?" Elijah asked, already knowing the answer to that question. Of course it is. That's a high simple grade natural treasure, Biggle stated. There's nothing else like that in the surrounding area, and if there was, it won't last through the orcs' invasion, so it's valuable, extremely. With this, I could create a powerful body cultivation potion. It might even be enough to push someone to the halfway mark. Of the first stage, yes, of course. All right, this is the deal. If you want to take it, great. If not, I'll go elsewhere. You give me half of what you make from it, and the mushroom's yours, Elijah said. Half, I wouldn't make any profit. Best I could do is a quarter. After that, the haggling commenced, and it didn't end until they'd settled on a third of what Biggle created from the mushroom, plus a 10-pound sack of cleaning powder. Elijah thought he got the better of the deal, but then again, it seemed that Biggle thought the same thing. So who was to say who won the negotiation? In the end, though, Elijah was satisfied, and that was all that really mattered. After Biggle told him that the potion would be ready in a few weeks, Elijah departed and, along with his guards, headed to the center of the city. There they led him to an administrative building, inside of which he met a surly-looking dwarf with spiky black hair and a short beard. Name's Kurek, the dwarf said, holding out a hand. Can't say as I blame you for killing Cabot. He was a right jerk. Oh, Elijah said, taking Kurek's rough hand in his own. Yeah, I guess he was. After that, Ramek explained that Kurek was the highest-level combatant in the entire town. He was apparently some sort of ranger variant, which meant he was more of a scout than a fighter. However, now that Elijah had killed their entire security force, Kurek had been forced into the latter role. I got 30 good scouts under me, Kurek stated. Another 10 that ain't worth spit, but they're still better than nothing. Of the 1,500 residents of Ironshore, 2/3 are combat capable, Ramek explained, some to a lesser degree than others. Elijah remembered the barbers he'd met during his second visit to Ironshore and nodded. He didn't think they'd contribute much to a fight. Will they still contribute? All but the little ones, Ramek answered. The more mature among the children will be used as runners, both for messages as well as supplies. However, there are a few who are not old enough to do even that. We intend to house them here until the fighting is done, or until everyone was overrun by orcs. All right, Elijah said. He didn't know much about war, so he was prepared to bow to their judgment. I guess I need to see these orcs with my own 2 eyes. Right, I'll lead you, Kurek said. And not long after that, the pair were traveling through the wilderness. As they went, Elijah refrained from using his draconid form. He was certain that Kurek and his squad of scouts knew about his ability to shapeshift, but he didn't want to give away any of his secrets, just in case they were leading him into an ambush. As it turned out, 2 days later, he discovered that the residents of Ironshore had been entirely truthful as to the nature of the threat. He stood on a hill, crouching low at the tree line, and looking out at a camp containing thousands of orcs. God, this is going to get really ugly, isn't it? He muttered, using eyes of the eagle to get a good look at the creatures. Beside him, Kurek said, damn right it is. Damn right. Horns blew and flags rippled in the wind of some efficient spell. The richest and most influential people in Easton stood nearby, drinking and dancing, completely unaware that the world indeed, the universe was passing them by. They all thought that the danger had passed, that they were safe. They believed that, after having survived the past few years, they could simply go back to old customs, as if the world would soon return to normal. But as Roman stared down at the seal of authority, he knew it was all a misguided fantasy. There was no such thing as normal. One could never stop striving. The days of humanity standing on the shoulders of past generations were long gone, and now people needed to forge their own path through an unfamiliar and expansive universe. That was what drove him. That was the reason he couldn't relax. Theirs was a dangerous and deadly world filled with all the worst sorts of monsters. And he was the only one standing between his people and total annihilation. Her death had been necessary, regrettable certainly. It had been the hardest thing he'd ever had to do. Even after the betrayal that was her inability to prevent Trish's death, he still cared deeply about Alyssa. She had been his only true friend, but that was a sacrifice he was willing to make. As a selfless leader, that was the burden he was forced to bear. All that and more washed through Roman's mind as he watched his people celebrate an accomplishment that was not theirs. The wall had finally been completed, and as such, the city within was safe from the formation of minor rifts or spontaneous manifestations of Vox. It was a tremendous feat of engineering, enchanting, and architecture. Yet it could do nothing about the virus that had already begun to take root within his city. Congratulations, boss, came a grating voice Roman did not want to hear. The sheep are safe, but what now? Roman didn't turn. What do you want, Trace? He asked, slipping the seal of authority into his vest pocket. Maybe I just wanted to make small talk with the big man in charge, the outlaw said, stepping forward until he stood shoulder to shoulder with his superior. Out of the corner of his eye, Roman saw Trace's garish attire. The man flouted the notion of a uniform, making alterations that made him stand out. It was still the same blue and white outfit, with black boots and a badge of authority on the chest. However, the cut was anything but normal, with a long blue coat with a dragon stitched on the back. If it was anyone else, Roman would have had him whipped or killed, yet Trace was valuable and they both knew it. so he got away with things no other person could, for now. Soon there would come a point when the man went too far. In that case, leave, Roman stated. I'm not in the mood for your foolishness. You really take all this seriously, don't you? If you say that's how you've always talked, I'll call you a liar. Normally, people who say such things end up dead, Roman said, refusing to rise to the outlaw's bait. He had changed his speech patterns, but that was a necessity. His people deserved more than the small-town sheriff he'd been. They needed dignity, respectability. They needed a king. Ain't that the truth? What do you want, Trace? A surge of ethera announced the activation of some sort of ability, but Roman wasn't afraid. The seal of authority gave him plenty of leeway so he didn't have to react to every ripple in the ambient ethera. Still, he cut his eyes at Trace. Don't get all antsy, the man said. I know better than to mess with you here. It's just an ability meant to prevent eavesdropping. That's new, is it? Maybe I've just kept it in reserve all this time. That was the problem with Trace. He was an incredibly useful man to have around, ruthless and efficient in what he chose to do. However, he was untrustworthy as well as secretive, meaning that he was unpredictable. Roman hid his irritation by adopting an at-rest stance with his hands behind his back. His eyes never wavered from the affluent people who'd attended the party he never wanted to host. But Fiona had insisted, saying that it was a display of power as well as a way to keep the idiots happy. He acknowledged that she had a much better head for such things, so he'd chosen to trust her judgment. Still, he could barely hide his irritation. Speak your mind. You are absolutely no fun. You know that, right? Fine. I've traced the traitors to a tavern in the Southern District, Trace stated. Mostly the usual suspects. You know the ones. Indeed, even with Alyssa dead, he'd had to deal with no shortage of naysayers and dissidents. Even as they sheltered beneath his wing, they complained about the manner in which he provided for their safety. It was maddening. He'd given them everything. By all rights, their lives were his to do with as he pleased. Yet treason had bloomed, vivid and poisonous. The only solace was that they were easy to keep track of. Roman already knew who the leaders were, even if he was unaware of the methods they intended to use. That was where Trace came in. That is not news, he said. No, Trace said, running his hand through his hair. No, it's not, but the people they're meeting with that might interest you quite a bit. Who do you think? Who has more reason to hate you than anyone else? Trace asked. Carmen. Bingo, Trace said. Does she know? Does it matter? The outlaw asked. She was always a loose end. We should have clipped that thread a long time ago. Roman finally turned away. He knew he should have killed Carmen the moment he came back from that tower. Yet his soft heart had stayed his hand. It wasn't that he cared so much about the woman herself. He'd never particularly liked her in the first place, but he refused to orphan her child, not unless he was forced to do so. What happened afterwards? Roman asked. She left, Trace answered, headed out of the city, presumably back to Silverado. Interesting. Did you have her followed? Roman asked. Of course, 2 of my best girls, he said. Roman ground his teeth. Trace's depravities regarding his female underlings were well known, and they were a visible stain on the reputation of the government. And as the ultimate authority within Easton, the man's reputation was a blight on Roman's as well. Yet he was too useful to hold accountable, for now. Eventually, Trace would outlive his usefulness. At that point, Roman would make him pay for every crime he'd committed, and he would enjoy it. I want you to go to Silverado and keep an eye on what she's up to, Roman ordered. Want me to just kill her? Because I'm assuming you don't want me to just waltz into that little mining camp and announce I'm there on a mission of espionage. You will remain unseen. So is that a no on the killing? Because if we're just going to put her down, I wouldn't mind trying my hand with her. She's a bit thick for my tastes, too many muscles. But like I always say, I'll try anything once. Roman's hand shot out, faster than most people could even track, and his fingers clamped around Trace's throat. The outlaw tried to activate an ability, but Roman used one of the functions of the Seal of Authority, ending it immediately. He hated using the cooldown for something so mundane, but making a point was important. Besides, it would cycle in a week. He lifted Trace from the ground, and as the other man's feet dangled a few inches from the polished tile floor, Roman growled, "You will not touch her. If you harm her without my say-so, I will make you wish for death. You know what I can do." With that, he released the outlaw, who fell to the floor in a gasping heap. For his part, Roman returned to his previous stance, looking for all the world as if he'd never even moved. "Damn it, man," Trace croaked, massaging his throat. "I was just joking. You didn't have to go all evil emperor on me. I am not evil. I am necessary." "Sure," Trace muttered. "I believe you. But do they?" Roman had already seen precisely what Trace was referring to. A few of the guests had noticed his outburst, but the moment they realized that he was staring back at them, they hastily returned to their little bubble of affluent ignorance. "They do not care," he stated. Trace picked himself up off the floor, then dusted himself off as he said, "Because they're terrified. So long as they are obedient, it doesn't matter to me." Indeed, Roman had long since moved past the need to be loved by his people. Most of them would never see the things he did to ensure their lives continued. They were blissfully unaware of the sacrifices he'd endured, the difficult decisions he'd been forced to make. For someone like him, love had never been on the table. Fear, though, that was attainable, natural even, and most importantly, fear kept people in line. He'd learned that in his previous career, and it was a lesson that was still applicable in his current endeavor. Damn man, they're well-trained, remarked Trace with a shake of his head. Do you understand my instructions? Yeah, I got it, but for the record, you could have just told me to leave her be. You didn't have to do what you did. Yes, I did. You may go, now. For a moment, Trace looked as if he was going to argue, but then thought better of it. Assuredly, the previous lesson was on his mind. In any case, the man turned on his heel and marched out of the ballroom. When he did, Roman went back to his stoic attendance of the celebratory party. Soon enough, he found the seal of authority back in his hand. On the surface, the pendant was nothing special, just a few extra attribute points. However, when he'd bound it, he discovered two separate abilities. One he'd used on Trace, locking down the outlaw's abilities. It only lasted for a few seconds, but with that much time, Roman could do all sorts of damage. But the other ability it granted was far more important, as anyone who tried to attack him in his city would quickly discover. The thought had just crossed his mind when he saw Fiona approaching. She was dressed in an emerald dress that clung to her waifish body, accentuating what few curves she possessed. More than once she made it clear that she was interested in more than a professional relationship with Roman, but he'd never even considered taking advantage of her in such a way. He was better than that. She asked, what did the weasel want? He wished to congratulate me on the completion of the wall. Roman lied easily. Unexpected, but I suppose it shouldn't be. It's a great accomplishment, she said, and just in time, too. That roaming warband is getting closer. Did you give any thought to their demands? I won't pay a ransom for my city's protection. If they attack, we will defeat them, Roman stated unequivocally. Indeed, the warband's leader, a man who called himself Laramie, had recently sent an emissary demanding that Easton pay a tithe. He referred to it as a protection fee, but the implication was clear: pay willingly or it would be taken. Roman hadn't even needed to consider it in order to refuse, which he did so by virtue of beheading the emissary and launching his body over the wall. The wall will protect us, Fiona said, taking a sip. It will, he said, and if it didn't, they had plenty of fighters. If they failed, then Roman would have to use the seal's second ability. Either way, anyone who attacked Easton would quickly discover the error of their ways. The night hung heavy in the air as Keurig crouched atop a thick branch, looking down at the game trail. For the past day, he and his squad had steadily engaged in a campaign of guerrilla warfare against the orcs. They had killed dozens, and yet their efforts paled in comparison to their ally. At one point, Keurig had doubted that a single person could make enough difference to turn the tides of the coming conflict. No longer did he harbor such doubt, because he'd gotten a small peek at what the man was capable of, and he'd come away both impressed and horrified. Keurig pushed those thoughts aside. He couldn't afford to be distracted, because he heard his prey finally coming into range. He'd been stalking the orc for the last hour, and he'd finally managed to bait the hulking creature into following him. Now he only had to wait as the monster crept down the trail. It made an attempt at concealment, and it was clearly capable of moving through the thick terrain with some degree of stealth. However, to Keurig's keen eyes, it was entirely exposed. Just when it passed beneath him, Keurig leaped from his position on the branch. His axe flashed with his eagle's talon ability, which augmented his melee damage by 40% for a single strike. The caveat was that he could only use it while striking from above. It was a very limited ability, but under the right circumstances, it was devastating as well. Never was that clearer than when his axe cleaved through the orc's shoulder, cutting diagonally across its torso and digging deep into its chest. It would have gone further if it wasn't for the thing's dense bones and high constitution. In any case, Keurig's momentum bore the monster to the ground, and he ended up on top of the bulky and bleeding monster. Orcs were notoriously hard to kill, and even the devastating attack he just delivered wasn't enough to finish it off. So he reared back, intending to deliver a killing blow. But before he could, he heard a twig snap behind him. Knowing what that signified, he dove forward in a roll that narrowly let him avoid a descending club. He came up running, recognizing that he'd already lost the fight. A pair of orcs crashed through the underbrush behind him, both bellowing in rage as they left their fellow behind. Hopefully it would bleed to death, but Keurig had fought enough orcs by that point to know how unlikely that was. If they weren't killed outright, they would recover. Not to full strength, they weren't trolls, after all, but enough that they could keep on fighting. Still, as much as he regretted the necessity of leaving the kill unfinished, Keurig knew his own abilities well enough to recognize that he couldn't stand up to a single orc in straight combat, much less two. So he ran. As he did so, he ran through his options. He had a couple of traps nearby, and both had been enhanced with his ability. Yet he didn't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. The fact was that each time he used the ability, it took a significant amount of ethera, so he'd begun to ration his abilities. As a result, he was forced to rely on other tactics, which had further exposed what he already knew. He was no warrior. Sure, he was a decent enough scout, and he could function as a fair archer while holding his own in hand-to-hand combat. But against creatures like orcs, he was woefully outmatched. It was a reminder of his place in the world. Perhaps one day he could rise above that position, but that day had yet to come. He could run, though, and with his fleet-footed enhancement, he could move incredibly quickly through rough terrain. The only person he'd ever found who could rival him was his newest ally, which, as far as he was concerned, didn't really count. The human was clearly an outlier, so comparing himself to Elijah wasn't a fair exercise. Just when Keurig was on the verge of veering toward one of his traps, he heard a commotion behind him. Then suddenly there was only one orc following. Knowing what that meant, he kept running until suddenly the noise repeated. It was followed by silence. "You're clear," came a quiet voice. Keurig slowed to a stop, then turned around to see Elijah standing over a fallen orc. The creature had had its entire torso ripped open, and its head flopped to the side, its neck nearly severed. "I was fine," Keurig insisted. "I know, just helping where I can," the man said. He made for a curious sight with his odd collection of equipment and curios. Keurig knew enough to recognize that many of them were magical in nature, though he couldn't even begin to guess their purpose. However, he was well aware that anyone with that many magical items was either rich or dangerous. Elijah was probably both, at least in relation to the rest of Earth. "Did it work?" Kirk asked. Elijah stepped forward into the light and shrugged. "Sort of, I guess," he said. "I got a few of them, but not as many as I would have liked." "What happened?" "They have a couple of spellcasters," Elijah stated. "Stopped my spells from doing too much damage. I wasn't expecting that. They're more advanced than we thought. It looks that way," said the man. He ran a hand through his curly blonde hair. "You should go tell Ramek and the others. Take the rest of your squad too. We're not going to win the fight like this. You think we need to come up with another strategy? I do. What are you going to do?" "I'll stay out here and slow them down. By yourself." "I'll be careful," Elijah said. "In the meantime, you need to make sure everyone's ready for what's coming, because this isn't something we can stop before it gets to Ironshore. There's going to be a fight there, one way or another." "I think that was always the case," Keurig admitted with a sigh. There was little chance of stopping the horde before it reached the budding settlement. Everyone had known that from the very beginning, but some had hoped that they could use Elijah's power to avoid that inevitable eventuality. "You're not wrong," Elijah said. "You should go. I'm going to keep hunting." Keurig nodded and without another word headed to the rendezvous point to reconnect with his people. As he did, he hoped that Elijah could work a miracle, because he expected that that was what it was going to take if they were going to survive. As soon as Keurig was gone, Elijah shifted back into his draconid form and went on the hunt. The past day had been exhausting in a way he hadn't experienced since the last tower, but in a lot of ways it was much worse. First of all, the orcs were far more attentive than the ogres had ever been, and if Elijah wasn't extremely careful about how he moved among them, they would detect his presence. Fortunately, he'd gotten plenty of practice doing just that, so for the most part he was fine. Yet he'd still gotten into trouble a couple of times, and he'd barely made it out of those instances alive. Second, while the orcs were disturbingly humanoid in appearance aside from their tusks, immense size, and gray skin, they were just as obviously monsters. They had some semblance of a society, but it was a hollow thing, as if they were merely imitating something they had seen, or, as Keurig had suggested, acting upon instincts they didn't understand. As a result, they seemed sapient at first glance, but they weren't. However, even that hint was enough to make killing them a difficult thing. Elijah had pushed the resultant guilt aside, but it was much harder to do so than he'd expected. Not that it was going to stop him from doing what was necessary, but it definitely didn't help his mindset. And finally, there was the issue of their advancement. He'd grown used to being able to use Swarm and Calamity whenever he wanted, and the first time he'd done so against the orcs had gone off without a hitch. He'd killed a couple dozen of them, even gaining a level in the process. Yet, when he tried to do so a second time, one of the orcs had risen up and cast something to reduce the effect of the spells. Another had cast some sort of red globe of liquid in his direction. He'd avoided it, but the fact that it had found him so quickly did not bode well for his chances of using his spells in the future, which had been his primary strategy. So since then, Elijah had been forced to rethink things. He'd also sent Keurig and his scouts back to Ironshore to help with the preparations, though he didn't see how they could win. In the meantime, though, Elijah intended to keep fighting as best he could, and if the battle was hopeless, perhaps he could level enough to gain a new spell or ability that would make the difference they needed to survive. That made Elijah's goals clear. So without any further ado, he set off through the underbrush, passing beneath the trees as he headed toward the location where he'd last seen the orcs. Soon enough, he found their camp. It was still dark, so they had yet to begin their march, but Elijah had already witnessed their routine, so he knew what to expect. Still, he watched from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. As he did, he studied the camp. There were hundreds of tents, dozens of fires, and thousands of gray-skinned orcs. How the tribe had expanded so rapidly, Elijah had no idea. Perhaps he'd only seen a small portion back at that abandoned Wild Mart, or maybe they reproduced that quickly. Whatever the case, there were far more than Elijah could handle alone. In truth, even if he hadn't killed Ironshore's security force, the chances of repelling the invasion seemed incredibly slim unless they could figure out some way to even the odds. being on the defense would help. So would the fact that the orcs were barely thinking monsters. But that wasn't going to be enough. A few minutes after Elijah had begun his vigil, a trio of orcs broke away from the camp and tromped off into the woods. It was only then that Elijah realized something that had eluded him until that very moment. Orcs had to eat. That was an unavoidable fact of life. He'd seen them hunting, cooking, and eating by their fires, yet he'd not recognized the opportunity that held. Still, before he established a plan, he wanted to confirm his suspicions. So he followed the trio into the woods, and sure enough, 20 minutes later, he saw them take down a wild hog the size of a hippopotamus. The three orcs expertly dressed the animal, then hauled the meat back to the camp before setting off for another hunting expedition. That's when Elijah struck, hitting the first one with an attack that utilized Predator Strike. He ripped through the creature with little difficulty, then bounded away into the underbrush. As soon as he was out of sight of the orcs, he bounded up a tree. By that point, the remaining two hunters were alert, but because they never bothered to look up, they had no idea where he was. Elijah dropped out of combat a few moments later, then adopted guise of the unseen before repeating the process. 2 more attacks and the trio of hunters were dead, but that had never been the point. He'd only killed them because it was a good opportunity to thin the horde. With the numbers arrayed against Elijah and Ironshore, he couldn't afford to let such a chance go to waste. However, he didn't linger after finishing them off. Instead, he took off across the landscape with as much speed as he could muster, and soon enough, he found Keurig and his squad of scouts. Before he approached, he shifted back into his human form and called out, "It's me. Don't attack." Then he stepped out of the trees. Keurig said, "Thought you were staying out here to hunt." I did," Elijah said excitedly, "but I figured something out." "Yeah, what's that?" Elijah told him, then elaborated on his plan. "You think we can do that?" "There are only 10 of us here," Keurig said, 20 more back in Ironshore. "You're scouts and hunters, right? This is what you do," Elijah stated. "I think this is our best option." Keurig shrugged. "Better than any idea I got. Best we get to it then." Wearing guise of the unseen like a cloak, Elijah crept forward, his body low to the ground as he stalked the stag. It was an enormous deer, at least the size of a full-grown moose, which meant that it was a perfect target for his plan. However, the creature was powerful. He'd known that from the moment he set eyes on it, so he needed to take care in his approach. One wrong move, and he would end up with a set of sharp antlers in his chest. It had already happened once during an earlier hunt, and he didn't want to repeat that experience. He would survive at least long enough to heal himself, but that would cost him hours of hunting. And considering the overall goal, that just wasn't an acceptable price to pay. So over the past 2 days, he had learned caution, and in a way he'd rarely employed during his previous exploits. In those instances, he'd always known that, even if he did make a mistake and was injured, he could always heal himself. And while that was still true, the time factor meant that any delay could prove a failure that could, in turn, doom the entirety of Ironshore. Elijah couldn't stomach that, so he'd pushed himself to heights of stealthy hunting he'd not thought possible, but it was too slow. Soon, he knew the time to institute his plan would pass, and they would have to implement the next phase. Still, the more animals he and the other hunters killed, the less food there would be for the orcs. It didn't really fall in line with his protector of nature image, but he'd pushed that sort of thing aside in favor of survival. So the goal was to cut down the animal population to the extent that the orcs would no longer have enough to sustain themselves. Sure, it wouldn't kill them. Elijah was certain of that. But it would weaken them, at least to some degree, and he hoped that would prove the difference in the inevitable battle to come. With that in mind, he silently slipped through the underbrush. Cloaked in guise of the unseen, he should have been undetectable for the stag. Yet when he came within a few feet, the thing skittishly pranced away. However, by that point, Elijah was already close enough to pounce. He leaped high into the air, landing on the beast's broad back. Digging his claws into its hide for balance, he struck like a crocodile, latching his powerful jaws on the stag's neck. He squeezed, ripping through the animal's flesh and feeling its bones crack beneath his mighty bite. It went limp, having never gotten the chance to resist, and it fell to the ground in a heap. Elijah sprang away, shifting back into his human form before his feet hit the ground. It was at that moment that the orc struck. Elijah had no idea the monster was even there, which meant that it had been using the stealth ability some of their hunters and scouts possessed. Still, it never should have happened. He'd been too focused on the task at hand, or too exhausted after 3 days of constant hunting. Whatever the case, Elijah never had the opportunity to dodge the creature's thrusting spear. Its flint tip bit deep into his side before ripping a gaping wound in his flesh. He staggered away, but the orc followed close on his heels. Elijah whipped around, spraying the ground with blood as he smashed his staff against the pursuing orc's tusked face. Under the weight of the blow, the monster stumbled, and Elijah followed that attack up by sweeping his staff toward the orc's ankles. It tripped, tumbling to the ground. Before it had the chance to react, Elijah cast snaring roots, and thick, thorny vines snaked up from the ground to wrap around the monster's flailing extremities. With a couple of moments to spare, he cast Healing Rain before shifting into his lamellar ape form. the second the spell completed and he transformed, his arms lengthening and scales sprouting across his increasingly muscular body. Finally, he loped forward, raising his clenched fists high into the sky before bringing them down with thunderous force. That brought a whimper of pain from the monster, but it was far from defeated. So Elijah continued pummeling the creature until he felt bones break beneath his momentous blows. Finally, the thing went quiet and ceased drawing breath. Elijah didn't stop there, though. Instead, he reached down, grabbed the orc's head in his giant claws, and twisted. Its neck broke, but in his fury, Elijah didn't care. Instead, he wrenched it back and forth until the thick muscles in its neck tore. Once that happened, it only took a couple more twists before the thing's entire head ripped free. He wanted to roar triumphantly, but even with the bestial fury raging through him, Elijah knew better than to invite further orcish attention. So he settled for tossing the head aside and beating his chest in victory. However, he only indulged his inner beast for a few moments before the urgency of the situation caught up to him. Usually, where there was one orc, there would be more soon to follow. So he shifted back to his human form and examined his injury. Because the flint blade of the orc's spear hadn't been particularly sharp, the wound was jagged and anything but surgical. Still, it hadn't hit anything vital aside from nicking his intestine, which had already mended from healing rain, so he only took the time to pulse touch of nature a couple of times before turning his attention to the stag he'd killed. He unslung the pack on his back, then opened it. The satchel was a special loan from the hunters, and it was one of the reasons they'd been able to implement his plan so flawlessly. Like his normal pack, it was much larger than it appeared from the outside, and it could accommodate the meat from 4 deer the size of the one he'd just killed. It would also keep that meat fresh. However, it could only be used for that very specific purpose. If he were to put anything but fresh meat inside, it would quickly break down. So it was incredibly useful for a very specific purpose, but absolutely useless for anything that exceeded that function. In any case, the pack was nearly full, which meant that as soon as he processed his kill, Elijah would need to return to the forward camp and exchange it for an empty one. After that, he would return to the forest and continue his hunting efforts while someone else took the meat back to Ironshore. It had been going on for a few days by that point, so they had the process down to a science. But before he could do that, Elijah needed to skin the animal and process the carcass. So he set to it, using one of the knives he'd taken from the mercenaries who'd invaded his island what felt like a lifetime ago. Once it might have taken him hours to accomplish the task, yet with so much practice and the indefatigable endurance of a man who was well past human limits, he accomplished the task in about 30 minutes. After that, he gathered the pack, which was incredibly heavy because of how much meat he'd packed away, shouldered the hide, and took off across the forest. Even in his human form, he was more than capable of moving quickly and quietly, and besides, he'd been spending quite a lot of time in his bestial forms. Doing that was dangerous, as he'd found in the jungles outside of the primordial maze. About an hour later, he finally arrived at the forward camp, where he was confronted with a blue-haired gnome who was part of Kurik's squad. Rasana, he acknowledged with a nod. She grinned. "What do you have for me this time?" She asked, pushing her spectacles up her nose. They weren't for correcting her vision. Instead, they helped her see tracks more easily. He shook his head, then said, "Just meat. 2 deer, a hog, and a couple of giant turkeys." The 2 turkeys were closer to dinosaurs than any bird he'd ever seen, and it had taken quite a bit of effort to take the pair of 7-foot-tall birds down. Still, they'd had quite a lot of meat on them, which he supposed would be helpful for the town. More importantly, killing the beasts would deny the orcs any sustenance. "The pickings are gettin' pretty slim out there," came Kurik's voice. Elijah turned to see the lead scout approaching from the right. He carried a large satchel as well, though he clearly struggled beneath its immense weight. That was the other detriment of the hunting sacks, as they were called. They could hold plenty, but they did nothing to alleviate the weight of whatever was put inside. As such, most of the hunters and scouts couldn't get the most out of them like Elijah could. "Think we might need to start pulling back." Elijah sighed. He'd seen much the same thing, but he knew they'd missed quite a lot of animals. There just wasn't enough time to truly hunt every denizen of the forest. Yet they'd gotten the easy prey, which meant that the orcs would have to work that much harder to meet their consumptive needs. That was a small solace in an otherwise desperate situation. As he and Kurik stepped into the camp, Elijah asked, "Phase 2, probably the best chance we'll get. The others are still working on clearing the animals from here to Ironshore. We'll work backwards from here, and by the time we get to the city, we'll be as ready as we're gonna get," Kurik answered. "How should I contribute?" Elijah asked. The plan was simple. Over the next few days, Kurik's scouts would riddle the forest with traps. Some, like the dwarven leader himself, had abilities related to those traps. As a result, some of the orcs would die, others would be injured, but no matter what, the traps would slow them down. Kurik shook his head, saying, "Can you hit them with that big spell again?" "No, those shaman in there are too dangerous," he answered. "If I use Calamity or Swarm when they're paying attention, I'll have the whole horde after me in wait." "What? I just had another idea." Well, we ain't got all day, Kirik responded. Spit it out. All right, so what if I do that and lead them back the other way, Elijah said. That could give you some extra time to lay traps. And the more we can delay them, the better prepared Ironshore will be, right? Think you can do that without getting caught? Elijah shrugged. I think so. Probably. I can move pretty quickly when I want to. Then do it, Kirik advised. The more time we have, the better. Elijah nodded, then said, I need a few minutes of rest, though. Any food here? Not much. We've been sending everything back home. Sides, we can't really have a fire out here. But here, he said, leading Elijah to a barrel. Inside were a bunch of wild edibles, including mushrooms and berries. Should be enough to keep you going. Elijah grabbed a handful, then sat on one of the nearby fallen logs. Kirik joined him as he ate. This takes me back, he sighed, living in the woods, eating mushrooms. It's like I'm stuck right after the world changed. Surprised you survived all by your lonesome, Kirik remarked. Elijah had shared a little of his story with the dwarf, but he hadn't told him everything. Most people wouldn't have. I wasn't alone. Not at first, Elijah said, referring to the panther. Not completely, at least. I reckon it's always hard on the natives when the world tree touches a new planet. At least there's not a lot of reason for the truly powerful to stick their noses into the situation, Kirik said. Most of us are running from something. Looking for a new life, you know. If any of us had any choice, we wouldn't be here. Not sure how to take that, Elijah admitted. Don't take it no way. New worlds, they're hard, dangerous, and most of us won't get the chance to see our families or friends again for years. Decades, if ever. Teleporting off-world is expensive. How expensive? Platinums. Plural? Oh, Elijah said. So far, he'd only amassed 17 gold Ethereum, and from what he remembered, it would take 1,000,000 of those to equal a single platinum Ethereum coin. There were guides in the branch's knowledge base that cost as much, but the vast majority were far cheaper. That had led him to believe that he was fairly well off. Now, he knew that wasn't the case. Even teleportation within the world's network is prohibitively expensive. Hundreds of gold for the closest locations, and a lot more for ones further away, Kirik explained. Not that it matters. The world's too new to have any connections right now. But it'll come, just wait. In a couple of decades, it won't even be uncommon. Right, Elijah said. He'd seen the teleportation option at the various branches he'd visited, but they'd all been grayed out, so he hadn't thought much more about it. After a few more minutes, during which the pair went silent as they ate their meager meal, Elijah pushed himself to his feet and said, I guess I need to get going if I'm going to get this thing done. With that, he headed out, shifting into the draconid form as soon as he was out of sight. Without using Guise of the Unseen or worrying about being detected, Elijah could move incredibly quickly across even the most difficult terrain, so it only took him a few hours to reach the orcish horde. When he arrived, he took a few minutes to observe the enemy. They were on the move, though their progress less resembled an army on the march than a mass of individuals that happened to be going in the same direction. To Elijah, it reminded him of the crowds that came at the end of a football game when 100,000 people all tried to leave the stadium at once. There was nothing organized about it, though Elijah did give them a wide berth. At the same time, he used Guise of the Unseen, just to ensure that he remained undetected as he circled around to the backside. Once he reached that position, he knelt behind the thick brush, leveled his staff at the tail end of the horde, and used Swarm. Before the mass of insects even manifested, he was casting Calamity, and the moment the spell left his staff, he shifted back into his draconid form and took off into the forest. A moment later, a blob of red energy splashed down on the spot he'd just vacated. Even from more than 20 feet away, Elijah could feel the sizzling power of the spell, which only reaffirmed his caution. If he hadn't already expected it, that manifestation of Aethera would have hit him, and he didn't want to know what it did. As he raced through the forest, the tromp of hundreds of orcish feet followed. Elijah stayed ahead of them, but he was careful to let himself be seen more than once. And when he thought the pursuers were far enough away from the main horde, he turned and cast Swarm again. This time the red ball came even more quickly, which meant that he couldn't follow it up with Calamity, but that was fine. He wasn't trying to kill anything. Instead, he only wanted to further separate the group and eventually slow down the entire horde, so he kept going for miles more, narrowly staying ahead of his pursuers. Yet after more than an hour, Elijah saw an opportunity when, at last, his conjured insects made it past whatever defenses the shaman had erected. He only realized it when he got an influx of experience that signaled a few deaths. More followed soon after, suggesting that, at last, he'd run the shaman out of Aethera. That meant the creature was vulnerable, and Elijah aimed to take advantage of that. So he raced ahead, quickly outpacing the sub-horde, and the moment he felt essence of the wolf kick in, he used Guise of the Unseen. Once he'd rendered himself undetectable, Elijah doubled back, and when he saw the shapes of the group of orcs who'd chased him around the forest, a reptilian grin spread across his draconid face. The orcs who were still standing were clearly on their last leg. Most could barely manage a stumble, no doubt because of Swarm's afflictions, and Elijah suspected that, left alone, they would soon succumb. However, the shaman, identifiable by a large feathery cloak and a skull-topped staff, was busy trying to prevent that. Elijah had no idea what spells he was casting, but he could feel the swirl of ether and see the effects. Each time the shaman cast a spell, one of the orcs straightened to its full height, re-energized and healed. Elijah couldn't let that stand. There were nearly 20 of them left, which was a testament to Elijah's efforts so far, but he didn't care about killing a few dozen regular orcs. He wanted to take out the shaman, so the way was clear. He needed to continue to drain the creature's ethera by forcing it to continuously heal. With that in mind, Elijah found another bush, where he crouched and leveled his staff before casting Calamity. Clouds gathered, and thunder rolled while the wind whipped into a frenzy. In seconds, it had reached the height of its fury, sending violent bolts of lightning crashing down and blades of wind slicing through the group of orcs. Meanwhile, the earth rumbled and shook, splitting open and throwing them off balance. The shaman tried to counter by erecting a shield that looked like a giant, red bubble, but it popped after only a second, and Elijah recognized the sag of the creature's shoulders for what it meant. It was spent, and its charges paid the price. The calamity tore through the already damaged orcs, killing quite a few and injuring even more. That's when Elijah struck from afar, aiming his staff at the shaman and letting loose with Storm's fury. In all the commotion, none of the monsters even noticed the extra bolt of lightning that slammed into the shaman's chest, sending it flying backwards into a tree. Elijah heard the impact even from almost 100 feet away. He cast Swarm, then conjured Healing Rain, positioning it above the orcs. Then he shifted into the lamellar ape form before rushing forward. He fell upon the monsters with all the furious strength he could muster, slicing through flesh and breaking bones with wild abandon. It felt good to finally let loose. And with Shape of the Guardian active, he could truly appreciate the melee for what it represented. The orcs tried to resist, but after the deluge of damage he'd already brought to bear, they were weak and powerless to fight back. As a result, it ended in glorious slaughter, and when he finally reached the still stunned shaman, he fell upon the feather-cloaked monster without mercy. It was more of an execution than a fight, and by the time Elijah had finished, he'd earned enough experience to push him to level 50. Not only did that place him in the top 5 on Earth's power rankings, but it also awarded him another ability, Brand of the Stalker. Sear a brand on an enemy, preventing all forms of stealth and increasing your damage against them by 14%. Nice, Elijah said after he'd shifted back into his human form, but it was difficult to feel too excited about his accomplishment. Sure, he'd killed a good number of orcs, but it was barely anything next to the full weight of the horde. Still, he'd proven the viability of the strategy, so, after taking a few minutes to settle himself, and finding that he now had room for another enhancement, he used Essence of the Lion and took off across the wilderness to repeat his actions. He couldn't kill them all at once, but if he kept chipping away at them, he would accomplish both of his goals. 1, it would inevitably slow the horde to a crawl, and 2, he'd gain a few more levels while whittling away at the orcs' numbers. Perhaps he could even deprive them of shamans altogether. Only time would tell, so he bent his will toward the task at hand. Searing heat buffeted Carmen as she stepped into her newly expanded forge. Inside, there were 7 apprentices working, and that wasn't even considering the number of people who'd been tasked with smelting the freshly mined cold iron ore. After exterminating the last of the critters, Silverado's miners had found thick veins of the stuff, and ever since then, they'd been steadily pulling it from the earth, and it was just as potent a resource as Carmen had expected. She crossed the forge, making her way to a pile of ingots waiting to be worked. She retrieved one, then used Tradesman's Appraisal, resulting in a notification flashing before her inner eye, Cold Iron Ingot. Overall grade, Simple Medium. It was already better than the metal she'd used to create Destroyer, and that had been the product of weeks' worth of work and quite a lot of scavenging. It was no wonder Roman had been so adamant that the mine be tapped. Carmen spent the next few minutes searching for the perfect ingots. Most were on the low end of simple grade, but there were a couple that were in the middle, like the one she'd inspected. Those were her targets, and after a few more minutes, she found 10 such ingots. Then she carried them to her personal forge, which was separate from her apprentices. Normally, she didn't mind working among them, but sometimes she needed full concentration. As such, she'd had the separate area built to her exacting specifications, which included her own smelter as well as a forge that could handle the intense heat of a fire fueled by ethera-soaked coal. She was certain that there were better fuels out there, but she'd yet to find any. Perhaps when she did, she'd be able to take the next step in her progression as a blacksmith, but that was a worry for another day. For now, she was only concerned with completing the project before her, so she took the first 2 ingots and used meld metals to merge them into one. Once she had, she used refined material. The results were mixed because the designated smelting crew all had the same technique available to them. As such, the ingots had already been subjected to multiple instances of that, as well as decontaminate. Still, her technique was a little more powerful than theirs, so she still managed to eke a little use out of it. In truth, it probably wasn't worth the ethera, but Carmen had ever been a perfectionist, and so she intended to take every step possible to ensure the product was the peak of what she could achieve, especially given its purpose. So once she'd prepared those two merged ingots, she thrust them into the flames and started working on the rest of her materials. And by the time she'd finished, the metal was hot enough for her to work. So using summon tool, she manifested a pair of tongs and dragged the molten metal ingots out of the fire. Once she'd slapped it onto an anvil, she conjured a hammer and started pounding the metal into submission. She only got a dozen good blows in before she had to shove it back into the forge. That was one of the problems with cold iron. As its name suggested, it was resistant to fire, and it dissipated heat remarkably quickly. Because of that, a smith who wanted to work with the metal needed to be incredibly cognizant of hammering cold metal, which would result in stress fractures that would, in turn, lower the grade of the item. Carmen had no intention of letting that happen. So over the next few hours, she diligently worked, spending more time letting the forge heat the metal than she actually spent hammering. However, for a crafter, patience was a virtue. It was even more important to maintain focus when the natural inclination was to let her mind wander. Staying on task was an especially difficult thing, what with everything going on. After meeting with the rebel leaders, Carmen had agreed to provide high-quality armor and weapons to them and their allies. She wasn't sure about working with the roaming warband led by Laramie, but she had been assured that they were better than Roman. She hadn't needed much convincing, given the personal enmity she held for the man. If Carmen was honest with herself, which was a rare thing, she would have admitted that she didn't truly care about the fate of Easton. Instead, the only thing that concerned her was taking revenge on Roman. And as a blacksmith, the best way she could do that was by providing powerful equipment to the fighters who could give her the opportunity to take her vengeance. Those thoughts flitted along the surface of Carmen's mind as she worked. If she could have stopped them from doing so, she would have, but that was almost impossible. As a result, her product probably suffered at least a little. Still, the slow pace of the work did give her the opportunity to use one of her latest techniques, ethereal fortification. Infuse a single blow with ethera, injecting an in-progress item with additional power. It did precisely what the description said it would, and each time she struck the metal with it active, it sent a jolt of ethera into the material. However, it came with two issues. First, it was slow to activate, which meant that she had to work with a steady and deliberate pace. As such, using it with cold iron, whose rapid cooling meant that she had a very short amount of time to work with, slowed the work down considerably. The second issue was that it used an incredible amount of ethera, which served to highlight some of the issues with her attribute allocation. She was heavy on strength and constitution, but light on ethera and regeneration. The less said about her low dexterity, the better. Still, each level she attained served as a course correction due to the automatic allocation that came with her class, so if she wanted to be better, she knew the course. In the meantime, though, she struggled to maintain enough ethera to consistently use her abilities, which slowed her down even more. Even so, Carmen was nothing if not patient, and she persisted through her own limitations. After nearly 7 hours, she finally held up the product she had created. It was a breastplate, sized to fit Colt. The man was her second in command, and yet he wore no armor aside from that ridiculous coat of his, and it wasn't even crude grade. No, if he was going to be effective, he needed better armor. Carmen aimed to satisfy that need. So after setting the unfinished breastplate aside, she grabbed another ingot and continued the process. Over the next 2 days, during which she fielded a few questions from her apprentices who'd been tasked with forging the equipment for the rebels, but she also managed to hammer an entire set of armor into shape: a breastplate, 2 bracers, and a pair of greaves. It wasn't ideal, and if she'd had her way, she would have outfitted him in a full set of armor that covered his entire body. However, Colt had made it abundantly clear that he wanted no such thing, so this was a compromise. The metal itself was deep blue, with hints of pearlescent white. Hopefully, he would like that color. In any case, now that the base structure was done, Carmen needed to start with the embellishments, so she used another new technique, ethereal etching. Use ethera to carve embellishments into metal. No tools required. With that ability, she didn't need any tools to create ethera-infused embellishments on the armor. However, that was not the extent of what she had planned. Instead, she intended to adjust things a little more fully, using shape a material with raw ethera. With that, she could make minor adjustments to the armor that would have otherwise required quite a bit more hammering or a grinder. However, using the two in conjunction was extremely ethera-thirsty, which meant that she was in for a long haul. Still, she persisted, using her 2 techniques as often as she was able, and gradually the armor took its final shape. She wasn't going for anything truly eye-catching, just a mostly plain breastplate with etched greaves and bracers. Still, there was beauty in subtle simplicity, and what's more, Carmen knew that Colt's taste trended toward the unassuming. Eventually, she finished, though she didn't dare use tradesman's appraisal yet. Just because the armor was forged, it didn't mean the project was complete. So she gathered the individual pieces and headed away from the forge. When she left the building, she couldn't help but blink as the sunlight of a new day assailed her eyes. Yet she didn't wait around to let her sight adjust, instead heading to the neighboring building that housed Silverado's overworked leatherworkers. There she found the man she was looking for. "You finish it?" she asked. "I did," the leatherworker said. He wasn't particularly skilled, and he hadn't even reached level 20 yet. However, he was the best Silverado had to offer, so Carmen reasoned that beggars couldn't be choosers. After he retrieved the piece in question, she inspected it. When she was satisfied, she told him what she wanted. It was just one piece of the puzzle, so she wasn't terribly concerned with the quality of his work. Yet she knew the end product would be better if she let a real leatherworker do it rather than try to make it work on her own. So after explaining everything, she left the armor with him. With that done, she had a few hours to kill, so she strode toward the training yard where she expected to find Miguel. Sure enough, he was there, practicing the sword with Colt. The two had a good relationship, which Carmen appreciated. A young boy needed all the positive role models he could get, and Colt satisfied that requirement quite well. For a long time, she leaned against the fence that encircled the training ground, just watching her son go through his training. Some of it she understood, but her approach to battle had always been more of a charge in and hit things really hard sort of method. So the subtleties of sword fighting had never appealed to her, but watching Miguel, she could certainly see the draw. When he saw her, he gave her a subdued wave, but he knew better than to interrupt his lessons. So that was all Carmen was going to get for now. After a couple of hours, she returned to the leatherworker and inspected his work. It was adequate, so she handed him a handful of copper etherium for his trouble. He tried to protest being paid, saying that he didn't mind, but Carmen knew just how much a few extra copper could help, so she didn't mind. In any case, she quickly returned to the forge with the item, then, after taking a few minutes to center herself, used bond to make the leatherworker's work permanent. After that, she started the enchantment process. She still couldn't do anything more than a minor enchantment, but she had learned a few extra methods over the past few months. As such, she could imbue the item with a few extra attribute points. She still hadn't gotten the hang of adding an ability, and she suspected that would be the case until she managed to upgrade her minor enchantment technique. But that was fine. It would still be better than what anyone else in Easton wore. The process took many more hours, so many, in fact, that Carmen grew dizzy from lack of food, which interrupted her efforts for a few hours, but in the end, she accomplished precisely what she'd set out to do and created an item set in the middle of the simple grade. Congratulations, you have created a unique item set, Warden's Armor. Overall grade, simple middle. Enchantment grade, F. The bracers had been seamlessly integrated into a new leather duster, which had been made from the hides of the highest level terrestrial Malax. The leatherworker had enchanted it for durability, though he was incapable of doing any more than that. Carmen hadn't expected the breastplate or greaves to be included in the set, but she was more than happy with the results. Hopefully, it would be enough to protect the strongest fighter she had, because she had a feeling that hard times were coming. Elijah sat on the edge of the ditch, his legs dangling nearly 10 feet above the deepest portion. It was filled with sharpened stakes, many of which glistened with ethera from various skills. After his initial success with the divide and conquer strategy, he'd managed to use it one more time before the orcs, or rather, the shamans, wised up and refused to follow him into the wilderness. They still sent a few bands of orcs after him, but he quickly discovered that they weren't nearly as vulnerable to his spells as they'd once been. It was only a day later, when he saw them performing some sort of ritual, that he discovered the reason. Obviously, they'd enacted some sort of defense against him. It wasn't really surprising; they'd long proven that they were capable of mitigating his spells. Yet this was the first time that they'd developed a strategy to do so without the shamans being present. And Elijah didn't like what that represented, because it verified everything he'd already learned about orcs. They were evolving more with every passing day. If he and his allies didn't do something soon, the creatures would grow too powerful to combat. So he'd retreated to the area around Ironshore, where he hoped to contribute to the preparations of their collective defense. When he'd arrived, he had discovered that they had piled quite a lot of dirt into an edifice that surrounded the town, and they'd built some siege engines as well. The alchemist, Biggle, had even lent his expertise to brewing a few dozen barrels of some sort of toxic concoction that he claimed would make those Orkwai bastards think twice about coming to Ironshore. Elijah wasn't so sure of that, because if there was one thing he'd confirmed, it was that orcs were single-minded in their pursuit of dominance. They'd already swept through the area like a plague, consuming anything they hadn't destroyed, so Elijah knew there was little chance of them giving up. Nothing short of total annihilation would stop the orcs, which meant that the weight on his shoulders wasn't limited to the coming conflict. There was every chance that if he and the other defenders of Ironshore failed, the orcs would rampage across the region and eventually grow too powerful to stop. If the situation got to that point, Earth would almost assuredly be doomed. And the only thing standing in the way of that was a few ditches, Elijah, and some non-combatants who'd been thrust into a situation they were ill-prepared to confront. He sighed, reaching into his pack and retrieving a jug of water. He drank deeply from it, then set it on the ground. A moment later, the sound of soft footsteps announced the arrival of Keurig. "Want a drink?" Elijah asked, holding up the jug. "Water." "Ask Keurig." "Yeah, I'll pass," the dwarf said, settling in beside Elijah. He went on, "Should be here in a day or two. We're not sure if they'll stop outside of our range and amass before coming for us." Probably, Elijah guessed. "They're getting smarter. Orcs do that. Have you thought about what's going to happen if we're unsuccessful?" Elijah asked, glancing toward the dwarf. Keurig looked as exhausted as Elijah felt, with large bags beneath his eyes. "I'll disappear into the wilderness. You should do the same." "If I'm still alive, I'll be fighting." "Why?" asked Keurig. "You don't owe nothing to us. We attacked you in your home. By all rights, you ought to have killed each and every one of us." Cabot was different, Elijah reasoned. And honestly, he probably wouldn't have tried what he did if he knew what I could do. Definitely not if he knew the orcs were coming. If he knew that, he'd have got Mommy and Daddy Eason to pay his way back home, Keurig responded. They paid most of the fee to get them ritualists here. Like it wasn't nothing, too. I bet that idiot didn't even know they was subsidizing his little dragon kidnapping plot. Maybe, Elijah agreed half-heartedly. He never really knew Cabot, so he couldn't speak to that. But you're asking me why I'm doing this. 3 reasons. Yeah, what are they? First, I'm not the kind of guy to abandon people when they need help. I know that probably makes me a sucker, and I'm sure someone will eventually take advantage of me, he explained. But if that happens, that's on them. Someone else's dishonesty won't stop me from doing what I think is right. Noble words. Maybe you'll change your tune when somebody crosses your lines. Elijah shrugged, looking out over the array of ditches. There were 12 of them, each just as deep as the last. Hopefully that would slow the orcs down. Maybe, he acknowledged. But the second reason is a little more personal. I want to protect my home. I like my island, and I can't imagine the orcs leaving me alone if they take Ironshore. So protecting the city is a roundabout way of protecting myself. And the third reason, this is my planet, Elijah said. If we don't stop them here, those orcs are going to spread. That's what they do, right? They're like a virus. And I've got people out there I care about. Not any place close, but they're out there. And if I don't do what I can right now, there's a good chance that they'll find themselves on the wrong end of that horde sometime in the near future. The orcs are vulnerable now. Beatable. That means I've got to take my shot, here and now, because there's a high probability that humanity will never get another chance. For a few moments, Keurig didn't speak. Then he took a deep breath before saying, "Nobility and selfishness. I can get behind that." "Anyone who says they're doing something for purely altruistic reasons is lying," Elijah said. "There's always a little self-interest in there." "You ain't wrong," Keurig agreed. Then the two fell into an easy silence until a few minutes later, Keurig said, "That sure is a lot of ditches." "Yeah, a friend of mine from college was on track to being a historian," Elijah said, "specialized in ancient warfare. And every time we saw a movie or talked about a book that dealt with war or sieges, he would always criticize the tactics on display. His favorite thing to say was that the best and most effective defense is a ditch. If you've already got one ditch, then build another. You can fancy it up with stakes and walls or water, but the bottom line is that ditches are where it's at when it comes to defense." "Sounds like a smart fella," Keurig said, "except the parts of that I didn't understand at all, of course." The pair shared a laugh, but then Elijah pushed himself to his feet before saying, "I'm going to get a shower and a real meal. You interested? Might be the last time we'll get the chance." Keurig shook his head and glanced back at Ironshore. "Got a complicated relationship with cities. Don't do so good with people, if you catch my meaning." "Yeah, I can understand that, but if you change your mind, you'll know where to find me. If I didn't, I'm sure I could just follow the angry glares." "Some folks still ain't forgiving you for killing their so-called security force," Keurig stated. Elijah shrugged. "Can't blame them for that, I guess. Anyway, I'll see you later." "Sure." After that, Elijah ambled toward Ironshore. When he entered the city proper, he was once again confronted by the same resentful glares that had greeted him every other time that he'd visited the city. There was fear there as well, but it was muted, probably because they were growing accustomed to his presence. Eventually, that would assuredly come to a head. When that inevitability came to pass, Elijah would have to make an example of someone, which was something he didn't want to have to do. In any case, they weren't quite there yet, so he traversed the small city without issue. He passed by a few familiar locations, like the barbershop, Mari's boutique, and the central building housing the branch. In the distance, he saw the mines as well, though he hadn't visited them since rescuing Sarah the dragon. For a moment, Elijah considered using Ancestral Circle to teleport back to his grove so he could spend the night there. However, he chose not to for one simple reason. He had no idea if he'd have time to row his way back to the mainland if the orcs attacked. No, it was better to remain in town, even if it meant being a little less comfortable. "Elijah," came a shout from behind. He turned to see Ramek jogging in his direction. The prim and proper goblin was dressed in the same Victorian style he always did. That wasn't a precise description, considering that there were some subtle but glaring differences, yet it was close enough that Elijah felt comfortable with that descriptor. In any case, he stopped so that Ramek could catch up. The goblin doffed his bowler hat and asked, "Can I interest you in a meal? I have a reservation at the Stuck Pig." "I remember how much you enjoyed that last time, and I thought you might like another visit." Elijah looked down at his travel-stained clothes and said, "You know what, sure, but I'd prefer to get cleaned up a bit first." "Give me about an hour." "Certainly," said the excited goblin. "Any suggestions on a hotel, somewhere with a shower? Oh, a man of your means will want the Imperium." "Sounds expensive," Elijah groused. "It is, yet there is no finer accommodation in the city. Indeed, it is the only true hotel in town. We don't get many visitors, or any point of fact, so there hasn't been much use for the place if I'm honest. However, that's sure to change as the world begins to open up," Ramek insisted. Elijah shrugged. It wasn't as if he was short on money, so he said, "Sure. So long as it has a shower and a soft bed, I'll be happy." "Oh, you will be quite satisfied. Allow me to lead the way." After a nod from Elijah, Ramek led him through the city and to a large, three-story building with elegant architecture that put Elijah in mind of the Palace of Versailles, though on a much smaller scale. It also featured a sizable bronze dome, but the general theme was close enough that it made Elijah wonder about the similarities between the newcomer's culture and those native to Earth. As such questions crossed through a couple of facets of Elijah's mind, he followed Ramek into the Imperium. And when he stepped inside, he couldn't contain a slight gasp. To call the Daker rich would have been an understatement. Inlaid marble, gold trim, and elaborately carved moldings abounded, and the floor tiles were arranged in an artful and dizzyingly complex geometric design. A goblin in a tuxedo greeted them. Aside from a brief glance at Elijah's bare feet, he gave no indication that he was put off by the sheer shabbiness on display before him. "Welcome to the Imperium," the goblin intoned. "My name is Dakar, and I am the chief proprietor of this branch of the Imperium, the finest hotel in the universe. Please, may I ask what I can do for you?" "My friend wishes a room," Ramek said. "Money is no object." "You hit some object," Elijah remarked. "Trust me, my friend, you won't regret spending a few Ethereum on this," Ramek stated. Elijah shrugged. He didn't really know what else to spend his money on, so he said, "Sure, whatever. Fair warning, though, it's got a ways to go if it's going to compete with my tree house. I am certain that the Imperium will compare quite favorably to any tree house," said Dakar. And it did. Elijah spent the next hour being pampered in a way he never thought possible. Not only was he afforded the opportunity to finally take a shower, but the apartment he rented for the night was twice as large as his tree house. On top of that, it was just as richly decorated as the rest of the hotel. That meant that it looked like it was fit for a literal king. On top of that, Elijah was also subjected to a massage administered by a skilled dwarven woman, so when he finally returned to the lobby an hour or so later, he felt more refreshed than he had in months. The following meal was just as enjoyable, albeit in a different way. There was something so communal about eating a meal in good company. It seemed like such a simple thing, and though the food was good, it shouldn't have relaxed him like it did. However, by the time Elijah finished with the stuck pig where he ate what felt like his weight in smoked meats and sides he couldn't identify, he felt flush with contentment. A more cynical person would have expected something to interrupt that happiness, but nothing happened, and Elijah ended up settling into his huge bed and falling asleep with some degree of optimism in his heart. He almost managed to forget about the orcish horde knocking on the proverbial door, but not quite. Trace was bored out of his mind, and the worst part about it was that he didn't think there was any end to it in sight. It was his own fault, really. He knew it, too. He should have just killed the idiot and let the chips fall where they may. It was still on the table, as far as he was concerned, though if he went down that road, he'd have to talk fast to keep Roman from gutting him. And he would, too. That cold bastard would slaughter his own children if he thought it would further his goals. Trace had seen it play out in the tower, when he'd watched the man decapitate a woman he'd called his closest friend. And for what? So he could solidify his rule. It was madness of a sort Trace wanted nothing to do with. Yet he'd stuck around in Easton, largely because so long as he acted according to Roman's will, he got to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. And since the world ended, that was all he cared about. There had been a time, and not so long ago, that he'd have put his life on the line for family and friends. In fact, he'd done just that right after the world had changed. He was good at it, too, and for a while he had been successful. But then Marley had died, killed by some sort of humanoid tree monster that had taken Trace nearly an hour to hack apart. She was the first, but she'd been far from the last. One by one, everyone he'd ever loved had been taken from him until he was the only one left. That's when he broke, when he had chosen to give up on the idea of being a hero, of protecting people, of looking out for anything but his own best interests. Since then, he descended down a spiral of hedonism, theft, and murder, only surfacing when his benefactor gave him a task. Nearby, two of his girls' cute little slips of femininity waited, watching for his signal. He couldn't see them, much to his dismay. Like him, they were equipped with potent stealth skills, so no one that wasn't at least 10 levels their senior would be capable of detecting them. Unlike him, though, they were both gorgeous. It was practically a crime covering that up with a skill. They were also oh so pliable. Trace had taken advantage of that last trait on more than one occasion. They were broken, too. But instead of throwing caution to the wind and truly committing to the pursuit of pleasure in all its varied forms, they'd simply given up. Most of the time, they didn't even say anything, which was fine by him. The last thing he wanted was to waste time listening to a teenage girl's inane chatter. However, they'd also been trained well, so the pair were effective enough that he would have kept them around, even if they didn't satisfy his other, much more depraved requirements. In any case, Trace didn't have to worry about them, so he kept his attention squarely on the two figures in the middle of what looked like a paddock. The area was surrounded by a low fence, and it featured hard-packed dirt that spoke of many hours of trampling feet. The two people within its bounds were interesting enough that Trace barely noticed their surroundings, though. One was a boy with dark hair and a tan complexion, while the other was a tall, slim man who looked like he'd stepped off the set of an old cowboy movie. However, instead of a six-shooter, he wielded a katana with a gleaming blade and a worn hilt. Next to him, the boy looked even smaller than he truly was. But given his parentage, Miguel Rodriguez was bound to end up on the short side. Of course, Trace recognized the cowboy as well, and in truth, he had nothing against Colt Marsters. By all accounts, the man did his job and kept to himself. The only thing that annoyed Trace about him was his propensity to play the hero. The man had never met a dangerous situation he wouldn't throw himself against, which Trace found naive, performative, and a little sad. It was as if the man was trying to prove to everyone how competent and heroic he was. It made Trace a little nauseous. The pair clashed, their practice blades clacking as they went through a series of measured drills. For his part, Trace found the entire thing pointless. He'd never practiced his blade work, but he'd done just fine for himself. After all, it wasn't so difficult to understand that the pointy end went into the other man. That was one lesson Trace had learned well, and he'd put it into practice more times than he could count. Still, he could at least appreciate the dedication involved, especially considering he'd seen Marsters in action. Even if he was nauseatingly heroic, the cowboy certainly knew his way around a fight, and he'd proven his prowess on enough occasions that nobody who wanted to live would underestimate him. Trace looked past the two foe combatants and into the town beyond. All of the buildings were made of rough-hewn timber, giving them the appearance of log cabins. It cast the entire settlement in a rustic light that put Trace in mind of the vacations he'd once taken with his family. Those had been good times, and he remembered them fondly. Yet it also came with the same heart-wrenching pain that accompanied any memory of the past, so he quickly pushed past it. His true target was in the largest building, probably forging armor for the enemies of Easton. Trace didn't care so much about a petty rebellion because he knew precisely how unsuccessful any attempt would be. Roman wasn't untouchable, not quite, but so long as he stayed inside those walls, he might as well have been. Trace had found himself the target of the man's ire on enough occasions that he no longer held any interest in challenging him. In any case, armor or not, anyone who chose to attack Easton was going to get a rude awakening. So Trace wasn't entirely certain why he was even there. He could have assassinated her on the road, or in her sleep, and he already knew where to find the warband with whom the rebels had made an alliance. Watching Carmen was pointless. Yet he was there, doing as he'd been told, like a kept dog. It was infuriating, so it wasn't surprising that his mind quickly turned to a different plan to deal with the uppity blacksmith and her little band of rebels. After all, if he had something she desperately wanted to keep safe, then it wouldn't be difficult to keep her in line. And Trace remembered his own children well enough to recognize the lengths a mother would go to keep harm from befalling her children. It took him a while to work himself up to it, but after a couple of hours, Trace had convinced himself that Roman would appreciate his initiative. He may even give him some sort of reward. No, the plan that had taken root in his mind was a good one. He just needed to make it work, and he'd get whatever he wanted out of Roman. So he knocked on the tree he'd been hiding behind, which was the signal for the two girls. After that, he retreated 20 yards into the woods to a prearranged location and canceled concealment. A moment later, the pair of girls removed their own camouflaging capabilities. They were similar in appearance, though one was dark of hair while the other was blonde. One day, Trace wanted to get a brunette and a redhead to complete the set. Trace nimbly climbed over the fence, then padded across the training rounds until he was in perfect position. Then he drew the dagger of sundering from the sheath at his waist and struck, using armor pierce. The blade sliced through the thin protection of the man's shirt. His duster hung over the fence in the other direction, piercing Colt's kidney. The cowboy reacted instantly, lashing out with a backhand that took Trace in the cheek and sent him spinning to the ground. Immediately, he embraced Vanish, hiding himself from view. As he did so, he turned his tumble into a dive, and it was just in time, too, because only a moment later, the ground erupted into a cloud of dirt and dust as a dozen invisible blades tore through the earth. Trace looked back to see that Colt had stumbled. The dagger of sundering had done its job, robbing the man of his attributes. Even as Colt tried to get himself under control, the two girls struck, one high and the other low. Their blades bit into the man, but he wasn't considered one of Easton's best combatants for nothing. In the blink of an eye, his sword flashed out, and the blonde girl's head went flying through the air while her body crumpled to the ground. Colt paid no attention to his injuries. Instead, before the other girl could react, he kicked her in the chest, sending her falling backwards toward the ground. She never made it, not in one piece at least. Colt once again flicked his sword, activating his ability, and she fell to the ground in pieces. Just like that, Trace was all alone and facing a furious Colt Marsters. He considered running. He was good at that. Yet the blood pooling on the ground told Trace that Colt wasn't in the best shape. So when he saw how wobbly Colt was, he decided to stick it out, circling around and looking for an opening. He didn't dare snatch the child, who stupidly hadn't run away, even when Colt shouted for him to do just that. Instead, Miguel stood his ground, hold his practiced sword like it would do any good. To keep him around, Trace used Intimidate on Miguel. Most of the time, it wouldn't work on people, but the kid didn't even have an archetype yet, so he was entirely unprotected. As a result, he dropped his useless weapon, widened his eyes, and went stiff as all rational thought fled before the face of unmitigated terror. Meanwhile, Trace darted in, stabbing Colt in the stomach. However, the moment his blade made contact, the wounded cowboy reacted with a lightning-fast slash that nearly took Trace's head off. As it was, he bounded away just in time, picking up a gash on his cheek instead. But Trace knew he'd been caught out in the open, a fact that was confirmed by a twinge from his danger sense, so he immediately activated Riposte. It was perfect timing, because Colt used his bread and butter attack a second later. Riposte. For 1.5 seconds, block any attack and return it to its origin at 50% power. It was the single most important ability Trace had, but it was also an extremely limited one. As such, he'd trained himself to use it at the most opportune moment. In this case, it sent Colt's attack right back at him. The man never even saw it coming. Unfortunately, even as it ripped the cowboy to shreds, Trace knew it wouldn't be enough to kill him. It was enough to send him toppling to the ground in a puddle of his own blood, though. Trace stalked forward, tossing his dagger of sundering from one hand to the next as he prepared to finish the job. Yet, the sudden banging of a door and a shout from within the mining town alerted him that he didn't have the time. So he ran forward, grabbing the kid and throwing him over a shoulder. As he did so, he used stun to knock him out. Normally, it would only last an instant, which he usually used to give himself an edge in a fight, but with someone who hadn't even gotten his archetype, the ability was a lot more effective. The kid went out like a light, and Trace sprinted away from the training ground. After leaping over the fence, he used light step to increase his foot speed, leaving any pursuit behind. And just like that, he'd accomplished his goal. Now he only needed to return to Easton, hand the kid over to Roman, and Carmen would fall into line. Elijah awoke to the gentle sound of a flute. As his eyes fluttered open, he glanced around the enormous and garishly appointed room, but he couldn't find the origin of the music. Yet even so, he found it enormously soothing, as if it was capable of washing all of his cares away. Of course, it only took a moment for him to remember the urgency of Ironshore's situation, and when he did, that dense brick of anxiety that had plagued him for the past couple of weeks returned to the pit of his stomach. Tension tightened his muscles, ruining the restful night of sleep he'd just enjoyed. For a long few minutes, Elijah wished he could just let unconsciousness return and carry him away into blissfully ignorant sleep. Yet he knew he couldn't do that. Not only did he have responsibilities to tend to, but any possibility of rest had disappeared the moment reality had reasserted itself. Even if he'd wanted to go back to sleep, he couldn't have managed it. So with some regret, he threw his blankets aside and pushed himself upright. As he stretched, he noticed that the flute music had ceased, and in the back of his mind, he wondered if he was finally cracking under the pressure. After everything he'd been through, Elijah couldn't help but think it was only a matter of time before his sanity slipped. Sighing, he glanced toward the window. It was a huge, arched thing that stretched from the richly tiled floors to the molding near the ceiling, and Ethera danced along the panes. He shook his head, ignoring the oddity as he looked out over the town. Despite being just past dawn, people were already up and about, moving with no small degree of urgency, and Elijah couldn't blame them either. Every report he'd read suggested that the orcs were soon to arrive. Perhaps it would be today, or maybe it would be tomorrow. But there was no doubt that they were coming, and soon. The people of Ironshore might not have been classed as combatants, but they intended to be ready to defend their new homes. What other choice did they have? None of them could afford the fee to teleport to another world, and fleeing into the wilderness was almost as dangerous as facing the orcs. It was especially so because the orcs certainly wouldn't stop at Ironshore. They would keep going, sweeping across the land until there was nothing left. With that fate before them, the idea of risking everything to cut the threat off before it could grow out of control was an attractive one. Still, some had already fled. Elijah had seen them leave during the night, and though he held no true grudge against them, he couldn't help but think of those people as cowards. They'd been called to defend their homes, and they'd responded by running away. As understandable as their response was, those were the actions of cowards. Elijah pushed those thoughts out of his mind. He had no right to judge them. Certainly, he had the ability to resist. He could fight back. But what was a cobbler supposed to do against a horde of orcs? What of a cook? Or a fisherman? They simply weren't equipped to confront the threat, and so they'd taken the only path available to them. Then again, they could still help, and that help could well prove the difference in the coming battle. Elijah's own actions stood in stark contrast to theirs. He was no resident of Ironshore, but he hadn't truly hesitated to come when called. Sure, part of that was motivated by self-interest, but even so, he'd shown up. That the same couldn't be said for every person who called Ironshore home was enough to turn Elijah's anxiety to simmering anger. He wondered if, when he and the city's other defenders defeated the orcs, the deserters would be welcomed back. Maybe, but he suspected not. For his part, Elijah had no idea what he would do if he was in charge, and he was glad that was not a decision he'd be forced to make. Whatever the case, he pushed himself to his feet and stretched. The bed had been comfortable, but after sleeping outside so often, it had been a little too soft. Still, he wasn't going to complain. After that, he headed to the bathroom, where he took care of his business. The presence of a toilet, even one with an odd design, was definitely an improvement over living outdoors, and washed his face. With that done, he donned his clothing and equipment before checking himself in the mirror. He had changed so much over the past few years, but in a lot of ways, not at all. His hair was much longer than it had ever been before Earth had been touched by the world tree, and his beard a bit scragglier. Yet he looked younger, and if he was honest with himself, slightly more handsome than he had even before his cancer diagnosis. Slightly marring that effect were the scars that still hadn't faded. His right arm still bore the mark of his torturous time in the whale's physics-defying stomach, and the curious, crack-like evidence of his ill-advised misuse of ancestral circle remained on his chest and neck. Even so, he wasn't the disfigured abomination those features might have suggested. Instead, he felt they were just interesting rather than off-putting, but he could at least acknowledge that he was a little biased on that account. Certainly, Delilah hadn't minded, which he thought should have counted for something. Of course, given her insatiable enthusiasm, he didn't think she would have minded if he had been missing whole limbs. As he thought of her, he couldn't help but grin. It had been a long 3 years, and that night had been quite the stress reliever, though it wasn't long before Elijah shook his head. He couldn't afford to just sit around and reminisce about a woman he would probably never see again. It had been fun and in a lot of ways necessary, but it was over. It was never going to be more than a one-night thing. Besides, he had other things he needed to focus on, like the impending orc invasion. So he straightened his shirt, ran his fingers through his hair, then left the bathroom behind. On his way out, he grabbed his staff and packed before leaving the ridiculously opulent room behind. As he strode down the hall, his feet slapped on the cold tile, the sound punctuated by the clack of his staff against the same. Soon he reached the sweeping stairs that led down to the lobby, and after that short descent, he was greeted by the hotel's goblin manager, Dakar. "I trust everything was to your liking, sir," ventured the short, green-skinned fellow. "It was," Elijah said. "You guys do breakfast around here, or should I go elsewhere?" "Alas, but no," said Dakar with an apologetic shake of his head. "I'm afraid our cooks fled in the night. I hope you won't hold that against the Imperium." Elijah shrugged. "Not your fault," he said. Then he reached into his pocket and retrieved his folio. "What do I owe you?" Dakar answered, 9 silver. Elijah nearly choked, but he'd already been told it was expensive, so he paid the fee and headed in search of some breakfast. To his distress, most of the city's buildings had been boarded up and were closed for business. So he ended up wandering toward the southern side of town, where the defenses were the thickest. There he found Keurig supervising yet more ditch digging. "Get a good night's rest?" he asked the dwarven scout. "Rest? What rest?" groused Keurig, running a hand through his coarse and spiky hair. "Ain't nobody got time to rest with an orc horde on our doorstep. We ain't all fancy like you, stayin' at the Imperium." "It was a bit much," Elijah said with a laugh. "Even the toilet was gold, a gold shitter." "Ain't that a sight to see?" Keurig laughed. Elijah doffed his pack, then reached inside. He grabbed a handful of berries and after popping one in his mouth asked, "Want one?" Kirk took the offered berry and when he ate it, his eyes lit up. "What in all of Ignis was that? Like it?" "Course I like it. Where'd you get those?" Elijah shrugged, popping another into his mouth. One was more than enough to sate his hunger, but he wanted to make a point. As he chewed, he said, "Here and there. You know how it is. You're out adventuring, you find a bush full of pseudo-natural treasures. May as well pick a few, right?" "I hate you," the dwarf muttered. "So you don't want another?" asked Elijah. He'd gone back to his island a couple of days before, specifically to gather some of the miraculous berries. His reasoning was that they made for perfect travel rations, but in reality, he was just tired of eating dried and peppery meat. "God's damned right I want some more." After that, Elijah took a swig from one of his jugs of water and asked, "So you think they'll be here today?" "I'm sure of it," Keurig stated, staring off across the field. There were nearly a dozen ditches between him and the tree line, each one lined with sharpened stakes. Most had been modified with various abilities as well, but to Elijah it seemed a pitiful defense for what he knew was coming. As if he could read Elijah's mind, Keurig said, "Ain't no shame in runnin'. You don't owe us nothin'." "I'm good," was all he said in response. Keurig knew better than to push, and the two fell silent. And before long, Elijah went to help the scouts as they continued to dig trenches and festoon them with stakes. Like that, the hours passed until at last someone raised the alarm. The clear sound of a ringing bell swept across the would-be battlefield, letting everyone know that finally the orcs had arrived. Keurig asked him, "You ready for this?" "Not really," Elijah admitted. Over the past couple of years, he'd fought quite a bit, but he'd never been in a real battle, and he knew enough to recognize how different the two situations were. "Me neither," admitted Keurig. "Is anyone ever?" Keurig shook his head, saying, "Probably not." But it was at that moment that the first orcs stepped out from the tree line. They were just as huge, muscular, and savage-looking as ever, which softened the psychological blow of what Elijah knew was about to happen. The orcs had overwhelming numbers on their side, but Elijah knew they were going to need those and more. The orcs kept piling out from within the forest as they amassed just outside of the city's defensive perimeter. There were thousands of them, and each one started howling for blood the moment they caught sight of the city and its defenders. Elijah glanced to his side, and he saw that the townspeople had all come the moment the alarm had been raised. Not only did he see hundreds of people, he didn't recognize goblins in three-piece suits, dwarves wearing the heavy clothing of miners and wielding picks, as well as gnomes with oversized weapons, but there were plenty he did know. Mari, the tailor, wielding a giant club. The trio of barbers armed with shears, Ramek with an elegant rapier, and Carissa, who was armed with a pair of hand axes. Even Dakar, the proprietor of the swanky Imperium, had shown up, though he didn't appear to be armed. But rather than find it comforting, Elijah couldn't help but wonder how many of them would die before the day was done. He only had a few more moments to contemplate the mortality of his allies before the orcs let out a collective roar, jerking his attention back to the upcoming battle. The gray-skinned monsters surged as one, accelerating into a sprint before leaping clear over the first ditch. Then the next, and the next after that. However, they all didn't make it, and because of the nature of such a crowd, the ones in the back couldn't maintain the momentum necessary to complete the leap. They ended up impaled on the stakes, and their cries of pain were even louder than the enraged shouts of their comrades. Elijah ignored them all, his knuckles whitening as he tightened his grip on the staff of natural harmony. He could feel the familiar carved roots digging into his palm as the orcs raced across the battlefield. Every ditch claimed a few more casualties, and that number climbed as the rest of the orcish army flooded out of the trees. Then when the orcs were only a few dozen feet away, Elijah raised his staff and cast Swarm. The now familiar nimbus of red energy bloomed into being as one of the shaman unseen amidst the horde blocked the manifested insects from reaching the orcs. Yet that was never Elijah's goal. Next, he cast Calamity. A natural disaster of myriad proportions erupted among the orcs. Slicing winds, rumbling earth, and sizzling lightning tore through them, but they were once again protected by the shaman. However, Elijah had been watching, and he pinpointed the origin of that red-tinted ethera. That's when he saw the shaman. Elijah cast Brand of the Stalker. The spell, which was usable in any of his forms, cut through the chaos as well as the shaman's attempt at a block, and it slammed into the creature's chest. The instant it landed, Elijah knew precisely where the monster was. He could have closed his eyes, and it wouldn't have made a bit of difference. He raised his staff high into the air, and the rest of the defenders cut loose with any ranged abilities they had at their disposal. For some, that meant loosing a barrage of arrows. For others, there were spells and skills. Fireballs and ice spikes, earthen spears and balls of roiling electricity fell among the horde, scorching, freezing, and impaling. Yet, on the swell of slavering savages came. Elijah didn't waste his ethera on any more ranged attacks. Instead, he cast Healing Rain, then checked that his various enhancements were active. For this sort of battle, he'd chosen Essence of the Boar, Essence of the Lion, Aura of Renewal, and Shield of Brambles. As always, One with Nature and Essence of the Wolf were active as well. However, he'd made certain that his various enhancements weren't limited to himself. Instead, he'd spent much of the morning making certain that each and every person he could see were augmented by appropriate spells. Hopefully, it would be enough to keep some of them alive. For now, though, as the orcs charged through Calamity and 100 other spells and skills, he shifted into his lamellar ape form. It was the first time that most of the townspeople had seen it, and even in the chaos of an impending clash, the sight drew quite a few gasps. One overzealous or frightened person even hit him with a weak fireball. Elijah ignored it. Instead, he planted his feet, roared, and beat his chest as he prepared to meet the orcs' charge. The smell of charred flesh and the screams of dying orcs filled the air as Elijah let the rage of the lamellar ape rush through him. All around him, gnomes, dwarves, goblins, and a scattered few elves screamed their various battle cries as the orcish horde bore down on them, leaping the final ditch before ramming into the defenders. For his part, Elijah threw himself into a trio of clustered orcs, his claws sweeping out to swat them aside. Another roar escaped his maw as he turned that into a shoulder tackle that bore his enormous and muscular target to the ground. He got one pummeling blow in before a flint-headed spear dug into his side. It did no good because he'd activated iron scales, preventing any penetration. The orc on the other end of the spear got the worst of the exchange as a wicked thorn from Shield of Brambles pierced its torso. Elijah paid it no heed, vaulting to his feet and leaping into the mass of orcs. With his overly long arms, he grabbed one around the ankle and swung the monster around like an impromptu weapon. He only got a few good hits in before he spun around like an Olympic hammer tosser, then threw the orc over the heads of its fellows. That got the attention of the horde, and they collapsed onto him like a wave of dull gray muscle. They bit and clawed, stabbed and slashed, but Elijah kept iron scales active, and at great cost to his stamina. Yet he had no choice. So long as they were focused on him, the orcs couldn't target his allies, and the Ironshore defenders used that distraction to great effect, raining destruction onto the throng of attackers. It took the form of a wide variety of spells, skills, and projectiles, but the end results were clear mass casualties. Most didn't die outright. The orcs were far too hardy for that. However, in a battle like the one before them, a grievous injury was just as good as a kill shot. Whatever took the orcs out of the battle, even for a few minutes, was a win. Elijah couldn't afford to pay much attention to his allies. Instead, every facet of his quartz mind was trained on his surroundings. One paid attention to his mundane senses, while another was focused on one with nature. The rest he employed to drive his reactions and counterattacks. The result was that, to his enemies, he likely seemed like he had eyes in the back of his head coupled with precognition. He didn't dodge blows, though. Instead, he merely shifted to protect his most vital areas. The hide of the lamellar ape was as thick as armor, and even without iron scales sending his defenses through the roof, he had more than enough constitution to protect him. He was especially difficult to harm if he never took a solid blow, so that was what he endeavored to ensure, and to some degree of success. He still took plenty of hits that would have felled someone with lesser defenses. But ever since he'd attained the shape of the Guardian spell, he'd trained himself to fight appropriately to the form's strengths and weaknesses. He still hadn't mastered it, but against the comparatively crude orcs it was enough. Yet the sheer weight of numbers was an issue. There weren't merely hundreds of them. Instead, there were thousands, and it felt like every time Elijah took one out, another pair took its place. Fortunately, his inflated attributes served him well, and he managed to maintain his position at the center of the line, where he anchored the defenses. Every now and again, he caught sight of the region behind the orcs, and he saw that they'd formed gruesome body bridges across the various ditches. The orcs who'd been incapable of leaping over the obstacles, either due to injury or simple weakness, had simply piled up, creating an avenue for even more orcs to overcome the trenches. Still, the defenses had served their purpose by slowing the orcs, claiming a few lives, and preventing the defenders from being overwhelmed straight away. The battle had become a brutal melee where, aside from Elijah and a few of the scouts, the defenders were more than outmatched. Fortunately, they were better equipped and stood atop a berm that had been constructed from the piled dirt that had once filled the trenches. It was only a few feet high, but it was enough to give them the advantage of positioning to couple with the benefit of superior equipment. It was barely sufficient to keep the defenders' casualties to a minimum for the time being. Yet Elijah knew it couldn't last, especially when a trio of red balls of energy splashed down in the middle of the defensive line. Before he could react, a half-dozen gnomes and goblins went down screaming, and even if they might have recovered, they never had the chance because the orcs pounced on the opening. Chaos ensued. Elijah leaped backward, using his long arms to great effect as he pummeled the orcs in order to re-establish the defensive line. But by that point, 10 defenders had died, and there were more of those red balls on the way, and Elijah knew their origins. The shamans needed to be dealt with, but he hesitated to leave the defenders. So far, he was the only reason they'd maintained their line, but that wouldn't last long if he left the shamans to their own devices. So without any more deliberation, he leaped forward, crashing into an orc and shouldering it aside. It attempted an attack, but he used iron scales to avoid any damage. Then he was among the orcs, swinging his arms like battering rams as he waded through the sea of gray flesh. After a few seconds, iron scales ran its course, but he didn't renew it. He had a long way to go, and he knew his endurance was finite. So he put his head down and forged ahead, leaping over the first trench and landing among the surging sea of gray flesh. There were so many orcs that he was immediately surrounded, and the creatures wasted no time before trying to fill him full of holes. But Elijah's high attributes weren't just for show, and with the benefit of the haste effect he got from his sash of the whirlwind, he was capable of avoiding the worst of the attacks. Slowly, he battered his way through. It helped that the single-minded orcs weren't willing to give up on their true goal, which was to conquer the town. As a result, they only attempted to attack him in passing instead of bearing down on him with the full weight of their effort. If they had, he never would have gotten much further than that first trench. However, with the combination of his high constitution, haste, and the orc's borderline indifference to his progress, he finally reached his destination. The brand of the stalker burned bright in his awareness, marking the shaman's location. In the sea of orcs, that was important because he would have otherwise never found the creature. The creature had no chance to recover before he grabbed its head in both of his clawed hands and twisted. Even amidst the chaotic roar of battle, he heard the sound of snapping vertebrae, but he wasn't content with that. Instead, he let out a bestial yell as he wrenched the monster's head back and forth until at last it tore free. That's when a red ball of liquid agony hit him in the back. A scream of agony ripped its way from his mouth as he fell forward, slamming face first into the ground. Orcs descended upon him, stabbing him mercilessly, but he couldn't spare any attention for that. Instead, there was only one thing on Elijah's mind: the sheer, burning torment boring into his scaled back. On instinct, he activated iron scales, and though it blocked the spear strikes from the orcish warriors, it did nothing to alleviate the agony rampaging through his body. He flopped around on the ground, desperately trying to regain control of himself, but it was no use. His muscles seized in a full body cramp as untenable pain swept through him. Then another ball splashed into him. Elijah's vision went white with agony. Another came down, though he was in so much pain that he scarcely felt the difference. He couldn't think, he could barely breathe. Yet, utilizing the full force of his quartz mind, Elijah shoved the torment into its own facet. It spilled over into another, and another after that, but finally it was contained, leaving the others to work on the problem. He couldn't move, his back was in ruins, and he felt positive that in only moments he was going to die. With one with nature, he could feel the location of the other two shamans. They were behind him and to the left, flanked on either side by a pair of enormous orcs that must have been the most evolved warriors in the horde. But Elijah wasn't worried about them. He'd killed bigger and stronger. What did worry him were the pair of shamans. He felt the ambient ether a-swirl as they raised their feathered staves toward the sky, swirling them in some unknowable ritual. Elijah knew that another pair of attacks were incoming. He had no choice. He used Guardian's Renewal. As his body mended, banishing the pain and healing his shredded back, Elijah regained control of his body. It was just in time, too, because the pair of shamans finished their spells. Twin balls of red agony tore across the space between them and Elijah, but by that point he had already sprung to his feet and launched himself at the two orcish spellcasters. Their eyes widened in surprise, and the two guards attempted to intercept him. But with his high strength, coupled with haste, the monsters had no chance of stopping him. He hit the first shaman like a runaway train, launching him through the air and into a surging line of orcish warriors. That's when he took it in two hands and swung it like a golf club, connecting with the shaman's chin and launching it into a backflip. But Elijah wasn't finished. He turned that swing into a low backhand that sent one of the guards sprawling across the ground. That gave him just enough space to pounce on the fallen shaman and crush its skull beneath a heavy, stomping foot. One facet of his quartz mind let him know that the other shaman had recovered, sending another ball of red energy screaming in his direction. But having seen it coming, Elijah had no trouble dodging the relatively slow-moving projectile. He darted to the side, then loped forward. The shaman tried to block his descending claw, yet it underestimated his immense strength. As a result, the staff broke, and Elijah's claws ripped through its face, sending a spray of blood splattering against the ground. It howled in agony as it stumbled backward, but Elijah didn't let it put any distance between them. Instead, he refused to allow that, grabbing the monster's shoulder and dragging him close. Then he followed his instincts and struck, not with his hands, nor his feet. Instead, he snapped out like a crocodile, clamping his jaws around the orc's head and crushing it like a melon. The taste of blood and brains filled Elijah's mouth as he flung the dead orc at one of the pursuing guards. The corpse functioned as a perfect distraction to mask Elijah's charge, which took the enormous orc in the midsection. His claw dug deep into the monster's torso until he felt bone. Then he latched onto the creature's spine and ripped. It did not go well for the massive orc, as more than a few vertebrae came free. It flopped to the ground, paralyzed by Elijah's unconventional attack. Meanwhile, armed with a new, bony weapon, he threw himself at the remaining guard, and miraculously, the monster turned and ran. That strategy earned it another few seconds of life as Elijah tore across the battlefield in a pursuit that ended when he tackled it to the ground and pummeled it into submission. He let out a roar of victory, losing himself in the heady sensation of success. Yet, that lasted only a few seconds until he saw the sea of gray flesh and tusks all around him. The battle was yet to be won. He intended to change that. So after checking his surroundings, he shifted into his human form, and the sudden cessation of his bestial rage nearly overwhelmed him. However, he'd experienced it often enough that he quickly adjusted. Then he cast Swarm, Healing Rain, and targeting a few hundred feet away, Calamity. Then, before the spells even took hold, he rapidly cast Shape of the Guardian, retaking the form of the lamellar ape. The rage returned, but it was accompanied by a sense of immense satisfaction as he saw his spells crash into the horde, unfettered by the now-dead shaman's protective shield. Seeing that, Elijah threw himself back into battle, knowing that he had a long fight ahead of him. But in his mind, the odds had just tipped in the defender's favor. With 3 orcs clinging to his exhausted body, Elijah struggled to stay upright as the monsters bit and clawed, stabbed and scratched. Roaring, he tried to dislodge them, but the creatures were nothing if not tenacious, so his efforts were for naught. Still, he managed to grab hold of one with his free arm and rip it free. A second later, it was sailing through the air to collide with another of its fellows. When it did, a handful of arrows fell upon that area, piercing through their durable bodies. At that sight, Elijah received a surge of energy and kicked out, sending another one of the orcs tumbling across the blood-soaked earth to bowl over another pair. But the moment he'd freed himself from that set of grasping hands, another orc leaped to the fore to take the dislodged creature's place, and then another after that. Before Elijah could bring his sluggish reflexes to bear, 2 more orcs had latched onto him. So when a 6th and final monster hit him with a shoulder tackle, it sent him staggering backwards and into one of the ditches he'd so laboriously helped to dig. For a second he felt weightless, but then he slammed into the ground. Fortunately, he maintained just enough of his wits to activate iron scales before he landed. Otherwise, he would have been impaled by the sharpened stakes that had already claimed the lives of so many orcs. As it was, his scales were only nicked, but the orcs couldn't claim such good fortune. 2 of them were crushed beneath his massive weight, while 2 others were completely pierced through by the sharpened stakes. That left only the 2 that had been clinging to his front, and in a daze, Elijah dealt with them the same way he'd killed so many others. With either hand, he gripped a different monster's head, then squeezed. They screamed in protest, clawing at his wrists, but they could do no good. No, they were powerless to resist his immense strength, and after only a few more seconds, their skulls shattered. Even as their brains oozed between Elijah's claws, he couldn't help but wonder at how perfectly sized the orcs' heads were to fit in his guardian form's hands. But then a wave of nausea hit him, reminding him that he wasn't out of the woods. Not only was there a battle still raging all around him, but even the tiny scratches he'd gotten from the stakes were enough to send the poison rampaging through his body. His muscles had already started to lock up, and he knew it wouldn't be long before it affected his heart. It wasn't enough to kill him outright, not with his high constitution. However, in his already depleted condition, it would be even more effective than normal. And in the ongoing battle, any decline in his abilities would probably end with him dead. So with every ounce of willpower he possessed, Elijah forced himself to his feet and threw the orcish corpses aside. He tried not to notice the sheer carnage all around him, but even a glance was enough to horrify him. Elijah had never seen so many bodies in one place. Blood and guts abounded, and gray corpses were piled high. It was a miracle that he'd found an uncovered stake in the trench. All the rest of them had already claimed more than one life, and they wore their trophies with however much pride a stake could display, which was none. But Elijah's mind wasn't in any place to make that distinction. Already his thoughts had grown just as sluggish as his heartbeat, and he knew he needed to get to safety, and soon. So with his waning willpower pushing him forward, he climbed the steep slope of the trench, surfacing on the other side. Then he loped in the direction of the defensive line, bowling orcs over with every passing moment. He didn't stop to attack any of them. He could barely keep his mind on the singular task of making it to the relative safety of the defensive line. If he let himself get distracted, he would never survive. So it happened that around 30 seconds later, and with the poison already beginning to shut down his organs, he made it. The moment he got there, the dwarves and gnomes in the area parted, allowing him passage. They'd done it before during the battle, and Elijah suspected that they would have to do it again before it was all over. As he passed through, he shifted into his human form and stumbled to his knees. Then he cast Healing Rain before pulsing Touch of Nature over and over again until at last the poison dissipated. Then he promptly vomited. It was like that on his hands and knees, and with a trail of vomit connecting his lower lip to the suddenly muddy earth that Keurig found him. Elijah looked up and said, "I think that was one of yours. Stop, get, and stuck with them, and you won't have to deal with it anymore," the dwarven scout said. Like Elijah, he looked worse for wear, with more than a few rips in his leather armor and a couple of chips in the blade of his axe. The dwarf himself didn't look injured, but Elijah could see dark bags beneath his eyes, and his hair was missing in a jagged line that suggested he'd recently been healed. "You alright?" "Yeah, I'm healed. Just took a lot of ethera, and I had to get rid of the excess poison," Elijah said, nodding at the puddle of vomit. After another moment, he rocked back on his heels and unslung his pack. Then he retrieved a jug of water, which he used to swish the taste out of his mouth. Spitting, he asked, "How is the battle going?" Elijah shrugged. "More like the ditches in your traps," he said. Indeed, they'd been far more effective than even he had anticipated, and the traps had claimed hundreds of orcish lives. He glanced up at the sky and saw that the sun had risen to its zenith. Had it already been an entire day? He remembered fighting into the night, and dawn felt like it had come only minutes before. However, time was difficult to gauge in the middle of a battle, and it was doubly so when he was so exhausted. How many more are there? A few thousand at least. So many, Elijah asked, incredulous. He felt like he'd killed that many on his own, and he'd reaped the benefits too. He was already level 53, and he expected that he wasn't far from getting another level. Soon he'd gain a new ability at level 55. Yeah, said Keurig as he ran his hand through his wild hair. They just keep common. Good news is that our scouts say the end of the line is near. Won't be long before they start getting desperate. They'll start going into a frenzy then, and any big guns they got are gonna come out then. I already killed the shamans. Bound to be some higher level ones in there too. Can't underestimate those. Elijah shook his head, then grabbed a bit of dried meat from his pack. He offered some to the dwarf, who took it. As he chewed on the tough rations, he said, may as well get back to it then. Before he could rise, Keurig put his hand on Elijah's shoulder and he said, stay. Rest for a few more minutes. Just keep that rain going, yeah. We'll set up triage right here for the time being. I'm more useful out there, Elijah pointed out. He'd seen the difference from when he was out there taking all the attention in his lamellar ape form and when he'd retreated. And it wasn't a pretty sight, with the orcs pushing the rest of the defenders to their limits. They'd held each time, but only just. However, Elijah was so exhausted that even he had to admit he couldn't simply hop back into battle. So he nodded, then made sure that healing rain remained in effect before sitting back down. Soon enough, Keurig had brought a few of the wounded to within the area of effective healing rain, though Elijah had already sunk within himself, dragging as much ethera into the 9 vortexes of his quartz mind, pushing the flow into his soul, and letting it settle into his dragon core. It wasn't real rest, but it was better than nothing. And after half an hour, he stood and refreshed healing rain before leaving the wounded behind. They would be tended to by Ironshore's other healers who could tend to the wounded much more efficiently. Once he reached the defensive line, he looked out at the battlefield. In most places, he couldn't even see the ground. The carpet of gray corpses was so dense. The orcs were pressing the defenders, but the front lines had employed long spears to keep them at bay, while the ranged attackers brought their spells, skills, and projectiles to bear. It wasn't perfect, and there were more than a few instances where the orcs broke through, yet it was effective enough that Elijah felt free enough to use his spells. Specifically, he cast Swarm, once, twice, 3 times, each subsequent instance targeted on a different portion of the remaining horde. It drained his ethera rapidly, but his quartz mind was already hard at work refilling his core. In seconds, the entire battlefield was subjected to an immense swarm of stinging insects that descended upon the orcs with ruthless fury. They bit and stung, often unseen and ignored, delivering their deadly payload of afflictions. Meanwhile, Elijah used Calamity the moment his ethera allowed it, and a disaster followed, ripping into the orcs with nature's wrath. Elijah cast it again after only a few seconds, draining his ethera down to the dregs. But it was worth it, judging by the sheer number of orcs that fell before his spellcasting might. He watched for a few long minutes as the horde's progress slowed to a crawl. That gave him enough time to continue regenerating his ethera. It was a good thing, too, because not long after, an orc that was at least 9 feet tall stepped onto the field. Immediately, Elijah knew it was the orc's chief, not because of the elaborate leopard skin wrap or the enormous slab of metal it wielded as a sword. Rather, he knew because of the thing's aura, which swept out from its position, enveloping the orcish horde and sending them into a fury. They didn't care if they were injured, and any brief respite Elijah's spells had gained quickly dissipated before their rage. Glowing red with ethereal magic, they rushed forward with renewed vigor, and when they clashed with the line of defenders, spears snapped and they fell upon the people of Ironshore with the ferocity of rabid animals. It didn't take a genius to figure out the causal effect, nor did it take Elijah long to choose a course of action. So he sighted in on the orc warlord and used Brand of the Stalker. The second it landed, he shifted into his guardian form and bounded forward, barreling through the horde of enraged orcs along the way. He could see the afflictions eating away at them, and more than a few sported grievous injures. However, the famous endurance of orcs was on full display, and whatever the warlord had done had robbed them of even the most basic survival instincts. They didn't attempt to avoid Elijah's or the defenders' attacks. Instead, they just fell upon their chosen enemies, trading blow for blow, and they were winning. Elijah knew he needed to reach the warlord and neutralize it before the battle was lost. So he leaped over trenches and swept the orcs aside as he used his immense strength to cover as much ground as possible. Then finally, he fell upon the massive orc, hitting with all the weight and rage he could muster. And for the first time since the battle had begun, he was rebuffed. He bounced off the orc like he'd hit a brick wall, then staggered backwards, dizzy and dazed. Elijah barely regained his wits in time to dive aside and avoid the orc's descending slab of a blade. It hit the ground, cleaving an orcish corpse in two and spraying blood, dirt, and entrails in every direction. It recovered quickly, though, aiming a front kick at Elijah's chest. It connected, sending Elijah stumbling back. That kick, which felt like it had broken a couple of ribs, was evidence that Elijah was in over his head, yet he had no choice but to keep going. More than 1,000 people were depending on him. So was Nerthus and his grove, and in a way, the rest of the world. He couldn't give up, he couldn't consider failure, so, with renewed resolve, he launched himself back into the fight. "Bring her back," growled Carmen, staring down at the woman in the chair. She couldn't have been more than 20 years old, and once upon a time she'd been quite lovely, and she would be again once Keith was done with her. She glanced at the healer, seeing hesitation on his face. "Now, I'm not comfortable with this," he said, wringing his hands. He'd already brought the woman back from near death a half-dozen times, and as far as Carmen was concerned, he would do so a half-dozen more before they were done. And 100 more after that. It would keep going until she gave Carmen what she wanted. "I don't care, do it, Carmen." All it took was a scathing glance before he went silent. Then, he used his healing spell. Carmen had no idea what it was called, and the mostly dead woman gasped in surprise. Keith kept channeling the spell until she was back to perfect health. "Please, I had no idea, I didn't want to." Carmen didn't care about the woman's excuses. She never even asked for a name. All she knew was that after that despicable excuse for a human being had taken Miguel, they'd lost him in the woods. However, their search had yielded some results when they'd found 2 women trying to hide nearby. They'd been cloaked in some sort of skill meant to camouflage them, but all it took was the direct attention of one of Silverado's scouts to strip them of the effect. Laid bare, they'd quickly surrendered. Since then, they'd learned the error of that course of action. One was already dead, the result of Carmen letting her temper take over and push her much too far, and she'd come close on more than one occasion with the other, which was the woman sitting right in front of her. That was where Keith had come in. Carmen had beaten the woman near to death so many times that her knuckles had cracked and broken under her own strength, and yet, the ally of that monster had refused to reveal anything. It would have been admirable if Carmen wasn't so furious with herself as much as with the outlaw who'd kidnapped her son, and with Roman who'd doubtless ordered it, with the world itself. So she took it out on the helpless prisoner she'd tied to a chair. At first, it had been an attempt to get information, but it had quickly devolved into something much worse, something far more primal. Once she'd have looked down on anyone who used such methods, on those who would let their emotions get the better of them when confronted by evil. Now she embodied that wrath more than she'd have ever thought possible. It wasn't surprising. Alyssa's death had changed her, and in more ways than she wanted to contemplate. Before, she'd looked at the world with a fair amount of optimism, but now. That seemed like such an alien viewpoint that she couldn't understand how anyone could see the world through such rose-colored glasses. And when she'd seen Trace fleeing through the woods with her son thrown over his shoulder, Carmen had snapped. It had almost cost Colt his life. He'd been so thoroughly injured that it took Keith and the town's other healer nearly 6 hours to save him. Even then, he wasn't entirely whole. Meanwhile, Carmen had stomped through the woods in a vain attempt to catch a man whose very existence screamed of an ability to hide. He was a rodent, a pest that needed to be exterminated. Yet, like all pests, he was incredibly difficult to pin down. So when the 2 accomplices had been found, Carmen hadn't wasted any time before employing the worst of the worst interrogation tactics, and to almost no effect. Sure, she discovered some pertinent information, like the fact that Trace was the head of some sort of secret police in Easton, or that he'd been sent along with what sounded like a harem of young and beautiful apprentices to spy on Carmen. What was unclear was whether or not he'd chosen to kidnap Miguel on his own, or if it had been part of the plan. "Where did he go?" she asked, pulling back her fist. She hit the woman again, breaking the delicate bones in her face. "Where is he keeping my son?" I don't know," she muttered, spitting blood with every syllable. "I didn't even know." Carmen hit her again and again after that. It was the same answer over and over again, so she kept going until at last someone grabbed her arm. Then when that wasn't enough, a second person joined in, and a third. In all, it took 4 people to restrain her, and even they were barely capable of the job. Colt, injured and pale, screamed, "We know where he went. You don't have to do this." That cut through her fury. "What?" she spat, her eyes wild. "Where?" "We found a trail," Colt stated. "Heading toward Easton. That's where he's going, I'm sure of it." "Kill her then," Carmen growled. "No, ma'am, what did you just say?" she demanded, still struggling against the people restraining her. She glared at the tall, slim man. "Do you know what she did? Do you understand?" "She didn't do anything," Colt said, his voice calm. "The one responsible is Trace. This girl is a victim, same as anyone else. You know that." "I don't," Carmen responded. "I won't, I can't." She tried to pull away once again, but much of her fury had dissipated. Instead, it was replaced by hopelessness. "He can't be gone. I can't I." She collapsed into sobs. Colt stepped forward, saying something Carmen didn't hear. Then she was suddenly free. But she didn't launch herself at the bound woman as she would have just moments before. Instead, she collapsed to her knees. Colt knelt beside her, wincing in pain as he put his arm around her shoulders. "It'll be okay. If they was gonna do something to him, they already would've," he said. "We have allies in Easton. We can use them to make Roman give I am back." Carmen barely heard him. Instead, she wept as she tried to process the chain of events that had led her to such dire straits. If she hadn't flown off the handle and killed Varen, things might have turned out differently, yet she knew that would never have been possible. The moment the healer had revealed her part in Alyssa's death, her fate was sealed. Finally, Carmen wiped the tears from her eyes, sniffed loudly, then said, "Then we need to go. Now, get one of the trucks ready." "What about her?" asked Colt. Carmen glared at the injured woman. "Heal her," she told Keith, "but we're not letting her go. Now let's move." Everyone in the room did just that, and Colt helped her to her feet. "You okay?" he asked. "No," Carmen answered. Then she said, "Put on your armor. You're going to need it." "Yes, ma'am," the cowboy said before heading toward the door. "Yes, ma'am," he repeated. From there, the small town erupted into a whirlwind of activity as Carmen and her most loyal followers assembled. The civilians within the town were vulnerable, but the remaining combatants were more than capable of guarding them against all but the worst threats. That, Carmen reasoned, would have to do. After all, as much as she wanted to protect the people who had put their trust in her, she cared about her son infinitely more. Soon, she found herself leading a small caravan of trucks through the wilderness toward Easton. Fortunately, the road had been cleared, which allowed the electric trucks to make much better time than normal. However, there was no chance that they would catch Trace. By the time they'd figured out which direction he was traveling, which seemed obvious in retrospect, he had almost a day as a head start. Still, Carmen and her people didn't waste any time, and over the next couple of days, they managed to reach the region surrounding Easton. But when they reached the gate, Carmen was met with an issue. "Wait right here, ma'am," said the guard, who was dressed in the blue and white uniform of Easton's guards. The gate itself was massive, and though Carmen had seen it before, she found it extremely imposing. More troubling was the fact that she counted 20 guards nearby, which was more than normal. On top of that, they were more than enough to overwhelm Carmen's people. The guard disappeared into the gatehouse. The wall to which it was attached was nearly 100 feet high and half as thick, but more distressingly, it pulsed with enough ethera to give Carmen pause. There was far more at play than simple bricks and mortar. "Don't like this one bit," said Colt, who sat in the passenger's seat. 3 more combatants were in the bed of the truck, and just as many occupied the following vehicle. "Feels like an ambush." Almost as soon as those words left Colt's mouth, a trio of high-level guards came out of the gatehouse. The moment they locked eyes on Carmen, she knew they hadn't come to talk. That supposition was supported by the fact that one of them drew his sword. Carmen shouted, "Go." It was the signal Colt had been waiting for, but he was still too late. The second the truck surged forward, the portcullis of the gate fell. It clanged to the ground before the truck's tires even got any traction. Seeing that, Colt did what they'd discussed on the way to the city, and after spinning out for a brief moment, he whipped the truck around and fled. The other vehicle followed. Arrows and various spells fell upon them, but the guard's aim was inferior to the task of hitting a moving target, so both trucks escaped with only minor damage. Carmen swore as they tore off through the woods, going off-road to avoid pursuit. After 30 minutes, Colt said, "I think we lost him." "Where to?" "I think you know." "The rebels aren't ready," Colt said, "and only about a third of the warband has any gear. He has Miguel. We can't wait." "Ma'am, I don't think." "I'm not asking you to come with me," Carmen stated. "I'm just telling you what I'm going to do. It has to be now and for more than just Miguel. It won't be long before word gets back to Roman. He probably already knows what's going on, so we need to strike now before he has a chance to prepare. You know, that's the only play here." "Let me sneak in," Colt said. "I can." "You can't sneak into the palace. You're a samurai, remember, not a ninja." Colt ground his teeth, clearly frustrated. Carmen could agree on that front. However, she also knew there wasn't much either of them could do about it. They only had one chance to get Miguel back, and that meant they needed to put everything on the line. "You could send someone in to talk to him. Negotiate," Colt suggested. "You think he'd listen?" Carmen asked. "The only way to deal with somebody like Roman is from a position of strength. He doesn't understand anything else. Besides, he needs to die. I'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. We'll get Miggy back," Colt insisted. But that was why she'd made allies. Now it was time for them to live up to their side of the bargain, so she directed Colt to move on. He didn't need directions because he knew as well as anyone where to find the warband. Everyone did, even Roman and his people. Yet they maintained a tentative peace because neither side wanted to give up their advantage by pushing an attack. For Roman, that meant he and his forces remained in Easton where they could defend from a position of strength. Meanwhile, the warband, which was called the Crimson Eagle, stayed just close enough to the city to pose a credible threat. By any measure, it was a cold war. Carmen intended to apply some heat. With that in mind, they soon arrived at their destination, which was an old mall that had been converted into a veritable fortress. The alterations weren't pretty, not like Easton, but they were functional, with rough walls and towers made of timber. Guarding the compound were hundreds of combatants, each with a raw and ragged look about them. Carmen understood it. These people had been fighting since the very beginning and without much in the way of safety. But they weren't the villains Roman and Easton's council made them out to be. Instead, they were composed of cast-offs and undesirables, as well as the people who'd vowed to protect them. Quite a few had been turned away from Easton at one point or another because they didn't have useful classes. Most of the fighters were the men and women who refused to abandon family and friends who'd been denied entry. There were also a few bandits in there, a couple of people who only wanted to murder, pillage, and raid. Though Carmen had been assured that those were kept on a tight leash, their presence was still a point of contention. However, with what was on the line, she wasn't nearly as concerned as she might have once been. "Something is wrong," Carmen muttered. "What?" Colt asked. "I don't." Just then, a flight of arrows erupted from the surrounding woods. Some hit the trucks with the power of gunshots, but most targeted the tires. Colt slammed the truck in reverse, but it was no use because only a moment later, someone leaped out from behind a rock. He was an enormous man, wielding a giant hammer that he sent on a collision course with the truck's front end. The head of the weapon hit with resounding force, tearing through the hood and destroying the engine. At the same time, a bunch of men and women wearing the armor Cayman and her people had created descended on the other truck with merciless fury. Carmen's people tried to fight back, but against such a focused and sudden assault, they were powerless. Colt leaped from the truck's passenger seat, drawing his sword at the same time. He lashed out, slicing the giant hammer-wielding man to pieces with blade storm, but a second later, someone tackled him to the ground. Meanwhile, Carmen dove free of the trick, summoning her blacksmithing hammer. But before she could bring it to bear, she had someone clinging to both arms. In a second, they had forced her arms behind her back and shoved her to the ground. Furious, Carmen looked up to see Laramie, the man behind the warband, looking down on her. He was a tall and muscular man with dark skin who favored armor that made him look like he'd stepped out of a Mad Max movie. But he had clear, intelligent eyes that belied the barbaric appearance of his armor. "What are you doing?" she demanded, struggling to free herself. It was useless. Whatever they'd used to bind her arms was stronger than steel. "We're in this together." He loomed over her, saying, "We were. But things change, Carmen. We got a better offer." He squatted down. "I hate Roman. I want to see him dead for all the things he did. But I've got people to feed, civilians to protect, and he can give us that." "You can't, you asshole. He took my son. He took a lot of sons. Daughters, too," the leader of the warband said. "But the reality of survival doesn't care about that. I'd hoped you would understand, even if you didn't want to accept it." Then he pushed himself to his feet and called for the prisoners to be taken away. That included Carmen, and though she struggled, she was incapable of escape. Instead, she and Colt were half dragged, half escorted into the mall before someone shoved the both of them into a makeshift dungeon that had once been some long-closed clothing store. "I'm sorry," Colt said. "I keep failing you." Carmen didn't respond. Instead, she turned her attention to their surroundings. The former store had been stripped of everything but a few mannequins, and the entrance was guarded by a roll-down cage. Moreover, both she and Colt, the only two survivors, were bound so tightly that neither could properly move. That's when the reality of her situation hit her. Her capture had probably sealed her son's fate. If he wasn't dead, he soon would be, and she wouldn't be far behind him. Colt hadn't been the only one to fail. "There's a lot of that going around," she muttered. The warlord roared, and the orcish horde responded to its call, clambering to cross the trench-strewn battlefield on their way to destroy Ironshore. The defenders attempted to fend them off with their long spears and copious use of their various abilities, but the frenzied orcs had no sense of self-preservation. As a result, they crashed into the defenses with reckless fury, nearly breaking the line with the sheer weight of their charge. Meanwhile, Elijah picked himself up just in time to avoid the warlord's descending blade. He leaped backward, clearing nearly 20 feet in a single bound, but the warlord followed, screaming with fury that was only matched by his followers' collective rage. Elijah batted the flat of the weapon, sending it just off course. As it hit the ground, he lashed out with a hand clad in the claws of gluttony, ripping a chunk of flesh free. It was a superficial wound, barely more than a scratch, but the orcish warlord screamed like he'd just taken a mortal injury. In a sudden move that took Elijah by surprise, it lowered its shoulder and hit him with a charge that knocked him from his feet. He hit the ground on his back, then rolled to a stop a few feet later to see the warlord's blade once again descending in a quest to split him in two. Using the haste of his sash of the whirlwind to great advantage, he again slapped the flat of the blade. This time, however, it wasn't enough to send the blade completely off course, and it hit his shoulder, carving a massive slab of flesh free. As the meat flopped to the ground, Elijah let out a roar and leaped at the monster's legs. He didn't attack with his claws. Instead, he snapped out with his powerful jaws, and when they closed around the monster's calf, he heard cracking bones. Then, channeling his inner alligator, he rolled, and the monster lost its balance, falling atop Elijah in a heap. With every point of strength he had at his disposal, Elijah shoved the monster away. But when he tried to find his feet, he realized that the orcish warlord had latched onto his ankle. He yanked, trying to free it, but it was no use. Its grip was like iron. The only solace was that, in such close proximity, it couldn't bring its massive slab of a sword to bear. Yet its own two hands were plenty to do all sorts of damage. It demonstrated that fact when it wrenched Elijah's ankle to the side, breaking delicate bones. Howling in pain, he jerked free, but by that point the damage had been done. Elijah stumbled to all fours, which quickly turned into a three-legged retreat. The orc followed, screaming bloody murder as it limped in pursuit. But to Elijah's horror, the thing had the same famous durability of all orcs, and it was far better suited to dealing with a gimpy leg, so it caught him after only a few seconds. As it reached for his thick tail, Elijah made a choice that he hoped wouldn't come back to bite him. He shifted into his human form, casting healing rain the moment it became available. At the same time, he reversed course and dove between the giant creature's legs. The moment he rolled to a stop, he pulsed Touch of Nature, sending regenerative ethera toward his ruined ankle. The orc whipped around, mistakenly trying to pivot on its own injured leg and paying the price. When it put weight on the limb, it stumbled slightly, giving Elijah the opportunity to put a few more feet worth of distance between himself and the monster. Then he pulsed Touch of Nature again, healing his injury enough that he could put weight on that leg. One more, and it was entirely healed. And it was just in time, too, because the orcish warlord recovered extremely quickly. It launched itself at him, drawing a machete-sized dagger from its hide belt. Even as it descended, Elijah was casting another spell. Swarm completed just before the orc reached him, and Elijah aimed a baseball-style swing at the creature's already injured leg. He put every ounce of power he could summon behind it, and he was rewarded with the loud sound of cracking bone. Or that was what he thought, right up until he looked down at his staff and saw only a jagged wooden stake. He was so surprised that he didn't even see the orc's backhanded blow before it hit him in the stomach, sending his much lighter body flying across the battlefield. He hit the ground almost 30 feet later, collided with a screaming orc, and nearly rolled into one of the trenches. For a moment his head swam with what he expected was a concussion, but a reflexive cast of Touch of Nature banished the wooziness. Then he used it again to heal himself, only to discover that he wasn't grievously injured. He thanked his smaller body for that. If he'd been anchored by a lot more mass, he wouldn't have been launched across the field, which had served to dissipate some of the force. Regardless, he knew he was in a rough state. His store of ethera was getting much lower, and he knew he couldn't continue the fight like he had so far. His guardian form had no advantages over the massive orc, and his human form was practically useless without ethera. So Elijah reasoned that he only had one chance of winning the battle. Using a similar tactic to what he'd employed against the ogre champion back in the tower, he shifted into his draconid form after using one last Touch of Nature. Then he turned and ran. The orcish warlord followed, barreling through its own people as it chased him. Meanwhile, Elijah bounded from one to the other, using his superior speed and motor control to dodge any attacks they sent his way. At the same time, his claws flashed every time he passed an orc, severing tendons and ripping through muscles. More importantly, though, he infected them with contagion. That was only a side effect of his flight, though. Leading the orc away was the primary goal, and the monster, as single-minded as it was, never suspected that it was being manipulated. Elijah leaped over trenches and wove between the orcs comprising the horde, and though he experienced more than one close call, he narrowly avoided any attacks they sent his way. For a long few minutes, he utilized every facet of his quartz mind to keep track of the chaotic battlefield. But then the warlord seemed to recognize that it was being led on a merry chase, and it turned to return to its original purpose. That was precisely what Elijah had been waiting on, and he leaped, hit an orc, to reverse course and rocketed toward the warlord's back. He leaped upon it, using Venom Strike before savaging the monster a half-dozen times, then bounding away. It reacted with all the fury Elijah would have expected and abandoned its march toward Ironshore so it could chase Elijah's retreating form. The cycle repeated a few more times over the next hour, and every second felt like he was balanced on the edge of a knife. One tiny mistake, and he'd have gotten pummeled by the warlord or its minions. Yet Elijah had been through multiple crucibles since Earth had been touched by the World Tree, and through those experiences, he'd been forged into the sort of person who could walk that tightrope and expect to maintain his footing. That was true right up until he made a fatal mistake. He just dashed in for yet another hit and run attack on the warlord, but the monster surprised him with a sudden reversal. It might have been dense, but it had finally recognized its situation for what it was. And rather than perpetuating its own doom, it chose to turn the tables on Elijah. He was in mid-air when the monster whipped around and clamped its fingers around his neck. He squirmed, scratching and clawing at the creature's arm. It was under the effect of dozens of instances of contagion as well as the afflictions of Swarm and Venom Strike, and yet it looked only a little worse for wear. By comparison, the surrounding orcs almost all looked like they were dead on their feet. But Elijah wasn't worried about them. Indeed, he wasn't worried about anything but his own life. Panicked, he let his draconid form fall away and immediately initiated a transformation into a lamellar ape. Before it could truly begin, though, the orcish warlord slammed him into the ground. Elijah felt his body crumple. Bones broke and his organs felt like they ruptured. Yet the monster wasn't finished. Instead, it lifted him in both hands and slammed him against the ground again. He just completed his transformation, though it felt like it did little good. Even though he managed to use iron scales, the ability did nothing to alleviate the damage that had already been done. He hit the ground again with thunderous impact. He kicked out blindly, connecting with the monster's thighs and digging deep grooves in the warlord's gray flesh. Yet it did little good as the creature once again raised him high into the air. Elijah's mind whirled with strategies to avoid what he knew was coming. Iron scales protected him a little, but even the 10% of the damage that made it through was enough to push him closer to his body giving out. His situation was desperate, and despite using every facet of his mind to search for an answer, he found no solutions. In that moment, Elijah was certain he was going to die. Iron scales gave out, and the monster let out a victorious roar as it slammed Elijah into the ground. The killing blow didn't come, though. Instead, a dense bubble of blue energy bloomed into being around Elijah, softening the blow. The orcish warlord looked down on him with mingled confusion and surprise, which allowed Elijah to wriggle free. As he did, he activated rage. Instantly, his body was flooded with renewed strength, sending his physical attributes skyrocketing well past his normal limits. And when he hit the ground after having freed himself from the warlord's grip, Elijah used that additional power to great effect. He grabbed hold of the monster's ankle and yanked with all his might. The creature, weakened by various afflictions and blood loss from the claws of gluttony's anticoagulant effect, was incapable of remaining upright. It tipped over, hitting the turf hard. Elijah knew that wasn't enough to even slow the monster down, much less put it out of commission. However, he did have an idea. So ignoring the pain of his injuries, Elijah thrust himself to his feet and dragged the struggling orc a few feet to the nearest trench, because he recognized where on the battlefield he'd ended up. After all, it wasn't that long ago that he'd fallen afoul of the stakes at the bottom of that very ditch. With all the strength granted by his lamellar ape form, combined with his natural attributes and the effects of rage, Elijah heaved the orc over the edge. In midair, it flailed for a few seconds before slamming into the bare stakes. Of course, the monster tried to pull itself free, but Elijah wasn't going to allow that. As rage dissipated, he switched to his human form. Rather than heal himself, which he desperately needed, Elijah cast snaring roots. Thick vines erupted from the ground, holding the monster in place. Then he cast Storm's Fury. Lightning descended from on high, smashing into the prone warlord. Without the enhancement of the ruined staff of natural harmony, the spell did little damage. Yet that was never the point. Instead, Elijah had cast Storm's Fury with one intention, to stun the creature, and in that endeavor it was successful. As the orc ripped itself free of the vines, Elijah cast Snaring Roots again, keeping it in place. But to his horror, the warlord wasn't succumbing to the poison on the stakes as quickly as Elijah had expected. And he didn't have the Aethera to keep going much longer. Indeed, if he didn't heal himself soon, he was going to die. He could feel fluid building in his lungs, and his insides hurt like never before. In that moment, Elijah made a decision to end it, one way or another. So after pulsing Touch of Nature a single time to keep himself alive, he initiated a transformation back into his lamellar ape form, draining the last of his Aethera. Before he'd completed the change, the orc ripped free of the vines, and it started to extract itself from the stakes. That's when Elijah fell upon it, raining a series of vicious blows onto the vulnerable monster. He pummeled the creature with every ounce of fury he could muster, and yet he couldn't do so without taking plenty of hits himself. It was like two heavyweight boxers trading blows in the 12th round of a championship fight. Neither was in any condition to continue, and yet they both persisted well past the point of no return, hammering one another with heavy blows that could shake the world. Elijah knew what his decision entailed. He wasn't going to make it. Even if he managed to take the monster out, the damage was too severe. Without a full core of Aethera, he couldn't heal himself quickly enough to recover. But he was okay with the choice he'd made. Running had been an option, and he'd considered it. Yet that was just delaying the inevitable. The monster had been vulnerable, and if he hadn't pounced when he had, it would have recovered and laid waste to the remaining defenders as well as Ironshore. From there, the horde would sweep across the world. And though he hadn't seen them in a long time, Elijah had people he cared about out there. Not only were Alyssa, Carmen, and Miguel somewhere out in the world, but he'd had friends back in Hawaii, too, not to mention the friends he'd made in Ironshore. Isaac and Delilah back in Argus, or Jess and Essex in Norcastle, Nerthus and his grove. There were a lot of reasons he couldn't allow the orcs to live. Elijah channeled that while pummeling the warlord, and it gave him a burst of energy that, in turn, allowed him to, at last, finish the thing off with a massive blow that broke the creature's neck. He only had a brief moment to realize that he'd won before the weight of injuries swept over him. Dizziness assailed every facet of his mind, but he managed to climb free of the trench before at last collapsing. He crawled forward a few feet, but that was the extent of his ability. Faintly, he heard familiar voices, and he suddenly realized that he'd shifted back to his human form. Someone shoved something into his mouth, and miraculously, he felt a brief surge of healing. More importantly, a drop of additional ether hit his core a second later. Something else hit his tongue, and he felt something tart and familiar. His eyes focused, and he realized that Keurig was standing over him and holding a handful of Elijah's Grove berries. "Open up, you moron," the dwarf growled. "Not lettin' you die after all that." Elijah's jaw fell open, and Kirk shoved another couple of berries into his mouth. That was enough to clear his head, at least a little, and though he had a host of questions, he knew he needed to cast Touch of Nature, or he wouldn't survive much longer. So he did, and soothing energy washed over him, mending his injuries. It was only a drop in the proverbial bucket, but it was enough to return him to complete awareness. He jerked, croaking, "What happened? The orcs." "Dead," Keurig said. "When you finished the big off, they lost that enhancement. Wasn't long after that your afflictions took em down. With a little help from us, o' course." "Oh, so it's over?" Elijah asked. "Everything but the cleanup," Keurig said. Elijah finally relaxed with a sigh of relief that sent an arc of pain tearing across his torso. "Good," he muttered. "Oh, Keurig, yeah, I need that orc's brains, the big one. Save those for me," he said. "That's very important." Then, without further conversation, he let himself finally relax. That led to his consciousness slipping away. Before he went out completely, he heard Keurig say, "Brains, never heard that before." Trace had screwed up, he knew it too. Pacing back and forth, he periodically glanced at the boy who'd caused him so much trouble. Miguel was bound, hand and foot, like a trussed pig in necessity, after everything that had happened. Over the past few days, Trace had been forced to take a host of precautions against the troublesome child's persistent escape attempts. The moment stun had worn off, the child had started kicking and screaming, necessitating that Trace chain the ability over and over, while he fled toward Easton and what he'd hoped was safety. Usually, stun was a fairly cheap ability, costing only a touch of ethera and a bit of stamina. Yet, having to use it once every minute for days had taken its toll, so once Trace had reached Easton, he'd quickly found one of his safe houses and tied the kid up. Surely it wasn't comfortable for the little demon of a child, but it allowed Trace some much-needed rest. At some point, he'd slipped into an exhausted sleep which had cost him almost 6 hours, and perhaps his life. When he'd awoken, he had quickly discovered that Easton had devolved into riotous chaos. Everywhere he'd looked, there were hundreds, perhaps even thousands of malcontents protesting and causing violent mischief. More than once during his first scouting expedition, he'd seen guards being overwhelmed and beaten to death by rebels. Trace knew it was all pointless. While Roman might not hold every part of the city in quite as tight of a grip as others, that was by choice. He simply didn't care about the poorer parts of Easton, and so the presence of his guards was minimal. But the moment the rebellion reached the core of the city, they would be dealt with appropriately. It would be a slaughter of epic proportions, too. Trace had seen the planned responses. He'd helped create some of them. Yet just because the integrity of the city wasn't in question, that didn't mean much for his situation. Because crossing through the riots was still extraordinarily dangerous, and with much of his capability in stealth nullified by having to carry a child along, he knew it wouldn't end well for him. Because he was well known in the seedier parts of the city, and after everything he'd done, he was not exactly well liked. Part of that was because of his actions as the head of Roman's secret police, but Trace could admit at least to himself that it was mostly due to his own less than reputable proclivities. After all, his girls had come from somewhere, and many of them had friends and family who didn't look upon Trace terribly kindly, and a riot was a perfect opportunity for some of them to exact revenge. So he'd spent the past few days holed up in his safe house, only climbing out of the basement to steal provisions. Fortunately, the place was secluded enough that the riots never came close enough to risk discovery. Still, despite his relative safety, he was more than ready to head to the palace, present his prize, and get his reward. So it was with some degree of excitement that, after pacing for a few more hours, he left the basement and went to scout the situation. And to his surprise, he found that the riots had been put down. Yet, the damage was extensive, with more than a few buildings having been destroyed by spreading fires. Trace also saw plenty of bodies as well, though those were in the process of being collected by the city's dedicated corpsemongers. Even Trace wasn't certain what those people did with the bodies they collected. Each time he'd attempted to infiltrate their underground lair, because of course that was where they would set up shop, he'd been discovered via unknown means. It was one of Easton's burgeoning mysteries, and a reason that Trace intended to leave the city behind once he'd extracted all the benefits he could from Roman. With that in mind, Trace went back to the safe house and gathered the boy, tossing him over his shoulder. At first, he used Cloak of Skullduggery to mask his presence, but he quickly recognized that it was neither effective nor useful. There weren't enough people around to care about his nefarious-looking actions, and even if there were, they were occupied with cleanup efforts. A few guards recognized him, though, so he felt confident that they would come to his aid if anyone accosted him. As he traversed the city, he saw more evidence of the riots of the past few nights. Whole buildings had been brought down, and one of the plazas looked like it had seen a bloody battle. Some of the city's downtrodden maintenance workers were busy trying to clean up all the gore, but they had their work cut out for them. It was further evidence of just how far some of them had fallen. Trace knew for a fact that some of those workers had once held positions of authority and wealth back in the old world. There were a couple of politicians and former CEOs among them. Yet they'd made the wrong choice regarding archetypes, and they'd paid the price for that singular bad decision. Easton was no place for scholars, especially when their specialties weren't in the few areas Roman had deemed useful. Even Trace recognized that it was a regressive policy to push those scholars into manual labor, but he was in no position to change any of it, not that he would have tried anyway. As far as he was concerned, the bunch of formerly rich and uppity politicians, CEOs, lawyers, and the like had gotten what they deserved. Maybe they could now appreciate what it was like to live on the bottom rungs of society that Trace knew so well. He remembered his old life well enough to take some sense of justice from that. As Trace drew closer to the city's core, the evidence of fighting grew more pronounced until every successive block grew bloodier. Then, suddenly, it ceased. That wasn't surprising, given that the number of guards had grown right alongside the violent aftermath. A few times, Trace saw guards looting curiously well-provisioned corpses. More than once, he used appraisal to determine that the most popular items were simple grade. If all of the dissidents had been armed and armored with equipment like that, the results might have been a little different. Yet, there were only a scattered few such instances that Trace could see, which meant that the effects were minimal. Still, the only times Trace saw any significant number of guards' corpses were around such well-armed bodies, suggesting that they'd put up quite the fight. That just underscored how important good equipment really was. Not that Trace needed to be reminded of that, after he'd used his dagger of sundering to such great effect. It had allowed Roman to kill Alyssa, that uppity idiot, and it had been at least as effective in every fight Trace had fought since then. It was a valuable piece of equipment, and he expected that he'd get years of use out of it before he moved on to something better. More importantly, it was the linchpin of any plans he'd made to deal with people like Roman. Eventually, they'd come to an impasse. It had come close to happening a few times already, and when that time came, Trace intended to come out on top. Despite the disparity in power, especially in Easton, Trace liked his chances. Regardless, he put those thoughts aside as he entered the vicinity of the palace. Once there, he dropped any pretense at stealth and was greeted with a mixture of revulsion, respect, and curiosity by the palace guards. The structure itself was a display of brutal opulence. Roman's architects had done a phenomenal job of creating a beautiful yet overbearing building that was dominated by straight lines, sharp angles, and Gothic flourishes that gave it a very distinct appearance. Trace saw it as needless posturing, but he supposed that Roman had his reasons for ordering such a building. The rest of the city would soon follow suit, he knew. That was how Roman thought. Everything had to be in its place and conform to the collective. Otherwise, it would drive the man mad. After entering the palace, Trace made his way through the familiar halls until he reached the wing containing Roman's office. There was a throne room as well, though that was only for official duties, like hearing the petitions of the useless council. They held no real power, except to suggest things or request Roman's intervention. Ultimately, every major decision was made by the big man himself. As he swaggered up to the guards on duty, he said, "Special delivery for the big guy. You want to sign for it?" At that, the kid squirmed a little more, so Trace reapplied stun. He went blessedly limp, giving Trace a little peace. The guards looked at one another, then decided to pass the burden on to someone else. So one of them disappeared through the doors, presumably to let Roman know what was going on. Meanwhile, Trace tried to make conversation with the remaining guard, asking, "So a bit of a scuffle out in the city, huh? What happened?" "Rebel scum," the man spat, his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. "Don't know what they expected to accomplish." "Never had a chance, the poor idiots. Seems like they did a lot of damage," Trace said. The guard shrugged, "Burning down their own homes and businesses." "Really smart," he responded. "Like I said, I don't know what they expected that to do, except make their own lives harder. Guess there's a reason they are who they are, right? If they were smart or competent, they wouldn't have anything to idiot about. It's like I was telling my wife, they're just a bunch of useless malcontents who are upset with the way the world works. It's not enough that they're only alive because of the safety and security we provide. No, they want all the benefits without any of the work." Soon, he found himself at the door to Roman's office. He knocked and immediately received the go-ahead to enter. When he did, he saw the man himself sitting behind a massive wooden desk. The walls were decorated with various trophies from Roman's kills. None of them had been truly impressive prey, and Trace suspected they were more for ambience than to commemorate any significant events. Yet they did that job well, and when Trace looked at those monstrous heads, a chill went up his spine. He tossed the kid onto the sofa that stood against the wall. It was upholstered in leather, and looked extremely comfortable, and said, "So, I might have took a bit of initiative with the whole Carmen problem." Roman's eyes flicked to the child, but he didn't give any other reaction until he asked, "Is that who I think it is? If you think it's that idiot's brat, then yeah. I think I killed her second too," he said, plopping down in one of the chairs on his side of Roman's desk. He added, "You're welcome on that one. I told you to watch her, not to kill anyone." "Yeah," he said, drawing a small knife from his belt. He picked at his fingernails. "I like to go above and beyond the call of duty. One of my many positive traits. So, here's what I'm thinking: you let the rebel idiot know that." In the blink of an eye, Roman was across the desk. If Trace hadn't been so exhausted, he might have responded. Yet, given where they were as well as Roman's advantage in levels, he would have still been overmatched. Still, he did manage to jab the small knife into Roman's shoulder as the taller man slammed him into the ground. What the? Trace didn't get a chance to finish his sentence before Roman's fist found his face. He tried to activate his abilities, but it was useless. Roman punched him again, growling, "I told you to watch." He smashed his fist into Trace's face again, not to kidnap a child. Again, he punched Trace. By that point, his mind had gone fuzzy, and though his abilities were suddenly available, he was in no mindset to consciously use them, especially when Roman hit him again and again. Along the way, Roman kept growling about crossing lines, but Trace couldn't understand any of it. But one thing he did understand was when Roman yanked a dagger from his belt and rammed it into Trace's chest. Over and over again, he stabbed the outlaw until Trace managed to croak, "WY. You disgust me," Roman said, straightening his back. He pushed a lock of stray hair from his bloody face before adding, "Every man has a line. You just crossed mine." Then he reached forward, grabbed Trace by the hair and sliced the outlaw's throat. Even as he bled out, Trace's mind whirled with questions. He didn't truly understand what he'd done wrong, which was precisely the problem. He belatedly realized right before everything went dark. A new day dawned on a field strewn with corpses. Having recovered overnight, Elijah stood on the earthen bulwark where Ironshore's defenders had made their last stand. It was little more than a slight rise next to a trench, but from a symbolic as well as a literal perspective, it had been incredibly important. To Elijah, it looked like an island amidst a sea of gray bodies. "How many, do you think?" came Curic's familiar and gruff voice. Elijah turned his head to see the broad-shouldered dwarf standing only a few feet behind him. He'd also been injured in the battle, though not nearly as grievously as Elijah, who'd only been a hair's breadth from death. The only reason he'd survived was due to Curic's quick thinking with Elijah's grove berries, which had given him a surge of vitality as well as ethera. In turn, that had given him the fuel he needed to enable his own recovery. Still, Elijah knew how close he'd come, and he was also well aware that Curic had saved his life. That wasn't something he would soon forget, nor would he quickly move on from the sacrifices endured by the people of Ironshore. They'd been challenged by the orcish horde, and they'd risen to the occasion, emerging victorious. That meant something to Elijah, and he respected them all the more because they'd refused to give up. He could empathize with that kind of attitude. At least 10,000, Elijah said, looking at the carpet of corpses. It was difficult to gauge just how many orcs had assailed the small city, yet one thing was certain: it had been more than they'd expected. "Do you think there are more out there?" "Probably. It's a big world." Elijah shook his head. "Did you ask around about that shield?" he asked. In the immediate aftermath of the battle, Elijah had been in no position to remember things properly. However, since his recovery, he'd recalled that someone had used a spell to shield him from the orcish warlord's onslaught. Likely, that had saved his life. So he'd asked Curic to find out who he should thank for that intervention. "Oh, that," said the dwarf. "What? I found out, though it's not the happy and din you might want for," Curic answered. "You remember Calyx?" "I do," Elijah answered. Indeed, he'd seen the little goblin who was the lone survivor of the ill-fated expedition to his island on more than one occasion. However, he hadn't really spoken to her, largely because of the fear he had seen in her eyes. "It was her," Curic explained. "Took a spear to the gut for her trouble, too. Didn't make it." "Shit," Elijah muttered, hanging his head. It wasn't as if he'd really known the goblin, and his choice to let her live had been the result of a whim rather than an attempt at mercy. Yet he didn't know how to react to the knowledge that she had not only saved his life, but she'd died in the process. "Wasn't for you," Curic stated. "She knew you were the only one who could save us, so the girl made the only reasonable choice she could, I suppose." That statement, while probably true, still didn't help with Elijah's roiling emotions. "Got any more of them berries?" Curic asked. "Oh," Elijah said, "sure." Then he unshouldered his pack, reached inside, and handed Curic a handful. The dwarf ate them appreciatively, then said, "They ain't the best taste and they're a mite too much for me, but damn if they ain't reinvigorating." "They are that," Elijah stated. Then he asked, "What are they going to do with all the corpses?" "Burn 'em, I suppose." "Why?" Elijah shrugged. "They're not useful, not anymore, 'cept the brains you asked for. We got to those in time. Most of the rest went bad too quick to harvest," Curic answered. not that anybody was looking forward to using it, course. They look too close to people, see, puts everyone off, even if we all know they're just monsters like any other. I can see that, Elijah said. There was a clay full of the brains in question inside his bag, but he'd yet to really look at them. Doesn't really feel like we won. But we did, Keurig said, and most of us got the levels to prove it. This little battle, probably single-handedly, ensured that Ironshore survive for years to come. Most of these people are used to levelin' from craftin' and such. That's slow, but it's steady. Killin' that many orcs was enough to push most of them to the next ability or technique threshold. That's big. You get anything good? Asked Elijah. I did want to share. Nope. Elijah sighed. Fair enough, he said. You saved my home, Keurig said. That's payback enough. Still. Don't worry about it, the dwarf insisted. Friends don't keep score, right? Elijah nodded. Until that moment, he hadn't really considered the idea that he and Keurig were friends, but in retrospect, it was obvious. After spending so much time together in the wilderness, he felt more comfortable around the dwarf than he had with anyone since the world had ended, perhaps even more than anyone from his old life, except Alyssa. Because there was something about going to war with someone that forged a much more meaningful bond. Next to that, his previous friendships felt shallow. You should come to my island, Elijah said. I think you'd like it. Last folks who went to your island ended up pretty dead. That's not true. Ramek and Karissa have visited twice. They didn't go no further than the beach, Keurig stated. That don't count. This is different. You're invited, Elijah countered, but no worries if you're not comfortable with it. Oh, I'll come. I just wanted to ruffle your feathers a bit, all, the dwarf said with a chuckle. But for now, I got work to do. Me and some of the other scouts are going to make sure there ain't no more orcs out there. You want to come? Elijah shook his head. Not unless you need me, he answered. He'd had enough orc slaughter for 2 lifetimes, and he wasn't eager to revisit that situation. He would if necessary, but so long as there was a choice, he knew which side of the fence he'd land on. Besides, I need to talk to Ramek about something. All right then, Keurig said. He extended a hand, which Elijah grasped. See you soon then, see you soon. With that, Keurig started to pick his way across the battlefield. Only then did it occur to Elijah that the dwarf had likely volunteered to search for any orcish stragglers in an effort to avoid the cleanup. Smiling wryly, Elijah turned and descended the berm and started back to the city. As he did, he checked his gains from the battle. First, he noted that he'd gained level 55, as denoted by his updated status, name. Elijah Hart. Levels 55. Archetype. Druid. Class. Animist. Specialization. Len A. Alignment. Len A. Strength 67. Dexterity 59. Constitution 57. Ethera 65. Regeneration 59. Attunement. Nature. Cultivation stage, cultivator. Body. Cord. Mind. Soul. Wood. Hatchling. Quartz. Neophyte. His attributes even without the benefit of his many enhancements or buffs, as the people in Argus and Norcastle called them, had become truly impressive. And he knew that with every level, they would become more so. He'd already proven that from a physical standpoint, he could stand against some incredibly powerful monsters, and he couldn't help but wonder what the future would hold in that department. However, he was far more interested in the next notification he'd received. Congratulations. You have achieved the requirements for the evolution of the spell Ancestral Circle. Please choose a path. Roots of the World Tree. Protection of the World Tree. Blessing of the World Tree. By creating additional circles, you may spread your roots to new locations. By expanding your circle, you may enhance the protection afforded by your grove. Through a nurturing touch, you may increase the power of your grove. It was the first time he'd been afforded the opportunity to evolve one of his spells or abilities, and it was far more involved than he'd expected. So far, he'd simply been awarded spells at specific intervals, but now, it seemed like his progression would require more input in the future. For now, though, he had a decision to make. Based on the descriptions, which seemed a little inadequate, the choices came down to whether or not he wanted to spread his influence or empower his grove, either via enhancing the protection it afforded or what sounded like increasing the ethera density. Before he made a decision, he needed to talk to Nerthus to see if the tree spirit could offer any insight. He'd already checked the available guides at the branch of the World Tree, and he'd found nothing that seemed like it would explain anything. There was precious little concerning druids at all, and what little existed was incredibly expensive. Of course, it didn't help that none of it was organized in any way that Elijah could understand, so searching for applicable information was a pain. Apparently, there were classes that specialized in such things, but Ironshore wasn't large or important enough to warrant such people. In any case, Nerthus offered the best chance of solid information, so he embraced the teleportation portion of Ancestral Circle, and a moment later, he disappeared only to rematerialize in his grove. Once there, he called out for Nerthus. When he appeared, Elijah let him know what had happened in the battle with the orcs, then broached the subject of his evolutionary path. Interesting, said Nerthus as he paced back and forth. As he scratched his chin, Elijah couldn't help but notice that the tree spirit's mannerisms and speech patterns had become quite a bit more human of late. He wondered if that was his influence, or if it was a normal development for tree spirits. The first will almost assuredly let you create a teleportation network. The second will allow you to establish a defensive perimeter that will protect the island from would-be invaders. And the third will increase the ethereal density of the grove. Are you sure? Elijah asked. Reasonably so, Nerthus said. Then he admitted, however, I should point out that these are guesses. The reality could very well be quite different from what I've inferred from those descriptions. That is unlikely, given the straightforward language used. The choice is obvious then. Is it? All three seem very useful, Nerthus stated, though there are some caveats to that sentiment. It seems to me that we should increase the ethereal density, Elijah said. His reasoning was simple according to everything he'd read. Advancing his cultivation required incredibly dense ethera. If his grove could naturally provide that, then he would be halfway to reaching the next stages of his development. That is a mistake, Nerthus stated. Really, I was thinking that my cultivation. It would be useful, but the timing is troubling, Nerthus said. Unless I am wrong in my assessment, the increase in density will be multiplicative based on current levels. That means that it would be far more useful to wait until Earth's ethereal density settles. That will be years from now. That made sense. If he were to do it now, then he'd be giving up long-term benefits for a short-term boost in power. From Nerthus's perspective, that probably seemed like an incredibly poor choice. However, Elijah also knew that that presupposed that he would survive long enough to take advantage of those long-term benefits, which was not guaranteed. Getting the boost that increasing his cultivation stage would provide would no doubt go a long way to ensuring his survival. What about the defense one? Elijah asked, still mulling over the other option. Very helpful, Nerthus admitted. It would have helped with the orcish invasion, certainly. The city on the shore would not benefit, but it might have been enough to let the grove endure. That seemed straightforward enough, though Elijah wasn't sure what form that defense might take. So he asked, and the other one, mobility will be very important. Teleportation is extremely expensive, Nerthus stated, prohibitively so. If you can move around the world without having to pay that, you will be able to afford many things you otherwise would not. So I could theoretically have a teleportation point that would let me cross the world in an instant, Elijah asked, assuredly. Interesting. It should also be noted that you will not evolve the spell immediately. These things require the completion of a quest, Nerthus said. The more powerful the spell, the more time-consuming the quest. You will also likely be afforded the opportunity to choose the other two options at some point in the future, so it makes sense to take the most immediately impactful. Likely with the aforementioned caveats, that made Elijah's decision, so he made his choice. Congratulations, you have chosen to evolve Ancestral Circle into Roots of the World Tree. Complete the following quest to finalize the evolution. Accomplish 2 feats of strength complete. Conquer 1 tower complete. Build a dolmen incomplete. Oh nice, Elijah said. 2 steps already finished. Only 1 to go. Apparently I need to build a dolmen. From what Elijah remembered, a dolmen was something like Stonehenge, which meant that he had his work cut out for him. He explained everything to Nerthus, who told him that those dolmens would likely constitute the teleportation points, so he wouldn't be able to just build the dolmen anywhere he wanted. Instead, he needed to find a proper location first. And he had some ideas about where he wanted to put it. So with that taken care of, Elijah collected his things, making sure to stock up on berries, and headed to his rowboat collection, which was dwindling with each time he teleported back to his island and paddled across the strait and into Ironshore. Once he reached the dock, he set off for the city's governmental building, where he hoped to find Ramek. Along the way, Elijah noticed 2 things. First, the residents of the city were incredibly busy in the aftermath of the battle. Some had been tasked with cleaning up the battlefield, while others were repairing damage wrought by a few orcs who'd broken through the line and descended upon the city. Still others were organizing supplies for the survivors. It was a nice reminder that, when disaster struck, people tended to band together. That those people were gnomes, dwarves, and goblins as well as a few elves was immaterial, and it warmed Elijah's heart to see everyone working toward the greater good. Hopefully that would last. The second thing he saw was more of an absence than anything else. Gone were the dirty looks and angry glances he'd endured before. There was still fear there, but they didn't seem to hate him. That was progress, at least as far as Elijah was concerned. Eventually, Elijah reached the governmental headquarters and found Ramek, who looked as busy as anyone else Elijah had seen during his trek through the city. Still, the goblin was quick to greet him, asking, "What can I do for you?" I came for my payment, Elijah said. Oh, that. What can we give you? Our Ethereum. I don't want money, Elijah interrupted. I want cooperation. A friendship maybe, at least an alliance. I think we can do that, Ramek stated. So here's what I'm thinking I want. After Elijah explained his plan, and Ramek agreed enthusiastically, he went in search of a perfect location. So it happened that the next day after Elijah had spent another night in the Imperium, he found himself standing in the center of Ironshore. Ramek had held up his end of the bargain, clearing the large plaza and ripping up the flagstones that had once covered the ground. Elijah stood in the center, alongside Ramek and Karissa, and looked at the gathered townspeople. Almost everyone was there, though there were some exceptions, most notably that some familiar faces were missing. 2 of the 3 barbers had perished in the fight, as had Calix and a couple of the guards who'd once escorted Elijah through town. Some, like the tailor Mari, bore visible scars, but most just looked exhausted. Ramek spoke, his voice loud and clear. People of Ironshore, we have endured a powerful calamity, and we have survived, not least because of the actions of our friend and ally, Elijah Hart. His benevolence does not end there, though. As a Druid, he has chosen to bless our city by planting a very special tree. Henceforth, this square shall be known as Druid's Park, and any who deface it shall be severely punished. Elijah remained silent, though his gaze was enough to make some of the townspeople flinch. Hopefully, that would be enough to dissuade anyone who might harm the tree he intended to plant. If not, then there were more direct methods available. With that, Elijah retrieved the seed he'd taken from the ancestral tree, then planted it in the hole he'd already dug. After covering it, he summoned healing rain, then sat cross-legged next to where he'd planted the seed. Closing his eyes, he flared nature's bounty. Like that, days passed, and Elijah healed in ways he didn't think possible. Because of one with nature, he was aware of people coming to take advantage of the rejuvenating properties of healing rain. That brought a smile to his face. After all, he'd always liked healing people. On the 5th day, Elijah felt the seed sprout, and on the 6th it had become a tiny seedling. That was when Elijah finally opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Already the park had begun to flourish, with grass having sprouted. There were other small plants as well, but most importantly, the tree had taken root. Now it didn't need his guidance, though he fully intended to usher it into the sapling stage. So after eating a few berries, Elijah closed his eyes and continued the cycle. Carmen struggled against her bonds, though it was no good. She tried to use her various techniques to escape, but they were all meant to bind things together, rather than to tear things apart. Her lone ability meant for that kind of thing was only useful on metal, so in her current situation she had nothing. Perhaps one of her future abilities would fill that void, if there was a future. She was well aware of how dire her situation was, which made that a dubious prospect. After she and Colt had been captured, they'd been thrust into a cage which had taken the form of an old clothing store where they'd rotted for the past few days. It was only recently that they'd been released from that prison, though freedom wasn't precisely what it was cracked up to be. One of their captors had put bags over their heads, then guided them outside before tossing them into what seemed like the bed of a pickup truck. That was where she still was, being jostled as the truck sped across what felt like the world's bumpiest road. Not that she was that concerned with comfort at the moment. For 3 days, she'd beaten herself up over her mistakes. The first was when she'd tried to ally herself with the rebels, but in her anger and desperation, she had made plenty since then as well. It had all culminated in the kidnapping of her son, as well as the deaths of the people who'd followed her. The only survivor was Colt, and he wasn't doing so well. More than once he'd tried to escape, and they'd beaten him bloody. If that was the extent of it, Carmen wouldn't have been so worried about him, but they'd also taken his sword hand, lopping it off at the wrist, then having a healer stop the bleeding. Even then, Colt had never stopped struggling for escape. Neither had Carmen, but they'd treated her much more gently. So she at least had all her limbs, which was no comfort, considering the worry she held for not only her own fate, but for her son's as well. There was no telling what Trace had done to the boy. Eventually, the truck pulled to a stop, and Carmen heard a muffled conversation that suggested they'd arrived in Easton. That wasn't surprising. After all, Laramie and his warband had clearly made a deal with Roman, but rather than fury, Carmen just felt exhausted. If there was one thing she discovered, it was that she wasn't cut out for leadership. She wanted to be, but she simply didn't have the temperament. She was too selfish, too volatile. Those thoughts occupied Carmen's mind as the truck entered the city. She knew from experience that vehicles weren't allowed far past the gates, so she wasn't surprised when they came to a stop only a few minutes later. Then, one of Laramie's goons grabbed her and threw her over a shoulder. Presumably, Colt received similar treatment, and like that, they were taken through the city. More muffled conversation followed them along the way, but Carmen couldn't hear well enough to understand any of it. However, she did smell plenty of smoke as well as the unmistakable odor of blood and death. Something had happened in the city, she reasoned. Something terrible. It seemed that was all the new world had to offer. Eventually, the smells faded, and the murmurs took on a much more aggressive tone. Carmen wasn't certain whether that was for her or for her barbaric captors, but she didn't think it mattered so much. The people of Easton weren't important, only the man at the top. Still, it felt like an eternity before the cool and conditioned air of what Carmen assumed was Roman's ridiculous palace assailed her, but it wasn't long after that when she was unceremoniously dumped onto a tile floor. Someone ripped the black hood from her head, and she blinked in the glaring light. That's when she saw him. "Miggy," she shouted, struggling to go to her son. It was no good, though. With her hands and feet bound, she couldn't do anything more than flop over. For his part, Miguel raced to her side and buried his head in her shoulder, muttering one apology after another. She soothed him by saying, "It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. He's a good kid," came the voice of the man who'd been standing behind Miguel. Carmen looked up to see Roman staring down at her, his gaze intense and predatory. "I'm sorry for what happened. If it makes any difference, the man who took your son is dead." "Freak you," Carmen growled. "I know what you did. I figured as much," Roman said. "You likely care nothing for apologies, but I am sorry. If there had been any other way, I would have taken it." Then he gestured toward Miguel, and one of his lackeys stepped forward to drag her son away. Carmen started to protest, but when Roman insisted that he wouldn't be harmed, she let it go, telling Miguel that everything would be okay. She didn't need to be told that Roman held all the cards. They were completely at his mercy, and Carmen knew precisely how thin that could be, so she chose to subdue her fury and play along. Once Miguel was out of the room, she said, "What do you want? Why am I still alive?" Straight to the point. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to enjoy a beer together? Reminisce about old times, like when you killed my freaking wife?" Fair, Roman sighed. Then he glanced at another lackey, saying, "Stand her up and put her in a chair. We can do that much at least." After that, the guard, another man in blue and white, dragged her to her feet before shoving her onto a leather couch. That's when Carmen took in her surroundings, and what she saw was a grotesquerie of ridiculous trophies. Stuffed heads of monsters Roman had presumably killed, skulls, and a few weapons adorned the walls, giving it the air of a man who was trying far too hard to appear strong and deadly. But Carmen didn't need convincing. She knew that Roman was a snake in a person suit, and though she didn't respect him as a man, she was more than wary of his lethality. Shifting, she asked, "So now that we're comfortable, what do you want?" Roman, who was leaning against the edge of a monstrous slab of a desk, said, "I want your services. You make me a weapon to the best of your abilities. I'll provide the materials. All I care about is the product." "Or what? You'll kill me." No, I'm not a monster, Carmen. "I don't kill people unnecessarily, and the fact of the matter is that you are powerless now. The rebels have pitched their fit and they have been punished accordingly. Their leaders are dead. Laramie has agreed to a truce, and everyone loyal to you has been captured or killed. You are no longer a threat to me, so I see no reason to kill you. After this, I intend to let you go. We'll call it banishment. You will no longer be welcome in Easton, but I won't kill you, and I certainly won't do anything to your son. You have my word on it. No matter what else happens here, he'll be safe." "Is this where you take him hostage or something?" Carmen asked, noting the ambiguous wording. "Of course not. What do I want with a child? He'll go with you." "I refuse. You haven't heard the rest of it," Roman said. "You do want your people to survive, don't you? What about your friend there? He's a powerful fighter. Shame about his hand, but your captors had to take precautions." Carmen glanced at Colt, who hadn't moved since she'd had her hood removed. He was still breathing, but he was clearly unconscious. "So you're going to kill a bunch of other people if I don't build you a weapon? Is that it?" "It is. What kind of weapon? I don't know how to make a proper bow." "A longsword," Roman answered. "The specifications will be forthcoming once you agree." There really wasn't much of a choice. Even if he was lying, Carmen could never refuse, if only because of the possibility that Roman would make good on his promise. If he didn't, then Carmen was no better or worse off for having tried. Certainly, she didn't want to give him anything that would make him more powerful, but given the options before her, she didn't see as she could make any other decision. So Carmen said, "Fine, I'll do it." "Really, just like that?" Roman asked. "There's not much choice, is there? You're going to kill a bunch of people if I don't. If you think I'm going to make any other decision, you obviously don't know me." Perhaps he allowed. "Maybe I never did." After that anticlimactic exchange, Roman called for a healer to take care of Colt. Then he had someone show Carmen to a forge in the lower reaches of the palace. There, she was given access to a pile of cold iron ingots and enough ethereal coal to run the forge for a month. She didn't think she'd need that long, though. As she started working, she considered trying to build a flaw into the weapon or giving it less than her best effort. However, she ultimately chose not to for a couple of reasons. The first was that she wasn't certain how to do the former, and the second was that she was afraid that giving Roman an inferior product would result in the execution of the people she hoped to save. That would have negated the whole decision, so when she embarked on the question to forge the weapon, she did so with every ounce of skill she possessed. So, after using decontaminate and refine material on the metal billets, she stacked them atop one another until she had a dozen layers. Then, she shoved the result into the forge so they would weld together. Normally, she would have used bond to shorten the process, but with the ethereal coal and so much of it that she didn't have to ration it, she could afford to do it the old-fashioned way. That, in turn, meant that the resulting billet would have been exposed to more ethera, and theoretically, it would have a higher ceiling in terms of quality. After completing the forge weld, Carmen started in on shaping the piece. The specifications she'd received were simple. Just a typical longsword with a cruciform hilt and a 2-inch wide blade 42 inches long. Completing the design was a fuller that ran along the length of the blade. Shaping the piece took quite some time due to the curious trait of cold iron to dissipate heat very quickly, but Carmen was used to working with it. So she persisted until, what felt like a day later, she completed the blade. However, that didn't mean the project was done. Instead, it was only the beginning. The next step was to create the crossguard, which required much the same technique, yet with a different aim. This time, after forging a bar in the right length, she used a drifting tool to hammer a hole in the center. Once that was done, Carmen used Summon tool to manifest a file so she could shape the hole into a slot that would fit the blade's tang. It was an arduous and tedious process, but she found the monotonous work soothing. Eventually, Carmen managed to complete the crossguard before slipping it into place. It was close to a perfect fit, and she used bond to weld the pair together. Just like that, she had a sword, though a crudely shaped and dull one without a proper hilt. After ensuring that everything fit together properly, Carmen used the forge's grinder to refine the blade into its final shape. Sparks flew as she removed the unneeded metal until, hours later, she was left with a perfectly crafted sword blade. Even the crossguard followed the specifications exactly. Next came the heat treat, so Carmen shoved the entire blade into the forge, then waited for it to reach the proper temperature before summoning a pair of tongs and removing the metal from the forge. Moving quickly, she dropped the blade into a barrel of heated oil. Flames shot toward the ceiling, but because of resist fire, Carmen ignored them. Instead, she listened for any tinging sounds that might indicate that the blade had cracked. She heard nothing, and when she removed the blade, she saw that it was entirely straight. That was a relief, because Carmen knew how easily such a long blade could warp. After that, Carmen created a handle from a block of wood, then fitted it onto the tang. Using bond, she then attached a pommel and wrapped the handle in soft leather that she then adhered to the wood using her ability. That completed the sword, though Carmen still needed to add the embellishments as well as the enchantment. For the first embellishment, Carmen spent quite some time filing the likeness of a dragon's head onto the pommel. The second came when she embedded a pair of onyx gemstones on either end of the cross guard. To her, it looked a little ostentatious, but she was working from Roman's specifications. So, Carmen reasoned that if he wanted the weapon to look like some edgy teenager's idea of a perfect sword, then that was what he would get. The stakes were too high for her to place artistic integrity over the lives of her people. Once that was finished, she used bond to ensure the onyx gemstones would never move. Sighing, she looked at the weapon. She still hadn't sharpened the weapon, but it was already beautiful, with a Damascus pattern dancing along the blue-white steel. She hated that it was going to such a monster. To complete the project, Carmen started in on the enchantment. On the surface, it was a simple task. She simply needed to carve a couple of symbols onto the weapon while using her minor enchantment technique. Yet, it required significant concentration as well as a steady flow of ethera. So after taking a few deep breaths, Carmen got to work, bending her entire mind to the task. It took a lot longer than she would have preferred, but she wasn't one to cut corners. So after etching one side of the blade, she flipped it over and used a different symbol on the other. The enchantments themselves weren't complex. One was intended for durability, the other for sharpness. Yet they were elegant in their own way, and when Carmen finished, she received the notification she'd sought for all those long hours. Congratulations. You have created a unique item, false dragon's fang. Overall grade, simple peak. Enchantment grade, F. She let out a long, slow sigh. It was the highest graded item she'd ever created, which came with mixed emotions. On the one hand, Carmen was proud of herself for the accomplishment. It was the culmination of long hours worth of work as well as years of training and practice. However, at the same time, she hated that it was going to someone like Roman, who would doubtless use it for detestable purposes. She took solace in the name, at least. While Carmen wasn't certain why the system had labeled it false, she felt it was appropriate given Alyssa's class. To her, it said that Roman's entire position was a charade, that he was a fake. That gave her some comfort, though it was still a bitter pill to swallow, considering how everything had gone of late. There was a lesson there, and one that Carmen had only just begun to embrace. The first part was that she was no leader. She didn't want to be responsible for anyone but herself and Miguel. But the second bit was that she needed to keep her priorities straight. Sure, imagining vengeance on Roman was an enticing thought, and she still longed to plunge the false dragon's fang's blade into the man's heart. Yet she knew her priorities should be to protect Miguel and the people she'd already put in danger. So with some regret, she sheathed her desire for vengeance while doing the same for the blade she had just created. Once that was done, she left the forge to find a pair of blue and white-clad guards standing outside. They escorted her to Roman's office, where she presented the blade. He was impressed, though Carmen saw a slight tick of anger on the man's face when he was told the weapon's name. But miraculously, Roman was as good as his word, and soon enough, Carmen found herself standing between Miguel and Colt in front of Easton's gates. 15 people were to her rear, and each person had been given a small pack of supplies. It was only enough for a few days' survival, but it was more than Carmen had expected. Nobody had been allowed to take weapons or armor. "I hate that it ended this way," Roman stated from behind them. Carmen looked back to see that the man was wearing the armor she'd made for Colt. He had the false dragon's fang in a scabbard at his hip. "Me too," Carmen said, though she was certain that they meant very different things. For his part, he probably regretted that she wasn't working for Easton anymore. But for Carmen's, she wished it would have ended with Roman dead at her feet. She had other priorities now, though, so she pushed those thoughts aside and told her people, "Come on, we need to get moving." Then, without another word, she set off into the wilderness, her son's hand clutched tightly in her own. Thor Gunderson knelt atop the hill, staring across the valley at the creature. The monster was huge, but then again, most of his prey had been of late. It was the only way to get any sort of challenge. The animal was a little bigger than an African elephant, with a long, shaggy coat of soft fur that hung down to its ankles. Its head was similarly elephant-like, with a long, tapered trunk, great floppy ears, and a pair of massive tusks that Thor had seen disembowel lesser creatures. But unlike an elephant, this monster was no quadruped. Instead, it stood on 2 feet like a man. It was intelligent, too, having shown the ability to utilize crude tools. At present, it wielded a giant tree trunk like a club. For his part, Thor carried a much less impressive weapon. At least on the surface, it appeared that way. But he didn't need to look at his spear to know it was far from ordinary. The haft of the spear was made of bone, and it had been carved with fanciful designs that made it look like scrimshaw. The blade was like black glass, sharper than anything else Thor had ever seen, with blood-red tassels tied just below its base. Thor himself was far more overtly exceptional. Standing at almost 7 feet tall, he had once been a champion power lifter. After the world had been transformed, he'd utilized his massive strength to his advantage, and in the years since, he'd used that brief head start to keep himself ahead of everyone else. Or perhaps it was his taste for a great hunt that made him special. Since the very beginning, there had been no peak he didn't try to climb, no monster, bestial or otherwise, he didn't want to hunt. He'd spent the intervening years stalking and killing one powerful creature after another, and he'd reaped the rewards of success, climbing the power ladder until he'd found himself in the top 5. Yet he'd so far been unable to bridge the gap, even after using his talents to help various groups conquer multiple towers. He'd fought in rifts, he'd slaughtered Vox, and he'd even worked a stint as a bounty hunter. Still, the top of the ladder remained as distant as ever, and Thor's frustration had continued to mount. The result was that he'd pushed himself into progressively more dangerous hunts, stalking prey that he should never have considered fighting. He'd even ventured into the deadly frozen wastes where he'd hunted ice mammoths. He'd only skirted the edges, anything else would have killed even him, but he'd expected the lethality of the situation to work in his favor, and it had. Still, the gap between him and the people at the peak had remained just as wide as ever. Each time he gained a level, so did they. Sometimes more than one. It was maddening. Yet Thor persisted. He knew they would slip up. Those ahead of him would make mistakes and end up dead. Or worse, their pace of improvement would slow, and then he would pass them by. It was only a matter of time. So with that in mind, Thor tracked his target with a steady gaze, waiting for the opportune moment to move in. Meanwhile, the monster, which he'd identified as a Teedo, meandered around, periodically snatching leaves from nearby trees. It was mostly carnivorous, but the creature would also eat flora if it was hungry enough. Thor decided to make his move, descending the slope on silent feet. Before Earth had been touched by the World Tree, Thor hadn't been much of a hunter. He'd been a few times growing up, but his training schedule hadn't left much time for anything else. However, soon after the world had changed, he discovered the joy of stalking and killing prey. The more dangerous, the better. Gradually, he covered the distance between to the Teedo, only stopping when he was a little more than 10 feet away. Then he forced Ithra into his most important ability, Bite of the Hunter, and his spear erupted into green light. Just before the blade pierced the Teedo's chest, the monster reacted, darting to the side. It only moved a few inches before Thor's attack landed, ripping through its shoulder and sending chunks of meat and bone flying. But it was enough to save the monster from a one-shot kill. Annoyed, Thor landed with a roll that a man of his size never should have been capable of, then found his feet a moment before the Teedo's counterattack found him. He leaped backward, barely avoiding the monster's sweeping tusks, then darted forward, using the butt of his spear to knock the natural weapons aside. Then he dipped low, twirled his spear like a quarterstaff, then stabbed the monster through the trunk. Or that was what he'd intended. Instead, the blade skipped off the creature's tough skin, barely leaving a scratch. That was the issue with hunting monsters that were a higher level than him. Without powerful abilities like Bite of the Hunter, his weapon was incapable of piercing through their defenses. Still, it wasn't Thor's first hunt, and he had a few more tricks up his sleeve. However, he had to be alive to play those cards, so the moment his attack failed, he used survival of the fittest to briefly enhance his physical attributes. The surge of strength and dexterity allowed Thor to dodge the Teedo's next attack, which came in the form of a sweeping tree trunk. Then he used Fury of the Stalker, and his spear took on a red sheen. Enraged, the Teedo trumpeted its anger before it leaped at him. Thor didn't immediately react. Instead, he waited patiently. However, when the monster's club descended, it found no resistance until slamming into the ground and sending an eruption of dirt and leaves into the air. That's when Thor, having used Mirror Trap, attacked it from behind. This time his spear, enhanced by Fury of the Stalker, bit deep into the monster's torso, ripping through its organs and sending an explosion of ether to do even more damage. The creature let out another trumpet of rage, but it quickly turned into agony, and finally despair. Thor stabbed it again, this time in the small of its back. Its legs went limp and it fell to the ground. The once mighty monster flopped around, swinging its club ineffectually as Thor watched from just out of range. It was pitiful how easily it had fallen. Only 30 seconds and it was all but dead. He stood there for a long while, gazing upon the creature as it bled out. Finally, he tired of the show and stepped in, raking his spear across the Teedo's throat. It finally died 30 seconds later, giving Thor an influx of experience that pushed him to level 60. Then he let out a roar of exultation as he thrust his spear to the sky. Once he did, he looked at the power rankings. Planetary Power Rankings Earth 1. Oscar Ramirez level 61-2. Sadie Song level 63. Thor Gunderson level 64. Hu Shui level 58-5. Nico Song level 57-6. Hu Shui level 56-7. Elijah Hart level 55-8. Anapriya Pandey level 53-9. Ram Kondu level 52-10. Gunnar Lindstrom level 49-11. Number 3, he said to himself. By all accounts, it had been an impressive climb, but to him it was still inadequate. The only result that would satisfy him was to reach the very top and stay there. Anything less was failure. But Thor also knew that success was not built by a single action. It was a winding road and one comprised by many steps. He'd just taken a big one, and as a result, he had come close to achieving his goals. Part of that was the next notification he received, which confirmed that he'd gained another new ability, Ancestor's Torpor. Summon an ancestral spirit that saps the strength and dexterity of your enemy. Duration based on Ethera attribute. Current 19 seconds. That had the potential to be a strong ability, though Thor would not make any determinations on its viability until he had the chance to test it out. Still, he'd yet to be disappointed in the skills, spells, or abilities he'd received so far, and he was fairly certain this would follow that same pattern. Impressive skill, young one, came a voice from behind him. Thor wheeled around, identified his target, and leaped. His spear passed through the small creature's head, though he met no resistance whatsoever. He crashed into the ground, his spear sliding into the loamy turf. Expecting an attack, he dove forward, ripping the spear from the ground and whipped around. The enemy had not moved. Honestly, that's how you react. I didn't even know you're attacking again. Indeed, Thor had just thrust his spear through the seemingly insubstantial little man, and it was just as effective as the last attack. Which was to say, not at all. A few more fruitless attacks and Thor finally pulled back, breathing hard. What is going on? He demanded. Are you a ghost? That is an interesting question, the little man said. He was no taller than 3 feet, and he was built like a child. However, he bore a thick, red beard and a truly impressive mustache. Coupled with the wrinkled face, bushy eyebrows, and bald head, and he looked like a tiny old man. I'm not dead, but this is a projection of my spirit. Sadly, it's the only way I can visit your wonderfully wild planet. I don't understand. Of course you don't, the little man said, shaking his head. I am not of Earth. You have met Offworlders before, yes, Thor nodded. Not very verbose, are you? Oh well. I'm not here for conversation, he said. My name is Eason Edmund, clan patriarch off you know what. You don't know what any of that means, do you? Of course not. You're an unlearned and uninformed barbarian. Oh, you're attacking again. Thor certainly didn't enjoy being called a barbarian, so he'd done what he always did when he didn't like something attack. It did no more good than his previous attempts to teach the little man some manners. If you're done, said Eason Edmund with a sigh. Thor backed away, still wary. Good. I am here with an opportunity. He waved a hand, and a notification bloomed into being before Thor's inner eye. A powerful entity has offered you a task, objective, hunt the Druid Elijah Hart. Reward, blessing of the gnome, Eason Edmund. Do you accept blessing? What does that mean? Asked Thor. Oh, you can read. Good, Eason Edmund said. The blessing will give you 2 options. Either a spell that mimics one of my own abilities or the advancement of your core, and all I have to do is hunt someone, Thor asked. He recognized the name from the 7th spot on the power rankings. Yes, why? Asked Thor. Call it family pride, Eason Edmund said. He took something from me and mine. Now, we weren't exactly using it. Cast it aside, really. But it was still ours, so he will be punished. When you tell me to hunt him, do you mean? Oh, right, that wording is a bit ambiguous. You are the punishment. Kill him, get a reward. That is the deal. Do you accept? Thor didn't need to think about it before he nodded and affirmed it in his system notifications. Good, very good. I can't risk telling you where he is, but you should find him in that direction. The little creature pointed off to the southwest. That is all the help I can give you, so I hope you are as good of a hunter as I think you are, Eason Edmund said. I am the best hunter in the world, Thor said. Then, without another word, he set off through the woods. Somewhere behind him, a little gnome grinned broadly. As the noon sun shone down on Elijah's head and a gentle wind tousled his curly hair, he sat in the middle of the square known as Druid Park, wearing a mantle of contentment. After everything he had been through, he thought it was important to keep a positive mindset. When he'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer, it would have been so easy to give in to despair. And in fact, he had, surrendering to what he thought was his inevitable death. Only after Earth had been touched by the World Tree had he been given a second chance at life. That had come with significant hardship as well, and for more than 2 years, he'd struggled to survive alone on a deserted island. But he had persevered, and eventually, he'd begun to amass significant power. Yet, it seemed that every time he turned around, there was a new challenge meant to push him to even greater heights. More, it felt as if every step he took was beset by one distraction or another. The moment he'd left his island in search of his family, he'd been sidetracked by a string of events that had conspired to keep him from focusing on his primary task. Certainly, he'd done some good along the way. He'd healed and saved plenty of people, though he was more focused on the ones he'd killed. At the time, he'd considered himself justified, but with the benefit of hindsight, he could recognize his mistakes. Even then, he didn't precisely feel bad about the things he'd done. Rather, he only acknowledged that if he kept going down that road, he would become something he didn't want to be. So he'd resolved to keep his vengeful impulses to a minimum, establishing a code of conduct so he'd know when he was about to step over the line. Hopefully, that would be enough, because he wasn't certain if he could trust himself to react appropriately in any given moment. Sure, he hoped so, and he strove to be as moral a person as the situation allowed. But Elijah could at least acknowledge that he had issues and that he couldn't always rely on his own judgment. That was where the code came in. It boiled down to a few simple tenets, the first of which was that he wouldn't punish people for doing what they needed to do to survive. If that included killing powerful beasts or harvesting natural treasures, then so be it. As distasteful as he considered either activity, he couldn't judge people for them. It went against his instincts, but that was kind of the point. He was a human first, a druid second, and that was how he needed to approach things. That was what had led him to help defend the people of Ironshore from the orcish horde. It had been a brutal battle, but he and the dwarves, goblins, and gnomes who'd come to Earth in search of a new beginning had eventually emerged victorious. With no false modesty, Elijah knew that he was the biggest reason for their successful defense of Ironshore. But he didn't regret it. In fact, he reveled in what he considered a good deed, and the people of Ironshore had begun to tolerate him. They still didn't see Elijah as one of them, but even begrudging acceptance was better than hostility. He hoped that his relationship with them would continue to grow and evolve in a positive way. Finally, Elijah opened his eyes, and he flinched away when he saw a huge pair of eyes staring back at him. It took him a moment to realize that a gnomish child was sitting in front of him. She was tiny, barely a foot tall, and sitting atop a giant toadstool that had grown in front of him. Hey, she squeaked brightly. Mr. Biggle said these aren't poisonous and that you wouldn't mind letting them grow in your park. I don't believe him. Not about the poisonous thing, but about you not minding. You look kind of grumpy. I'm not grumpy, Elijah said. That's what my mom always says when Dad stays out too late and comes home dizzy, she said. But I know she's lying. I think you might be like that. Most grown-ups are liars. I'm not, Elijah lied. He told plenty of fibs in his day. Well, I am, but I'm not lying right now. She cocked her head to the side, her pink pigtails swaying. That's what a liar would say, she reasoned. True, Elijah agreed, nodding sagely. But if I'm not lying and said I was, then I'd be a liar. That doesn't make sense, Mr. Druid. Druid Elijah, she said. Ooh, what was it that you wanted? Or were you just watching me meditate? He asked. I like watching the tree grow, she said. It got bigger even since yesterday. Is that because of you? Elijah nodded. I have a spell that helps plants grow, he said. Then he focused on the giant mushroom upon which the gnomish child sat. Mushrooms too, apparently. Mushrooms are plants. That's where you're wrong. They are fungi. Fungi, they're not guys. And they're not fun either. I guess Mr. Biggle thinks they are, but everybody knows he's weird. Mom doesn't like me hanging around with him, but he makes the best candy. You're not supposed to know that, though. He told me not to tell anybody. I didn't, but all the other kids know anyway, she said. I think he can't keep a secret. Probably, Elijah said. Without his quartz mind, he might not have followed the conversation. So you're just a fan of watching trees. Oh no, Uncle Ramek wants to see you. That's why I was here, she said. He said he'd buy me a new dress from Miss Mari if I told you. I don't think that's worth a dress, but he's always been a sucker. I just do my eyes at him, and he'll do whatever I want. To punctuate that statement, she opened her eyes wide and adopted the most adorable expression Elijah had ever seen. He could certainly understand why Ramek let the little girl wrap him around her tiny finger. "I see," he said. "Be careful not to abuse that power. There's a saying from this world, with great power comes great responsibility. Do you know what that means? Of course, I'm 10. I'm not an idiot." "Oh. I told you," she said, pushing herself to her feet. She put her hands on her hips and demanded, "You need to go see Uncle Ramek so I can get my dress. Right now." "All right," Elijah said, pushing himself to his feet. "What's your name anyway?" "Rasebella." "Nice to meet you, Rasebella." "I'm Elijah," he said, holding out his hand. She eyed it for a second, then said, "What am I supposed to do with that?" "You shake it. It's a custom on Earth." She shrugged, then grabbed his wrist and wiggled it a bit. "That's weird." Then she hopped off the toadstool and walked away, leaving Elijah a little nonplussed. He felt certain that he'd seen a handshake or two among the residents of Ironshore. Still, he gathered his wits quickly enough, then set off from the government building. Before he left the park, though, he looked back at the progress. He'd only spent a couple of weeks bathing the park in nature's bounty, but the results spoke for themselves. The ancestral tree had grown into a 6-foot sapling, and the surrounding square was now teeming with vegetation, including a patch of mushrooms that Elijah knew weren't there when he'd started his most recent bout of meditation. He'd have to talk to Biggle the alchemist about that. Elijah took one more look before letting out a sigh and heading down the connecting street toward the governmental building. It wasn't far, only a few blocks, but even in that short distance, Elijah saw that the people of Ironshore had taken to the city's repairs and upgrades with quite a bit of vigor. As such, the city had begun to transform, taking on a much more refined appearance. However, he did notice that there were a lot more trees present than there had been before, and he couldn't help but wonder if that was due to his influence. Perhaps. After all, the city and its residents did owe their survival to him, at least in part. Maybe they wanted to show their appreciation. In any event, Elijah quickly made his way inside the large building and found his way to Ramek's office. An attendant greeted him, then let him in to see the goblin mayor of Ironshore. Ramek cut a prim, well-dressed figure with a 3-piece suit, a pair of stylish spectacles, and a pair of shiny shoes. Normally, he wore a bowler hat, or at least an approximation of one, but it hung from a low rack near the door. Overall, the goblin looked like a Victorian-era gentleman, albeit one with green skin, goblinoid features, and a height that couldn't have been more than 3 feet. "Niece?" Elijah asked, taking a seat across from the goblin. There's a story there. Indeed, the little girl had been a gnome. By marriage, the goblin stated. "My wife's a gnome, and that's her sister's child. I'm sure you understand." "Sure." "What's up?" Elijah asked, draping his arm over the back of the chair. "Something going on? The orcs aren't back, are they? I feel like someone a bit higher up than a gnomish child would have come for me if that was the case, but you all surprise me every time I turn around." "No, nothing like that," Ramek said with a wave of his hand. He took his glasses off, then wiped the lenses with a handkerchief he took from his vest pocket. According to Kurik, the orcs were completely wiped out. He found their origin and there were none left. Good riddance, Elijah stated. It had been a costly war, and not just in terms of the people they'd lost. They'd also attempted to starve the orcs by hunting all the game in the area. It wouldn't likely have a permanent impact, but even though it had been Elijah's suggestion, it still filled him with unease. It would have been worse if it hadn't worked. "Indeed," Ramek said. "The reason I asked you to come is twofold. First, there's a memorial service tonight, and I hoped you would make an appearance." Of course, Elijah said without hesitation. Without those people, he wouldn't have survived. Specifically, there was a goblin mage who'd saved his life at the end of the battle, so he thought he owed at least her the respect of showing up to her memorial. What else? An official alliance, as we spoke of before. The terms are simple: you help us if we're threatened, and we'll do the same, defending your territory as if it's our own, he said. Of course, we will stay away otherwise. We have no desire to push that. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'll have to look at the official terms, Butya. That sounds good. Elijah recognized that he likely should have expected it. After all, even the temporary alliance they'd established to deal with the orcs had been successful, and considering their close proximity, it made sense to become allies. Before the fight against the orcs, Elijah might have refused, but now he had few reservations about an official partnership. After that, the pair chatted a little, and when the time came, Ramek led him outside. Soon enough, they'd crossed the city until they reached the outskirts. In the distance, Elijah saw a large pyramid of lumber. It took him a moment to realize that it was intended to be fuel for a funeral pyre. When they arrived, most of the city was already there. Still, the memorial service wasn't meant to start until after dark, so Elijah took the opportunity to study the pyre. It was constructed of raw lumber, and he noted that each small body that had been placed upon it was wrapped in pristine white cloth. "Shame, ain't it?" came Kurik's voice. Elijah glanced to his right to see that the dwarven scout, with his spiky black hair and short beard, was standing next to him. He wore an unreadable expression upon his sharp-featured face. "It is," Elijah agreed. "I wish we could have saved more." "Me too." Finally, once Ramek had finished his speech, he stepped up to the pyre and summoned a fireball, which he cast into the dried lumber. It went up in flames a moment later, burning bright and fast as the city's residents said goodbye to their lost friends and family. It served as a reminder that Elijah still had a task before him. He wasn't ready to resume his search for his own family, but he certainly hadn't forgotten the personal quest. With that in mind, he watched the flames burn alongside everyone else.